Everybody, welcome here to the penultimate day of Call of Duty Challengers Elite for Season 1. Only 2 more days left before we crown a champion here in Europe and North America. I cannot wait. What an incredible 2 weeks of action it has been so far. But we're going to get through those final 2 days. And, well, joining you today for the European action at the very least will be myself, Infinity, on the desk, alongside my other half, the better man in my life. It's proper. Andy, mate, how you doing?
Honestly, you're gonna make me blush this early in the morning. I mean, it's pretty impressive out of you. Honestly, I was expecting a not gas coming out of you as far as an introduction is concerned, but I'm doing fantastic, Brody. It's been awesome to be able to see how we have come to this very day in time. You know, we started off with so many teams. Now we're just down to the wire here in losers round 2. Somebody's got to go home. Not everybody can win.
Yeah, we're coming into today with 6 teams. Now we're going to cut it down to 3 in the fight for $50,000 in the European region. Of course, there is a $50,000 prize pool over in the North American region as well. And we'll have all that jazz later on during the show. But today we're going to start things off with Europe, as we always do. And as we said, I mean, things have just been so wild, I think, in the European bracket so far. There's been a ton of upsets to talk about. We should actually probably kick things off by talking about said bracket. Of course, we've had the group stages. We've also had the first day of bracket play to speak of as well. And here is a look at that bracket, at least the top side to begin with. I think the headline here is we've got our winners bracket final, Andy. It's the Originals versus Elevate.
Yeah, and that one's going to be interesting for a lot of different circumstances and a lot of different conversations. We'll be breaking down that one as the day goes on, but as you can see how the bracket has further progressed itself, with the Originals beating the Awubabubs, knocking them down to the lower bracket. Not a lot of people had that on their bingo card specifically. But the Originals, as far as this tournament is concerned, they have been looking rather unstoppable. Elevate on the other side, taking down Clutch Rain in such a manner, 3-0. They look to be in prime form. Can they beat the Originals this time around? Who knows?
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks, I think, over what that winners bracket final will look like. And, of course, the bad blood between those 2 teams, or rather 2 players on those teams. We'll see whether that still will remain as we get into that match later on today. But there is a lower bracket, and that's where we're going to be kicking things off today with the first match, or the first couple of matches we have. Clutch Rain taking on the Lava El Mysterio, and then Awubabubs versus Nixer GG. You guys can see at the moment the match that preceded those. Falcons getting 3-0'd versus Lanave. And Notorious, I think probably the most surprising of the lot, having to face Nixa in lower round 1 and losing that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nixa came out firing off on all cylinders when it came down to the playoffs, obviously being upset in that map number 5 versus Clutch Rain to find themselves in the lower bracket. Not a lot of people expected that, apart from how well Clutch Rain did look in that map 5. Regardless of the matter, yeah, a lot of consideration when it comes down to Team Notorious. Obviously, commiserations to them, especially with what they've been able to piece together in previous cups. All of that said, losing 3-1 and only really losing the control 3-0. I mean, Team Notorious being flawless in control, but knocked down in lower round 1. Not a lot of people had expected that to come through. But now for Nixa, they have to be able to continue on with their winning ways. They have to continue to play upset versus these top dogs.
Gotta say, by the way, what a slaughterhouse that lower side of the bracket actually is. The reason that we lose Notorious is because they do go up against Nixa, a Titanic team, or at least a Titanic team I don't think anybody expected to be so in Challengers Elite Season 1, or perhaps everybody apart from themselves, because they do definitely have a quite level of confidence here coming into Season 1 playoffs. They are having to go against the Awubabubs roster, though, a team that have been on form, I think it's fair to say, in preseason so far. You know, we've said it a lot, but they are the only roster from all the European teams, they were the top European teams, we should say, from Radi that still remain. We take a look at the roster now here as well. You guys know it by this point. Abuser, Cobra, Linz, and Brezzy. I got it in the wrong order. Abuser's there on the right side, but regardless, this roster is very much almost the same as it was last season. Of course, the addition of Linz is this season's big hot rookie on the market. And I think, you know, if we're talking about kind of the performances that Linz has brought to this roster, as has everybody else, I think if we're talking about expectations, they've lived up to that.
Yeah, I mean, Linz is definitely making an argument for Challengers Rookie Player of the Year, obviously replacing Chaxer towards the end of last year and then coming to Modern Warfare 2. I mean, Linz had something to really show to the world and what that is to offer as far as an SMG is concerned. And it's been awesome to be able to see somebody be able to keep pace with Cobra, and sometimes in certain areas, depending on the map mode combination, Linz shows up in a massive way that helps out for players like Brezzy, the winningest player that we had throughout the entirety of the Vanguard year. I mean, put an asterisk next to that because, I mean, he obviously didn't make champs with the Awubabubs, but every single elite that Brezzy has played in, he won through Vanguard. Maybe he might be able to do the same thing here with this young French roster.
It would be a wild storyline, I think, again, especially just for this Wobbabob's roster again. You know, the fact that they got 4th at Raleigh was just such a big placement for them because, you know, we talk about what they were like in the Vanguard season. One of the big failures towards the end of the year, despite their success online, they were not able to replicate that in a LAN environment at Boston. So we'll see how they do moving forward, of course, in Challengers Elite. Their path is still ahead of them, and they've got Boston to think about a little later down the road. But they do go up against Nixa for now. In the forefront of their mind, this roster that has shocked a lot of people for their performances here in Group B. But if you guys have paid any attention to Call of Duty Challengers, or just generally speaking, professional Call of Duty over the last few years, you shouldn't be that surprised with names like Defrag and Dave on the roster, joined by still relative newcomers, I would say, Rafi and Henry, although they are fast climbing the ranks of the scene.
Yeah, they absolutely are. You got to put some respect onto this team. Obviously, with Coach Viox behind the scenes, whatever they may offer them, this team has been progressively getting better ever since its inception. Obviously, I've seen a couple roster changes, mixing around a few pieces of the puzzle. Rafi lost their longtime duo of Grad. Regardless of the matter, this team has shown up in a massive way. Obviously, getting both Defrag and Dave back into the scene is something we definitely love to see. And it kind of brightens up the spots of Rafi's slaying prowess, of Henry's explosiveness. Having players like Dave and Defrag in towards the backline is concerned, it definitely makes this team a little bit more of a question mark for what teams are going to have to deal with them when it comes down to the map mode combinations, because as far as everything is concerned, minus Hydra Hardpoint, they have played almost every single map mode combination, and they've been able to show bright spots across the board.
Yeah, it is a really good team. And again, you know, we talk about kind of what Defrag and Dave have been able to bring to the roster. You gotta remember, these guys have been out for a year, Andy. These guys haven't been playing competitive Call of Duty for the last year. For them to come in and still prove that they've got what it takes to hang among the best in the competitive Call of Duty community, I think is absolutely valuable. And pretty interesting to see how they will do in the future. But let's take a look at the team head-to-head then to show you guys what these guys have been up to in the last couple of weeks. We've actually got the series records in Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control to show you guys. And if we're looking at kind of the strengths for both of these two teams, relatively similar, especially when you talk about Hardpoint, Andy. I believe these are the top 2 teams here in Europe.
They are the top 2 teams when it comes down to Hardpoint in Challengers Elite in Europe as a whole. Wubbabobs, they're 9-1. They have a plus 60 differential. That's number 1, obviously, in the entire region. Plus 43 differential for a 10-2 record for Nixa. This is going to be a battle of the Titans, specifically for this map 1. It's obviously very tough to gauge what the rest of the series might look like, considering Nixa's woes as far as Control is concerned. Their Search and Destroy has definitely been on the up and up. But whoever ends up coming out of the woodworks with this this first map mode combination on Hardpoint, I think you're probably going to have a better chance to be able to win the entire series, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Hardpoint is just super important again because it's by far and away Nix's strongest game mode, and you need to win it. But you are going up against again this Wobbabob's roster that is so good in Hardpoint. Again, you know, they've only lost 1, and that only happened the other day. So for Nixa here, they've got a hell of a challenge ahead of them, and again, especially when it comes to that Search and Destroy, you know, you are just going up against arguably the best team in Europe at the moment. Still, though, we know that God's completed. We know that this roster, Wobbabobs, can definitely fall. If they wouldn't be in the lower bracket if that wasn't possible. But let's talk about the players that we wanted to focus in on for this matchup ahead of us. You guys probably know at this point, at least for Wobbabobs, who that player is going to be. Starting the conversation with the player on the left side, it's Abuser. This guy has been tearing through the competition so far in the Modern Warfare 2 season, all the way back, I think, to the Breaking Point tournament at the very beginning of the year. I think Abuser had already shown that he was much more capable, even than he was during the Black Ops Cold War, the Vanguard season. This is the best that Abuser has looked in a long time, and that's not saying anything negative about what he was looking like last year. Abuser is just on final form at the moment.
Yeah, the only non-French player on the Wobbabobs roster has been the most explosive and consistent. Do not adjust your eyes. That is a cool, calm, collected 2.0 in Search and Destroy for Abuser with a 70% opening duel win percentage. This guy's nuts as far as being able to stay alive in the respawns as well. Control, 1.31. He's got an 80% non-traded kill percentage. He's going to be kind of teaming or going up against what Rafi has to bring to the table. The 1.25 overall KD being marginalized, obviously kind of being slumped down a little bit at that 1.03 Control KD. He's only positive for his team when it comes down to Control kill-death ratio. So we're really going to be looking at Rafi to be able to have a massive influence. But as far as Rafi is concerned, across all 3 game modes, on average, he has an 84.4% true engagement success rate. And what I mean by that is that 85% of the time, more or less, when Rafi is getting into a gunfight, he's either walking away with an elimination or he's getting an assist across the board. That's what this team desperately needs if you want to slow down the pace that both Cobra and Abuser will be putting up on the opposite side.
Yeah, I just think the value that Rafi is bringing to that team at the moment is so much. And again, we talk about Rafi's history as a player very briefly here. He is a player that's been capable of that, I think, in the past. We looked towards that Originals roster last year at the beginning of Vanguard. People were talking about Furious and what he was bringing to that team, but Rafi was still a pretty constant factor for the roster all the way through the Vanguard season. So again, I think for him, just been getting himself into an environment where he can really activate himself, and that's where he is at here on this team. The question is, can they activate themselves against a Wobbabobs in this best-of-5 series? We need to see the map set, I think, to see whether or not that will be the case, because we had a lot of questions, I think, when we were going over our expected vetoes for this best-of-5 last night, Andy, kind of how we thought this series would break down, what we thought each team would veto. Generally speaking, I think at the end of the day, this is more or less what we expected.
Yeah, I'm not totally surprised nor shocked to see that the Asilo was open, but it was not taken. You probably don't want to be going up against this Wobbabobs roster on the Asilo. But the Mercado Search and Destroy made it through. But most importantly, that Mercado map #1 made its way through. Getting rid of the Embassy Hardpoint and the Embassy Search and Destroy has been much more of a mainstay when it comes down to this Wobbabobs roster. They have not played either of those two map mode combinations, just probably not favored as far as going to the Embassy is concerned, but probably more jokes that I'm willing to put out there when it comes down to it. Regardless of the matter, this map set, most importantly, the first two maps, actually favor that of Nixa. It may be a little bit more of an asterisk when it comes down to the Fortress Search and Destroy. They've only played it one time, but they did beat Team Notorious in a round 11 on that mode combination. Not a lot of people can say that they were able to walk away with that, but the Mercado Hardpoint in particular is what we're going to be looking at exclusively for this Team Nixa roster. They played it 3 times, they've won it 3 times, and on average, they're winning at about 40 points over their enemies. That's not an easy feat, especially when it comes down to Mercado Hardpoint. Very handshaky is this map mode combination. So that explosivity that we were talking about when it comes down to this Nixa roster, you got to have it here, especially when you're thinking about Cobra, Lids, and Abusa, all just probably running at you continuously, looking to break whatever setups Nixa are looking to have.
Yeah, I gotta say, if I'm surprised in any way at any point during that map set, it's probably that Hotel Hardpoint was allowed through by a Wobbabobs, because, as you said, it's such a strong map mode combination for Nixa that it's just like, for a Wobbabobs, maybe they've got like a hard veto somewhere. They haven't played Embassy so far, so I'd imagine that's simply what it is. But nonetheless, we'll see. Those are the battlegrounds for this series. We've got Mercado Hardpoint coming up here for the first map in this series. And as we said, both teams very, very strong on this map mode combination. It really could go either way, Andy.
It really can. I mean, especially for Mercado. I mean, both teams have played it 3 times. Again, both teams have won it 3 times. You're dealing with the #1, #2 hardpoint teams as far as EU is concerned, and it's by a very small margin, right? Just that 1 extra loss plus the 1 extra win for Nixa. A very slight differential as far as maybe 27 points or so is concerned. It's marginalized at just such a small, minuscule amount. But this Mercado Hardpoint is massive, most importantly for Nixa, especially when we talk about the later half of this map, or this best-of-5 series, right around that control in that Hotel Hardpoint, because we got to see what a Wobbabobs have to offer as far as the tail end of this best-of-5 is concerned. I will go out on a limb, and I will say that if Nixa come out and they win this map #1, Brody, they'll have a much better chance of taking the entire series.
We said it. It's going to be a big map in this best-of-5. Both of these teams super strong on hard points. So for Nixa, I think, if they want to take a map anywhere off of Wobbabobs, this would probably be a good place to start. But can they get it done? Right off the rip here, we're going to be seeing a Wobbabobs roster on the better side of the map for that inevitable P2 rotation. And even worse for Nixa as we start things off here. The first wave of gunfights will go their way as well. But this is a player that all of last season was impressing us so highly for his performances in Elite.
It's hard not to gas up Rezi, especially with his time in Texas Nation in North America, and then comes back over, joins the Wobbabobs, continues on their winning ways when it comes down to the Elite. I love what we got to see out from Nixa, though. It's got to be talked about here that a Wobbabobs, like you were talking about, they won the opening engagements. They do have the favorite side of the map, but Nixa all hit through that seed lane, that seed-on lane, and they overwhelm everybody from a Wobbabobs trying to threaten this rotation early.
Now, Rafi and Defrag still have a chance here to take this time away from a Wobbabobs. Would be a great rotation if they could get it done, but it won't be long before Defrag is joined by extra reinforcements in the form of Henry from that tunnel side. Defrag, though, runs in and runs straight past Linz, who was sitting in the corner. Henry didn't quite expect that as well, and Linz will come out better off the gunfight. So Wobbabobs now in for this early time. Nobody in the hill actually grabbing said time just yet. Finally, Brezzy actually going to jump inside, or Cobra's going to jump inside, excuse me, to grab said time, and the supporting gunfights are also there for a Wobbabobs on the outside of the hard point. Things going pretty well here on the early control off this hill. Nixa One more hit before they give up and move over towards the next rotation. Abuser watching this middle lane, though, making sure that nobody gets past square one. Dave, though, does pick up 2, makes this a realist prospect. Dave picking up 3 in a row. And, well, I mean, they do have a little look at the time. They take a few seconds away from Wobbabobs. And I think more crucially, they push them away for the rotation.
Pushing them ever so slightly. Abuser's going to be probably poking out through Forklift here momentarily. That stun was not the one that Abuser was looking for. I saw that through the X-ray. You can't hide from me, but that'll give him information that Nixa are being threatened, especially on this small room side. They're going to want to deal with Abuser. You don't want to get pinched here because Wobbabobs having 51 seconds on the board. Basically want to answer that in kind if you're Nixa here.
This needs to be a good hold from Nixa. They want to try and even things up with the Wobbabobs. You can see, though, on the minimap here, Wobbabob's looking to encroach on all sides of the hard point. It's going to be Abuser and Cobra coming from that side. Cobra's able to pick up 2, but the rest of his teammates will fall around him here. So will Wobbabobs be on this push? And Cobra, well, very quickly falls. It will leave Linz close by, all on his lonesome. Again, no, close spawns for Wobbabobs. Will not be long before they're right back knocking on the door once again. Raffi up top will be dealt with by Brezzy. Abuser elsewhere takes down Henry, and Wobbabobs will break in for the back 20. And for Nixa here, 20 seconds left, you really start to focus on that rotation.
Yeah, you're really forced to be able to do it. What Nixa need to start rectifying immediately is the more zoning areas, especially when this hardpoint becomes active. Wobbabobs have been able to kind of poke and prod their way in, especially with their ARs and working these crossfires. So to be able to deal with Abuser and Brezzy, that's task 1. Then you have to deal with Cobra and Linz once they actually start entrenching themselves inside the hardpoint. The first elimination comes through. Dave, unfortunately, takes their life from that yellow car, and you got a Wobbabobs in towards the back. You need to be able to find these eliminations, especially with Nixa getting a spawn out for a pinch.
Well, taking Abuser down would be a pretty good help. Linz, though, on 5 in a row. You want to shut him down before he can cause any more damage. And, well, there you go. Henry sniffs him out. Knows he's coming from at least one of these sides, but it's not going to be enough. You're going to get overwhelmed sooner rather than later by Wobbabobs players. Now for the back 30 here. Wobbabobs looking to hold on. Through the middle of the map will come Linz. He picks up 2 off-screen. Make it 3 off-screen. Huge gunfight. Thereby, Linz in the middle of the map effectively buys the space for Wobbabobs to get that scrap time. And now maybe does more as well. Maybe opens the door here for Brezzy to do some damage to that rotational. No, rotational battles here. Crucial ones at that. Won by Nixa.
We've already seen, though, through a handful of hardpoints, the Wobbabobs don't really care, do they, Brody? To be able to win the rotation. I mean, obviously, Linz gets a very juicy spawn out. They spawn in the cuts over by this new hill, and they're able to find a couple eliminations, but get overwhelmed with the respawns for Nixa. But just look at the map. I mean, the Wobbabobs are basically everywhere, trying to make Nixa continuously guess where some of these players are located at. Cobra has not moved. He's waiting for reinforcements to come through L, but Defrag is watching all these players cross from Wobbabobs.
Henry looking for the first blood, just not going to find it. Raffi, Defrag, you were talking about him. They all fall, and the Wobbabobs will be in for the back 30 here. For Nixa, it's not looking good here in this game. They'll be down by, goodness, how much? I think, what, about 90, 80 points or so going into the barbershop hardpoint. This needs to, or going into the next hardpoint, excuse me, this needs to be a good hold for Nixa. They're already setting themselves up for it. Defrag up top here, just looking towards the middle of the map. I mean, you're looking at players really that need to start stepping up. I think everybody across the board just getting outslayed at the moment, Andy.
Yeah, again, you're mostly looking at Henry to really try to answer the explosivity that Cobra and Linz are bringing to the table. It's just not really there. The ARs need to be able to hold the line. These stray gunfights that continuously open up flanks is how Wobbabobs keep finding their way in early. Now, luckily enough, you just got to deal with Cobra in towards the back, because that is going to be the player that's going to make you almost second guess where the rest of the ARs are coming from. There's one already pushing past the A cut, and there's one through the mid tunnel, of which Brezzy already gets cut down. But this overwhelming break again from a Wobbabobs, it's just too much for Nixa to handle. They need to be able to hold on to one of these hills already.
Well, they still got a chance, to be fair. Linz comes in for a kill versus Henry and makes Nixa feel a little bit uncomfortable about it, but finally, there you go. Defrag picks things up, a 2-piece that will enable Nixa to get what is, again, we discussed it at the start of this hardpoint, a crucial amount of time, but Wobbabobs overall here in the much better position, a better look towards the rotation for the parking lot hardpoint, but maybe not if these kills start to come through. You can see it on the minimap. Henry re-aggressing through that warehouse side, forces a Wobbabobs to spawn out on the other side of the map. Gunfight still going into the scrap time as well, and now Brezzy's task is much more important. Needs to win both of these gunfights. The first will be in Cobra elsewhere, picks up 2, and the Wobbabobs, the first wave of defense is good, but it looks shaky.
Hey, you gotta break this now if you are Nixa. You do not want to Bubs to get a full 60 here. They got trophy systems to keep them safe. Brezi's just gonna hold the irons here as they know that there's gonna be so many players coming through small, in towards lockers. One by one they come in, one by one they fall. The only player that's left alive here is gonna be Henry. You do get close proximal spawns, but 30 seconds have already gone by. Brezi can just sit here, pick up a weapon, and just continue to lay the hurt down.
I really do feel that if this hill does go the way of a Wobbabobs here, a back 25, that should be important. This is a moment that we'll probably look back on later on during the game. An opportunity to take time away from Nixa and a big clutch from a Wobbabobs to stop it. Defrag still looking for scrap time. A good look with 2 kills, but the third is just not there, and it does enable that back 15 to go the way of a Wobbabobs as we get into the second set. It will be a Wobbabobs with about a 90-point advantage over their opposition. However, things not looking too bad for Nixa in terms of rotation. There is still a path for them back into this game. They are on the better side for that P2, but they got to make sure that the Wobbabobs do not get a lot of time with the back of P1 here as we get into this hill.
How about it? We spent all that time in the pre-show preamble gassing up Abusa. 9-11 for them. They have a minute of hardpoint time. They're doing their job, but I mean, Lin 22-14, Cobra 20-11. That's exactly what you get when you have Brezi and Abusa. They're locking down these longer lines of sight. Nixa desperately need an answer here as they're still trailing down by about 80 points. To say that you need to be able to soak up as much time on P1 is a very tough ask, but you also need to be able to hold the rotation going over towards P2. Just as we say it, though, the Wobbabobs completely wiped the floor with Nixa. They'll have the Cantina rotation with just 18 seconds remaining here at 1.
I was saying Nixa might have a look in, but no longer as Linz picks up 2 in the middle. Rezi, another sporting gunfight against Dave over towards Banana side, and that will leave Raffi stranded. You do not want to make any silly pushes, especially as we can see it right there. Cobra still has the cruise missile in the back pocket ready to go. Really, Wobbabobs only need one huge wave of gunfights to put this game away. Cobra will be stunned up here. There should be a look in from Dave. And actually, to be fair, Cobra wins that first gunfight. Henry and Raffi able to pick up a couple on both sides of the kill. Defrag following up with another one leaves Brezi on his own. And how about that for a break? We were saying that Wobbabobs needed one wave of gunfights. Well, Nixa, they only need one to get in.
Now you got to be able to hold. You already lost player number 3. That's Dave, all the way into the backside of the Planters tree. He's going to be spawning over by Small, and I love that rotation coming through early. Just try to maybe get yourself inside a 10. Then you can also pinch if need be. 27 seconds at Wobbabobs. They have this leader's advantage where they can kind of poke and prod. They can play for scrap time where Nixa need to get the majority of this time. They're trying to win the battle on 2 different fronts. Remember when I talked about Dave off that respawn? They're all the way into the backside of 10, while the rest of the players like Henry is starting to wake things up. Better late than never. He's on a 5.
Uh-oh, then Dave is really starting to heat up now. That one killer is just enough to send the player inside for a while, and Linz doesn't expect to get challenged like that. Dave is still alive here, and he wastes enough time for the rest of the team to come and play. A lovely stick there from Dave to take down Brezi, but here comes the reinforcements from a Wobbabobs. Linz and Abuser, they combine for 3. They could well get it done here.
And they absolutely could so close it out here on this P3 hardpoint. So you need to be able to wait for reinforcements. You need to fly in here as a group, overwhelmed. Double chow, triple chow where you need to. Defrag's trying to pick up the middle of the map, but they all had to break from the back.
There they go. Here come the reinforcements from Nixa. Raffi is the only one to pick up a kill. It's a 4-for-1 trade in favor of a Wobbabobs, and that should be all she wrote. There's not really much space for Nixa to cross the middle of the map. There's coverage from both Cobra and Linz. Nobody's getting past that mid-map point. Henry, it's time to get your running trainers on, mate. Can you touch the hill in time? Yes, you can. Only in for 1. Henry in for 2. Hello? It's not over yet, especially as Raffi picks up kills just when you thought it was all done. Henry says no.
I mean, now you legitimately have to play flawless hardpoint if you are Nixa. One break, a single second. That's all Wobbabobs need. They have Cantina placings, but you're still finding eliminations in the middle of the map if you're Nixa.
Trophies in as well, so that will cover a couple of bits of utility coming through. Cruise missile will be down to keep these guys inside the kill. One player still outside though. Now it's Abuser coming in for the first look. He will pick up defrag. Raffi desperately trying to hold on, but he's been tagged from both sides. Now all up to Henry, and this time denied the clutch as a Wobbabobs win map number 1 in what felt like an inevitability.
Yeah, it really did, especially at the tail end of that first set of hardpoints, right? Because, I mean, you had somewhere near about a 90-point lead, especially for a Wobbabobs laying in the hurt. I mean, to get a full 60 off of P7 is no easy feat, but, I mean, if that was the winning moment explicitly from the first set of hardpoints for a Wobbabobs, it basically all comes down to the culmination of Nixa just playing very one-dimensional. And it's not just in their pushes, it's also in their setups. and it's also in their reactions as well. I mean, through so many different hard points throughout the entirety of that Mercado map number 1, when they lost one player, say, all the way where the P4 was active in the first set, over by the half wall, over by the yellow card when Dave took his life, everybody gave up looking at Tunnel, gave up looking at Banana, and they all looked over towards that back alleyway, and it just always felt like Awubabubs were just very quick to be able to punish them for just giving up those other angles and shutting down the flanks continuously, because Awubabubs, they didn't do anything too special. I mean, yeah, Cobra, Lins, they dropped bombshell of performances. We'll see the stats here momentarily, I'm sure. But when it comes down to Nixa, even in their break attempts, like going back to P7 in that first set of hard points, why are we all just funneling through small? I mean, if you can get the double chow, that's fine, but you're walking into a hellacious amount of bullet spray from 2 TAC 56s, also a Vaznev inside the hard point as well. You just need to be able to get a little bit more creative with your breaks and your setups when it comes down to Nixa. You just can't play one-dimensionally, especially against this Awubabubs roster.
Yeah, I will say, and we say this fairly often, I always say, like, we don't say this often, but we do, to be honest. There are always situations where, like, a Team A just outslays Team B. This does genuinely feel like one of those situations where early on, Awubabubs, when they were coming out so strong, like, some of the players that we expect to perform in Hardpoint just were not there. We've been kind of hyping up Raffi and Defrag for what they're able to do in the Hardpoint. And again, I'm sure we'll see it in the stat lines in just a second here, but, like, they just were getting outslayed. It really is that simple. Now, I will say, you know, fair play to Nixa in a couple of certain situations, because we saw it, I think, over towards P6 and then towards the very end of P7 as well, where we saw crucial rotations coming out of Nixa, or crucial saves coming out of Nixa, I should say. But nonetheless, I just think for Awubabubs just too dominant early on, and they let Nixa, I think, just let Awubabubs get away with the game. I think about the 50% mark in the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes down to it, those first 3 hard points, it's not as alarming as you would think, especially, like, during those hard points when they're active, Brody, right? Because Nixa, they try to go all in for P2 after being broken up for P1. They lose the battle for the initial time going in towards P2. So they say, okay, let's chalk it, give them the 40, let's try to get ourselves set up for P3. They get broken again. And then the same thing happens over by P4. They always get themselves these very nice and strong-looking setups, but then they lose one player, and then everybody tries to focus to be able to get that trade all at the same time, and then the whole entire play just collapses in front of their very eyes throughout the entire replays. That was excruciatingly true. We take a look at a few of these stats. Again, you got to talk about it. Lynn's 28-20. The guy was an absolute phenom. I know we spent the entirety of the opening little talk that we had there talking about Abusa. He'll go even at 18-18, but 15 of those 18 eliminations were non-traded, had 2,600 damage with those 9 assists. He was setting up Cobra at 26-16 and Lynn's at that 28-20 comfortably every single time with about 2 minutes of hardpoint time. And Henry starting off triple negative, not what you always want to see out of a player when he brings so much to this roster. He almost goes dead even, but you really do feel like that Nixa either woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or they just did not wake up to play Awubabubs at this fast pace early.
Again, you're just getting outpaced by those key players. Lins and Cobra just coming out to play there for Awubabubs. And this is a map, to be fair, before that has proven pretty fruitful for Lins, right? Again, we've seen it all the way back to that Breaking Point next tournament at the very beginning of the season, before really even the season had begun. Lins was coming out and frying on this map mode combination, so it's not at all really that much of a surprise to see him doing this as a sub for the team. But really, again, I think this does just going to show the power of this Awubabubs roster as they hand the first loss on Mercado Hardpoint to the Nixa team. What a way to start the series. We said that was an important map mode combination in this best of 5, really for both of the rosters. Again, when we take a look at the hardpoint records for these teams, I think Awubabubs, that's the way they wanted to start this series. Now we go into Fortress Search and Destroy. Again, both of these teams haven't lost this yet.
Yeah, and just to kind of recorrect myself, I said that it was Nixa that won around 11 versus Team Notorious. It was actually this Awubabubs roster that won around 11 versus Team Notorious on that Fortress Search and Destroy. So that's the one time that they played it and went to round 11 versus Eric Boom and Co. on for Team Notorious on that map mode combination. But now if you're Nixa, you really do feel like that desperation is going to sink in. You can't allow it to. But you know Control is not your strongest game mode. So you need to be able to come into the Search and Destroy, Brody, and you have to win it. 2 times they played it. They won it versus Signs 6-1. And then they also beat Falcons, who are very good at Fortress across all 3 game modes. They won that 6-2. So you need to be able to come in here, take the Search and Destroy, and maybe you can make it towards a map number 5 and be able to take away this series over Awubabubs. Probably getting ahead of myself, but regardless, it starts here in this map number 2. If Nixa can't win the Search and Destroy, Brody, I'm probably going to go out on a limb and say it's going to be a hot 3-0.
I don't know. I don't want to say it just yet, right?
I said it. I'll say it. I don't care if you don't want to say it. I'll say it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Again.
Look, all I'm saying is that Nixer, you know, they've got that kind of veteranship, right? That clutch factor on the roster. You got to remember that, you know, they even defrag players that have been in this situation before multiple times. They've been in this situation on so many different settings, online, on LAN. You know, these guys, they can come back from these moments, but again, you do really have to dig your heels here, and I think it is important to note the importance, really, of this search and destroy. We'll see how it starts off, as it looks like an over-aggression of a Wobblebobs. Might be looking to carve a path towards B, but the initial first blood will not go their way, and that will make things tough.
I love to see it. We'll be opening here, where most teams prefer to go A. Inbound coverage was there. Trades galore. Abusa taking down Dave inside the big gate. Could open up an avenue over towards B. It's just about finding where the rest of these players are located at. Wow. Big kill. Coming through from defrag onto Brezzy. Now it's up to Cobra. 1v2 does find the first.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The shots are in. Oh, Cobra able to get it done. That was an advantageous round and a half, but Cobra completely flips on its head. Goodness me. What a start. Again, Cobra coming out here. 2 kills, both of them in the clutch.
It's just SnD in a nutshell when it comes down to Cobra, especially with a Vaznev in hand. You get any early damage, you're going to be able to push that issue. Get in the face, maybe break a couple cameras. Cobra has been making a name for themselves in that search and destroy for that exact moment. Wobblebobs going for B early. What they were able to get out of it is a lot of mid-map coverage, and by way of doing that, they got so much information, and they isolated Nixa wonderfully in that first round.
All right, well, that's a good start from the Wobblebobs. What could have been a very tumultuous round very quickly turns advantageous. Now here, we'll see how they get on the defensive side. Looks like a pretty good play here. We've often seen this from teams. Get yourselves entrenched in towards A. Defrag wants absolutely none of it, though, and has just found the perfect Call of Duty timing. Brezzy was looking away, and he will catch Cobra off guard off the back of that. Another player down, though, is Brezzy going to trade things out. Players completely splintered here, but it will eventually be Brezzy and Abuser that come together for the 2v1.
Bomb site's open. The right call for Abuser and Brezzy, 2 ARs. Want to play the retake here. Now, where does Henry go in this 1v2? He's just going to play backstage. There's a lot of wall-banging situations that I am getting PTSD for, but repositions, he's going to be playing the side door, Brody, playing the time.
This is such a good reposition from Henry as well. Completely gets the hell out of dodge. It forces Brezzy and Abuser to go looking for him. They can't get on this defuse without knowledge of where he is, or at least an inkling. As soon as Abuser walks into this door, oh, there's the play. Abuser just closes the doors on him. Might as well just cover it, and the first 2 shots are through. Henry gonna get the kill, and he doesn't repeat just yet. Brezzy's gonna hop straight onto the fuse, though. Henry for the reposition, just needs to check the bomb in time, does so, gets him off it, and that will be all she wrote here. Henry plays that to perfection. What play?
Back-to-back 1v2s. One for Cobra, one for Henry. Henry with attack 56 in the situation. Again, he just plays it so well. Again, the bomb site's open. You're facing Brezzy and Abuser. He's probably going to be thinking the same thing that I said. You're facing 2 ARs at this point. I mean, maybe you picked up an SMG here or there, but the way that Abuser and Brezzy, they're going to play that 2v1. They try to play for the retake. Once that bomb gets planted, it's just about trying to isolate where Henry has relocated, but there could have been about 5, maybe 6, potentially 7 places where Henry could have possibly been. He picks the best out of those 7, even things up in round 3.
All right, well, this time, pretty much exactly what we saw in round number 1, although Wobblebobs will not be moving through stables. Instead, they're waiting for Nixa to over-aggress on towards the A site. Stalemate for the moment. Shots being thrown out by Rafi, but very few of them actually connecting.
Surprised Abuser didn't commit to maybe trying to peek through that mid lane. I mean, it's obviously being watched. You can see 6 and 8 coming through from defrag and Henry. They're waiting for that double window jump out if Brezzy's feeling it, or for maybe somebody to peek through the middle of the map. Rafi will see one player cross. Remember, this entire stage, you could wallbang this, but doesn't mean that you're safe behind the door. A big 1 for 2.
You can wallbang that, and it will work out for Rafi, but in the end, it will be a Wobblebobs who come out looking better as they're able to trade not 1, but 2. The 2 versus 3 now for Henry and defrag. They're playing this one pretty close. Still haven't moved from that prior position, and they can now wallbang stage, but not even going to get to do it. There will be a lineup for that player there on the other side of the stage, and a Wobblebobs again, off the back of that initial trade, really does leave Nixa in a horrible position.
It really does. Again, it's almost back-to-back familiar setups defensively coming through from Nixa. They go all in to make sure that they have 2 players through open, 1 player laying in the hay bale, putting on their best Assassin's Creed impersonation, perhaps. But regardless of the matter, having Rafi overextend through close, just trying to get that wallbang shot All Cobra was mostly looking for, whoever that was, to just jump onto the bomb site itself behind the stage, was just the long-range bait and switch. And it allows Wubbabubs to go for that 1 for 2.
How about this from Wubbabubs' aggression once again through the middle of the map? That aggression will enable Linz to get through towards munitions. Off the back of that, Linz has already picked up Raffi earlier. Dave has fallen. So, Henry and Defrag left completely splintered on opposite sides of the map. Defrag taking some shots in towards Brezzy, but not enough to get a kill. But it's enough to push these guys away and towards Art. The bomb will go down.
We know how Wubbabubs like to play with the numbers advantage. They love just to play for the retake. I mean, Defrag peeks through those double windows, and he gets absolutely obliterated. Now, Henry was forced to make a play. He runs into 2 players over by Secret, and yeah, that's a very simplistic retake if I've ever seen it from Wubbabubs. Again, they are looking at the middle of the map. They keep a couple players around maps, and they get so much information, whether it's nades, tacks, or just line of sights being held alike. See so many players over by those P1 trucks, Brody, and they completely obliterate Nixa's hopes. Or maybe trying to push over towards the B side. Definitely love to see maybe the aggression, the tempo change to come through, but a Wubbabubs with Dead Silence in tow, they are ready to meet such a pace.
Resi now on 4 in a row after the last few rounds of play. Now how potent cruise missiles can be on this map. Also has a trophy system to work with if he wants to use it. But instead, this positioning that will be strong here in this round. First 2 shots do go on now. I got a feeling, though, looking at Henry here on the other side of the X-ray, you can see he's already starting to aggressive. Oh! Brezzy wins that 1v1 confidently. Now on 5 in a row, a big kill for him to make. That would have been a huge shutdown for Henry.
And now you're just stalled out. If you're Dixie, you're isolated across the board. Linz beams Dave with attack 56 across the dubstep side. And you can see Raffi Defrag. They're playing both sides of the tunnels here, just trying to see if anybody pushes all the way through. But a Wubbabubs, unbeknownst to Raffi and Defrag, it might just come through this mid lane. Defrag has so much to do.
Yeah, those first 2 shots, you know they're not going to connect. Abuser's job in that is just to fly across and try and survive, draw Defrag out of that position. That is exactly what happens. Wubbabubs now looking so strong here on Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, you called it perfectly, Brody. It's these long-range bait and switches just to get players out of these very annoying positions where you would probably assume some longer ARs are going to be located at. And Wubbabubs are right. Again, holding numbers to their advantage. Just throwing bodies, dolphin diving across these long lanes. And then the second player with attack 56 just right there to beam them off of that head glitch. Wonderfully done so far. 3-round lead for Wubbabubs.
Here we go again. Look at it. We saw this in, I think it was round number 2 or 3, where Wubbabubs entrenched themselves in towards A. It's the exact same strategy. It really does oppress Nixa, and it forces them to get them out. Raffi wants to be involved in that play. Defrag ready on the other side to hit this simultaneously. Still, Linz sitting in the corner, unfazed and stunned is Linz. There you go. Finally, Defrag takes him down. But again, presence on the site. Brezzy will take him out. Trades galore here, a 2v1 in favor of Nixa. Now finally in an advantageous position, but they have to deal with Cobra with a sniper rifle.
Isolated from his teammate is Abuser, who's playing around this truck. Mounts up. That's not an easy gunfight to take, but we'd love the heat check nonetheless, Abuser. Cobra, casual 1v3. He's got the boomstick. He can get this first pick. It'd be big, but he throws out the shot. Here comes Dave out from the window for the elimination. Nixa, stop the bleeding ever so slightly. Get those first kills early, Brody. They hold the numbers advantage and just slow up the pace. Give Wubbabubs a taste of their own medicine.
Hey, I tell you what, if Cobra has attachments on that sniper rifle, if he has like anything from ADS, anything to improve the ADS time on that sniper rifle, oh, that could have been a clip. But no, Nixa played it very well, adapting to what Wubbabubs were putting down on the table here in Search and Destroy, and maybe have a foothold back in towards this game. But still, long way to go, being 2-4 down. Back towards the situation we've also seen here on Fortress Search and Destroy, but this time things may be a little bit different. Defrag has pushed himself way up into bottom up positions.
Just going to play this art area. Just wait to see if anybody pushes against him, but Wubbabubs are just playing for the information. They're playing for the unforced errors. 1 and 2, Cobra, Abuser, almost just about doubled up with each other, just trying to clear all of art. Maybe seeing if they can isolate a handful of these players. Bomb will be switched to Abuser's hands, though. Trying to move across Secret, but Nixa are giving a Wubbabubs nothing.
Bobs might have something. Stun towards Henry. That's information gained. And elsewhere, defrag has been taken out of what was probably the most important position of the round for Nixer. Now left one man down. Tagged up as Raffi through the wall as well. Desperately trying to cling to this corner to make sure that he doesn't get shot. Trophy system now down for Bobs will stop any incoming utility. There won't be any from Raffi anyway. He's got nothing left. Says Ian Beale. Now Bobs going to get this bomb down here. Raffi still looking for something elsewhere. Henry has actually taken one player down with a sniper rifle. That will not be the bomb stop, though. And elsewhere, Henry has fallen. So now Raffi and Dave left up here trying to regroup. Dave for the flank through munitions as well. Leans with a knife. Will run straight head in first into him. It's going to have to be a trade from Brezzy, and it will. And now Raffi on the site. They know exactly where he is. But Raffi has actually got on the site. You should expect a pinch from the last remaining players. That is exactly what happened. Bobs again. They respond in kind to what Knicks are up to.
Yeah, again, when it comes down to it, what was a defrag with a Vaznev down low in Art? He doesn't have dead silence, and he just starts sprinting up the stairs towards the side door before even having it nor popping it as well. Maybe some miscommunication coming through from Nixa, whatever may have you. Really just need to be able to exemplify more discipline because the rest of your teammates haven't really seen much of anything to be able to pounce on with a Vaznev. But, I mean, once defrag just starts sprinting through P4, yeah, you make a lot of noise here. Map point for a Wubbabubs, and they are, again, going back to their very demonic ways of just covering mid-map, potentially for playing for retake here today.
Yeah, no need to give anything away for free kit to Nixa. As a matter of fact, it will be defrag, or Dave, excuse me, who falls early on in this one. A lot of map now in control for Wubbabubs, the entirety of that main street in their favor. And Cobra, I mean, he's just taking free kills at the moment. These guys, they're challenging him. Cobra's like, all right, I don't care. I'm going to get these kills regardless. I'm just wasting time so that the players can hit on the other side. That will happen. 1-for-1 trade. Now Henry left up in a 1 versus 3. The information is already there from Cobra's presence in the mid-map, and that will be all she wrote here in the Search and Destroy. Strong performances from the usual suspects.
Yeah, the usual suspects. I mean, Brezzy, 11-3. Good heavens. This Wubbabubs roster, they really do make Fortress feel very, very big. You know, shades of Vanguard with Bocage, Search and Destroy. It's such a small map, but you could really slow down the pace, and you can make teams almost succumb to desperation early on. And that's exactly what happened to Nixa. They were constantly felt like that they had to make plays happen, and they were always putting their Vaznevs in positioning to maybe try to make those plays to happen, Brody, but it was just ill-timed to be able to collapse with maybe the sniper of Henry in those later rounds or an AR in the hand of another. It just always felt like that those plays that were being tried to force out for defrag in those later rounds were just nonsensical. You're just throwing yourself away before you even have information. Would probably work in maybe some SnD wagers, might be able to work in some mosh pit games, but it's not going to work for this Wubbabubs roster. This is a championship caliber team here. Need to be playing a whole lot smarter.
Yeah, this Wubbabubs team, they are so impressive in Search and Destroy, aren't they? I just think, again, when it comes down to a team that's this well put together, this well in tune with one another, it's like a couple that's been in a relationship for 10 years. These guys, they know each other like the back of their own hands, and just so good, so well tuned in Search and Destroy. Every time that Nixa tried something like pushing defrag through munitions, regardless of how ill-conceived that might be, Wubbabubs were like, yeah, we know that something's up here. We're not stupid. Again, we had questions about why they were 7-2 in Search and Destroy. Now we kind of know why they're 7-2 in Search and Destroy. They look so good. We can take a look at the players that performed on the Wubbabubs roster here. Brezzy at 11-3 was the star of the show there. Linz, though, absolutely constant. I mean, to be fair, the entirety of the roster really played extremely well. But Brezzy, I think, for the early round dominance, very hard to deal with.
Oh, Brezzy's always going to be annoying to deal with when he's beaming like the way that he is. I mean, even going back throughout the entirety of the hardpoint, the guy was laying down so much damage in Search and Destroy where every single elimination just feels so punishing. Brezzy has coverage, whether it was Cobra or the SMG earlier on. Linz and Abusa swapping in between Vaznev's plays as well. It's definitely a sight to behold, especially for our Wubbabubs, like you were talking about. Now we truly do understand why they are now 8-2 in Search and Destroy throughout the EU Elite Season 1. And it's all at the back end of just being able to slow down the pace and really just forcing whoever they're playing into these unforced errors. They were playing Nixa like a fiddle.
Wobbobobs, man, they just look so strong. Again, this team, 4th place at Raleigh. These guys, they answered a lot of questions at that event, and they've been looking to assert their dominance within European Call of Duty. They might well be able to do that if they continue this lower bracket run, but they do have to get one more map to get past Nixer. Again, a roster that has looked pretty good. Fortress Control will be that map, and again, the way we kind of framed this up coming into it, I think it's fair to say that Control has been by far and away the worst game mode for Nixer. For them not to be able to take a hard point and search and destroy away, it's quite damning for this team.
Yeah, 2-5 overall for Control for Nixa coming into this, and I'm very, I have a lot of questions when it comes down to the Fortress Control, because you see there, for Wobbobobs, they got rid of El Asilo. This has been a standardized veto process for Wobbobobs. When they get to veto the Control, they go double Embassy, and then they get rid of the El Asilo. Now, both teams haven't played El Asilo Control, so we probably weren't going to see it in this best of 5 regardless, but I was almost expecting a hotel to come through for Nixa. This Fortress is a little bit more alarming. They played it 3 times. They've lost it twice. They lost a round 5 affair versus Falcons, who, again, look very good on Fortress across all 3 game modes. Last time they played this was against Notorious, where they got 0-3'd on it. But again, Team Notorious are a very, very good control team. The last time that they played it and won it was against Signs 3-1. Again, more asterisks in consideration on that one. On the opposite side, when it comes down to the Wobbobobs roster, they have a 3-0 win versus E-Fuse on this for their opening match. And then they have a 3-0 win versus La Nave Del Mysterio.
Right.
That's the more impressive one that you have to be looking at. And losing a round 5 again versus Falcons. Again, Falcons are very good at Fortress, so take that with a grain of salt. But I would have expected the hotel to come through. I mean, clearly Nixa knows something that I do not, and they have to prove that here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we said all series long, isn't it? You know, for this Wobbobobs roster, they have such a wide-ranging map pool that it is really a picture-poison moment, right? It's like, what do you want to do in this situation? Because Wobbobobs aren't bad in any game mode, but I suppose the settling thing here is, even though Nix's worst game mode, at least statistically speaking, is Control, whether or not there's just specific woes that they're running into, I don't know. The other side of that is that this is also a Wobbobob's worst game mode. They're still good at it, but again, you know, they're not quite as confident as they are in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. So I think for me, that's maybe the way you look at this for Nixa. Again, we've got to talk about the fact that you've got the veteranship of Defrag and Dave on this team. I'll keep on banging that drum because, again, these guys are very, very good at what they do, and they've been in situations like this before where they have to pull off a reverse sweep against the best to stay alive in the series, and they've done that. Again, looking back to like Team War days, you know, back in the day, and like Black Ops 4, and they were on that team, and both looking pretty good on that team as well. So we'll see. Nixa, I don't think they're out of this one just yet. Just to give you guys an update as well, what's going on in the other series. I was looking at Clutch Rain and La Nave Del Mysterio. That is the other lower bracket round 2 matchup that's going on at this point in time. It's currently 2-0 to La Nave Del Mysterio. A curious state of affairs for this La Nave roster, because if anybody's been paying attention to Twitter over the last few days, you will have noticed that La Nave announced that they will be making a roster change, either specifically for Boston or perhaps after that. Again, I not too sure on the exact situation that's going on at the moment, but F-Dot is coming in for Rencor for Boston. If it's a permanent affair, which I believe it is, due to what I know about this situation, it's kind of I would maybe thought that La Nave would come in here a little bit disheartened. You know, looking at Rencor as a player, he's been playing so well, but you know, he's going to be departing from this team for Boston at least. But La Nave, they're coming out with fire against this Clutch Rain team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the core 3 is something that you want to be looking at to be able to remain true when it comes down to it. We know what Super brings to the table. We know what the rest of that team can honestly look like. For Rancor on the opposite side, maybe not obviously playing with Boston, but whatever team that they find themselves on, these pro points will absolutely matter for how deep of a run La Nave do make it. Clutch Rain, they're going to be going into that El Asilo Control. They need to start piecing things together. Same thing could be said for Nixa onto this Fortress Control, and I will say this much. Almost expected this to go round 5 if both teams do a bang-up job at that spawn trap. But the one thing that Nixa need to be able to showcase versus the Wobbobobs that they could not do in the early going of that Mercado Hardpoint, they have to slay out. If you are not finding eliminations across the map of Fortress Control, you will get overwhelmed from an offensive team. You will get eviscerated from the defensive side of things, and you will not make your way out of that spawn trap. And if you have to make it towards that round 5, you better hope you got a couple segments of progression and have more kills than your adversary to be able to sway the decision of the game to get that ever so wanted round 5 defense here at Fortress.
Yeah, I think for me that the big difference here between these two teams at the moment, you know, we're looking at star players that have been shut down for Nixer, and we're talking about kind of Raffi and Defrag players that have been doing really well in the past and maybe just aren't coming out to play in this series, or rather just getting shut down by Wobbups. It really is that simple. And on the flip side of that conversation, I mean, we could talk about any players in the team, but the usual suspects of Abuser, Brezzy, Linz, like they're playing so well at the moment, like they need to shut those players down. It really is that simple sometimes, Annie. Just make sure that you win out in these situations. Get those guys, suppress those guys at the beginning of this Fortress Control, and we'll see how it goes. Although, you know, it's Fortress Control. At the end of the day, there's only so many ways you can slice this. It's probably going to go to a round 5, and it is going to matter who gets the most ticks of progression on these pushes. It is that simple. That's just how Fortress works.
At the highest levels, yes, Fortress Control will almost always
we had this
go
conversation.
to a round 5. We did have this conversation yesterday when Brody and I were going over notes. We were talking about it. Obviously, the highest levels, you go back and you look at, like, FaZe versus Minnesota, for example. That went round 5. Minnesota kind of gave Atlanta FaZe the slip because they did the quick maps, and then they ended up forcing out round 5 defense because they had more kills and they were even in segments. I don't really expect that to come through in this series. Look, I want to give Nixa the benefit of the doubt. I'm a big fan of all 4 of these players, especially watching them grow and watching both Defrag and Dave come back to the Call of Duty scene. But this Wobbups roster, as far as a kill-death ratio is concerned, as a team in Control, have a 1.16 KD in Control. On the opposite side for this Nixa roster, it's really not that good. I mean, Control for them, they have a 0.99. And a lot of that gets inflated from the one player that is positive on this team for Control, and that's Raffi. He's the only team that has a positive KD at 1.06. You need to be able to showcase something. You had a whole week off, more or less, maybe about like 6-5 days, whatever it may have you, to be able to scrim Control, be able to go back, study some of that VOD. Again, not playing Hotel here for your map number 3 and being able to pick Fortress specifically for Nixa. You have to show us here why that is going to be the case. To not only extend the series, but to extend your tournament hopes as well.
Right, yeah, and that's the key thing. I think we are looking for kind of like a Falcons-esque improvement in that game mode. You've got to remember like what Falcons were able to do after week number 1. We were talking about their Hardpoint woes, or even Boston Academy, right? It's like those teams were struggling in Hardpoint, and you know, they go into week 2 and they were made market improvements. So yeah, I don't think we should absolutely count out this roster at all. They just need to kind of make those improvements and recognize where they're going wrong in Control. For me, at least, I think coming into this one, again, you are looking at maybe AR presence for this team. You know, we know what like players like Raffi and Dave can bring to the table. If they can control the map, especially on the defensive side, go flawless. Make sure that this Wobbups roster do not get out of their spawn, because that is more than possible. Again, this is Fortress Control. I think that could be their key to success here. Ultimately, that's all you're aiming to do. Just make sure those ticks of progression do not go the way of Wobbups in this situation, and you probably yourselves will want to get some on your offensive efforts. But yeah, I still think they've got the potential. Again, you look at the talent on this roster and what it brings to the table. Again, you got to remember that overall the story for Nixa has evolved over the course of time. I mean, this team has surprised a lot of people coming into this season. First in Group B, they've only lost 1 series prior to this one. Like, this Nixa team, we were talking about teams that could contend for top 4. Looking forward to Boston, the teams that could absolutely maybe play upset in that bracket. This is one of those teams. Nixa has highly impressed us.
3-1 win over the Originals, a 3-2 win over Elevate. Their only series loss, like you were talking about, was an 0-3 versus Team Veer, where they came out like a bat out of hell. Regardless, we got to see what we get here. It's going to be defense first for a Wobbups. Going to be looking for that spawn trap. Nixa trying to break out early.
Well, a good effort early on here from Nixa. Henry and Raffi will fall, though, as will Defrag, and very quickly that will completely shatter their hopes and dreams of getting any control on A. But I like this play from Dave. Get himself in towards the stables to deal with any players that might push out towards that top art balcony, but there will be players actually inside art to deal with. One of them will be Brezzy, who picks up 1 before falling. But again, the big stress here for Nixa, trying to get out of that 50-yard line, trying to get out of that spawn trap and do some damage.
Oh, it's actually forcing Dave to push up without any sort of assistance whatsoever. You got to get maps back first there, brother, before you start pushing all the way up towards the past the stables. But you've allowed a Wobbups to be able to get that 4 position. Yeah, Henry will end up dealing with Abuser in that position. Does well to find 2. Well, that'll mean that Nixa can start pushing past the fountain and maybe show presence here at B.
Dead silence activated now from Henry. Wants to make the play, and actually will do it. The first kill versus Brezzy should be good enough to open up some space. Turns the rest of the Wobbups around to deal with Henry, who is just taking every single route that, frankly, Wobbups do not expect. And now the push on towards B, but Lin's in the middle of the map. Does deal with Raffi and Defrag. Henry falls as well. He's finally been taken out of the equation as Dave falls off the respawn. Yeah, this is looking like a round for a Wobbups, a flawless one at that. Nixa, one last hurrah. Do you have anything left in the tank? I think not. Cobra swinging from wall to wall here. Nobody from Nixa will touch. And yeah, not a single ticket progression given away. There was one good lick from Nixa, but no more than that.
I know this is a fan favorite map mode combination, so you just gotta bear with it. But yeah, that is the standardized control round at the end of the day, especially when you're looking from a Wub perspective. You win the opening breakoff. You get players like Brezzy inside of maps. Even going 1-for-1 is fine because it just means that players can start playing top benches over by the P1 trucks, deal with the players over inside of stables, never really moving out from that open archway that leads to B. It was just Henry that was going to be able to force out the play inside of Art. Goes on a massive spree, but that's all you're really going to find for Nixa. Both Dave, Rafi, so you have to find a kill. Oh, there it is. All right.
Getting off the donut. There we go. Rafi starting things strong here. Dave still needs his. He's only got involved in 3 engagements, to be fair. Not going to do... I was actually going to make a reference to another matchup, but we're not going to do that here. I'm not too mean. Regardless, Wobblebob's path has been carved towards B. Kicking things off is Cobra, who's 6-1. He will open up a big path, I think, for a Wobblebobs, but as Linz falls, it will just leave Abuser and Brezzy on the point. I say just. These guys have a hell of a lot of firepower behind them, but not enough to take down Defrag. He picks up both of those engagements, and Nixa... Well, they let players through, and I think, crucially here, that one ticket progression has gone the way of a Wobblebobs.
Yeah, that's massive, and we'll talk about that later on. But Nixa have only lost 3 lives along the way. Now they can start enforcing themselves in the spawn trap. Dave down low with attack 56. Very tough to be able to make that happen. They just got one player inside the truck. That's Cobra, who actually finds 2, but there's no reinforcements behind the play. All the reinforcements spawning closer towards the P3 fountain, actually just outside of the Blacksmith archway. Gonna be spawning parallel to B, so Nixa need to deal with this. Can't let them get past mid-map here. Defrag doing a wonderful job on a 6 spree. Gets themselves a cruise missile.
Yeah, that cruise missile really important for later down the line. Forces the strobe system out of the opposition. Or perhaps if there isn't one, maybe some kills to save the day. Defrag, though, still looking to force the issue. Couple of players sitting inside stables, and... well, held swiftly be dealt with by Dave in the middle of the map as well. 25 seconds now on the clock here for Wobblebobs to get their way out of maps. Henry. First. Cobra's the last one left alive. You could really do something here as players just completely pushed all the way back. Looking for an exit frag would be Cobra. He lines up one, but not the second. Rafi is actually left up on his lonesome here, so an opportunity here for Abuser and Brezzy to stay alive on this point. Well, the former will fall. The latter left alive. Brezzy picks up 2. Runs out of bullets, though. Going to be forced to reload. Trophy system will go down. And now an opportunity has presented itself here, or rather, Brezzy has presented an opportunity for his team. The first ticket progression will be through. Henry towards the middle of the map. But Brezzy cutting them down. Brezzy cutting them down. It's 4 down, and that should be the point.
This worst case scenario turned disastrous. I mean, you only have a 4-life lead if you are Nixa, but yeah, 60 seconds out on towards the board. Abuser has already made his way past open. He's going to touch the zone first, so that's going to cause a lot of defensive players just to try to deal with Abuser. He'll find the first. That'll do well for 2 in the feed. Oh, Wobblebobs are starting to find more pressure here at B.
I really thought Dave would wait for his teammates, but now maybe Rafi can come in for the save. Yep, 2 kills in for Rafi. 55 seconds left on the clock here, but an 8 versus 5 in favor of Nixa. The Wobblebobs have one more hit to try and win this offensive round. It would be so damning if they could get it done. Linz is trying to find that lane. Dead silence activated, so he's quiet to anybody trying to listen out for him. But Dave picks up 3 in the middle of the map, and that should be all she wrote, short of something spectacular from Cobra and Brezzy. Cobra, not a dead silence player. He will be heard by Henry, who Cobra actually does win that 1 versus 1, so keeps the hopes and dreams of something special here alive. But still, it would be outrageous if he's able to do anything in this situation. Cobra tagged up, 20 seconds left. Brezzy falls. Yeah, this is one of those good luck have fun moments. Cobra just trying to do what damage he can at 13-6. 13-7 at the end of the round. Nixa, they survive a close brush with death. But I think they might be more down than they think. 4 ticks going the way of Wobblebobs.
You're basically forced to be able to answer back with that many segments, plus being able to outpace the enemy team with eliminations. But it's this play right here for Brezzy. It's just absurd things. This is what we expect out of Brezzy at the end of the day. It's tough to say that we expect this much slaughtering to come out from a main AR, but Brezzy has been showing up time and time again. And when you're Nixa in that specific situation, when Brezzy finds the opening 2 before that play of the round, you can't just flood over towards A, because you saw Nixa were trying to deal with the players off of respawn inside of maps over by benches, and then the moment that they drop down, Brezzy just reprises out from the back truck and lets them feel the hurt. Now Nixa need to answer back with segments of their own if they want to be able to make it to defense round 5.
Well, how about this for a Hail Mary play? Nixa coming straight out the strategy book this time. Flying towards B, but Abuser's there to deal with them. And yeah, that's a strategy. I think a desperate play, but It will not work out. Might create some space in the middle of the map, though, for Nixa. Ideally, Dave probably wanted to stay alive there in the situation, but can't escape the Blacksmith. Over still a presence inside maps. Big kill from Rafi to take him out of the situation. Rafi actually picks up a second on toward Brezzy as well. So Lin's hit effectively in a 1 versus 3 until his team can come and support. And I think Nixa are not quite confident enough to swing for the point just yet. Maybe looking to earn a streak before they could get that done. Lin's over here, though. Will be still on his lonesome. Brezzy taken down. Lin's with the reposition towards this rooftop, and I don't think they're going to expect this. Should be able to catch defrag below him off guard unless there's some supporting gunfire coming out from Henry. But again, I think they are relying on that. Henry being pushed forward. Defrag picks up that first blood, and there the kills finally going through here for a Wobbles. But it isn't enough just yet. Henry and Defrag still over here. Henry from behind to pick up one, but there you go. Finally, Defrag gets taken down. It's Abuser for 2, and all of that commotion will end up in not much at all for Anixa.
And here comes some of the desperation again. Dave trying to fly to be able to get stables, positioning a Wubbabubs. They recognize the 4 down, so they get maps control. They get that horse statue control, and then you also have Linz. He's making a play past the double doors, and there's no way that Nixa would ever expect that damage to come through, but they do. 2 for 2 trades. Map positioning is here for Nixa. 12 seconds remaining. You need more kills. You need to get on the zone.
Yeah, the problem is you've got a Cobra up top oppressing you. It's not him, it's Abuser on the point. Abuser still not died, by the way, and now actually maybe he has. Henry going to take down not 2 but 3, and Henry's just done what Brezzy did to them in the prior round. It's an opportunity here for Nixa to get some tick progression, get some ticks on the board, perhaps even a capture, and we've got the Overwatch coming in from Rafi. Henry also pushed all the way up towards munitions as well, but now as Henry falls, it becomes a much harder situation to control on the point. Way too much to deal with. Rafi cannot run over towards A in time. And while it's a round that does go the way of a Wubbabobs, ticks of progression will be through from Nixa, but it's not enough.
It's just simply not enough. The 2 to the 4, you're really just hoping to be able to hold strong and then be able to recollect yourself for a round 5 offense, but you got to get there first. So Wubbabub showed great signs. It was really just the opening break that really did it for them in their first offensive attempt. All that said, Nixa gave themselves a good old scholar's try, but I mean, they were flying, but they were not necessarily doing all the frying that comes along with it, especially through that opening attempt over towards B. Nobody dealt with Abuser on that back palm tree positioning. A lot of focus through the middle of the map. No one was surprised that Wubbabub's not going to be playing with their food. They're going for A first.
Yeah, no real need to be honest. Just business as usual for Wubbabobs and business as usual for Cobra as well. Brezzy bringing this cruise missile down a little bit prematurely, to be honest. They want to make sure that A goes in their favor. Towards the middle of the map will be Rafi. Brezzy ends up taking down his teammate instead, and that will leave them high and dry on the point. Gives a little space to Defrag to make his way down the main street, but it's okay because Abuser's there to pick up the slack where his teammate that has fallen will leave off. A has fallen by the wayside. An extra 60 seconds go on the clock now. Abuser now on 5 in a row. Things are looking pretty peachy for a Wubbabobs as they find themselves in a 27 versus 20 situation. Things might be going worse as well. Brezzy, if he's finding a player, he's looking at a player, they are gone instantly. The kill feed is a Wubbabobs, and now they're going to get on B.
I mean, they can touch B all that they want. You got a cruise missile being called in for defrag because they need to. Linz is still back here. He's going to push through Secret. Was not expecting for Henry to be playing that close corner. Regardless, 23 plays up against 15. Those numbers almost look like the Wubbabubs are on the defense. Pick and choose your battles here, Brody. You got a minute and 40 seconds on the clock. You can do it by kills or you can do it by segment progression. To Wubbabubs, they know it.
Yeah, this kill situation at the moment, the live differential between these two teams is just, it's massive. It really is, isn't it? Defrag winning a crucial one towards the double doors. But you got to deal with the pressure from behind. Brezzy and Linz. Brezzy will fall, to be fair. I don't know if Rafi also spotted out Linz on that push. They should know by the spawn location, to be fair, that somebody's probably in their back line and they are desperately hunting for it. But actually, no. Haven't gone for that kill just yet. But it has been a good recovery over the last few minutes or last 30 seconds or so for Nixa, but still have not dealt with Linz, and now he can activate the first kill. Will be free.
Linz can play this backlog positioning continuously. As he starts making some noise. Basically, a lot of hope that the other 3 players can actually make their way out from the spawn trap situation. 2 players have been able to get over towards P1. Linz, snaking the forklift, won't be able to get the better of Dave. The early damage was just too much to bear. His return kills are looking a lot better. Nixa have marginalized that life lead just down to 5. But you gotta be careful. You cannot afford to overextend and play the trade game. A Wubbabubs will win that war of attrition.
Yeah, I think Nixa kind of wanted to set up some mid-map pressure to keep a Wubbabubs in their spawn. The problem is that they haven't actually got a Wubbabubs out of the middle map before trying that, and now the kill's really starting to come through here. There's a trade from Rafi, but no respawns remaining now for Nixa. Abuser Rezi pushed all the way up. Rafi starting to really feel the heat here. 20 seconds on the clock, and Nixer need to play this one perfectly. Gunfight in the middle of the map that will actually go Henry's way. So Cobra sent back towards the respawn point. It will lead them effectively in a 2 versus 4 because Linz hasn't crossed the middle of the map either. Abuser finally activating, takes down Defrag, but time not on a Wobblebob side here. You gotta go. 9 versus 2. Dave, Rafi, the last one's left alive here for Nixer. Dave will fall, and Rafi finds himself in a clutch situation. A 1v1 on the point, and he will go down. A Wobblebob send Nixer packing as they win the control.
Whew, man, that was a can of something, let me tell you that much, especially for an offensive round from a Wobblebobs. Don't really see it all too often, especially when it comes down to Fortress, but when you have such an explosive start like that, again, when it comes down to it, Nixa, they thought that it was going to be a B push because they already assumed that, you know, Wobblebobs were going to get that round 5 defense, sure, whatever it may have you, but just those few players that were trying to fly out from the double archway, trying to get coverage through the double windows, looking at that big gate. I blinked, and I swear it was just 4 dead almost immediately for a Wobblebob's favor, and then they just continued to lay down the punishment. Yeah. Rezi calling in the cruise missile, obviously getting a team kill. Not what you want to see, but it kept everybody from Nixa trapped all the way in towards the back. And like I was saying, I mean, it was just a matter of time. You felt like it really did start coming down to the time where you had to get onto the zone, but 9 plays up against 2 in that sense of a time, no matter how many lives that you have, or a Wobblebobs, you could just play the trade game. And you got to go back and really dissect that round number 4 decision-making for Nixa as a whole, right? Because you already knew you were going to get round 5 offense. There is no reason when you go 4 dead like that for an A zone that's being tacked over, give it up. Get Stables control. Yeah. Play inside of Art. You don't need to be throwing lives over by A. You know you're going to get a round 5 offense. Save your lives for heaven's sakes. And just try to get yourself to that round 5.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest, I think it really was just that moment. I mean, you expressed it earlier on, right, where Wobblebobs, they get control of A, and then they immediately push forward and get another wave, or another 2 waves of kills that really was just so damning for Nixer in that position. I mean, you're just left in such a horrible position at that point. You were down by about 10 lives or so. Things were just looking so strong. This was a brilliant early play by Brezzy, by the way, that gave the Wobblebobs the tick progression necessary to put themselves in a really good position later on during the game. And it really was, I think Brezzy and Abuser just had so many moments like that throughout the game. Cobra, of course, we didn't get to speak about him all that much, but he was silently just destroying the opposition as well. Great showing from a Wobblebobs all around, and this was the final play again from Rafi. 1v1, just can't get it done. If he wins that 1v1, it might well just be game over and we'd be going to a game round number 5, but just not the case. The Wobblebobs looking very strong. A 3-0 versus this Nixer roster, and they are looking so hot.
And you'll look from top to bottom, and it'll be very apparent, almost the same thing that we were talking about for that Mercado Hardpoint map number 1. Usual suspects coming out to play. I mean, yeah, say what you will, Lynn's 14 and 18, and it's just because Brezzy was just fighting highway robbery with all these lines of sight and all these eliminations, right? But Abuser 26 and 18, Cobra 25 and 17. I'm going to quote the good old I hold shift, mercy, because that is just a beating and a half. Nixa cannot keep up with the pace from Wobblebobs in both of the respawns, and that was very apparent. I mean, yeah, Henry 22 and 21. Rafi, we always know what they're going to bring to the table in control. They were the only player that was positive at the end of the day coming in towards this control map number 3. But, I mean, Dave at 11 and 20, it was just having a really tough go at things. We know what it really does look like from a lot of AR's perspective, right, Brody? That when you can't deal with the ARs on the opposite side for Brezzy and Abusa, the SMGs are going to be in your face continuously. Tough scenes.
It is tough, isn't it, for this Nixer roster? Again, we set it up going into the map that I think, going in this match, just generally speaking, right, that Hardpoint and Search and Destroy was so important for them that losing the control wasn't necessarily a guarantee, but I think if they were 2-0 down, they would be looking at an uphill battle in that final map, and that is almost exactly what happened. A dominant showing from a Wobblebobs again. We can go over the map set here, and Mercado Hardpoint going into it. Both teams were 3-0, so it really was a 50-50, but when we got into it, it definitely didn't look that way at all. Wobblebobs came out firing on all cylinders in the Mercado Hardpoint. Then we went to Fortress Search and Destroy. The rounds were relatively close, I think, when we talk about it, but overall a 6-2 victory for Wobblebobs. They were matching what Nixer were putting down on the table for them, and then, of course, that Fortress Control, a 3-1 victory for Wobblebobs. Any Fortress that doesn't go to round number 5, even in challenges, I think is a statement victory. And I think for a Wobblebobs, this is, again, a very important series victory for them because they're still fighting in the lower bracket and they still have a ways to go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you want to be able to bounce back the best way possible for a Wobblebobs. You know, reaching map 5 versus the originals, all of us, truly, as commentators. I mean, maybe not. I don't know how Visions and Shift actually felt about it. But I actually didn't have originals beating a Wobblebobs. I had the Wobblebobs making it all the way grand final as far as my pick'ems are concerned. From the winner's bracket side, they looked abominable. But Gods do, in fact, bleed. They lost that series. Now they're coming back into their own, and that's exactly what you want to see. Just destroying competition down in the lower bracket. If you're a fan of this Wobblebobs roster, these are things that you love to see. Just them slaying the hell out and just paving their way to that grand finals positioning.
Yeah, we know there's some dedicated fans of Wobblebobs in the chat from the other day when they were asking to put them on stream. Here you go, guys. Here's the Wobblebobs on stream. See what they've been looking like. A 3-0 over their opposition. Speaking of 3-0s, by the way, I can give you guys an update on what happened with Clutch Rain and the Nave Del Mysterio. While we didn't get to pop into that series whatsoever, it was going on our secondary broadcast over at twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG. It was a 3-0. Nave Del Mysterio looking pretty strong. 250 to 164 in Mercado Hardpoint. It's 262 in the Embassy Search and Destroy, and 3-0 on the Asilo Control. I think overall, talking about statement victories here in the lower bracket, that's another one for Nave Del Mysterio. We've been talking about that storyline being like they want to break out the top 6. Well, they've done that now. They've got top 4 guaranteed.
Nice little low-hanging fruit pick'em right there, bro.
What do you want from me, dude? What do you want? We did it. We did it. Good job, Nave. You did it.
Yeah. I mean, these are things that you definitely love to see for Nave Del Mysterio. Speaking of dedicated fans, that Spanish community is always in full force. And now we got ourselves the old classic matchup, the French, also Belgian, versus the Spanish roster of Nave Del Mysterio for a lower semifinal match. That one will be a banger and a half. And it's something that we've almost been looking forward to for quite some time, ever since these two teams faced off against each other in their third match for group play, where Wobblebobs handed them a very swift and disastrous 3-0. Nave Del Mysterio looking for the bounce back, potentially, but we know this is a Wobblebobs roster, especially coming off of this previous series. They are really looking primed to make it towards that lower finals.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you guys might be asking the question, what do we have next up on stream? It's time for the big one. The Originals taking on Elevate in what would be the 4th time these two teams have faced off in their current forms. Former teammates going head-to-head, a lot of bad blood. Not necessarily between those guys, though. In this matchup, it is going to be an incredible winners bracket final to decide who will be going towards the grand finals and really who guarantees top 2 for the lion's share of a $50,000 prize pool. Things all still to play for here between the Originals and Elevate. We'll have that series right after this break. Hey everybody, how are you doing? It's time for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite here. It's time for the winners bracket final in Europe. Two Titanic teams facing off for what would be the fourth time in the last few weeks. It's going to be an incredible matchup. The Originals taking on the Elevate roster once again. My name's Infinity. Joining me in the desk here is Proper, if you haven't been paying any attention. Anyway, this match is going to be a bang.
It always will be, right? I mean, you and I have casted it, but all 4 times, actually. This would be the 4th time that we've
so, yeah,
oh, no, actually, no. Visions and shifted it the last time.
We got two of the times, at least.
Ooh. Yeah, but this is, I mean, if you're looking for EU Elite, as far as a matchup is concerned, El Clasico, I don't know where my camera thought it was focusing there for a second, but regardless, this is El Clasico. This is what we've almost come to expect. There's bad blood in between these two teams. The beef is on the grill, and I'm ready to eat.
Yeah, how do you like your beef, mate? This is a really important question for our relationship.
Bro, if you get anything beyond medium rare,
what do you mean by beyond? Like, as in which way?
Brody, you strike me as the type of person, if you get a filet mignon, you get it well done, you eat it with ketchup. That's the type of vibe you give me.
And that's my mum. That's my mum. That's not. I can't believe I'm really just smack talking my mum here on the air. Regardless, yeah, I'm a medium rare, mate. That's me. Medium rare all the way through. Okay, so I have my steak pretty okay. Regardless, and if any of you don't, we're judging you right now. Regardless, yes, it's going to be a very beefy matchup here, of course. If you guys haven't been paying attention to Twitter over the last few weeks, well, damn, you should go check those tweets out because there was a fair bit of bad blood, at least between Denzer and Furious on these teams. I don't think there's any bad blood whatsoever between the rosters after the roster changes, of course, if you guys haven't been paying attention. This is a new Elevate roster with Journey and Lucky joining the team. And, you know, going up against former teammates, I think just looking at what this match looks like, I think overall, it is an interesting affair. I think the Originals and the Elevate, I think the last 4 times these guys have faced up, and the Originals have won every single one, I want to say. It's interesting, I think, for sure. Let's start the conversation anyway with the Originals. Left side on the board here. This Originals roster, it's been a really interesting team, I think, looking at kind of how these guys have performed since their formation. Of course, Gizmo and Harry joining the team after that massive roster change post-Riley. We should say asterisk on this, by the way. As far as we are aware, I think Denzer tweeted out, like, Harry and Gizmo, that roster change wouldn't have happened. It was out of their control for reasons unbeknownst to basically everybody but themselves. Of course, F. and Furious joining this team. Furious after his unfortunate timing over towards Riley, where he wasn't able to get to that event with Team Notorious. And F. the young 18-year-old phenom, I was having a conversation on Twitter the other day, I think it was Challengers Intel that were tweeting out like that phrasing. And I don't think we'll ever not call F. the 18-year-old young phenom, even though he's going to be 18 forever. I think it's just stuck with him now.
He's just a young British phenom at that point, but he is 18. This is his rookie season as far as Challengers is concerned, and the kid's been looking great, right? Like, I mean, he starts, top 32 at the beginning of the year. He finds himself at Raleigh where he didn't have the placing that he was looking for, showing face, shaking hands, meeting people. He met his NA lookalike of Dave Patty, and now he finds himself on this roster with the Originals. I mean, how can you not ask for a better mentorship in EU Challengers than with Harry and Gizmo, with the explosivity of an SMG that Furious brings to the table? This team of the Originals, they are 6-1 through the Elites so far, 19-7 as far as maps are concerned. You can pick and choose your battles, but when it comes down to that map number 3, they are 7-0 in Control. The only other undefeated team as far as Control is concerned. That title gets shared with Team Notorious.
All right, well, let's take a look at Elevate then. Opposition, of course, Elevate. This roster, for all intents and purposes, did get second at Raleigh, despite the changes that we've recently seen to the roster. They've looked pretty good still. Denzer and Vortex from the original team. Journey and Lucky joining them in this Spanish, English, Belgian, I believe, affair. This is an incredible roster, I think, really. This is the superstar, all-star European team. Vortex, he has been a veteran of European Call of Duty, and just generally speaking, I think challenges Call of Duty for years now at this point. And, you know, what he brings to the table, that leadership value, I think you cannot understate it. But when you're looking at pure slayers, Denzer, Lucky, those guys, phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, this team, to your point earlier, talking about with Denza and Vortex, obviously moving away from playing with Harry and Gizmo, whatever the reasoning is, that is no longer the 4 players that represent Elevate. They're trying to find back their winning ways. They got second place in Raleigh. They won Cup number 2. And now they're trying to find their strides back as far as an Elite is concerned. Lucky and Journey, they fit this team so well. I mean, when you think about it at the end of the day, Lucky with the sniper in Search and Destroy, with the AR, Guy picks up a submachine gun in Hardpoint after he gets an elimination off of anybody that he finds along the way, and he continues to go on a tear. Journey has been looking great as far as a selfless role is concerned, comparatively to just being that mainstay SMG that we have seen from Journey dating all the way back to like FaZe Academy back in Modern Warfare 2019, and even earlier than that too. So it's nice to be able to see this team go through the growing pains, especially at such a crucial point in time. They have their work cut out for them here, still yet to take a series off the opposition of the Originals.
Right, and it isn't just the Originals. We should say that Elevate have been, I don't want to use the word struggling because I don't think that's the correct word, but I think, for Elevate, this roster, it's trying to assert your dominance as like the #1 European team. You look at a roster like this and you think this is probably the storyline for them. I don't think they've been able to do that over the last few weeks, right? They took losses versus the Originals and Nixa in group play. They lost, or they had to battle through Notorious and Clutch Rain to get to this point. Like, I think for Elevate at this point, it really is just trying to assert your dominance. A win versus the Originals would be really good, I think, especially again, because we've been saying this is looming over us. It's only a couple of weeks away. Is that Boston event, and Elevate, they do want a placement just as good as they got at Raleigh. But who are the star players that we're looking for this matchup? Well, here they are to play. It's Lucky, it's Harry for both of these two teams. Honestly, you probably could have picked anybody on the Originals for just how well they've been playing as a team, but you couldn't pick anybody by Lucky just because of how good he has looked this season so far. Harry for the Originals, again, I think Harry's storyline is very similar to Gizmo, right? You were looking to get back into the CDL after their stint on the London Royal Ravens last season. Yeah. And I think for proving that, he's done exactly that. He's proven that he deserves that spot.
Oh, totally. I mean, he only got to really showcase his play for a single stage, and he actually replaced his teammate of Gizmo throughout that stage for reasons that we will talk. Maybe you can go back on Twitter and be able to look at the history for that. But regardless of the matter, going up against Lucky, obviously the breakout number across the board is that Search and Destroy. 1.75 KD. He wins 93% of his opening duels. He's 12-1 in them so far for the elite stage. Being able to find that first blood is obviously crucial. And 76% non-traded kills for Lucky in Search and Destroy. He also snipes for his team. Both these guys do. We're going to be looking at that ever-so-wanted boomstick battle of the gods when it comes down to those 2 and 5.
And I got to say it as well, in regard to Lucky specifically. I don't know what it is about Lucky early on in any given season, but Lucky seems to be like the player that figures out how to play the game the earliest. I don't know what it is, but like Black Ops Cold War, right? I think it was a Los Galacticos roster or a similar sounding name. I can't remember the exact name. Played extremely well. Lucky was like a god on that team. And then beginning in last season as well, the Rocker Academy roster, like, this guy is pretty good. He's doing it again here on Elevate. Like, Lucky is just an incredible player, I think, early on in the season, and he has been proving it here on this Elevate roster. But let's take a look at the battlegrounds then between the Originals and Elevate here for this series. Show you guys where these guys are facing off against one another. To kick off the series, we have an Embassy Hardpoint, which I think is probably the most interesting, the assortment that we've got, and we'll talk about why in just a second. Following that, though, Hotel, Search and Destroy, Asilo Control, and a double Mercado to finish off the series. But I do want to revisit here to kick off the series this Embassy Hardpoint, because I think it's probably the biggest gulf between the two teams that we have in this best of 5.
And I gotta respect Elevate wanting to get rid of the Hydra Hardpoint again. We don't really see it all too often, but yeah, they really just don't want to almost have PTSD to that Map 5 escapade, and especially that Hydra Hardpoint that Team Veer beat them 250 to 218 on. Regardless, Fortress Search and Destroy was taken away. Embassy Search and Destroy on the opposite side for the Original. So that's how we found ourselves with this little Pele of a best of 5 series. But the Embassy Hardpoint, the reason why Brody was just so giddy about talking about it and why it's so interesting is that this is actually a replay from the group stage when these two teams did face off against each other. And when it goes back again, the Originals did 3-0 them. So yes, by way, you would suggest they won map number 1, but it was tight as Embassy Hardpoints, especially when it comes down to 2 very good European teams may end up being. They only won by 17 points. It was 250 to 233 at the time. But to allow that to come through for Elevate, you got to be feeling pretty darn comfortable to be able to come out like a bat out of hell in this map number 1 and maybe try to outpace this Original roster.
You know, I will say, you know, because we discussed this again yesterday. We have a lot of discussions yesterday. We talk a lot. And we talked about that Embassy Hardpoint. We said, you know, it's a 17-point game. It's kind of the hardpoint that you would expect out of teams, because Embassy Hardpoint is like the closest hardpoint of the lot that we have here in Modern Warfare 2. You expect those to be pretty close game. I think you described it as the Picage of Modern Warfare 2, and there is good reason for that. That said, when I actually went back and watched this best of 5 last time, or the 3 maps this morning between these two teams, it wasn't actually as close as you might think. There was a comeback that had to happen from Elevate. It was blown pretty wide open early on. The first 4 hills pretty comfortably in favor of the Originals. that might not happen again here. So I think for Elevate in this series, I think the big thing in coming into this map is you can't rely on that. You can't rely on such a comeback. You need to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again for the Originals in this one. You have your win condition. You know these guys will be VOD reviewing off the back of that series. They know what they need to do to make sure they start this series strong and finally get the victory off of the Originals. Again, that reminder, the last 3 times these guys faced off in Challengers Cup number 3 and here in Challengers Elite Season 1, the Originals have won every single battle. Elevate looking to change that here.
Everything comes in threes. The last time Elevate played this in succession 3 times in a row, they lost to the Originals, Nixa, and Notorious. The Originals come into this Embassy Hardpoint map 1 at 4-1 overall. They've only lost it to Nixa by 30 points. Starting off on the favorite side of the map really is nobody, as their trades through the middle of the map. Very tough to be able to get yourself over by that Xbox positioning, but Elevate will be that team, or I'm sorry, the Originals will be that team, taking that forward positioning more or less. Harry's already trying to flank around the back.
Big flank coming in from Harry, of course. That's a power position to hold on to for the Originals. Make sure that nobody from Elevate jumping on the hill just for the moment here. The Originals, though, do want to get control of the administration building. There's actually a big read going on over towards the backside of the minimap. That's F-Dot, who actually repositions towards the van side, too, and spawns now through for the Originals for the next hardpoint. Elevate, though, Denza picks up 2. Will actually pick up a fair bit of time off the back of P1, but now starting to aggress here are Elevate. F-Dot, though, he is ready for it. Picking up 2 already. Lucky will be the last one alive. But here come the spawns for Elevate around the back line. F-Dot, now on 4 in a row, will have to read this. Furious is in for the help, but F-Dot flies frantically across the middle of the map there. Thinks he has some cover from his teammates, but no, he does not. Vortex instead will take down 2, and the hill is still being contested over.
Still being contested, yeah, but Furious, I mean, off the spawns that came through from Elevate, on the backside of admin, Furious actually spawns side admin, so a little bit of a gifted pinch to come through, where the Originals will maintain this hill to be just about vacant at the moment of time. You do have one player in the back that's lucky playing on that truck, but he is all by his lonesome. There are reinforcements coming down the main lane, but F-Dot will be there to shut them down. 10-2 start for the kid.
F-Dot still continuing, by the way. This is his second spree early on. We've had I say we have a lot of questions about F-Dot, what he's bringing to the table for this Original roster. Any questions I think that anybody had about F-Dot at this point have well and truly been answered. This guy is a young prodigy. Now on 5 in a row, 12-2. Looking to continue that one, moving towards his back fence area. We'll get caught off guard by Elevate, getting pretty close. Lucky now looking for more here. The path is opened for Elevate to put a stop to any early control for the Originals, and now 1v1 on the point. Gizmo, can you hold steadfast against Journey? The shots will be in for Journey, not enough to get the kill, but fortunately for him again, Elevate spawning pretty close. They will break through.
Very low-scoring game when it comes down to it, and nobody getting a whole lot of time off of P2, but so 40 seconds left to be soaked up here at P3, and this is a strong setup, to say the least. Denza, 9-6 on a 3 spree as well. He's just going to be kicking his feet up inside the hill for the time being. Now, one player, Vortex, is trying to create more space, but he only had attack 56. We'll go 1 for 1 in the meantime. Looks like the Originals want to try to break on in here one last time. That'll force Vortex to actually spawn behind them back. Tennis courts, Harry will smoke them. Now, can you deal with players inside the hardpoint? The answer, no. Denza will clean up 2 more on a 5.
Denza does get cut short, though, of any streaks. Those are important here. So now move our attention over towards the next hard point. It will be Elevate that do get to touch first. F-Dot around the back line, though, might well cause some havoc for Elevate to deal with. Although that's what he's been doing basically the entirety of the game thus far. The first few shots going in, but not enough to get a kill just yet. Now pressure starting to mount as Harry joins him around the back line, but kills being made around the front from Elevate here. This becomes a one-dimensional attack, and Harry not going to wait for F-Dot to come and help him out here. These players going individually one by one, cut down one by one as well. Denza in the corner is predicted by F-Dot, but well, is Vasnev just looking a little bit hotter here. 35 seconds left, and these players still trying to find their way through. Denza is getting involved with his own teammates there for a second, but it doesn't matter. This is a big hold coming through from Elevate.
Denza's cutting everybody down. Look, 1 minute and 15 seconds of hardpoint time, 13-8. Denza showing up in a big way, which Elevate did not have the first go of time for the Originals on this map mode combination. That said, the rotation needs to be called for. This is where things get a little bit more wonky, especially inside of P5. Vaznev's galore. And Elevate, because the Originals were actually trying to battle for this scrap of scrap time at old, will actually be here first.
Oh, God. This is a not so great position here For the Originals, Elevate getting on towards the rotation. This is the third kill in a row where they might be able to get a ton of time away from the Originals that the Originals really didn't want to give away. Denza starting to overextend towards Laundry side. That will weaken the backline here as Lucky faces down Harry and a second Furious as well, and they combine for 3. The Originals break in at a crucial moment, but the fight's never done here. Vortex wants to full send towards that time for us to make the heroic play, but will be cut short. Now they've got to traverse across the middle of the map here. The Elevate roster. Originals will be in. Do they anticipate Furious sitting in the corner? Yes, they do. And kills inside. Well, the fight will continue here, but the Elevate roster now back in.
Yeah, Furious was playing in that 1-for-1 positioning, but everybody in and around the hard point for the Originals just drop like flies. And Denza double positive. I mean, say what you will. Lucky was actually about double negative not a few moments ago. Guy gets on a little bit of a spree, and he starts piecing things together ever so wonderfully. He's the last player alive in the hard point there. Furious will clean things up on a 2 spree there. Originals able to soak up that back little scrap time, but not as bad, I would say, for the Originals is what things were starting to look like, especially walking away from P3 and then Elevate winning the rotation for 4, and then again doing the same thing for P5. 128 plays up against 75. Denza continuing on with their antics with dead silence in and around the bathrooms. Is beaming people off the head glitches. Denza, come on!
Yeah, Denza utilizing that dead silence at the moment just to be in these power positions. They just cannot deal with him up top. Lucky will take down Gizmo. So Denza was hunting that kill, no longer needs to do it. Now going to look to get the kill against F-Dot in the middle of the map, or Vortex, who takes him down. Denza still hasn't died, by the way. You've got to imagine that his dead silence probably will fall sooner rather than later. Now Denza just jumping straight into the kill. Here, Gizmo in the power position up top, and Gizmo will shut him down. Big gunfights, by the way, I think in the grand scheme of things for the Originals here. They want to make sure they stay on this side of the map, but do they anticipate where Denza is going to spawn? He's going to be the first player here, if anybody, from Elevate. They've got to perhaps disrupt this rotation from the Originals. Kills now starting to go down, and Denza, well, he's going to be a massive part of this push from Elevate. Denza in for 3. Denza looking for 4, and well, goodness me, that is yet again another rotation that is completely disrupted by Denza.
Come on, Denza, you're supposed to be making the argument that the Vaznev isn't the god gun, but 26 and 12, the guy's good for 3 through 2 lives. I mean, that is just absurd. And now you got Vortex and Denza trying to lock things down. Easier said than done, but Denza's going to be the last player alive. 40 seconds left on this hard point, and Elevate actually have a little bit of a split spawn situation. You got Lucky that spawns inside of admin, but everybody spawns on the backside of kitchen. So you're gonna start overwhelming these your opposition. If you are the Originals, you cannot hesitate, but hesitate they do. Trying to get themselves inside of P2 for some time. And the Originals, or the Elevate, excuse me, off of those split spawns will pounce on that play. Be able to contest for some scrap time, but most importantly, hold over by the tennis courts and down by Catwalk out of the rotation.
This needs to be a big rotation. It needs to work from the Originals. It really is that simple, and, well, it doesn't. It just doesn't. Elevate immediately win all of these rotational bars. Andy, what is happening? We were talking about the last best of 5, the last Embassy hardpoint we saw between these two teams. The scoreboard was flipped. Elevate were in the position that the Originals were in last time around. But, of course, perhaps the Originals can do what Elevate did to them and come back in towards the hardpoint to make it close towards the end. Again, players like Journey and Denza keep on playing like this. Not likely. Journey sitting inside. Looking for some of these engagements. Harry will go down. Gizmo now towards the tennis courts, looking to provide some supporting gunfire. And Gizmo comes up the ladder, able to go for 1. The kill versus Lucky is crucial, and he just can't get it done. Lucky now on 5 in a row. Elevate, they dig in.
Ruby systems are being battered, stunned, Semtex. Oh, well, Denza's taking down everybody, including his teammates. Double positive, 30 and 15. And you ask what's happening, what's different? It's Denza, baby. That guy's going off right now. Harry will answer back with 2. Furious will take down Journey, but it's just consolation time. It's just 12 seconds. You need so much more if you are the Originals. Gizmo's also being pressured out and towards the back ahead of this rotation. He did have some help down low by name of Furious, but now Gizmo has so much to do from up top. Lucky will smoke him, and all of Elevate will be in for P4.
Every rotation is Elevate's. Rotational battle. Again, going down, and Journey goes for 1 with Gizmo up top. Ostomus Nade will take him down. Now Vortex looking at provide some of the sporting gunfight in and around the hard point. That's what he does. The Roman SMG for this team. Around the back line, though, Originals looking to knock at the door. Harry and Furious in, and it's going to be Furious in for 2. Harry just provides a couple of shots. He will not be the player that actually gets involved in the gunfights himself, and a big back 30 here for the Originals, but Elevate, they have so many win conditions.
Yeah, they do. Leader's advantage, you only really need 23 seconds. Actually, exactly that. That's quick maths, way to go proper, to be able to close out this game, so you can battle for some scrap time, you can win more towards the rotation, you just have to be annoying. Denza, Vortex, in for 3. They can't close it out here, but they also have to be looking at the rotation towards you. There's only one player over here. There's so so much focus for Elevate going over by the tennis courts that it actually forces the Originals to spawn on the bottom side of the parking lot. But Furious, on a 5 spree, has so much to do. You get this cruise missile, you bought some time for your teammates to reinforce this hardpoint.
Yeah, this is a big streak coming through from Furious. Now needs support, though, as a player. Now starting to approach from the laundry side. There they go. Checks the wrong corner, and Furious will find it. 7 in a row for Furious, but now still left on his lonesome. Has players to deal with on both sides, and deal with them he will. Just the first. Denzer now left on his lonesome. A 1 versus 3 inside the point, and he will quickly find himself overwhelmed. Just 6 points shy of victory now or Elevate. They only need one good kick. Could this be it? Journey up top. Now gonna wait. Lucky. Again, you need to wait for your teammates to come off the spawn here. They could still do it on the scrap time. Lucky taking a look, and he gets antsy. He will fall. Journey on the other side goes down. Vortex now the last one left alive. And you might want to start thinking about the rotation here. Elevate just needs 6 points. They can't find it.
Just a lot of isolated 1v1s, and that's actually benefiting the Originals to be able to find these trades 2 for 2. Furious able to find another 2 spree. Has that cruise missile in that back pocket. Keep that in mind for this upcoming hardpoint itself. You have players for Elevate that are already around orange. They found the kills, Brody. You need to go big if you're inside of bathrooms, and it might not just happen here. As Elevate, they find the kills required. It's just a one-dimensional push coming through. The Originals cannot get to the hardpoint in time. Not enough time in the clock to be able to call out that cruise missile either. It was some massive heroics there from Furious in that P5 escapade on Kitchen. It's just not enough. Elevate just come out of the gates swinging way too early.
Wow, what a dominant hardpoint. I mean, we were kind of hyping up the Originals there in Kitchen, trying to stay alive by their fingertips, but that is an isolated moment in a huge flurry of hardpoint holds, early rotations from Elevate. I mean, you got to get your toes out, as you would like to say, Andy, to count the amount of times that Elevate managed to get early rotation control, because there was just so many of those moments there in that game. It just didn't look good for the Originals whatsoever. And again, it's a complete flip of what we saw in the last time these two teams faced us. Granted, very different situation, of course. That was a group play matchup. This is much more important. And we've always said that when we're looking at players such as Elevate, that is when they shine. You know, again, these Elevate players, when it comes to needing to clutch up, when, you know, we talk about kind of players like Denzer and Vortex that have been in these situations before, you know, back when it was a double best of 5 grand final, for example, they would always be the guys you'd count on to come back from the brink and pull those situations off. They're once again doing it here. They're in the upper bracket final, and they're flipping the entire situation on its head versus the Originals.
When we get to the scoreboard, I want you to be very alarmed with the simple fact that Denza was slaying the way that he was, and he's also the OBJ player. Like, I think that's what's probably the scariest. Right. When Denza is dropping bombshell games like that on Embassy with a Vaznev. Again, not very easy to do when you're thinking about the rotational gunfights, when you're thinking about how he's just beaming people from top E3 across to side admin. I mean, this guy was seemingly everywhere, and it was just winning gunfights all willing. He was also taking out his teammates along the way. As we take a look at some of these replays, yeah, the big stark difference, again, Brody, you're right to highlight, is that Elevate, they just started so much hotter than what they look like in the group play versus the Originals on this map mode combination. And once even Denza is here in this position, double positive, 30 and 15, you look on the opposite side, nobody's really matching the pace all the way until the very final moment, so where Furious is really starting to find his footing.
Well, you say that, but F-Dot started the game pretty hot. Like, he was like 15 and 2 or something silly like that at the start of the game. He was really slowed down in the back portion of that game. And Elevate, again, you know, noticing that they really need to start shutting players like that down. Again, you know, we go back to the last time these two teams faced off on Embassy Hardpoint. Unable to do so. It was players like Harry, Furious going off. And while Furious most certainly did have the moment, again, this 7 spree to keep them alive, 8 spree actually to close out. But still, Elevate just so strong. And we've got to say it again. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about Elevate, right, and kind of what their composition has been looking like. Denzer, of course, taking that role of just being the hill guy. I don't want to use the colloquial term for hill guy, but he's been that guy. He's been sitting in the hill and getting kills for it. Vortex, of course, taking on a much more roaming SMG role this season, a kind of a flip of what we would normally expect out of those players. And Denzer is just slaying. Like, these guys, they're getting a hill. The Originals, they're getting close. They're getting just battered every single time, and it's by Denzer. He finishes with 35 kills.
26 of those non-traded, by the way, in 2 minutes of hardpoint time. I mean, come on. This guy also found 14 eliminations within the hardpoint itself. Yeah, and Furious finishes 33 and 28. I know we got to go back, and you're right to correct me. I mean, F-Dot, he started off hot. But if it's just one AR that's being able to find a lot of these eliminations, especially through the longer line of sight from that A lane, it's only so much when your SMGs aren't picking it up the way that you really needed it to for FDOT to really supplant themselves as a dominating force for the originals there. Furious just, again, a little bit too late. 3,800 damage is nothing to scoff at, surely, but, I mean, it's just the help just was not there comparatively to Elevate. I mean, they were just so proactive throughout the entirety of that. Also, just look at the assists. 13 for Vortex, 12 for Lucky. Yeah, say what you will about Journey. He was mostly the route guy that was just trying to be annoying towards the tail end, if not the entry for Elevate when it came down to these rotations. The team shots, the teamwork, the cohesion. This is the Elevate that's firing off on all cylinders. It only felt like a matter of time.
I think it's just wild. Like, if you look at the stats, and again, stats only tell like half the story, but like everybody's negative apart from Denza. Like, it's not like anybody played bad. It's just that Denza was just firing on all cylinders. This guy, absolute barn burner of the map number 1 here between these two teams. Denza just is that guy. He proved it early on in the Vanguard season, pretty much throughout the entirety of the Vanguard season. He's proven it here. MC Hardpoint will go the way of Elevate, an important map mode combination. Again, we were talking about kind of records, golf between these two teams. Again, a reminder for the actual stat lines, I believe, unless I'm incorrect. 4-1 going into that on Embassy Hardpoint were August.
Yep.
0-3 for Elevate. They get their first victory on Embassy Hardpoint in a very important moment now. Hotel Search and Destroy, that is next up. We've only seen these guys a maximum of twice. That's going to be for August at 1-1 and 1-0 for Elevate. Still, though, we talk about Search and Destroy, right? It's just, yeah, this is going to be a really, a map. It's going to be, I'm still blown away, mate. That was an incredible map, number 1.
You're so blown away. You're starting to get old team names mixed up with the originals.
Yeah. Shut up.
You're making me crack over here, brother. But even more so than that, yeah, Elevate, they come into this Hotel Search and Destroy with a 1-0 record. But that one team that they were actually able to beat on this map mode combination is something that you can absolutely write home about. And that was a 6-1 win over Team Notorious, who, again, are a very good Search and Destroy team. Again, commiserations to them for being bowed out in Losers Round 1. But regardless of the matter, it's something you got to be looking at specifically for what the SMGs are going to be bringing to the table. Even more so than that, Elevate have one player of Lucky, who, again, in Search and Destroy has a 1.75 KD. That's just absurd. I mean, the only player that's better than him in EU isn't even on the opposite side, and that's Abusa. We saw him earlier on. He had a 2.0 in Search and Destroy, but you need to answer something that's going to probably be a blitzkrieg pace that Elevate are going to lay down, because, I mean, if I'm Elevate, if I'm in that camp, I'm feeling myself right now that you're just winning gunfights. If you're Denza as the OBJ player, he's probably going to be that bomb carrier more often than not. When you got Lucky overwatching you with a sniper rifle, or either Vortex along with Journey with an AR, yeah, let Denza fly, man. This is what you and I talked about. If Denza can feel the flow, if he can start feeling the ante, if you will, he has the coverage from an AR or sniper over top of him, let him go make plays.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes, man. I think the originals, just try and settle yourselves here, because you've not been in this position versus this team. You know, again, this map of 1 really should have gone your way if you're the originals, and that's going to be at the forefront of your mind. This Search and Destroy, though, you know, they have ways back into this. Of course, you know, they've got Search and Destroy specialists on side. Furious, who, yes, he's been playing Respawn's. I'm sure at this point he's absolutely fed up with being called a Search and Destroy specialist, to be honest. But he is very good in that game, and he's got a 1.20 at the moment coming into this series in Search and Destroy. Of course, Harry, you know, we said it again with those kind of opening snipes. That's a player that you're going to have to watch out for if you're Elevate. There is still a way back into this. If you're the originals, there is a way to bounce back for sure. Those are the players that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, the originals itself, when it comes down to it, Search and Destroy has been a really big bright spot, I would say, for them. You know, playing a lot of teams close, they've been able to steal away rounds. They understand what was also exemplified for Wubbabubs, what I said earlier on that Fortress Search and Destroy. They make these small maps, they make these numbers advantage almost feel inconsequential in a way that they understand. They get first blood, but they don't just immediately push with their numbers. They kind of just wait to see where the next trade is going to be coming to enforce said numbers. They are also very willing to give up space, to concede a lot of space, and to play for those unforced errors. That'll be quite handy when you're thinking about this Elevate roster, who historically have also been known to play rather aggressive through their opening breaks to kind of feel out the enemy team. You could expect that to coming through from the originals, especially with the veteranship that they have, and even the explosivity that you also have to offer, especially from one of Furious when it comes down to this game mode.
Absolutely. And, you know, on the other side as well, you know, you already just discussed it, right? Elevate. I mean, just their speciality in Search and Destroy. Denza was so annoying to deal with last season in Vanguard, you know, just constantly drawing first bloods against the opposition, just being that roaming sub. I know that he's not playing that same position this time around, but he still is pretty good in Search and Destroy at 1.13. And of course, as we've always said, if there's one game mode where he's going to turn up, it's probably Search and Destroy. Vortex, you know, he's just so good at this. I mean, maybe at this point we're overemphasizing it, but like, his Search and Destroy playbook is something that he's always been proud of, I think. You know, it's something he's always said, like, Search and Destroy is something that, you know, when any team that Vortex is on, they should be pretty good at. So never doubt what he brings to the table, I think, for this team. But Elevate, I think, will be feeling confident after that map 1 victory. We talked about the overall storyline, folks, about what this series would look like. Again, a reminder, last 3 times these two teams faced off, the Originals, they've won every single one. But Elevate starting with an Embassy Hardpoint victory that looks very different to what happened in the group stage here of Challengers Elite Season 1. There's going to be a lot of momentum going on side for Elevate at this point in time. And of course, a reminder about where we're actually at right now. This is the winners bracket final, Andy. One of these two teams is about to make their way in towards the grand finals. Honestly, like, out of the teams here that we had in European Challenges, did you expect these two teams to be ones in the winners bracket final?
Well, I mean, maybe not a winner's bracket final. I definitely had them obviously making a run. It's like I was saying earlier with the Wubbabubs Nixon matchup. I had a Wubbabubs actually in my quote-unquote pick'ems, if you will, for a bracket, making it all the way through the winner's bracket side. I had them actually going up against the Originals, but this Elevate roster has shown up in a big way, and they have been flipping narratives on its head. It's just one of those things that when it comes down to it, playoff form is something you obviously have to be talking about in Call of Duty esports. Anybody can beat anybody depending on the day. I think that has been pretty prevalent through this elite stage so far, but things will continue to get interesting here in Search and Destroy. The Originals 5-3 overall, 1-1 here on Hotel.
All right, let's see how it goes then. Big map for the Originals. They want to type the series out 1-1. They will start things on the defensive side here. Elevate. Actually pushing for a B. They're going to get past F dot if they want to get it done, but at the moment, Vortex, he's playing this one safe. Just going to chill here, wait for F dot to make the first hit. He knows somebody is in the connector there.
Good no. Vortex. Hello. Thought about nipping at the ankle there, but we'll take the body shots on the F dot regardless. Be a great first blood. And keep in mind, the bomb's not a part of this play. Or Elevate. That's still lurking all the way back over towards A, but if you're the Originals, you have to respect this. You gotta send some players to look at the Atrium and rotate to defend the B site.
The Originals do have Harry over there. Elevate still looking for the pressure in the middle of the map as well. Vortex could potentially take down Gizmo. It has been spotted. The nade will be through, and the stun as well. Both of them going to get tagged by a trophy system, and Gizmo just going to keep his head down. Needs to help from Furious, and Furious is there for the help. Trades on out for the first, but not the second. Vortex still alive here in the situation, and Furious at the moment just being isolated from what's going on over towards A. Harry has to deal with this all on his lonesome, but they haven't quite located him just yet, and he could well still blow this play wide open. Does exactly that with a kill on towards Lucky, but elsewhere Furious has fallen. So Harry, now in a 1 versus 2, just has to stop this bomb from being planted. The reposition is through, but will not be able to do that. The shot's in as well, and very few of them connecting. The one advantage that Harry had here in this situation, the element of surprise completely out the window. Now the reposition from behind as well. If Vortex doesn't do it, the last remaining player will. Elevate, get it done.
You saw there, no dead silence for the player up top, so how to make that play happen via crouching, because, I mean, Harry, he pops dead silence, he makes the play happen, cannot get the timing to stop Journey from planting that bomb. It would have been tight, but, I mean, you called it up there, man, is that when that rotation was happening, when there was so much focus for Elevate to push into Wine, in towards the B site, Harry was that player that was playing top luggage the entire time. He just waits, checks at 11 seconds, he stops the initial planter from coming through. There's only so much you can do there in the 1v3. Vortex will find 3 in that round. Definitely going to be feeling happy about himself coming in the next few.
The Original, something a little bit more standard. They want a slice of the A pie. Nade going out, should tag Furious, but enough for the kill just yet. So Furious getting past that 50-yard line will be a worry that they will have to deal with, but a worry for the Originals will be Denza overextending through Chandelier. F dot wasn't quite expecting that, and now the Originals don't really have much dimensions to this push. Vortex decides to form a betrayal on towards Denza. That's where Journey has taken down Harry, so now Furious in a 1 versus 3. And of course, earlier on, the information was gained. He will fall.
The Elevate roster, man, it started off with an aggressive hit past Wine. It was a bait play to get over towards A. This time around, it's Lucky that just gets so far in towards luggage that he's just vibing out. He's just waiting for the call from his teammates that just hit through the middle of the map, and that was Journey that reprises all the way through P4. Finds himself just a few in that round as well. 3-0 start both for Journey and Vortex. And the Originals just need to be able to start punishing some of these players with these longer lines of sight. Slow down the pace. You cannot afford to fall into the Elevate trap that is their aggression.
How about this for Elevate? A path that's completely wide open. A very big commit coming through from the Originals on towards A. They wanted to try what they did before. It will not work. Instead, though, as I said, B is completely wide open. Elevate should be able to get the bomb down if they choose.
I don't know if Journey's going to be aware of this. I mean, he's already inside a kitchen. He's starting to clear it. Death Silence will dissipate. One player in towards the back is Harry with the boomstick. Uh-oh, indeed. Denza has to plant this bomb. 1v4 clutch does not have Dead Silence, has a Semtex, but where do you even go? Yeah, the wallbang shots are going to be coming through. Denza's going to have to give up his positioning. Or get shot in his face. Somehow the hipfire connects. Wait a second. One by one, they come in. I thought for a second there he was going to snake that head glitch. He was going to rip F-Dot's head clean off, but not going to be the case at all. And yeah, again, by way of aggression, just making sure that all of Lights was in the Original's favor. There was a lot of egregious shoulder pokes and a lot of egregious chows coming through for Elevate earlier on. I mean, you have a 2-round buffer. Obviously, you can start playing with it a little bit, but Vortex Journey start building up a couple of streaks that almost would have been the checkmate type situation. And no, I don't mean the map. I would have meant the win conditions for them to be able to close that map too.
Yeah, not a great position there. 1 versus 4. Won't come to pass. The Originals back on towards the offense they go. It will be just like in the prior offensive effort. Attempt on towards A. Furious though this time. Well, he is caught out by Vortex, who has all the shots required to take him down. Harry has traded things out though. So the advantage that Elevate had has been dissipated. But still, I think the thing is, the Originals, they really needed Furious to get in that position because they've got no control over Bedroom and ergo, no control over A.
Journey Vortex gonna go top and bottom bed here. We'll leave Denza behind just to play in a 1-for-1 spot over by the wine hallway that leads to Chandelier. So I need to try to make this push happen here. Vortex, he'll find the angle required to be able to take down one player. That's going to be the bomb carrier again. Struggling times. Gizmo, he's up creek without a paddle. F-Dot, 18-year-old British phenom. What's a 1v3 for you here, Bo?
I was going to say, I think he might be able to catch Denza off guard, but Denza's seen him, and the Semtex will finish things off. How about that for a dessert? Elevate, again, clinical. And I tell you what, again, the Originals, they do exactly what they did in that prior round, Andy. They are just so reliant on Furious getting past. It doesn't happen.
It's just interesting, isn't it? Because Elevate, through all rounds worth being played so far, they always end up having players get very aggressive towards one lane and playing very stationary towards the other. This time, it's Vortex that puts himself in the middle of the map, past couches. As you were saying, the Originals really kind of put all of their eggs in the basket of Furious, just getting aggressive and being able to find these first bloods, but it does not happen. Again, Vortex finds 3 within a round. Now the offensive attempt here for Elevate, a lot of focus going over towards Wine.
And only one player from the Originals immediately, at least, to deal with it. It's F-Dot, who's in connector. So won't see this push coming through the freezer. Denza Dead Silence activated. Now we're about to run out. F-Dot finally activates, and whoa, if he gets the second on towards Vortex, completely would have shut the play down. Denza throws the stun and will hit one of these top foot areas. Now stunned himself, needs some help, and we'll find it from Vortex, who is now on 5 in a row. Numbers now in favor of Elevate. Lucky not exactly involved in the play, so effectively still a 2 versus 2 on the site. Utility being thrown in. Denza puts the shot through the wall, and Vortex on the other side. That's precise. That's exact from Denza.
It's absurdly precise. He just snaps through the door. I mean, it's a known wall-banging position, especially off the information that was coming through from the opposite side on the bottom side of the parking garage from Lucky, but it's crazy stuff. I mean, Denza is cracked out of his mind right now. He's just dropping numbers you saw on the hardpoint. 6 and 2 here in the search and destroy. Yeah, he's being kind of outshined by his running mate here. Vortex 9 and 1 on that 6 spree. Yeah, you put it together. He's got himself a cruise missile, a 3-round buffer here for Elevate.
The Originals want to take it back to away. It's not a spread this time, though, for the Originals on their 3rd offensive effort. Not going to try what they did previously and send Furious across into certain doom. This time, though, it will work out as Gizmo going to draw the first blood on towards Journey. They're not quite sure what's happening for a second. They want to know what's going on. They're bringing down the cruise missile to gain some information, and information will most certainly be gained. Now they know what's up.
He's got the bomb plus a sniper. You would almost assume that he would probably drop that, if not wait for dead silence and make the push happen. But they still have numbers do the originals. That cruise missile didn't find anything. That's a big resource that Elevate threw out, maybe trying to find a trade, if not the information. But I don't think Denza's going to be prepared for this. You can see on the minimap, Furious is actually past rugs into pantry, and the bomb gets planted here today.
Yeah, if anybody does anything here for the originals, it'll probably be Furious on the other side to take down Denza or perhaps flank with some good timing. Lucky and Vortex, here they come though. Nate being thrown out by Lucky. It's going to land a little bit late though. As F-Dot going to already pick up one kill. Now finally Denza going to regroup around the backside. They need to take down F-Dot from the position they do so, but here we go. I said it. Furious will be in the position to do anything, and he does exactly that. The 1v1 now between Furious and Denza. Bad blood and a bad taste in the mouth, but Furious will win out in this 1v1. It keeps the originals alive.
The Girl Masters of the beef coming down to a 1v1 there. Obviously a little bit of an easier situation when you're thinking about for Furious's perspective. Just hold the irons here on the bottom side of luggage. I mean, Denza almost dealt with Furious here. That would have been a very tough win, but gave himself a real good look at that. But love that coming through for the originals. Like I said, man, they found first blood, but they don't just start flying in because they knew that Elevate were going to be looking for that trade. They can't find it. Once they get the information on where the rest of the players for Elevate were located at, they just slowly encroach on the bomb site, get it planted, give themselves a win con.
That was a big round for the originals in the grand scheme of things. They needed to find a footing in this search and destroy. That's not going to help. Gizmo already dying here. Drawed first blood last time around. This time shut down by Lucky, and Journey going to follow it up with another kill. Things go from bad to worse here, and disaster strikes now as Harry's left up in a 1 versus 4. This guy, it's pretty good. 1 versus 4 good though? Probably not.
Oh, just all the nades. Oh, it's a Michael Bay. The Michael Bay film here in Greenberg Hotel, just exploding everything. Good heavens. Elevate. Just as aggressive as you like. Get immediate control of the middle of the map. They see absolutely nothing. They find the kills along the way. And they're just isolating all of these players of the originals. Just when you felt like it was going to be a really big round, because it was, honestly speaking. I mean, being down 5-2 is much more respectable than being down 5-1. Elevate answered back with their aggression ways. Vortex is 12 in flippin' 2. This guy just cannot be stopped. I was going to note that he gave away his cruise missile, but it doesn't matter when he's shooting nukes out of his guns.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the attitude, not so much the nukes part, but just the fact that, you know, they could probably waste the cruise missile in this situation because they just got such an advantage in the search and destroy. The originals trying to answer back, but again, you just don't expect Denza to do that, and now the positioning from Denza. Journey on the other side as well. Well, yeah, this is clinical, isn't it, really? F-Dot left up in a 1 versus 4, the young 18-year-old phenom. Yep, good luck. Have fun, buddy. Elevate. Cruising through this series with a second map victory. And the originals look confounded.
It's clinical. It is systematic. Someone even say sadistic out of Steve Vortex. 13-2 for goodness sake. This guy just was everywhere. He was all seemingly doing everything. Along with Denza, again, longtime duo through the entirety of the year, have been on Elevate since the beginning of the year itself. If it wasn't Vortex on one side of the map, as you just saw there in that final round, Denza pops dead silence, just hits all the way through Freezer. He catches Gizmo with his pants down, just looking over by the wine exit, and it's just not meant to be. That information gets conveyed wonderfully to the rest of Elevate. They all rotate on over towards the backside of Kitchen. They stop that B execute from coming through. That was really just the synopsis as a whole when it comes down to that entire search and destroy. 6-2 win for Elevate. They were really stopping everything that the originals were throwing at them.
Yeah, that was a map from Elevate. Elevate just played so well. I think, again, you know, when we're talking about kind of countering what the originals were bringing to the table, they were able to do it. I think early on, you know, we talk about kind of the plays the originals came out with on the first 2 offensive efforts, just didn't work. Elevate were wise to it on both occasions, and you can see it here in the final stat lines. I mean, we've already talked about Vortex, man. He had a game. And again, you know, I think statistically speaking, when we talk about Vortex as a player on this team, like he's, I don't want to say the least impressive, but at least, you know, from the facts that we have, from the performances that we have, these performances are few and far in between. 13-2 is just so impressive for Vortex, coming out to play and prove why he deserves a spot on one of the highest level rosters in European Call of Duty. Of course, the rest of the squad also having their moments, but Vortex absolutely leading the charge there. And, you know, as I was saying, Andy, again, you know, the originals, they came out with some fire. They came out with some interesting strategies, but you just can't do anything when players like that are slaying out.
Again, you know, Vortex brings a lot to the team. You know, I had a great conversation over towards the Boston Open just last year with the old coach of Toronto EU, now joined over by Boston, and that's B-Sport Josh. When we're just talking about Vortex as a player, you know, you could also put Hixie in the same conversation, therefore omit in North America. It's these intangibles that these guys bring to the table of talking about rotations, the playmakings as well, just the in-game leadership that Vortex also offers to Elevate, but he falls back into his devious ways of what we saw at the beginning of the year towards the Raleigh Open, the Pro-Am alike. Vortex is frying in Modern Warfare 2, not really showing it all too much as far as the Elite is concerned, but you can never count him out to drop bombshell performances like that.
Well, the originals, they need a window back into this series. How about this one? A massive window for them. Asilo Control coming up next after what has been a pretty dominant series for Elevate so far. A little stat line for you folks at home. If we're talking about Control, the originals are flawless on it. 7 controls played, 7 controls won. But on the flip side of this conversation, Andy, if Elevate won any Control map, probably wanted this one, right?
Well, it's tough to gauge, isn't it? Because, I mean, they've only played it one time. They won it in a round 5 versus Clutch Rain. That was their last playoff match before coming in towards this week. As far as a 5-2 Control record is concerned, I mean, 3-1 on Hotel, 1-1 on Fortress. They weren't going to get that because the originals yoinked it from the map pool. But even more so than that, I think that you're just looking for El Asilo just to continue to be a big map mode combination for the triple AR setup that we got from the Elevate roster in that Embassy Hardpoint map 1, specifically through those first 4 hardpoints of play. Because when you're just laying down the pressure of 3 ARs of what we saw in between Journey, Lucky, and Vortex, that's like it continuously makes some plays. Now, that said, I think that you do have to put a massive asterisk on everything because, yes, the originals are flawless in Control. They have a map, they have a round 5 win versus Team of the Year on this map mode combination. They were also able to deal with La Nave del Mysterio in 4 rounds in their first playoff match just last week. So you really got to fall back into your own. Again, this is an AR's playground, and you got 3 ARs on this team. You really got to show out here.
That's the big thing, isn't it? Yeah, you know, this is this weird team composition that we've been talking about for the originals for a long time now. F joining the roster, and we had a lot of questions like, hang on, Gizmo and Harry are both like AR players. What are you going to do with this team? Well, here's a map that does favor that, right? El Asilo. So for the originals, they should be okay here for this matchup. Still, it's a long fight back into this best of 5. Like, you really have to dig your heels in if this originals roster that we should say, by the way, I mean, it's basically like a last hurrah for this originals team, right? We know that this team will not be attending Boston regardless what happens. F-Dot has already announced that he will be playing with a Na'Vi Del Mysterio roster in place of Rencor. And for whatever reason, the other 3 will not be going. So we won't be seeing the originals at Boston regardless of what happens. We don't even really know what's going to be happening with this originals roster post-Boston, right? With everything that's going on. So this originals roster, I think, you know, they wanted to have a good last hurrah. Again, coming into this, they were flawless versus Elevate. In these compositions, they played them thrice, and they've won thrice as well. So they wanted to kind of go flawless. It hasn't happened. Elevate have been coming out. You can tell this Elevate team, Andy, have been looking at the pod over the last week or so to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, because, I mean, Elevate is a 4-player roster that will be attending Boston. You know, they want to continuously make those strides going forward. You know, coming in towards the qualifier, that's one thing. But then what we got to see out of them from Cup number 3, we were slowly starting to see the progression, the cogwheel starting to turn for this 4-player squadron. With a very good back-of-house to boot as well. Shout out the coaching staff for Elevate to make sure that these guys are watching VOD, that they're really making strides in the areas that they could perform even better. And it feels like that skill ceiling is being pushed even more so, especially in this roster versus a roster that they have not beaten yet. And that is going to be the originals. And that also has to be kind of kept in the back of your mind as well, especially with F-Dot moving over to play with La Nave del Mysterio. What's the practice look like for the originals ever since the end of last week coming in towards this week? I can't imagine that it'd be all too great. I mean, Boston is definitely what a lot of teams are looking at. But, I mean, you can't just leave this team for the originals high and dry because, I mean, these pro points, again, when it comes down to it, if you're a team that is not attending Boston, a.k.a. Furious Harry and Gizmo, these pro points are it. You really want to be able to win this Elite Season 1 just to be able to get all those juicy pro points.
Yeah, absolutely you do need to win this, I think. Or not even necessarily win, just place highly, place as high as you can.
Yeah, top 2 would be great, yeah.
Top 2 would be good.
Winning would be better.
Right? Yeah, winning is always the best case scenario for any of these teams. Would be the nicest outcome, but again, I think for the Originals, it's just trying to do as best as you can ahead of Boston, especially for F. Who has gone from 0 to hero, I think, for a number of teams, right? F. I know that he had a fair few murmurs behind him. He started out the season, I believe, with Aroma and Co. I want to say at the very beginning of the season, and then of course I think made his debut on LAN as Excalibur Esports, the team that managed to beat Team War, at least the first iteration of Team War, not the War that you guys know right now, in bracket play. And he has impressed, I think, for F. to now being an environment where he can really kind of nurture what we know he is capable of, I think is super valuable for him. And it is an interesting conversation forward, right? You know, we've got a Rookie of the Year conversation going on at the moment. How does F. kind of fit into that conversation in challenges?
Well, we'll have to be able to make that argument even further to see what, not only how good F. Spanish might honestly be, but how they perform at Boston when it comes down to La Nave Del Mysterio. Yeah. I mean, all of that said, increasingly here for the Originals, I think that you and I both agree. I think a lot of analysts and a lot of COD fans alike that, you know, F. absolutely thrives in the right situation with the right players around him. You go back dating all the way to the beginning of the game for F.'s career to start, was obviously playing, you know, a lot of SnD wagers, was staying up playing 8s. I even saw last night he was playing Respawn 8s with a good bunch of fellas as well. It's just one of those things that F. needed somebody to be able to show him the ropes. Not that he doesn't know how to play the game. The guy's been frying for years, even before turning 18, but to be able to show him the ropes as far as what the competitive scene is actually like here at the highest echelon of play for EU competition. That's what Harry and Gizmo can absolutely offer such a young buck, 18-year-old like Felix F. All that said, you're down 0-2 in the series here, the Originals. You either win it here, you stay alive in the upper bracket for just a little while longer, or you lose it, you go down to lower finals.
Win or down to the lower bracket. That's the situation at hand here for the Originals. Again, though, we've got to stress it. 7-0 in control. They have been flawless so far. This is not their strongest map mode combination. Elevate already got rid of that. See how they get on here. And Asilo, though, kicking things off. It is going to be Elevate on the offensive side. Like a split effort to begin. Vortex and Journey, already trading things out. F. will draw the first blood, but Elevate, they want to get sliced to the harder point to take. That will be B. Vortex overextending, wants to take Harry out that power position, and do it he will, trying to pick up the tack, and unfortunately in doing so, leaves themselves vulnerable to Furious, who already taken fire gear from Journey. Still presence around this point will be Elevate, as Journey, well, didn't quite expect Furious to just lay down inside Garage, finally takes him down, and now Elevate can get some progression.
Slowly getting that progression. It's just one player, it's Denza, that's on the B zone, and it's a really good call. You don't want to stack too early, but Journey loses a crucial one in towards the back. Denza will fall in the zone. Can't even get that first segment, but you'll start spawning a little bit further parallel. You can see player number 4, Journey. He spawned parallel over towards A. The only defender will be Harry over here for the meantime, but Gizmo in the forward position down here in pool.
Elevate really want to get players, or the Originals, excuse me, really want to get players through that side of the map. Not quite flawless, though. Denza has been unable to get through. We'll have to deal with Furious, who was the first player pushed up. Instead, Vortex actually picks up that gunfight, and now Elevate, be a little bit more honest with it. Vortex pushing all the way through to Locker's side, and now Elevate in a really good position here to start getting some time. They aren't stacking just yet. They want to get players in the power position, such as Lucky over towards the tower. But Denza still has a threat to deal with. Gizmo pushes him, and he will fall. Vortex now on 6 in a row elsewhere, being that roaming sub for this roster. And they just completely abandon ship here. They know that they've got an opportunity to take down the harder point. 27 seconds left, though. They have to make sure this works.
Yeah, and you just keep on slaying, right? Oh, Vortex just keep on slaying here. See, on an 8 spree. That's his 3rd life. Will be finally put to rest. You got double progression coming through on 2 different sides. You got Denza over at B trying to get the 2nd segment. It looks like the Originals are just going to completely chalk the A zone. That's the better of the 2 calls. You're down by 10 lives. Just got to get Denza off the B zone, which they will finally do.
Yeah, A has gone, though. That's the big thing, as we said. An extra 60 seconds on the clock required here for Elevate, really. The Originals down 16-8 in terms of lives. Furious in a really important position there. If he gets a 3rd in a row, might well have stabilized the Originals roster, but still damage being done around the back line now as Lucky starting to prod players coming off the spawn. Down to their last 6 now are the Originals. Down to their last 5, as I believe that's a kill coming through for Denza. Lucky just looking for anybody. He should be taken out from behind here. That might be a player above him, actually. That's probably why they haven't activated. But here we go now. Kills starting to be made on towards the point. Gizmo, F. Harry, they all contribute. It's a pretty important wave of gunfights here, and they could still win this by time.
Only a single respawn. And Vortex really did think all of Elevate could close it out there. Calls in the cruise missile. It gets them so much space. It kept all the originals trapped in towards the garage, but there it is. Journey takes down Gizmo. No respawns remaining. This is your best chance here if you are the originals. Have to hold the line. And Furious, I mean, he's just caught off guard. 3 plays up against 10. Trade game might be on here, but 23 seconds on the clock.
They're going to win another wave of gunfights. I still don't think this is quite as certain as we might like to think. Nobody in the backline for Elevate. 14 seconds left. They have to be a little bit reckless with it, but now as they take down F-Dot, I think maybe their chances skyrocket here against Harry and Gizmo. Gizmo in for the first. Vortex and Journey need to touch to try and get the point down, but Harry again get the second kill. These players, they can't afford to get too crazy with it, and Gizmo comes in for another 2. There is no way Gizmo finishes on 5 in a row, and how about that for a staunch defense? Yes, they may lose, 4 or 5 ticks of progression, but not the entirety of the round. Harry and Gizmo, the vets, clutch up.
Yeah, 5 segments is what had been tacked over there for Elevate's side. And again, they got the cruise missile out from Vortex's frying antics at the beginning of that 8th spree. But even more so than that, like you said, I mean, that was like a 3 plays up against 9. I'm pretty sure it was. Like 4v11 was the original count when they lost all the respawns. And I mean, that's just the struggles, isn't it, when it comes down to Asilo trying to work your way over towards that B zone. There were tons of shoulders being thrown from Harry and Gizmo that were up top patio on bricks and in the upper side of the building. You'll hold strong and it will not allow Elevate to convert an offensive round.
The originals here on their offensive effort. Let's see if they're successful. Again, that was a lot of ticks that went the way of Elevate. Going so well, though, at the start of this one. Pretty flawless for Elevate in the first couple of gunfights. But finally, F-Dot will fight back. Stun on towards Vortex should be enough to get the kill. And now for the originals, going to be a little bit more honest with it here. They want to take things a more traditional route. Trying to get control of the A site. Gizmo up top, though, is dealt with. And that's a power position that will be big for Elevate if they want to retake control at this point. Journey now through the doors. It's going to be shut down, but it's going to be Denza from up high. And Lucky, too, that do get some kills. F-Dot now in a 1 versus 2. He's able to get the first, but Denza from behind will take him down. 2 ticks of progression. Will be through, though.
Gizmo's still over here, keep in mind, you. All he was. Journey just beams him. Never mind. So Furious might be able to try to make a heroic play. Unbeknownst to him, there are 2 players over here defensively. You saw Vortex laying down via the X-ray. You got 1 player up top who's actually being pressured out. Furious needs to find this kill. Runs out of bullets, but the Semtex will be there. More space needs to be converted, and it will. Those 2 segments that were able to be found on the previous push will be a full zone capture here for the originals. And Furious is already top patio, but will be cut down early. That's a big elimination to find for yourself. You don't want Furious poking and prodding in your backline.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they could swing from A straight towards some progression on B, but not going to happen. And now Elevate, they've actually got some serious presence towards green as well. Both Vortex and Journey over this area of the map. Journey able to get one of the frags too. Vortex hasn't quite activated just yet, but he doesn't really need to be honest. When Journey is picking up frags like that, Furious, he was working towards activating Dead Silence. Now he's actually got it and has already utilized it. Furious, needs to make a big play. Cannot get it done. Lucky takes him down. It's going to be a kill feed that is all white. And, well, the originals now 55 seconds here to try and make something happen. The first couple of kills will be through, but they've got a long journey ahead of them.
Yeah, a little bit too individualistic there for Furious. Would have loved to see them maybe try to get at least presence inside of Tools and maybe catch a couple players off guard. Starts flying inside of Checkers. Lucky will beam him. There's just nobody there to be able to get the trade. I mean, Harry's going to try, but I mean, you see Lucky down low is just holding the iron. Somehow doesn't convert that kill on Harry. He will pick that up. So, Tools positioning here. It's just Vortex that is inside the zone, but look at player number 4 on the minimap. Journey has green control.
Yeah, Journey is really the problem, isn't he? For the originals. Elevate. Very happy to utilize it. Gonna be a streak now down. Don't get anything just yet. The originals.
Ooh.
Actually gonna deal with him in that position. So now they can start to be a little bit more honest with this one pushing up front. But nades coming out here from Vortex and Denza. Gizmo has to clutch up here. Only able to get one. Should get taken out by the side. And he will. 17 seconds now. And Elevate can start to re-aggress. Causes a lot of problems for the originals here in this last push because they've got a lot of corners to check. They need to check every single crevice for players from the Elevate side. Vortex being one of those that my odds to get some good timing, but no, as Harry actually picks up 2 here, Journey needs to win at least one of these gunfights and is not able to do it. So still in with a chance here are the originals. The first tick of aggression should be through. The double stack in. Both Harry and Gizmo now on the point. F-Dot joining the fun. Second tick will be through as well. Elevate needs to start activating from behind, and it's Denza who does exactly that. That should be all she wrote here for the point. The capture will not come through. Furious, the last one. He won't get anywhere near. Doesn't fall in those final few seconds, but that's a really important important push from the Originals in those final few moments.
It was, because they were able to get 5 segments of progression comparatively to what Elevate were able to put together for themselves, and they got another cruise missile out. I mean, we're 2 rounds in, and Elevate have gotten themselves 2 cruise missiles. It was Lucky that called his in previously, and I really liked what we got to see, because it got all the trophy systems out from the Originals as they were trying to push up on the backside of the B, SnD. And then that meant that they had no trophy systems on the B zone itself. So nades came in, they wiped them off the face of the planet. But again, it's Harry and Gizmo that show up in a big way, that open up the floodgates for the Originals to show presence on the B zone. They're still down as far as kills are concerned overall here, Brody, but even for segments.
And we compare offensive efforts from both of these 2 teams. Yes, of course, it's even in segments, but this is now the second time here that Elevate have had basically the same opening. 3 kills, flawless start from the offensive push towards B, and it gets better as well as Journey able to get yet another one. Overextension from Vortex on the minimap as well should very quickly deal with Harry, and this could very quickly be a B capture as well, but quickly now as well. Lucky left up in a 1 versus 2 on the point, only able to get 1. Vortex actually still geared, by the way, had him hiding behind something, or rather that the B capture will come through. And how about that for a start? Only losing 3 lives or Elevate. B is gone.
Yeah, 3 for 7 trade. I'll take that every single day and twice on Sunday. Vortex is not done flying, by the way. Dead silence up through the window. Gizmo had no idea. 4 spree now for Vortex. Can he get his 2nd cruise missile of this Asilo Control? It's looking not likely, as Furious will take him off of that spree. You saw that presence down low. You saw Denza in their previous position, just waiting for their teammates to respawn.
Still, again, the presence for Elevate, it's just palpable, isn't it? Got to deal with F-Dot up top, and well, that's really the biggest threat that they did have ahead of them. Denza overextending towards the offensive side as well. Progression now starting to be made. Journey wants to peek out here. He's got backup, to be fair. So if he does do so, all will not be lost if he falls. But now the first tick of progression will be through. Important gunfire from Vortex, and on the other side, Furious attempts to break in. Only able to get 1. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Numbers still here, though, for Elevate. They've got to stop it. It's Gizmo. It's Harry. And both will fall. Denza takes them down. One last look for F-Dot. He's able to take down Denza and able to take down Lucky as well. F-Dot single-handedly keeping this alive, but Journey with the nade to take him out. Still not over for Elevate. The Originals lying on basically Harry. He's going to wait. Try to pre-fire around the corner. The stack will be through from Elevate. F-Dot, despite his efforts, not able to stop that capture. What a sensational offense from Elevate.
Battle of the 2 pieces right there, right? I mean, F-Dot comes in, finds the 2 players that were still trying to tack on over to the A zone. Journey, via the Semtex and the Attack 56 themselves, finds the answer back for 2, and then that allowed for Vortex to come right back in and look through that middle archway inside of the bottom side of the defensive building area, and able to find himself a very cheeky elimination. Once those kills came through, I mean, the Originals are spawning all the way over by Pride Rock, essentially. Not going to be able to get there in time. Getting that B zone first and foremost is a big deal when it comes down to Asilo Control. The Originals might not be flirting with that idea here. The map is spread evenly for both teams.
And the Originals, once again, it's the exact same situation on their offenses. They trying to go for A. Not going to win all these open engagements. Seems like the worst, though, as Harry now left alive. And actually, Harry picking up 2 crucial gunfights. Not the third, though. Journey up top again in that power position up top in the tower. We'll have the final say in that situation. 55 seconds now left on the clock. No progression made on A. And the Original's going to have to go for plan B. Quite literally, a push over towards B.
Yeah, but they don't exactly have map coverage, do they? I mean, off the respawn, they're still struggling to at least get their top window control. And by the time all of that is said and done, you have Vortex that flanks around behind. Gizmo gets that trade finally, just narrowly at that. The building presence is just at an all-time high. 26 plays up against 20. You could not have asked for a better defensive start for Elevate.
The Originals finally able to get some presence on A. Crucially, it's F-Dot who's managed to usurp Journey for that power position, but Journey, of course, now has the cruise missile. Going to bring it down. Unfortunately, it will bring down Denza, his teammate, but it's okay because Vortex and Lucky are there to pick up the slack. It will remove the Originals from the point for a moment. 25 seconds now. Vortex looking to enact a flank, and he does enough to get at least 1 kill. Harry and Gizmo in for 2, though. F-Dot and Harry still here. Still looking to make some progression. 21 seconds on the clock. They really need this capture, now being affronted with nades and all sorts of utility. Elevate will give this one last look, but as those kills come through, I think that might actually be an overextension because kills now coming through might actually enable them to swing straight towards B.
Yeah, but the problem is with their presence over by A, you can see where all of Elevator spawning over on as far north as possible of the Pride Rock area, so you still need more kills. The ARs are showing up. Harry Gizmo able to find 2, but the trade game is absolutely on for Elevate for the time being. It's just Furious. He's trying to lock in the first segment. He will get it. Oh, trophy system to keep him safe, but reinforcements right behind him.
Furious still alive, by the way. He gets shot out from behind. Eventually going to get that kill versus Vortex. Still, like, second tick, not that far away for the Originals here in this situation. We'll have a moment of calm. As Harry, the closest player, pushed up. We'll have to wait for a teammate to get some map control once again. Elevate, on the other hand, want to counter that. They're putting Journey all the way through the back lines with a stomp on the Originals before they get started here. And here we go. Journey, shots into Gizmo. Not a kill just yet. Gizmo will actually escape that engagement. Journey will now have to reposition here to get the better of him. And it leaves them a little bit winded. Finally, Gizmo will fall towards Lucky, but now player in from behind. F-Dot looking to be the playmaker in this situation. And, well, the Spidey senses will be going off for Denza. Recognizes that someone's probably making a flank, and he shuts him down.
Vortex now picking up the flank, the backside of Green. 27 and 20 for Steve's. Having a great day so far. And even being taken down right there, you would think would be okay. But the problem is, look at Furious and Harry. They have presence over towards the B zone, but nobody dealt with Denza. Everybody from Elevate has earned a cruise missile in one of these rounds now.
Yeah, Denza could just bring this one down, bringing the hammer down, because they're not exactly going to fly a trophy towards the hill, are they? At this point, just down to the last 4. The Originals need to be perfect. Denza, Journey, they're all here just pre-aiming. This one might well be done. F-Dot, Harry, can you do anything in this situation? Of course you can't. Elevate. How about that for pure dominance? 3-0 in this series. They book a first-class ticket to the Grand Finals.
They will indeed, Brody. Elevate will find themselves in Grand Finals via a 3-0. I mean, taking a series off the Originals is something that Elevate have potentially had nightmares for. I mean, I personally would, that they have not been able to beat this this 4-player roster of the Originals for the past few weeks, if not the past month or so, dating all the way back to a few cups at some point in time. All of that said, I mean, you could not have asked for a team to look more well-oiled than what Elevate have been able to piece together. Even through some of those control rounds, every single kill mattered. They were always making sure that they had map presence first, and when they lost that 3-for-1 trade continuously, and then the Originals had numbers, it always came down to either Lucky, Journey, or Denza just to hold the line with Attack 56, just looking at those longer lines of sight to start knocking at the door, taking down a few numbers for the Originals. It bought so much time for the reinforcements to come through, one of which was Vortex continuously to find that one kill, and then Vortex was just flying into the back line continuously defensively. It's so annoying to deal with Vortex when he is playing with the Devil's Hand and just finding all of these very crucial timings to be able to deal with players off the respawn and deal with players when they're showing presence on his own.
Yeah, Vortex is playing out of his mind at the moment, man. Again, I think one of the conversations we had earlier on this season was that kind of early on in the Cups when, you know, old Elevate existed, Vortex was consistently playing well. And it was kind of almost, not necessarily a shock, but I think, you know, when we talk about Vortex, you never expect him to be that guy that's playing, like, out of his mind statistically. He just hasn't been doing that. I think the value that Vortex brings to the table has always been more or less the intangibles, plus he can clutch up when he needs to. But this season, Vortex has just been an absolute monster. And I think, you know, maybe that was a little bit absent for the first couple of weeks of Elite, maybe struggling against top teams, but no more. When he needs to come out and play, he absolutely does, as does the rest of the roster as well. Everybody having their moments here, but as we look back towards the replay package for this one, I think, again, the big difference for me is when we look at kind of the starts, the off-the-rips for these two teams, Elevate looks so much more confident on their offenses.
Oh, totally did. And again, you know, we're sitting here gassing up both Denza and Vortex. I think we didn't spend enough time throughout the entirety of the control, at least not me personally, talking about Lucky. I mean, it takes a certain individual to be able to play the role that Lucky does. I mean, even right here, 28 and 16. This is in the final moments as well. Lucky was just staying alive, just being the annoying AR that we know Lucky to be. He even walks into this at a 1.31 KD. He finishes this one here at 28 and 16. 22 of those eliminations were not traded, by the way. He was layering down the damage. 3,400 damage for Lucky. Looks very, very inconsequential comparatively to Vortex, who the majority of those rounds, by the way, had a submachine gun in hand. 3,500 damage for Vortex, was just constantly on the flank, was just always trying to press the issue. And this is what I was talking about earlier, even before we hopped into this Asilo Control. This becomes so much more potent for Vortex and Denza to be able to make the plays that they were, and Journey to also take so much space away from all of the Originals when you have Lucky just locking down these longer lines of sight with attack 56, you are just almost always going to lose those trade games if you don't get lucky out from these positions.
I think lucky feels like a misnomer at this point, doesn't it? Because I think it's just pure skill for this man. Denza also up there at 28 and 19 as well. Just great performances, I think, all around here for Elevate. They outslayed, they outplayed the Originals in what was a pretty assertive 3-0. And for all the conversations that we've had here about Elevate and the Originals, the amount of times these two teams have faced off already, well, this was a flip of the script, and I think Elevate, they saw this one coming from a mile off. You know that they've been putting in the effort to make sure that they won this particular matchup. You know that they would have been hyping themselves up over the last few days since they knew that this would be the winner's bracket final. A little reminder of what happened in this series. I think I've probably surmised this in one simple sentence. Elevate, they just dominated, looking so hot in every single map. What a victory for them. And I also know, shout out to Colin Seymour, who has told us already that there is some war of words going on Twitter. I'm not going to say, we could say the last bit, but people need to remember that I get the last laugh every time. That's from Denza on Twitter, @ing Furious, of course. The bad blood will still remain. And, the storylines, man. I'm kind of sad that we won't get to see Furious play at Boston now, because on LAN, that would be like, could you imagine Denza? I mean, we know that he screams on LAN as it is. Imagine what he'd scream at Furious.
Fenway would erupt. You would almost feel the rivalry of the Red Sox versus the Yankees if you ended up having Furious and Denza face off against each other at the Boston Open. But, I mean, hey, also got to shout out Ant from the rotation. Got to take a quote away from him. You know, Elevate, they get their own trade in the Twitter Derby match here. So, I mean, these are things that you love to see if Elevate are going to continue on with their winning ways. Nobody, and I repeat, almost nobody, had Elevate making their way to the grand finals in the winner's bracket side, but they were firing off on all cylinders. Say what you will. Maybe the practice was a little bit shaky for the Originals. Again, F-Dot is playing with Nave Del Mysterio going into Boston, and well, we know what might end up coming to be as the other three players for this original roster will not be at Boston, but now you have a date in the lower bracket itself where you have to face the winner of Nave Del Mysterio or the Awubba Bubs. Your day is not done yet. Your week in your playoff bracket is not done yet. You almost do wish you had the little bit of a breathing room, that extra cushion, if you will, of already being in grand finals.
Yep, that's a choice, isn't it? Oh, it's not really a choice. You don't have much of the say in the matter, as the Originals will have to play either the Nave Del Mysterio or the other team in the Brendan bracket, the Wobble Bobs roster. I forgot that Wobble Bobs were in the lower bracket there for a second. My brain just had a moment. But regardless, that's the matchup that we have up next. We have to decide who will be facing the Originals in the lower bracket final. We'll find that match right after this break. Everybody, how's it going here? We got Call of Duty Challengers Elite, the conclusion of day number 1 here in the final week of play. It's going to be Wobblebobs versus La Nave del Misterio. We already knew coming to today that Elevate and the Originals would be filling out 2 of the 3 teams in the final day of European play. Now we need to decide who that final team joining them will be. Andy, this matchup, I mean, look, I think things are pretty straightforward, at least in my mind, how I think this one could well go, at least. I don't want to say how I think it will go for sure, because that would piss off a lot of fans. But this is, I think, going to be an uphill battle, at least for La Nave del Misterio, right?
Well, this is a rematch at the end of the day. Don't forget that La Nave del Misterio and the Wobblebobs were actually in the same group when we were going back through the round-robin play. In that matchup in particular, the Wobblebobs wiped the living floor with La Nave del Misterio in a swift 3-0. I mean, it wasn't close. Besides the control,
right.
No, just kidding. The control was also a 3-0. So never mind. That being said, La Nave del Misterio are in the same woodwork when it comes down to they've been progressively getting better as the group stage has been going on. They've been showing bigger strengths when it comes down to playoffs as a whole, but I got to throw them into consideration along with the Originals. What does their practice look like knowing that this is not the 4-player roster going into Boston?
Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing, I think, when it comes down to this La Nave del Misterio roster. It's just like there are a lot of question marks now, right? Because this roster, again, you know, the storyline for them this season has been they wanted to break that top 6 ceiling. It's been a ceiling for them even back when they were Poyodrome that they couldn't quite break out of. It was Journey and Lucky, now very happy that they did end up leaving this team. They're on this Elevate roster that currently sits in the grand finals, but they kind of left this La Nave del Misterio roster behind. Again, they had to go for the break glass in case of emergency moment of pulling Rencor and Sukri out of retirement. They haven't been a bad team, I think, by any stretch of the imagination. They've had some really good moments, I think, so far this season. But again, you are facing an uphill battle here against this Wobblebobs roster that has looked so hot. Let's start the conversation then by bringing up this Wobblebobs team. We'll talk about La Nave del Misterio for just a second if we can remember the roster here for the Wobblebobs roster. Because, again, you guys know them as they are. You guys have seen them already play today. They played excellently in their earlier match, a 3-0. But just in case you're not familiar, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, and Abuser. I mean, this roster, they have just gone from strength to strength. I will say I still kind of am surprised that they're even in the lower bracket.
Yeah, again, nobody expected them to lose to the Originals the way that they did, right? I mean, losing to the Originals, respectable, but losing in that map 5 is going to hurt. That went down on Mercado Search to Destroy, if anybody wanted to know. Regardless of the matter, this is a team that plays with fire. You know, Brezzy, whether he's playing with the ship or not, I like to think he does have the championship belt on his shoulder, thinking about it. Hey, I played in every single elite that I played in. I've won. And this Wobblebobs roster has been looking primed to do it, especially on this day with a very swift 3-0 over that Nixa roster earlier.
Yep, Wobblebobs have looked pretty good today in a match. They absolutely did it, of course, and Nixa were the harder team, I think, to take down. But, you know, it was going to be a real tough effort for them. But, again, you know, they got over them so easily that it's just like, how can you question this Wobblebobs roster at this juncture? This team has just looked so good. Again, though, they do need a lower bracket run, and they need to continue that versus La Nave del Misterio. Look, we're talking about this match like it is an uphill battle for La Nave del Misterio, and while I still think that is the case, you should not underestimate this team because they do have some excellent players on board. Super is one of those players, Rencor as well. Let's take a look at the roster to show you guys what is up for this team. Look, I mean, this team, it is almost like it's the sole Spanish team we have here, I believe, in European Call of Duty at the moment, outside of players like Eric Boom, Metals for Notorious, obviously Journey Lucky going away and playing with Elevate. So it is still a pretty good team, but still, again, you look at the players like Rencor and Super, for me at least, that need to go off.
I mean, there's 2 things that you can always expect throughout the entirety of the year. Paying your taxes and Super going AWOL on a map. Like Super has been that guy for quite some time. And when you go back all the way through the Vanguard year, was the guy dropping numbers for that AIM Esports roster, showed up big at the end of the year for Boston, and also when it came down to Challengers champs in LA. Super has been continuing on with those antics throughout the entirety of the season so far. And you have to continuously look at him to be able to do the same thing here. Super, again, he leads his team as far as overall KD is concerned by a slight margin at 1.29, but it's the influence that this guy brings across the map that makes players like Sukri, Yako, and Rencor feel a whole lot more comfortable to force out plays, no matter the map that they're on.
Yeah, again, Super last season was just such a force, right? I mean, like, you cannot underestimate this guy at any point, and I think on this roster, you know, for him, he is that superstar player. There is just no other way to say it. Very good at what he does. You can shake your head all right, buddy. I went for it anyway. Super, of course, is one of the players that we've been noting for the head-to-head here for this one then. Who's on the other side, though? Who is that Pokemon? It's Abuser, of course it is. The guy is an absolute legend on this Wobble's roster at this point again, and we could have probably picked any of the players, but Abuser has just been that guy. We talked about him earlier on today. He will be going head-to-head with Super in that AR battle, and, you know, I think for what Abuser brings to the table here, if anybody's going to shut down Super, it's probably going to be, right?
Oh no, the SnD KD got stained off that earlier match. It's no longer a solid 2.0. Whatever we gotta do with you, Abuser. 1.92 though. I mean, this guy was just making plays, and selfless plays at that earlier versus the Nixa roster, where, like, you would assume that versus that match versus Nixa, Abuser had ample opportunity to try to force out plays, but he still kind of hung back, and he allowed both of his SMGs, both Linz and Cobra, to show up in a big way. And this guy is still dropping really good numbers throughout the entirety of it. Soaking up hardpoint time when he needs to, 1.39. Non-traded kill percentage is absurd. Same could be said for Control. Their true engagement success rate, also very, very good. But Super on the other side, you can see that SnD KD, not exactly the best of what you expect from Super, who's both going to be pulling out the sniper at times, the AR. We also see Super been picking up the SMG a whole lot more in this title comparatively to what we got out of here from him from Vanguard and Cold War specifically. You're going to need all of that slaying prowess and some more if you want to keep up with the pace of what we got to see from a Wobblebubbs versus Nixa earlier on.
Yeah, Lanave Del Mysterio, they want to go head-to-head with Wobblebubbs. They want to beat them out and guarantee top 3. What a placement it would be. A last hurrah for this roster that, again, will be losing Rencor after this event. Let's take a look at the map set. For this best of 5, we can see where these guys will be playing out on. Kicking off the series, it's my favorite map in the game. It's Hydro Hardpoint. Boy, do I love it when we get that in a best of 5, followed up by a Fortress Search and Destroy. Hotel Control, Mercado Hardpoint, and Mercado Search and Destroy, double Mercado at the end. We've had that our second time today. Hydro Hardpoint, though, that's where we're starting off the series. These guys haven't played it at all, unsurprisingly. It's Europe. You guys shouldn't be surprised at this point. We've seen it like twice.
You can see, I mean, the Wobblebubbs, they got rid of the Hotel Hardpoint. It's probably a really good call versus this Lanave Del Mysterio team. They are 1-2 on it, so surprising nonetheless, but Lanave Del Mysterio getting rid of the Fortress Hardpoint, that's the right call because the Wobblebubbs are 5-0 on the ammo combination. So we get our Speedos on, we go swimming. As remember, shout out Parasite, if you ain't swimming, you ain't winning. On Hydro Hardpoint, again, it is a head scratcher within a nutshell, but it really allows your ARs to show up in such a massive way when it comes down to that top dome position, being able to turn P2 into a money hill. E4 rotation also could be decided with ARs. Not to mention all the other longer lines of sight that are offered here on Zarqwa Hydro Electric. You really have to feel you're going to have it here if you are Lanave Del Mysterio. If a Wobblebubb started off hot, just like what we talked about versus Nixa earlier on, the series becomes a little bit more alarming to be able to convert.
Well, I presume we'll get in the map in just a moment. Soon.
Okay. Well, that scared me. I thought it was me for a second. Okay,
I was very scared. I'm not going to lie. My net's a little bit spotty sometimes. You've seen me play the rank play, not rank play thing that we've got going on here. Mosh pit. I forgot the word mosh pit there, but regardless. Yeah, my net's a little bit spotty sometimes. I was very concerned that was me for a second. But it wasn't. It's all good. We're ready to get into towards the hard point. It will be the Lanave Del Mysterio starting things off on the better side of the map. First over gunfights, though, going the way of Wobblebubbs. Should remove Lanave Del Mysterio from the hard.
They're not actually generating any time, though, because they're so worried about where some of these players are located. I mean, Super hits the route. He's got some backup from Rinkor up top, and Sukri playing that longer line of sight. Super's still schmoovin', by the way. He's going to start getting himself on the hardpoint itself. Jump shots on the Liz. He's just playing whack-a-mole with Super down low, who finally gets traded out. But that little route that got ran by Super meant that a Wobblebubbs could not feel comfortable to push past that mid-cut. So Lanave Del Mysterio will be holding on strong for that P2 rotation in a few seconds.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit concerned for a second there that Super's push might well flip the spawns, that maybe a Wobblebubbs player would get in from behind, but hasn't been the case. This has been an exemplar start. Rencor lining them up 5 in a row, looking for number 6. That's a bit of an over-aggressive challenge. I think feeling himself a little bit too much there. Nonetheless, cut short there of any cruise missile that could have been really useful later on down the line here on Hydro Hardpoint. Super now getting himself out towards the water. Problem that they're going to need to deal with. User looking for the reposition up top, should be able to take him down, but he is but the first player that you need to take down of a line of players. In from behind now will come Prezi on the minimap. You can see there's one, looking for the second. Sukri left isolated. trying to go for a cut through the middle of the map here will be Yakko to pick up 2. Gunfight's actually being won in and around the hard point. Just the one player and Abuser who is still remaining from that earlier push to deal with. Lanave do exactly that. That is a really good succession of hard points coming out in the first and the second from Lanave.
Unconventional start from Cobra at 1-7. Same for Brezzy, 2-5. But even more so than that, you really need to start turning up here because Lanave Del Mysterio are playing with a certain amount of heat. Yakko on a 4 spree. You had the rotation for Wubbabubs early. You get broken before the new hardpoint here at 3 even pops. Now you're looking from the outside in, and Sukri is just keeping them at an arm's reach, but no one was anchoring in the back. It seems that their spidey senses are tingling, that there might be a player back here. Don't want them to be around too long because, yeah, there's the proximal spawns, Brody.
Yep, spawn problems here for Lanave Del Mysterio in terms of holding this hardpoint. Brezzy still looking for the kills up top. Finds the 1 versus Rencourt, second in for Linz as well, but not enough to get the kills just yet. Still, players in the backline now for Lanave Del Mysterio. Brezzy needs to start heating up and runs out of bullets in his primary weapon, has to switch to the secondary and is not able to get anything done off the back of that. Problems now being caused, but Abuser having absolutely none of it. In for 2, looking for number 3 towards the back. Rencourt able to get 1, but no more than that. Disruptive. Lanave Del Mysterio here to all the efforts from a Wubbabubs for all these kills coming through, and it is a large amount of them, Andy. Not a lot actually to be said about the amount of time going a Wubbabubs' way.
Is finding 2 in towards the back. That'll leave them on a 4 spree, 10-6. Is it enough, though? Because you can look at the bottom side of the map itself, where 2 players are starting to rotate towards Linz. Wants none of that funny business going on over by the cliff path. So deals with those 2. Wubbabubs will be in for the initial time. Need to start generating the next 30 seconds or so because Lanave Del Mysterio, they are spawning in Narnia. They have to get through Abuser first.
Yeah, Abuser now on 5 in a row. His missile will be enough here as he gets 6, looking for 7. Super swings out wide. Doesn't have any support here, so Abuser's going to have to do this all on his lonesome, but does enough. And that's actually the middle of the map now, no longer being watched. So Lanave Del Mysterio able to get past square 1, but how much further than that can they actually get? Cobra and Brezzy attempting to put a stop to any funny business, as you say, Andy. And no funny business to be had here. The back 20 should go the way of Wubbabubs, but look at number 2 on the minimap. It's Abuser trying to be all sneaky-like.
He got a parallel spawn with a Lanave player. I think he spawned parallel with Sukri. One spawned P3, the other spawned P5. And there's just no way you would know that he'd be back here. I mean, how would you know? It's because Yakko ended up spawning out. Rencourt will find Brezzy in towards the back, but nobody's clearing the entire back. Cobra will be there for the trade, and the Wubbabubs have the closer spawn for this P5.
It will be Lanave in first. Abuser up top. Gonna have to deal with Yakko, and Yakko, well, deals with him. Good opening gunfights from Super and Yakko. Sukri sitting inside as well, getting just pampered by the rest of his teammates, getting kills outside the hard point. Wubbabubs still spawning pretty close now. Got to be careful as Rencourt will be spawning behind them. Split spawns coming through from a Wubbabubs and Yakko around the kill. Earning all of these crucial engagements. Abuser and Cobra, though, starting to aggress on towards the hard point. Leaves just Yakko and Sukri. Can they win their 1s? That's the question. Yakko in for 1. Sukri gets taken down as Yakko falls as well. Back 20. Should go the way of a Wubbabubs here. It's important time.
It is big time, 15 seconds, and it looks like Lanave Del Mysterio might send a player or 2 to try to convert this last few seconds. I mean, you got to deal with Cobra who's just being annoying inside of this Jenny Hill. Talk about a turnaround start. 1-7 is where Cobra started off this map, now sitting at 9-11. That'll couple along nicely for Abuser's double positive. Don't forget about that trap card that Abuser pulled out from their deck. I'll have to see when he pulls that down to maybe really lay into Lanave Del Mysterio. Very close, I would say, especially off of the start that Lanave had going in towards the second set here, Brody. Yeah, it's almost surprising in a way that the P4 was really the big thing for a Wubbabubs that kept them in this game so far. And actually, there was some serious efforts there just momentarily for a Wubbabubs to flip the map and make sure that they had better spawns for that inevitable rotation towards P2. Now, though, things have gone back to normal for Lanave. Super aggressive, but heads in the water. They acknowledge each other, saying we can't get our guns out in the water, so we have to go above the surface to shoot each other. And it is a race to the surface that latter will win. Now, Lanave starting to get some time here again. Still 20 seconds. It's still a gold mine to get. Lanave Del Mysterio off the back of scrap time. Brezzy comes up top, resurfaces from the water, and a back 10 that could well go all of his way. And actually 3 kills coming on through. I'm curious as to where Lanave spawn. They should spawn over towards P2, but now pressure starting them out here for Wubbabubs. You don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, though. Should spawn is a very tough term to be able to bring up when it comes to Zarqwa Hydroelectric. Brezzy's hitting the water route, getting his flippies on. Player number 5 is Sukri. He's also in the hardpoint, but he's trying to look at towards the back. Super might be wise enough to turn around, but what can Brezzy do? He doesn't have that silence. He is a trophy player. He didn't see the boot of Super, so that won't be conveyed over towards Linz, but the pinch is on. Kills are also being found outside of P1, and yeah, Brezzy strikes. What a break.
Super still around though. Super, again, that annoying player that you want to deal with at 19 and 10. 2 kills will be all that she gets though. As a Wobbabobs holding strong now. Back 25 seconds. A big amount of time that Wobbabobs will fight tooth and nail for. Brezzy inside, only for one. Sukri will take down Yakko, the last attacker. Super getting pretty close, but it should be Abuser to take him down, and it will. So again, a massive 20 seconds in the grand scheme of things there for a Wobbabobs. But they do not have the rotation over towards P3. They'll be far away from it. Rencourt trying to provide some coverage.
We're in the water. Sees Abuser, and yeah, you're not going to be able to dip all the way down to be able to get your gunny working that low in the water. Actually starts conceding the space just for the time being, but look at player number 3, Brezzy. Whether he spawned or he hit the rotation, he is behind enemy lines. Does not block the spawns, though. Rancor should find a free kill from behind. Should have. Brezzy gets the better of Rancor, and there's more kills to be found. Back here, 4 in a row in the feed for a Wobbabobs. You have a 6-3 combined between the 3 of them, Brody.
Yeah, Brezzy towards the backline, still causing all these problems. Yakko is just so unsure of himself at the backline. He doesn't know where Brezzy's going to attack from, and now he most certainly does as Brezzy takes him down. What an important flip here. Time taken away from the Nave Del Mysterio. Still an important back 20 to fight for. Renko just flies out from the market square to take down Linz. Pressure really on here for, again, what is an important 15. Cobra, Abuser still fighting for it. Renko will have the last say here, and quickly gets muted as a Wobbabob's going to take that back few seconds or so. Rogue spawn for Super. I will have been read here by a Wobbabob's, and I think the shot's coming through here. Super wants to spawn up with the rest of his team, but Lanave in control for the rotation. And here comes that trap card that you were talking about. Abuser going to bring this spree down. Knows that this cruise missile needs to be paramount, needs to be utilized. There needs to be kills coming off the back of it, and a trophy system will be on the hill to stop that cruise missile being effective.
Yep, it does kind of funnel all these players into very inauspicious angles, I will say this much. So, Nave Del Mysterio, they have to battle out from this positioning, and, I mean, Abuser is still flying, 25 and 15. Rancor is the only player inside the hill. He actually goes unprone, and Abuser will smoke him off the hardpoint. 27 seconds remaining inside this hardpoint itself, and Abuser is playing on this back rock positioning, and you gotta deal with this guy in towards the back, but there's so many players through double arches, all the way on the backside of P2. Before you even think about dealing with Abuser, he's already got another cruise.
That is so crucial to regenerate that cruise missile in that position, to take some time away from Nave Del Mysterio. Neck and neck are these teams at the moment. Now we'll move over towards the rotation. Generate a hard point in control for Lanave. Rencore up top. Down low is Yakko as well. And Yakko will finish off the kill versus Cobra. Good hold for Lanave early on. Players around the back line now for a Wobbabobs. Sukri able to deal with the first one. Brezzy still close by. And as Cobra does fall, Brezzy now going to be all on his lonesome to try and assault the hill. Kills in the middle of the map now being made by Linz, but Brezzy still hasn't been dealt with inside the hard point, by the way. Finally will fall, but after all those trades going down, Abuser has 2 in a row, and a Wobbabobs, they will break.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big moment there for Wobbabobs where a handful of them actually ended up spawning in towards the backside of P5, and Super was in a position where he was in an off-screen engagement versus Linz. You saw there for a second that he started conceding the space, but that meant that Nave Del Mysterio were going to be spawning a lot closer towards the middle of the map, and now they're looking from the outside in. Cobra, who, by the way, again, 1-7 start, 20-20 now is even, 31-17 for Abuser. Wobbabobs, they flipped the lead back in their favor, and it's starting to grow exponentially. 6 seconds are all it's going to be tacked on over towards the end of this second set of hard points. And Lanave Del Mysterio are doing the right thing. They're conceding the space, making sure all these angles are covered. And here comes that second cruise missile from Abuser. Trophy system will keep these players safe.
I'm not sure if it was just trying to force the trophy system out there or just make sure those guys were moved close towards the hard point so they could get the back spawns for P2. Either way, if it is the latter, it will work. Spawns have now flipped. Nave Del Mysterio will have that at the back of their mind, or rather the forefront here. Super trying to fight, and Rencore, that's not how you get it done, buddy. Nade will take down 2 players on the kill. A Wobbabobs now find an entry. A big 30 seconds, and Nave Del Mysterio have to fight from the back foot.
27 seconds, and you would effectively feel that you have to hit through this hard point, but the player that's going to be making the play is Sukri. He is all the way past P4 now, and towards the back, does not upset the spawns. Good job by Linz just to make sure that those would at least be slightly anchored and towards the back, but it leads a 3v2 at the old hard point. 237 plays up against 202, and Sukri made the route happen. There's still one player back here, Brody, but the rest of his teammates all hit through P1. A Wobbabobs spawn out.
Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot for Brezzy to deal with here. He has so much weight on his shoulders. Sukri just going to hold that corner. No reason to ego chow out. No dead silence of Brezzy here, so it should be heard on the push, but no, it doesn't matter. Brezzy wins the 1 anyway. On the other side, still opportunity here for Cobra and Liz to come and help out. Rezi in this back line, 2 massive gunfights to deal with, and he just can't get it done. Lanave will continue to regenerate towards the back line, and Yakko in for 2. 2 players coming up from the water side, 2 players sent straight back to the swimming pool. Now for 20 more gear for Lanave Del Mysterio. The Wobbabobs. Players on both sides. Brezzy potentially in a position to upset from the backside. But he has been spotted out by Super. You can see it on the minimap, and that's going to be a kill that does go the way of Super. Lanave Del Mysterio, they're winning every single crucial gunfight. Can Abuser do anything? No. And that should be all she wrote here. Lanave Del Mysterio. Make sure that Wobbabobs do not upset them with a spawn flip, and they win map number 1.
Oh man, buy Sukri a steak dinner after that map number 1. What a heads-up play to come through from them just to be able to hit through the middle of the map. They found 1 kill, but it was the right call, obviously, for Linz. Instead of trying to push for the trade, to try to go anchor out the spawns. Even though Linz goes down, Brezzy was there to try to anchor things out further. But after that, I mean, with Sukri all the way pushed in towards the back, it doesn't matter how far east that you are playing on the map. Those spawns will end up flipping out, especially... and excruciatingly true when all of Lanave Del Mysterio, the other 3 players, they wipe the rest of the Wobbabobs off the map over by P1, and they flood in over by P2. I'm scratching my head, and I don't know if you heard me, I had to exclaim like a giant what, because Cobra just flails himself into the hardpoint there before even waiting for some help. I get that you want to stop the time, but it's in those desperate moments right there that separate some of the best players away from the greats. And Cobra, albeit, it really turned around that hardpoint at a very crucial moment of time. He had 2 ARs that were going to be in position to maybe try to help him get that trade. It's a little bit too quick for his own bridges, and Lanave Del Mysterio, how about it? They close out map 1. A map mode combination, by the way, we have not seen these 2 teams on. Lanave Del Mysterio, they do a very big feat. They take map 1 off of Wobbabobs.
Sensational. It really is sensational, isn't it, when you look at Lanave Del Mysterio, this roster going up against a Titanic team. No Wobbabobs. User had a hell of a game there, and we've been talking about him just so much, and we'll continue to do so just for what he's able to bring to the table for a Wobbabobs. But this was the key moment towards the end of the game. You can see the spawns coming through from a Wobbabobs. They're able to flip the map at a crucial moment, and it really did feel like it was over, right? Because of the fact that, I mean, they pushed the Lanave Del Mysterio all the way back as well. Not only did they manage to get control of the P2 spawns, but they get control of P1 as well, and above the time back of that, it just wasn't enough. Lanave clutch up, and we can take a look at the final stat lines here at the end of the game. Honestly, I don't think the stat lines show the clutch moments that we did see there because, again, across the board here, we're not seeing anything too snazzy.
No, I mean, nothing too crazy. I mean, Abuser at one point was double positive, 34 and 22. This is almost what we get out of Abuser when he is on a respawn map that panders to an AR flex of Abuser's caliber, 3,700 damage. But, I mean, again, you just look at the legwork being shared across the Lanave Del Mysterio. I mean, Sukri, 19 and 23, not the sexiest KD ratio, but this guy was making heads-up plays and putting himself in the best position possible to generate almost 2 minutes of hardpoint time. But again, just playmaking potential across the board, whether it was super off the rip there to really make Wobbabobs trapped on that P3 side, for Lanave to be able to get all the time that they did off of P2. Rinkor anchoring down head glitches. He had 25 and 33, whatever. I don't care. The guy had 3,400 damage to speak of as well. And that set up players like Yakko so wonderfully. 27 and 22. It was the main player to really drop numbers for this team of Lanave Del Mysterio. And especially in those final moments, that 2-piece doesn't come through. Yakko doesn't clean up those 2 players with the Vaznev. A Wobbabobs break. We would be writing a different story ahead of map 2.
Highly impressive from Lanave Del Mysterio. Stunning. Wobbabobs, we were talking about, what is it, the mystery boat? Is that like the translation here for this team?
The mysterious ship.
Mysterious ship. Yeah, mysterious, most certainly, right? Because we talk about kind of what's not known here for this map set. We didn't even really get to discuss this. Like, we talk about the amount of maps that we haven't seen Lanave Del Mysterio on. 4 out of this 5 maps, we haven't seen a peep from them on. The only one we've seen is Mercado Hardpoint. We've seen that thrice. Yeah, that is something to speak of. I mean, you know, we always talk about kind of the VOD review that teams will be doing here on towards teams like Lanave Del Mysterio. You're always going to be kind of looking to see what these guys are up to, what kind of strategies they'll pull out, what kind of strategies they'll employ for such things like Fortress Search and Destroy and Hotel Control. Like, you don't have that if you're a Wobbabobs here, and that might well have been something that benefited Lanave Del Mysterio there in map number 1. But Fortress Search and Destroy, that is up next, and we know how potent the Wobbabobs are on Search and Destroy. I mean, to be fair, we know how good they were on Hardpoint, and look how that went in map number 1. So, who knows? I
mean, word to Chris Tunn, it needs to be said that Lanave Del Mysterio ended up getting rid of Hotel Search and Destroy. That is their most played Search and Destroy map through the Elite stage so far. They played it 6 times. They're 4-2 on it. And now we're going to a Fortress Search and Destroy again. To echo you, Brody, this is something that we have not seen them play. And it's interesting because when you talk about it even further, this is a map mode combination that we have seen the Awubabubs play, albeit losing in an excruciating fashion versus Falcons, and I would say uncharacteristically so. But hey, it's Falcons, baby. We definitely got a lot of praise for that team. They lost at 1-6 in their match versus the Falcons in their first playoff match in that map number 2. 6-4 win over the Originals, a 6-2 win over La Nave del Mysterio the last time they played. Probably ring on the reason why La Nave del Mysterio did not want to have that map 2 this time around.
Yeah, we'll see, man. La Nave del Mysterio, who knows what they're going to pull out here on Fortress Search and Destroy. For Awubabubs, though, again, you know that you can't count this roster out in Search and Destroy. What they're able to bring to the table, I think, as a team is just so highly impressive. You know, again, we talk about them so much, but players like Abuser and Brezzy just so frustrating to deal with. And again, you can see that here on the lower third. What we're talking about, you know, in regard to this is just like, for La Nave del Mysterio, you've not just taken a map in this series away from Awubabubs, you've taken a hard point. Like, we can't stress this enough. Awubabubs are by far and away, at least statistically speaking, the best hardpoint team in European challenges. I'm not too sure where they stand globally. I haven't had a chance to compare it to North America, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if they also had like the #1 stat lines in hardpoint across both EU and NA challenges. I know there's like differences in those two regions and what have you, but nonetheless, it's just so impressive.
If it's any consolation,
as
far
true.
as differential is concerned.
Well, do they?
Well, as far as the differential is concerned, but yeah, they lost 2 hard points. But even nonetheless, it's again, it's one of those things we're talking about cross-regional matchups. We're getting ahead of ourselves because I mean, TFL Enterprises versus Awubabubs very much so could be a matchup we get in Boston next week. So I mean, hey,
imagine, mate.
I would love to see that. I mean, that would be a cross-regional matchup that I would absolutely be on my seat. I'd be licking my lips for when it comes down to those hard points, vetoes, and overall match results for both those two teams. But yeah, I mean, again, something that needs to be really exclaimed here is that, yes, La Nave did take a hard point off of Awubabubs, but even more so than that, again, like I was saying, I think La Nave's best chance to be able to close out this series would be taking map 1. They threw the monkey wrench into the system. That was a Hydro hardpoint map 1. The next big wrench is this map number 2 of Fortress Search and Destroy. Brody, we don't know what La Nave are going to look like on this map mode combination. I mean, Super with the sniper, you can get some pretty cheeky angles. But Super with the submachine gun, I can get aggressive.
Yeah, there's a lot I think that La Nave del Mysterio could actually do here in this series, or in this Search and Destroy, excuse me. We'll see, though. They've actually got to get it done. Opening things up. Aggression coming out from La Nave del Mysterio. Taking a page out of the Awubabubs playbook here on Fortress Search and Destroy. And, well, Awubabubs, they make that play a little bit better. They read it perfectly. Nade from Linz. Tack play from Abuser. Deals with those opening players, and that's now bombed down in Narnia.
Very standard rollout when you're thinking from Awubabubs. We saw this in the map 2 versus Nixa. They get mid-map control. One player inside of maps. You isolate the play, and well, you just make your numbers advantage that much more blatant. Super does have the sniper. Casual 1v4. Hey, up, brother. You can do it too.
Hey, look, I've seen Super play over the years. I'm not counting him out of any situations. Sniper or not. Super is very good. Still, though, look at the arrows surrounding him on the minimap. They know exactly where he is as well. Like, all it takes is a little bit good timing, and the Awubabubs, they have that in spades. Able to take him down. Super 1 versus 4. Absolutely freaking not. And Awubabubs, again, first couple of kills come through. It leaves those last few two players completely stranded.
Yeah, look, round 1, sorry, you're not going to have trophy systems, more or less. You're maybe not expecting Awubabubs to have the rollout that they did. Again, it's mostly just the push over by benches, the player over top maps. It really just shuts down that entire push through the middle of the map, who, you guessed it, defensively. Look, you spawn directly looking at the hay bale. Once you get that head glitch in your favor, pushing over towards B, if you don't find those kills, are very hard.
Oh, look at this from La Nave del Mysterio. They don't want to lose another round here. They're trying to overextend themselves in towards A. Again, it's a strategy that we've seen from Awubabubs and many teams on the defense on Search and Destroy. However, it will not work out as Renkor has already fallen. To be fair, though, Awubabubs, no control over A just yet.
Oh, but they love slowing down the pace. Yako, he is spraying. He's only got 8 more bullets. The call is for Sukri to chow through open, but when he does, he drops Yako for the trade. Just barely gets out alive. 2v3, Awubabubs still have the bomb and A in their sights.
And now they've got control.
The big kill.
Especially with Super and Yako moving out towards the middle of the map. And yeah, you say it is a massive kill. Abuser might well have just put the round to bed, but now no longer the case. So Wobbobobs will have to get this fire the plant. Planting it for that back position. Have control of that just yet. Yako could still well play spoiler here in this situation, and indeed he will. Yako has also spotted out Linz, now even more so as Linz going to activate the dead silence. Going to reposition, and no, the knife out! That's some courage to go into the gunfight with your knife. Maybe trying to outplay on the timings, but no chance. What a play from Yako.
I mean, ultimately, when you're thinking about it, as Super gets a little limber. Yeah, that's a good chin up there, brother. All right. Nothing like a workout in mid-map, too. But yeah, again, you see a lot of players kind of hot swap to the knife just so that they can get like a little bit of a speed boost when it comes down to dead silence. Obviously, you run faster with the knife, but I'm just giving Linz the benefit of the doubt. Their best bet was obviously to pop dead silence, maybe get rails control, but there was no immediate information where Super was located at, who was making a rotation all the way through maps, so they were going to be coming in through art regardless. But you knew that Yako was in there somewhere, just not knowing exactly where, so... Big defensive opening here for La Nave del Misterio. Super's got the sniper. Stun will open the door. Just our control right now for La Nave.
How about this one from Lynn? Straight towards top single he goes, and out goes Yako. Good start from a Wobbobob's hit, and that's a bomb retrieval that La Nave del Misterio will need to make. Don't quite see Super activating dead silence to go and grab that bomb, so Lynn's just below him should have heard said movement. And elsewhere, Abuser takes down Sukri. Rencor falls to Linz. Yeah, Super 1 versus 4 again. They would have heard him earlier on. You're done, mate. Oh, Wobbobobs. Again. Linz with that first blood, and from there on, the dominoes fall.
It's just systematic defensive setups coming through for Wobbobobs. You know, the only player that gets aggressive was the one that jumps through top single, and they get immediate arc control from there on out. If you're La Nave del Misterio, you're basically forced to play out for the trade, but those trades are never going to be coming through because the way that Wobbobobs constantly play defense here on Fortress SnD, they are just always overwatching each other. They're making sure that everybody's in a tradable position. The only time when they're not is when they have a massive numbers advantage. So defense for defense we go so far, 3 rounds deep. Sniper in play for Super, gonna be looking for this angle, and yeah, what a read coming out from Super, finds first blood.
Super with a sniper rifle, potent as ever. Being such an annoyance for a Wobbobobs, and Abuser now already out of the round. Looking for a second. Linz offers up something. It's okay though, because Brezzy has taken down Rencor, so 3v3 we go now. Good free fire coming out from Cobra. Sukri is dead to rights. How about that for a gunfight? And now Super with a sniper rifle should have to back away here. Stun will tag him up, but space being given here for a Wobbobobs, they're going to get the bomb down.
So it would be a massive 3v4. 2v3 is going to be the retake. I mean, how do you even deal with where some of these players are going to be lurking at? Linz is going to play the backstage. Got a trophy system. If anybody throws utility back there, he will know. Super has a sniper rifle in hand, by the way. You don't really have all the time nor the luxury in the world to play for a pick. Finds attack, though.
The shout won't work out. Neither
man.
will a second as well. Linz is just better in that situation. And yeah, you said it. What a big 3v4 that is.
It really is. Again, you know, finding that big trade to obviously bring numbers back to even, but then the secondary as well. It just gave so much space over towards A. Wobbobobs are that team, man. When it comes down to Fortress SnD and Search and Destroy as a whole, really, they do a good job of just slowing down the pace of the overall game and just forcing out these errors from whoever they are up against. Combined 0 and 8 between Sukri and Rancor. These are things that you'd not like to see as Wobbobobs have a 2-round lead.
Look at this from Wobbobobs. Aggression in towards the A side. They've only managed to get Linz, though, into the position. Linz, that's not the best Semtex mate, and going to have to try and escape, get the hell out of dodge. But again, pressure felt here for La Nave del Misterio.
Oh, ankles. Abuser saw Super. I mean, they conceded space over by A, but that doesn't mean that they have given up entirely. Cobra throws a shoulder, rips the head off of Yako. Now the bomb needs to be collected over by the side door, and Sukri picks up the sniper rifle as well. Still trying to find that first kill. Just a shoulder needs to be thrown. Rancor goes down the opposite side. It's systematic, baby. They know where Sukri's located at. Finds the first. Needs 3 more. And there it goes.
Yeah, one of those good luck moments again. Wobbobobs early on in the round. It looked like, to be fair, La Nave del Misterio might well have done enough to remove them from the play and left them winded, but no. crucial gunfights going their way. Ankles broken. Hearts 2. 4-1 now in this round. In the Search and Destroy area, Bob's Lin 6 and Cobra 4-1, Brezzy 4-1 as well. I mean, to be fair, everyone positive across the board, shutting down Keela, Nave, Del Mysterio players. Now we'll see how their offensive push looks. How about this one from a playbook? Pushing straight over towards B, and Nave, Del Mysterio, they don't have the numbers to help on this situation. Renkor is going to reposition towards B, but again, first blood comes through against Sukri.
Oh, man. Now it's up to Yako, who's pinched on the opposite side. He throws a shoulder. He gets scouted out. Early damage from Cobra will confirm the kill. Now it's up to Rancor. What a time to find your first kill here, buddy. Needs to find 3 to stop the round. And again, Owubabubs have numbers. Rancor goes flying out, trying to find some information. It's those unforced errors again. Owubabubs, we saw that in one of the rounds versus Nixa earlier, Brody. You remember how Nixa shut it down? They had players in the middle of the map. This time for Lanave Del Mysterio, instead of holding over by Stables or holding on that head glitch over by Open, they just push through the A site. And then they get maps control, or art control, excuse me. Sure, that's fine, whatever. By that point, Owubabub's already pushed over past P1 and inside of benches, and they find all of the kills, isolating the last 2 players of Yako and Rancor. Map point here for Owubabubs, which has been a blistering search and destroy thus far.
Lanave Del Mysterio, back to the old faithful here in this situation. It's going to be a push towards A. Good read from Super. Lins is not coming up towards this top munitions area this time around, and that first blood should quieten Owubabubs down for the moment. Not enough to get the bomb down just yet, but now I think with Super gets that second and towards top art, Brezzy dealt with. It should be. Abuser might well be the next name on the death list as well. Super has an eye on him.
Oh, loses the gunfight. Those are not easy shots. Abuser gets the better of Super. 3v2. Now 2v2. Bomb planted here at A, and Yako's in a very forward positioning here. He's got help from his teammates. What a bait and switch to get him out. Sukri, though, snaps in the back of stage. Nave Del Mysterio stay alive in this search and destroy. Again, a lot of mid-map focus. We've seen that from so many different times. From Owubabubs on Fortress SnD, where they just immediately go for the middle of the map, get players inside of maps. Finding that first blood and being able to keep numbers in their favor to get the bomb planted for Nave Del Mysterio was their best bet to put themselves in a win condition to close out an offensive round.
Not dead yet, Nave Del Mysterio. Owubabubs, how aggressive do they play this round? Just try and put it away, really, at this point. You expect that kind of aggression out of them, but it's going to be aggression coming out from Nave Del Mysterio, as a matter of fact. Jackie pushed all the way up here. We'll be able to convert into a kill. Traded, though, as Lins takes him down. Cobra down for the round now. 3 versus 3 we go.
Yako dies all the way in the backside of Art. I mean, that's a excruciating place to find himself, but Lins is still trying to find more space. He doesn't have help. He's going to back all the way up towards Secret. Brezzy through the double windows. Just looking for a pick. Sukri, Rancor, though, kind of pushed up here. And Sukri, unbeknownst to him, is an egregious push. But Brezzy wasn't looking at it. 2v2.
There is a trade, though. Abuser to take down Sukri. Rancor. We're going to get off the donut. Streak will be in just to get the information at the very least as to where this last player is located. And Rancor, they know where he is. Go to catch him off guard here. If it isn't Abuser, it'll be Lins. GG. Rancor finishes himself on the fat donut. And, well, Owubabubs, a confident search and destroy victory. A victory that we think they probably needed after that hard point.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look, when it comes down to it, we would almost expect that the hard point would probably be competitive. But the search and destroy for Owubabubs, I mean, ever since losing to the originals, has just looked that much better. And it's really tough to be able to say that because their search and destroy has always been really, really good. But that said, again, I feel like I'm gonna sound like a broken record in between our lower round 2 match and now here in lower semifinals for this Owubabubs team, because it means the same map too at the end of the day. So bear with me. But they do such a great job at just making that map feel so big. Even when they have numbers, Brody, they give up so much space just to play longer lines of sight, because Nave Del Mysterio are the type of team to not want to play for those unforced errors. They're always trying to force out the trades. It always felt like that one player off the rip was just so isolated from the rest of the team, and that gives the Owubabubs the confidence that they always need to be able to convert rounds. Finding that first blood, 4v3, even 3v4, Nave Del Mysterio not comfortable with a single life lead, so they just fly in towards the Owubabubs line of sight for some reason. The stat board will be very indicative to exactly what went down. Lynn's getting that cruise missile. it was just about everything in that final round to read where Rancor is located. And as you said, my friend, ends on a donut. That's a stat line that only Homer Simpson would be proud about.
Yeah, it's not one to smile about on your way home, is it? For Rancor at 0-8 here in the Search and Destroy, an uncharacteristically muted performance here in Search and Destroy. You know, we'll say this much, Search and Destroy, I don't think it's ever been a boon of success for this Lenavi Del Mysterio roster. It's not been the best game mode out of the 3 that we play here in Modern Warfare 2, but still, I think we expect better out of the star players on the roster. You know, you talk about kind of what players like Sukri capable of in Search and Destroy, finishes 4 and 7. Even Yako, who, despite not being the maybe the most statistically snazzy player on the team, I think, you know, just couldn't find anything to talk about there in that Search and Destroy. On the other side, though, everybody who you expect to play well did exactly that. Linz, of course, we talked about history, finishes at 8 and 2 in the SnD. Just goes absolutely bananas. Cobra 6 and 3 as well. Abuse at 9 and 4. Everybody playing their part there in a Search and Destroy. I think Fortress SnD is quickly becoming a favorite Search and Destroy map for this Wobblebobs roster as they tie up the series now versus Lenavi Del Mysterio after that Hydro Hardpoint. Now, Hotel Control. Next up in this one, it's going to be a swing game between these two teams. Again, another map. Well, we'll keep on saying it. We're going to sound like a broken record by the end of this best of 5. We haven't seen Lenavi Del Mysterio play this at all.
No, I mean, through the 8 controls of play, 3-1 on Asilo, 2-2 on Fortress. I totally understand this coming through for Wobblebobs. Again, it has been more of like a standard pick and ban process for them, especially for control. We get it, guys. You don't like Asilo control. It's fine. But we go over towards Hotel, where, again, Lenavi had the pick in between, obviously, either Fortress or Hotel. And instead of going over towards Fortress, who, again, that's where the series ended the last time around. So that's how Lenavi Del Mysterio did all of their veto process. They got rid of the Search and Destroy over on Hotel the last time. They lost it 2-6. And then they got rid of the Fortress Control, where they lost 0-3 last time around. But yeah, you're right. I mean, we haven't seen Lenavi Del Mysterio on Hotel Control. But that said, to go back to a point that you also brought up, Search and Destroy hasn't always been a boon of success, you know, outside of maybe Super when it comes down to these 4 players in particular. You know, a little bit of Sukri as well, just last year as well. But even more so than that, Control in Respawn as a whole has been a Spanish limelight since its inception. So you really got to have it here when it comes down to going up against the Wobblebobs, who are 2-2 on this map mode combination.
Yeah, and look, for me, again, when I look at the players that I really need to see here play extremely well for Lenavi Del Mysterio, it's, again, the usual suspects, right? I think, you know, for Super, what he brings to the table, for just pure AR control, bringing out the SMG when he needs to do it as well, that's really valuable for Lenavi Del Mysterio here on Hotel Control. Rancor as well, can't drop a donut. I mean, he probably won't drop a donut, but just something, do something a note here in this control, because Rancor, again, you know, we talk about how successful he has been for this roster, despite the fact that, again, he will not be on it for Boston. It still is really important that Rancor's performances have just been it's been a highlight, I think, for Lenavi Del Mysterio, is the way I would word it. Wobblebobs, if they can shut down those players, they should be okay, but again, you can never count out Sukri and Yako as well. Those guys have had their moments. We are not wasting any time here, folks. We're getting straight into Hotel Control between these two teams, a swing game. Remember, winner of this match will face up against the Originals tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
You're looking for Super to show up in a big way. I hear you, Brody. 1.31 KD for Super. He has 79% non-traded kill percentage when it comes down to control. Yeah, look for this guy to maybe bring a success rate for Lenavi Del Mysterio on a map mode combination they have not played.
All right, well, let's see how they get on here, and it will be a Wobblebob starting things off on the offensive side already. Overextending, it's going to be Linz, not just for 1, but for 2 as well. Brezzy with another one as well, combining for 3, and Wobblebobs very quickly wipe Lenavi. They will spawn up pretty close here, so they should have one good look at this, but they do need to hurry up if they want to. And they're actually just chalking this one. Usually you see that when teams push over towards A. Lenavi Del Mysterio like, nope, we don't want to invest any more lives. Let's set ourselves up for a defensive A.
A flawless start coming through for a Wobblebobs. Lenavi Del Mysterio are going to be going in for this A defense, and we've been seeing a lot of other teams just become very good at defending this zone. Yako's going to be that player pushed up through Chandelier. He's going to have his work cut out for him. There's the first, has 2 more. You may be unaware of that fact, but that's information for Lenavi that a Wobblebobs are coming from behind.
Yeah, they're still here, by the way, as well. Rancor, big gunfight, will win it versus Cobra, so now it is just Brezzy and Abuser on that side. But remember, the more players that fall, the more this becomes a pinch movement as they spawn up over towards the kitchen side. And they've got past Super. They're just completely run past him. They do not care. Through the middle of the map they go, and the stack will now ensue. Super, the last remaining player, of course, Wobbabob's aware of the fact that they didn't clear kitchen. Probably someone coming from that side. How ready are they for Kim? That's the question. Super comes through. Only one kill to be made. Sukri on the other side to try and get through, and he gets shut down. And yeah, that is perfect from Wobbabobs. If the first push isn't great, it doesn't matter. Just hold back, wait for the players to come with the respawn, and you can make a pitch movement.
They only lost 3 lives. So, yeah, pretty damn good, I would say. What do you want me to say? I mean, Wobbabobs literally just ran him over. Like, there's my analysis. Bing, bang, boom. Lynn's 6-1. Like, good heavens. Ave Del Mysterio through this opening break needs to offer something better offensively than what they had defensively. Wobbabobs completely isolate them. They find the kills required, and then the map positioning was all there for them. Both the zones. Offensive push will be going over towards B. Pretty notorious to see. Coming through for Hotel Control. They'll go 1-for-1, but there's nobody immediately looking at the flank, so even by the time Cobra gets over here, this might just be all but over. But Rancor will deal with him, so now you got 2 players on the zone, Brady.
Yeah, nobody actually immediately challenging through the bar area as well. A lot of pressure coming through the middle of the map, and it's being read at the moment, but maybe not enough, as Abuser will actually pick up 2. Should have opened things up here for a defensive play. Lynn's on towards Super, and Sukri, the last player left alive, is swiftly dealt with. 1 to kill progression. Almost 2 being made there, but hasn't gone all the way through. So not quite the flawless offensive push that we saw from Wobbabobs in their offensive effort. And now all of that will result in mid-map pressure, mid-map control for Wobbabobs. Abuser starting to force the issue now towards the help desk too. Rancor should be caught off guard by him, and he will be. But one player getting past that enemy line to Siako, looking to cause some problems in for the second tick. It would be nice if we could get it done. Help from Super inside the bedroom as well. And there will not be an immediate jump out from Cobra, but very quickly here, Lanave might well have the numbers to overwhelm. Nako picking up that gunfight. There's a flank coming through from Brezzy. He has to get on quickly, though. Brezzy in from behind for not the second. Rancor takes him down, and B will fall.
That's a very gut check play that Yako just put together for himself. Didn't have anybody else's assistance until those 2 eliminations came through, but B-Zone will be tacked over. You're just down 1 life. You have Super trying to be a nuisance in the back over by Jules, but that's all they're going to really find for themselves. They do lose Sukri along the way. Kitchen presence is also there, but you probably won't get to see Abuser be in that position because Cobra just picks up 2 on the flank itself. Super left 1 shot, does not have a stimmy. That'll be all she wrote so far for this A-zone push for Lanave.
As we always say when it comes to these A pushes, all it takes is 1 good hit. Lanave Del Mysterio starting to put that hit together. 2 players coming on the flank in the form of Super and Yako. Rancor, Sukri, got to be a little bit more honest with it. Pushing straight up through the free side. 3 players currently clustered in that area of the map. They want to get rid of at least 1 or 2 of them. Sukri not able to do anything, so a lot now of pressure on Rancor. And of course, these players who have got through from behind. Yako now throwing the nade. Has to help out Rancor with this pinch play. And, well, both of the players going to fall. How about that for clinical defense at the point? It is just now Super left alive on the flank. And, well, it will not be for long. Brezzy eviscerates, and 40 seconds there wasted.
And again, this is how you go in for a very strengthy A-zone defense. You got players in rugs, players inside the pantry, over by the freezer of the kitchen. Lanave Del Mysterio, they have to essentially do this from the back. They don't have time, the luxury, maybe send players on the flank, and the bait and switch does not matter. Brezzy deals with them both, and Cobra over by rugs will get the next. Yako, last little ditched effort here, a single respawn remaining. 7 seconds is all that is on the clock, and Lanave will not get to this A-zone.
Mate, my jaw, it's a gate at the moment. Just what a round from Wobbabobs. All hope looked lost, to be honest. I think, again, it is really, I don't want to say not all that difficult to get yourselves in towards A after capturing B, but, like, it is the easier point to take, right? And it only takes 1 good kit. For Lanave Del Mysterio to have the setup that they had to get on towards that point, they had the 2-2 split. They just couldn't win the gunfights. They could not get Wobbabobs out of connector. That is highly impressive for the defense. And off the back of it, Cobra ends things out with a cruise missile in the back pocket. Brezzy's still on a spree, by the way. Wobbabob's looking hot here on Hotel Control. 1 more offensive effort, and we'll be looking at a map number 4 before you know it. There will be an A push here from the offense. Things off. Wobbabobs want to take this one a lot more classically. Super over here, though, to still cause some damage. And he does get the first kill against Cobra, though, in the middle of the map. You can never quite count out Brezzy. Well, he can, apparently. Sukri will take it down.
Well, I'll take him down, but Brezzy just got himself another cruise missile. That's now 2 crucial resources for Wobbabobs to use if they want to call them in for this offensive round. And yeah, you might just end up seeing Abuser, by the way. He's 10-5. Lin's 10-7, 11-4 for Brezzy. None of these players for a Wubba have even reached double-digit deaths. That A zone is going to be tacked over very slowly because the Wubba are still fishing for eliminations in the middle of the map. Yakko, though, trying to force out the play from behind of Connector. Only get some constellation shots, but that is just about it. I mean, that A zone is going to be tacked over. You play for a couple exits here. It's going to be your best bet for LaNave to stay alive in this control.
Yakko ready for these exit frags, and I'll tell you what, that'll put a hole in the offensive line. Wubba just reduced to Brezzy and Linz here on the push around the back. LaNave Del Mysterio instead posited to stop the respawns. Helping out. Brezzy, of course, as you said earlier on, has got that cruise missile ready to go. It's the second on board for a Wubba, the second get out of jail free card if they want to utilize it. Now for a Wubba, starting to put together the push in from behind. A lot of presence from LaNave Del Mysterio inside the bedroom. Has to be dealt with. Lynn's putting some shots in. No kills just yet. They are staunchly just sitting there ready to go. Renkor now for the respawn screen as well. Lynn's not some shots in, but none of them going to connect. I tell you what, for LaNave, this presence around bedroom, really problematic for a Wubba.
Yeah, it really is. And you're also dealing with players on the flank. Are you aware that Cobra is still lurking inside a statue? He's just buying some time. So the minimap, Brezzy, Lynn's trying to push all the way past Jules. Buza just as patient as you like. Deal with Sukri over by top luggage, but still has those two players in top and bottom bedroom to deal with. Rancor, you got your work cut out for you here, brother. Flies in towards the back line for some reason. It'll become overwhelmed. Those are two quick kills. Yakko, the last player to maybe try to stop this from happening. Sukri's closer towards the zone, though, and even going 1-for-1, that could be big. Slow down a Wubba attempt to get on this B zone.
I mean, you've effectively remolded the defensive line, right? Abuser getting 2 kills over towards that bedroom side. Only one more player to deal with, and there you go. Finally, Cobra will take him down. But again, kills being made now on the bar side too. LaNave Del Mysterio will be able to respawn here on the back 30 seconds. Super down by the bedroom. Cobra, he's probably aware that somebody's going to reaggress sooner rather than later. Now for Wubba's players being pushed through the statue side. Yakko from behind. The stun should connect. Nobody there to put a stop to it. Yakko from behind to crush the hopes and dreams of a Wubba of 3-0ing this control. Cobra might still have something to say about it, though. Super in that position. Cobra are well aware of it, the fact that somebody is in bottom bedroom, and now kill's starting to be made. It's a purple kill feed. A Wubba's here. 7 seconds on the clock. The stack will be through. Cobra, just play your life, buddy. Can Sukri do anything about this? The shots will be in. Sukri in for 1.
No
a
way.
3 versus 2 now. The stack is in, though. Renkor, can he stop it? No! Yakko takes him out with a nade! And the Wubba's get it done. 3-0 in the control. It looks a bit janky. And I definitely had to fight for it in that third and final round, but it just doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter if you win by a lot or a little. They get it done.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's hotel control, and that B-zone execute is something that we've really come to see quite often. Again, say what you will, Wubba's completely outslayed the opposition of LaNave Del Mysterio, sure. There's some very simple analysis for you there, but the way that B execute ends up coming through is because all the trades that were happening in the previous engagement, Brody, you were calling it, is that you completely reforged the defensive line. There was nobody inside bedroom anymore. The one player that was pushed up was inside of couches. Once they lose their life, you show presence over by the B-zone as Cobra just dolphin dives his way over towards the display case. Everybody's essentially spawning over in the backside of P2 or over by Jules. In Narnia, essentially, when it comes down to stopping that B-zone. In a Wubba, again, they are the team. They know when to tighten that rope. When they know they have 3 or 4 dead, stack that zone. Back up, Cobra. Play your irons. Wait for them to come to you. What a wonderful execute. It was almost the shades of what we got to see off of their very, very good play in the very first round of offense. But yeah, you see there's that one player who's actually bottom bed, excuse me. That was Super. Once he loses his life, and you deal with the player over inside of couches, yeah, you just stack this zone. You just have Sukri to deal with, and like you said, can you do anything? He goes 1-for-1 in this position, but at that point, you're just maybe hoping to throw your life on the point itself to maybe try to deal with these players. The team nade not helping things out. Super not able to get onto the zone himself to stop the zone capture. Wubba on control. Offensively, especially 2 times over on Hotel, are just a sight to behold. 15-8 for Cobra. Are you kidding me? This guy couldn't even reach double digit for deaths. Linz, Brezzy, come on. You could have joined him.
I don't think it matters at this point, to be honest, bud. That was such an impressive control. That first control round for me is like up there with one of the most impressive control rounds we've seen in challenges this season so far. Just immaculate. It really was. And, you know, there were a couple of maybe snap decisions that we could have seen from LaNave Del Mysterio that would have softened the blow a little bit. Obviously, you know, even in that first round when they lost, B control, they immediately decided, all right, we're just going to retreat ourselves over towards A. Like, small decisions like that maybe would have made the situation more palatable, more manageable, but just not able to get it done. Na'Vi Del Mysterio, as you say, I mean, you talk about the slaying power of Wobbabobs. I mean, that really is the entire story, isn't it, at this point? Like, you're just getting outslayed. Like, you got trounced in that control off the back of a search and destroy where things weren't looking too kind for you as well. I think our Wobbabobs have woken up in this series now. That hard point, you got to question, I think, moving forward in the series if it's going to happen again.
Well, I mean, like, it's tough to say, like, have they woken up? Because, I mean, the Hydro Hardpoint, you'll see here in a second, it was only won by 13 points, and it came down to, like, one big crucial, like, 1v1 in towards the back, and Sukri making the play, sure, but, like, Wobbabobs very much so could have won that Hydro Hardpoint. It's so hard to break P2, but now we go over towards a Mercado Hardpoint where, I mean, everything as far as this best of 5 series will always end up favoring Wobbabobs. They do have the more winning record over their adversaries here of Na'Vi Del Mysterio, but you need to continuously play upset. And when you have Cobra that is piecing and utilizing the fixtures, the alleyways, the cuts, if you will, of what we saw there from Hotel Control, I mean, this guy's going to be feeling right at home when it comes to Mercado Hardpoint. Same could be said about Abusa. Can't talk about the guy enough. Wobbabobs are undefeated on Mercado Hardpoint is what I'm getting at here, Brody, where Na'Vi Del Mysterio are only 2-1.
They're 4-0. Mercado Hardpoint. Like, this is the best map in the set for Wobbabobs, and we saw it earlier on that, like, there are reasons why they are just so good here. The fact that this roster is, like, super flexible as well, this is one of the big things that we rarely actually talk about when it comes to Wobbabobs. Like, so many of the players on the roster, and I know a lot of players can do this, like, you can always have to, in a way, you always have to be good with both the TAC and the Vaznev here in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 to play at a high level. But, like, these guys, there is very little difference between their TAC play and their Vaznev play. Like, it doesn't matter what weapon you put in their hands, they are good in all situations. And on a map like Mercado, that's a very important skill to have because you've got close quarter engagement, you've got close quarter hard points, and then you've got long lines of sight that need to be watched as well. Wobbabobs are just so good here. Like, it is a really damning moment, I think, in the series that Wobbabobs now, you're coming up here, 4-0 here on Mercado Hardpoint. Looking pretty good, Andy, but Na'Vi Del Mysterio, we cannot count them out. Again, this roster, they've got the clutch factor. They just need the top-scoring players to come out and play here again. And again, we've seen that in the past. Rancor, super. Need those guys to come out and play. If they're able to do so, they might well have a chance. And as you already said, to be fair, I mean, map number 1, they played extremely well. So we'll see how this goes. And
again, you know, I want to go back. The only loss that Na'Vi Del Mysterio do have was actually in their first match versus Team Notorious. They lost this by a whole 6 points. It was very, very close. It was competitive. It was back and forth. You had in that series specifically Rancor, Super, the usual suspects, as you like to call them there, Brody, were popping off in a big way. And Yaka was also there to kind of back things up. But I want to go back and echo a point again when it comes down to 4v4 Call of Duty as a whole, especially in a map like, or a game like Modern Warfare 2, excuse me, is that, yeah, you have to be flexible across the board. You may not always spawn in a position to try to hit the rotation first. You might not always spawn to try to contest the scrap time. But what Wobbabobs have done so well, what they've been able to showcase continuously, even going back to that map number 1, and what we've seen on Mercado Hardpoint continuously for this entire elite stage, is that one simple fact. They understand what each individual spawn means, depending on the hardpoint that is active. Do we hit for the 25 seconds? Do we hit for the rotation? Do we just try to concede the space and just try to go in for a full rotation? A lot of that was exemplified on the Hydra Hardpoint, but in Sukri, again, which is winning some crucial gunfights, and Yaka was having a whale of a time. You need a very, very big performance coming out from Yako, I would say the least, when it comes down to this Mercado Hardpoint, if you want to stay alive and force out a map number 5.
Well, one more map, and Wobbabobs is going to book their place in the lower bracket final, facing the Originals tomorrow. Top 3 guaranteed. Lower bracket run continued as well. The Na'Vi Del Mysterio, they want to put a stop to it. Can they get it done here? Well, they will start things off by looking to move around through the barbershop side of the map. But Wobbabobs more than happy to try and take some time away in the middle. It will just be Cobra fighting through that little area. Trying to keep the Na'Vi Del Mysterio away from the kill time. But it will be ultimately a Wobbabobs now in control of P2.
Hold the P2 rotation, still a lot of time to be able to make the play here if you are Na'Vi Del Mysterio. And you can see player number 4 on the minimap. That's going to be Yako. He's going to be pushing past that CDOM flag area. Closer towards Banana. He'll get his running mate there of Rancor. So now Cobra's the next one up to deal with this. And the push over by the barbershop side through the tunnel, well, it's all gone up in purple flame. So Wobbabobs will be able to win those gunfights pretty convincingly. Keep in mind you will be able to hold this rotation for P2.
Yeah, supporting gunfire now for Wobbabobs as well. Resi just taking them out from the tunnel. Not really much time at all going the way of Lanave Del Mysterio here as they've got to try and punch a hole in the defense of Wobbabobs. Looking to do so by pushing players inside Barbershop. Yakko, frankly, does not expect Abuser to be pushed that far out of the hard point, and why would you, to be honest? Abuser catches him off guard and wins that 1v1, and elsewhere, Brezzy is continuing on his spree. He's just sitting here with attack at the moment, just out-triggering down lanes, keeping these players away from the kill. Every single gunfight required at the moment is being won by Wobbabobs. The Lanave Del Mysterio just can't touch.
I mean, you know, when Abuser even goes down there, I mean, that was a combined 12 for a Wobbabobs. Brezzy, 7 in a row on his third life. Casual. Love to see it. Got himself a cruise missile. Now you got to look at the rotation. Again, this is the handshake, if you will, for it's Mercado Las Almas, map number 4, Hardpoint in particular. You give up about a full 60 there on P2. You best hope that you have a very strengthy hold for this P3 rotation, but Wobbabobs are already threatening it. No trophy system.
Streak?
Yeah, Brezzy already calls it the cruise missile. I actually love to see that cruise missile. Well done from Wobbabobs.
Wow, that is such a big play. Sukri's still left alive, the designated survivor here for Lanave Del Mysterio, but it will not be long before he is dealt with, and, well, turning straight around to deal with some more gunfights. Abuser wants to get right back into the action. We said it, this was a massive hard point for Lanave Del Mysterio. They had got the early rotation, and Wobbabobs come through and completely ruin their day. First 20 seconds now, going the way of a Wobbabobs. Can you hold? Players spawning out. Will that be up to Abuser and Linz inside, but these players have performed so far today. Linz in this nerd spot up top. Yeah, some builds up. Yakko just eviscerates him, to be fair, but Abuser there as the backstop for this team. Once again, streaking out early on in this one. 5 in a row. 1 away from another, and he does get shut down, and a massive kill from Super. I'm not sure if Super realized it or not, but still, the end result is the same for Wobbabobs here. What a hard point from them.
The Wobbabobs team, they're everywhere. They're already threading the rotation over by P4. Cobra's soaking up scrap time. Linz is beaming people off of head glitches. Are you kidding me? I mean, Rancor has to go 1 for 3 here, and it just does not happen. Brezzy's on another 4 spree, 13 and 3 for them. Scrapping to initial 2 hard points in a row. Are you serious? A 100-point lead.
Dude, what is happening? Lanave Del Mysterio are getting crushed. Like, there is no other word for it at this point. 10 points is all they've got. That was off the P1. By the way, Cobra now heating up, has to reload his weapon, pops up off the car, looking for the kill against Rancor, won't find it, but it's okay, because guess who's here? It's the rest of the bloody damn Wobbabobs roster. They are not giving up. What? Abuser just looking from lane to lane, just taking this so casually. Like, what is going on? Suku's 1 and 10. Yakko's 2 and 12.
Yeah. That's what I was going to bring up. 3 and 22 between Sukri and Yakko. Super is double negative of 4 and 8. I mean, something's got to give. And if it doesn't happen here on P5, well, I mean, it's chalked. Abuser's just tapping his trigger. He knows you're there, Yakko. Nice Semtex will just keep Abuser weak, but... All right, we got some generated time here for Lanave Del Mysterio, but they're being pitched on all different sides.
And one of those sides will be dealt with. Lynn's down for the moment. Now Wobbabob's taking this one from the back alley. Abuser and Brezzy open things up with the first couple of kills here, and all you can do is laugh at this point as they're right back in. It's surgical. It is surgical at this point. Wobbabob's break in. 35 seconds left now. Lanave Del Mysterio. I mean, at this point in time, it's just like, you've still got to hit this. You've still got to go. Brezzy up top on 7 in a row, looking for number 8. He's already lapped up yet another cruise missile, and okay, Wobbabob's looking so strong. 20 seconds left. Lanave, you've got to rotate.
It's 10 seconds off of P1, 14 seconds generated off of P5. It's going to be 209 to 24. Win conditions set galore. We haven't even reached P7 yet. Brezzy's going to call in his second cruise missile. The rotation should be here. Trophy system should be online when it comes down to it. And yeah, it sure will be. Won't be able to find any eliminations, but it will confirm that everybody is trapped in Cantina for Lanave.
Yeah, that's the main thing here. Trapping these guys inside Cantina, really starting to apply the pressure. Rancor picking up too that. The only player really performing at this point for Lanave Del Mysterio. Even now, he is still negative. 3 in a row, though, for Rancor will ensure some time goes the way of Lanave Del Mysterio. But one player has penetrated. It's Cobra down Lottom. Going to do some damage here, looking for the kill against Super. Super just doesn't expect him. Again, Cobra has already broken that line, and now back 25 under threat here for Lanave Del Mysterio. Cobra coming up top here, has support from a teammate on the other side as well. That player, that Yakko there, I mean, you can get 1 kill, but you're dead to rights. Back 15, going the way of a Wobbabobs. It'll put them ever closer to that 250-point mark.
I mean, it's not very many circumstances across many CODs you can say that a team can close it out in the first set of hard points, but on Mercado, where you get rotations galore and you get broken up earlier on, Wubbulbubs are only 23 points away from closing out map number 4 and punching their ticket with a date to the Originals' lower final match. I mean, you just got to start piecing together something here if you're LaNave Del Mysterio. Big 2-piece out of Barber will come through for Super. Split spawns galore. You have Yakko trying to zone away players out from small. You will be able to do it. That's a guaranteed 20 here for LaNave at 7.
One hit. That's all this takes for a Wubbulbubs. One hit unearth LaNave Del Mysterio from these back spawns, but LaNave, they need to be perfect. First killer in for Renkor. Sukri still layering down these kills and additional team shots from Super as well. Away for the moment. Brezzy able to find his way through. It won't be long though. No heroic play from him. And well, LaNave Del Mysterio now making this scoreline look in their first serious hold here. Basically a full 60 going their way on towards parking lot, but it doesn't put them anywhere near out of the danger zone for the moment. At Wubbulbubs, they have so many win conditions.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, leader's advantage in a nutshell, right? You can try to break P7. It doesn't happen 2 times over. Whatever. Chalk it. Rotate. Get Cantina spawns. Try to keep P2 contested because you know LaNave Del Mysterio, they have to keep a Wubbulbubs off this hard point. But most importantly than that, they need to be able to generate some time. Even how annoying it is, Wubbulbubs can keep on touching this and try to bait out the positioning for LaNave Del Mysterio. And how about it? I mean, they bait out positionings, but then LaNave Del Mysterio are able to find the eliminations as well. They're actually forcing a Wubbulbubs to spawn out. And as soon as LaNave read this, they need to start flooding into P2. This is, again, a double-edged sword that they have to acquire here.
They've got the numbers in this situation. You've got to go in that situation. I know you want the scrap time here, but you have to make sure you flip the spawns to P2. They don't do that. LaNave, though, now could do that. Just Cobra up top, left up in a 1 versus 2 here. Players really starting to heat up. I'm going to have to combine like 10 spree there for the moment. Renkor on 5 in a row is going to be still on that spree. Super was also on 5 in a row, but will be shut down before a cruise missile can be accrued. Cobra still up top in this position. Now needs to waste some time for Lins to come and play. This is actually a door being opened here for LaNave Del Mysterio to fight their way back and towards the game, but Yakko falling most certainly won't help. Renkor needs to get at least 1 kill for the cruise missile. It will not happen. LaNave still banging at the door though, still refusing to give this time away to Wubbulbubs, and now they might not have much choice. Super down the stairs, he will fall down them in EastEnders fashion. And now for Wubbulbubs, just 10 more seconds, this one might be done and dusted. Yakko out the window, still has something to say, refusing to give up here. Dogged as ever. 2 versus 3 on the point now. You gotta go and you gotta go now. Renkor falls. Lins going from player to player will take them down. And finally, Wubbulbubs get it done. Takes a couple of extra hard points. The score looks a lot more respectable by the end of the game. But make no mistake, they just mollywopped LaNave Del Mysterio.
Dios mio, what did I just watch? That was, oh my goodness. I mean, like, what do you even say? Like Wubbulbubs, they just came out of the gate and they were swinging. You know, like, as commentators and analysts, I sit there and say, it's like, all right, you lost full 60 off of P2, whatever, chalk, rotate, go into P3. And then we said the same thing for P4. And then we said the same thing for P5. And I started realizing, I'm just like, wait a second, this is like 160 to 10 right now. At what point do you just sit there and say, like, oh, it's just chickadee chalk? And that came through over by P7 is where they got their full 60 sure. They started looking better in the second set of hard points, maybe through P1, and started making it look a little bit more respectable, perhaps. But, I mean, with Cobra just supplanting themselves, top Cantina like that, buying time for Lins to come back around the flank and find the kills required to send all of LaNave Del Mysterio spawning over by Small. I mean, that was just that one push that you were highlighting, Brody, when it came down towards P7 and through the second set as well. I'm still scratching my head about it. Like, at the end of the first set of hard points, it was 227 to what, like 113 or something like that? Like, that is just dummy silly. Like, I cannot fathom just this Wubbulbubs roster coming out of the woodworks of losing map number 1 the way that they did and outslayed on every single corner through the last 3 maps worth being played. I mean, just look at this. It's absurd. Like, again, Cobra goes back-to-back maps. He doesn't even reach double-digit kills. What the heck is that all about?
This shouldn't be the final KDs. Like, it should. There was a point in that game where, like, Sukri and Yakko, for the vast majority of it, couldn't break, like, 4 or 5 kills. Like, between them. Like, Renkor was the only one playing. I don't know how else to describe it, to be honest. That is, by far and away, one of the most dominant hard. Like, the scoreline might not suggest it. I don't care about the scoreline. I know it's not statistically the most dominant hardpoint we've had this so far this season in challenges. From our eyes, from what we just saw, it absolutely was. They crushed them. They really did. And I think the thing is as well, the kind of the point that really accentuates that is the fact that Mercado Las Almas, generally speaking, is a pretty close hardpoint. Like, you expect games to go down to the wire for the most part here on Mercado, if not separated up by like a hill at most. But it just wasn't like that at all. What a dominant showing from a Wobbabobs here to close out a 3-1 victory. They show that map number 1 was no more than a simple stumble here as the Mysterious spoke. Well, they looked pretty good in the water on Hydro, but no more than that as they had to go back to land for Fortress, Hotel, and Mercado. And yeah, what can you say? I mean, those back 3 maps. Shit.
Like, again, like that Hydra Hardpoint map number 1, like this very much so could have been a 3-0. Keep in mind, you again, that map number 1, if you missed it, by the way, if you're just now joining us here for the tail end of our coverage for EU Challengers Elite, like, it legitimately came down to Sukri just making the play in towards the back, finding those 2 eliminations and flipping out spawns. I mean, if you've ever played Mosh Pit, if you've ever played or watched the CDL or Challengers alike, regardless of the region, breaking P2 is so hard when all the team is spawning behind them. Again, this could have been a 3-0 because, yeah, going into maps 2, 3, and 4, the series only became that much better for Wobbabobs. Again, question marks around as far as Avito is concerned for La Nave del Misterio, just to end up playing the Hotel Control comparatively to Fortress, but I mean, it was a pick and choose, lose battle when you really do feel like it at the end of the day. This Wobbabobs roster have only fallen short of a single series, all Challengers Elite long. Their only blemish is against the Originals that they lost in the beginning of the entire playoff escapade, and it was interesting, to say the least, to lose out after beating Falcons in a map 5. They lost map 5 versus the Originals. And Brody, now they got a date with them again in lower finals. I mean, the narratives, it's just writing itself. I don't know if I got the toaster oven on or something. My roommates maybe cooking something in the oven. It's getting hot in here, baby. This EU Challengers Elite is coming down to the wire.
We do love Challengers Elite, don't we? For all the storylines it offers up to us casters, it's just quite impressive, isn't it? What we've seen today. And I'll be honest, maybe biased caster, you guys can at me in the chat. I don't really care. I think these are the 3 rosters I would have expected in the finals at the start of the season. Maybe Notorious. You could make the argument for Notorious, but of course the season didn't exactly go their way. But if you were to ask me before the season started which 3 teams I thought would be the top 3, it would be these 3 teams. They've looked highly impressive. And well, you might be asking, maybe you just saw that last match in isolation. If you did, well, that was a fun one. We can see who the other teams are already in the final day of Challengers Elite as well. The Originals and Elevate going head-to-head earlier on today in the upper bracket final. Elevate gave them a not-so-nice time. They're now in the grand final of 3-0 versus the Originals. The Originals down to the lower bracket. That is tomorrow's matchup, man.
This is crazy, man. Like, again, like, I feel like the only other team that would be missing here would probably be Notorious. Yeah, absolutely the case. But, you know, losing that map 5 to Elevate, sure. But then you'll take a look at the lower bracket and you'll see where Notorious fell short, losing 3-1 to a Nixa roster who was just playing upset continuously. Again, put some respect on those guys' names because, albeit losing to a Wubbabob, sure, they definitely showed some bright spots, especially in that hard point. Definitely room to improve ahead of Boston if they are going to be at that event. But, I mean, Warpath, is that the right phrase, maybe, to talk about for this Wubbabob's team? Because they are, besides that blemish that was at map number 1, again, only losing by 13 points here in lower semifinals versus La Nave del Misterio, they have looked pretty damn good, to say the least.
I think, maybe again a hot take here, but I still think that a Wubbabobs, I mean, it's almost, I don't think they belong in the lower bracket, frankly. I think this roster right now might well be one of the best teams. You know what, I'm going to say it, hot take or not, people can toast me, I don't care. I still think a Wubbabobs might well be the best team in European Challenges. And the fact that they're in the lower bracket, again, it says a lot about the Originals, just how well they played in that series. I think these last 3 teams are extremely closely matched. Again, I still think we could probably add Notorious and even Nixa to that conversation as well. There's a lot, I think, of depth here, especially ahead of Boston. But for a Wubbabobs, they're still going to make the rest of this losers bracket run happen, and they've got to get past the Originals and Elevate to do it. It's going to be a tough run. Elevate, though, they're in the grand finals. They await the winner of the Originals and a Wubbabobs tomorrow. For all the beans, the lion's share of $50,000. Speaking of beans, we've got incredible Call of Duty coming up very, very soon. Of course, Boston Academy taking on Rocker Academy in the winners bracket final of North America. Trust me, all that great Call of Duty is far from over just yet. And the rest of the Jazz as we bring down our 6 North American teams remaining to 3 very, very soon. Don't go far, folks, because you've got North American Challengers after this break.
rock into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, just stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, accept of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all try to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a exhausted, I needed the energy, needed a pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good two-day. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my clothes. Watch me hit the power move. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
So, welcome everybody. I'm going to come in with a little bit of just softness because I know you guys have been having this on your side monitor for the past hour and a half, and then we're going to start to ramp up, get the energy going because it's North American Challengers playoffs times. See how I did that? That's like little master peaks. You start at 8, you get it up to an 8, and then you let your partner take over. That's Austin Vision's deal. He's going to take the win from here.
I'm taking it. I got the wind. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but probably guide you guys into the matches that we got here coming up. But either way, Alan, I know I'm feeling great. Always feeling good on these nights when we get to watch over challengers, see who our top teams are going to be. We're going to be able to get through quite a few matches, and then we're going to end the night with 3 more squads going into tomorrow. So I'm very excited to see how everything comes together.
And just as North America always is, but I have to say it because that's just what is merited on all these broadcasts. Who knows what's going to happen today? Anybody can beat anybody, but there is a lot to go over the course of the next, what will be 3 matches that we are going to be watching. Lower round 2 is where we're going to start our action for the day. 4 teams going on. We will have one of the matches here on this broadcast while the other is on We Are Clutch GG. For us, we'll be focusing on Team War versus Amit. We'll talk a lot about what's happened with that Amit roster here in a moment. And then Affiliate Esports and T-Fel Enterprises, who also may have some sort of substitution issues going on. That will be happening over on We Are Clutch GG's Twitch account. This lower bracket's been, this whole bracket's been a grueler, but this lower bracket obviously highlighted by the Map 5 affair between T-Fel and Ironblood Gaming. And then even Team Smog gave him a little bit more trouble than I think most people would have expected there, Austin.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think that Smog certainly surprised a lot of people, myself included. They had a lot of really big wins. They looked great in SnD. I think teams started to figure them out just a tad bit as we got kind of into those round 1 playoffs and whatnot in the upper bracket. But certainly, still gave a fight there to Omid. And then that was a really close series right above them with T-Fel and Ironblood. Like, that one could have quite literally went either way. But Pentagram and Co. and those guys, unfortunately, will not be able to continue on here through Season 1. Still, a lot of great matches that we've been able to see so far in this lower bracket, Alan.
And then on the upper side of the bracket, the surprises continued. I mean, I made the wager in Austin. I'm still waiting for the $500 to hit my bank account. There were going to be upsets, and boy, did we ever get some. Boston Academy, 2 different Map 5 winners. They didn't win a single hard point. They 2-3-5'd both of those matches that you see on your screen to get to the winners finals. Where on the opposite side, Rocker Academy, much more comfortable. They have been dominant in the respawn. That will be our second matchup here this evening. But I know that you're just as excited as I am to see both the 2 CDL teams that put forward an Academy roster for this elite not just make it to playoffs, but make it to the winners finals.
Not a doubt. And I mean, talking about, 2 CDL teams that, maybe don't perform going into this, upcoming event, like maybe some of those guys are no longer in challengers anymore, right? So there is a lot of potential things that could end up happening with a strong performance, and while guaranteeing yourself at least grand finals for top 2 would obviously be a great start and a great foot forward at exactly that.
I'm pumped about it. It's going to be interesting because that's exactly what LAG Academy did. And then, of course, we got to Season 1 of Elite Qualifiers, and it's a brand new roster that's trying to qualify. So it's the only CDL team that did not see their Academy roster make it. But as we mentioned, those circumstances are a little wild. So let's dig into the nitty-gritty and start talking Team War and Amit. Both these 2 squads have looked really solid over the course of their group play, even more so. Yes, they find themselves in the lower bracket, but both teams have shown some really nice strides throughout their run in the playoffs so far. It's just kind of for Team War a little feels bad because like Doug was able to pull off a little ninja defuse against you. You couldn't quite finish out either of the search and destroys to get down to this lower bracket. But I mean, it's like we could say about only the matches we have. Either of these 2 teams can find their way to the grand finals and possibly still win in my mind.
I think without a doubt. I mean, I think that's the thing about North America is that when you look at just all these players, a lot of them have either been around for a very long time or a lot of them have just a lot of hype around them currently. So I think that is very true. I mean, you still have, 2 #1 seeds from either group down here in the lower bracket as well. So yeah, there's a lot that could end up happening kind of going through this thing. And that's why it's so difficult to predict. But I do think, at least if there was one standout that we have between all the teams, I think that Rocker is probably that squad that will see themselves in grand finals one way or the other. But still have to see. There's a lot that could end up happening there with that Boston matchup. And as you said, the 2-3-5, the classic Neslo from old can maybe end up taking them down too. We'll have to see.
Call of Duty is a day-to-day game. as we've learned.
It really is.
Really over the last 3 years. And nothing is predictable when it comes to it. So like we mentioned, we will be starting our matchups and, of course, our stream here with this matchup. But let's take a look at our rosters just so you guys are familiar with some of the moves that may have happened here in the last couple of hours. Taking a look at Team War first and foremost, no roster moves here, but there have been a couple of players that have really kind of shown up, and we've been able to put a spotlight. So we'll swap to that roster right now. We'll give you guys a look to see at that 4-man squad and get our kind of, familiarity built back up. I think mostly you look at that guy kind of in the middle. Parasite has been very vocal about things, but Fire has really been kind of the standout, I think, for both of us when it comes to looking at this 4-man squad, which can be difficult to pick out one particular favorite or another.
Yeah, it's it really is difficult because all 4 of these guys have certainly showed up in their own way, but Fire's the one I think that jumps off the page with his stats, his just individual gun skill that has just shown so much in Modern Warfare 2. It's hard not to talk about him, and for a very long time we haven't, Alan. We have not talked about Fire over the last couple of years, right? Since Cold War, since that Paris roster way back when. It really feels like he's been in the dumps, and it's been really difficult to kind of get back up to that same level that he was at back in Modern Warfare 2019. But he's back with his old kind of player here, Parasite, that he played with back then. He's got a great combo here beside him there with Lau coming in, who's been also fantastic so far in Modern Warfare 2. So I think that this is a really good roster, and these guys obviously have a lot of potential when it comes down to winning series.
Yeah, breaking down this team more particularly as we take a look at their series stats and what they've been kind of successful at, there's a lot to look at just because this team has been in a bit of a grueler over the last couple of days in particular with this playoff bracket, but their search and destroy has been really comfortable, I would say, for a lot of it. It's hard to say that, though, because out of the 3 losses that are reported, 2 of them came by the hands of Boston Academy when they just recently played in the winter semifinals. So, like I mentioned, we will look at that series layout and look at all of these different map stats as we have this now hopefully ready for us to kind of put on the screen here for us. So all these visual things can be representative of what we're saying verbally. But, where's your headspace at when it comes to this team overall, when it comes to their overall map mode combinations, maybe some individual players?
Yeah, I mean, I think right away when you think of Team War, you think of probably at least their hardpoint being pretty solid, and then you combine that with their SnD being right up there with it. It makes them really lethal at the start of a series, right? Like, they can potentially go 2-0 up on you before you even know what hit you, and then you're in a position where you're forced to win a control. So I think that this team is just really well-rounded, and it comes off the back end of, I think, Parasite having a really good understanding of what to do, his job, and being able to set up kind of these players, allow Fire to get back into that kind of Slayer role, roaming around, being able to flex between weapons at times. I think that's what makes him very deadly, and I think that's why this team at least seems really good, especially when you look at them on paper.
Yeah. On the other side for Team Amit, taking a look, this roster did take a little bit of a move, obviously with the move happening, with Dave getting called up to the league in place of Brack. I think a lot of us were kind of expecting, Brack will just kind of fit into the role here, to fill in for his now, kind of 5th-man teammate. But no, DiamondCon is the one that gets the call, and it's interesting because, look, that LNG Academy roster that we kind of just teased at for a moment, 3 out of the 4 initial players that were at the Pro-Am did very successful at the Pro-Am, including winning the major event and the Challengers Open. They got called up, and DiamondCon was sitting here like, why not him? Like, it could have been any of the 3 of the 4 combinations to be pulled in. DiamondCon was the one that was left out, but now he finds himself subbing in for this roster. I think the expectations can stay pretty high that he's going to be able to perform for these guys.
I think so too. And I mean, he also fits into Dave's role perfectly, right? So there shouldn't really be too much of a shift when it comes down to, trying to get an understanding of how we should be playing these respawns, how we should be setting up an SnD. Because DiamondCon runs the scope, just like Dave did. He likes to run the AR, play a little bit slower at times, lock things down in the back, just like Dave does. So I think that he's actually going to slot into this team quite well. It's just trying to figure out the little things. And you didn't really probably have too much time to be able to scrim and work on those. So I'm sure there will still be some adjustments, and it might still be a little scrappy, but overall I do think that this team still has potential to come out and win this versus Team War, but we'll have to see how DiamondCon will be able to perform. I kind of slotted him as being like the best AR that is not in the elite, maybe even one of the best AR in challenges, period. So I'm excited to see how he's going to be able to perform tonight.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look to see how these teams kind of match up with one another here. Again, kind of looking at the search and destroy, this is where I think both of our focus is largely going to stand. For Amit, you kind of have to win both the searches and then find a way to steal a respawn away. Whether that's in the hardpoint or the control, either would be fine. where on the other side for Team War, you know, hey, their hardpoint has been successful. 62% win rate, not super high compared to other teams in NA, but like mentioned, they've been really solid in their hardpoint when it comes to what they've done so far in the playoffs. So, you know, it's just kind of down to, can there be a steal somewhere, I think, on a mid side to possibly steal away their map 1 or map 3 to extend this series longer and give yourself a built-in win condition from trying to win both the searches?
Yeah, in my mind, I'm right there with you. I think that if you can come out, at least grab one of these hard points, you know, be able to soften it up just a tad bit going into the rest of the series, do what you've been doing so far in the SnDs, that I think you have a really good shot at being able to take down this Team War squad. But obviously easier said than done, and you know, there's going to be a lot of eyes, I think, on how this team is just performing as a squad. You know, will there be a big individual that has to step up just because of these last second adjustments for Omid? I know, I was talking to Hixie yesterday at the facility, and you know, he was like it's frustrating. You spend all that time, all those weeks working with a full and squad, trying to figure out how we're going to work these specific little scenarios, these little breaks, and you lose someone like that, it obviously is going to hurt you guys a tad bit. You have to regain, you have to adjust.
Indeed the case. But like mentioned, there are a couple of spotlighted players here that we have to keep our eye on for one reason or another. And it would be difficult, I think, to not mention Capsidal, but it just comes with the simple fact of the matter that Diamondcon's the new guy in. So these are Diamondcon's statistics when he was playing at Major One's Grand Finals. These are his Grand Final statistics and compared to Fire's season-long statistics. Both of them have been incredible in their time in Challengers. Maybe none more so North America than Diamondcon. It's just been one of those things that he gets pulled up, plays in the league, comes back down, goes back up, comes back down. He's like been playing the filler role for so darn long. But now here with this Amit squad, you kind of look to him to possibly try to pull these numbers off once again to upset this Team War team.
Most certainly, and I mean, there's one thing that Diamondcon's going to do. He's going to win a lot of 1v1s for you, and he's going to win a lot of clutch moments for you. I think we saw that the entire, last Open when it came down to 1v2s, round 11, versus Rocker. He was there to ice up. A lot of just massive moments in the hard points where he is just dropping ridiculous KDs, and obviously a lot of that shows. But you mentioned on the other side, Fire. We already talked about him a bit, Alan. This has been one of his best games, I think, since Modern Warfare 2019. So
agreed.
I guess it is on brand to be good here in Modern Warfare 2 as well. But it just feels like he is a lot more comfortable, especially with this squad. And when Fire can get comfortable and he can do what we were seeing he was doing at 18 years old, he starts to make it a little bit easier to win those rotations for you and to start locking down hills. He's doing quite a bit in order to make your life a lot easier to get the job done.
Yeah, that 1.2 at Hardpoint is near the top of North American Challengers Elite just in Hardpoint right now. So he's definitely got to be one of those players that steps up today if you want to try to avoid getting upset maybe in those hard points in particular, because like mentioned, Team War has been super solid in the respawn, in the hard point actually more particularly. But let's take a look at the series layout to see where exactly we're going to see these two teams duke it out. We've got some ideas as far as what we would probably see, but interestingly enough, okay, so this is kind of as expected, I think, for some regards. Fortress, Mercado, Hotel, really nothing in the picture in my mind that's like standing out as like, oh, this is a huge surprise pick in the mix. I mean, Fortress, Hardpoint has been kind of Team War's bread and butter, so to speak. They're 2-0 on the map overall, whereas for Omit, they play it a lot, they just haven't won it yet.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll maybe be able to come in, with the help of the new player to try to make some adjustments, kind of speed things up a tad bit, because it has been rough at times. But I think the double Mercados, certainly something that both teams have seen a little bit of. We were talking about, the square up into the Mercado SnD, how, both these teams love playing this map. I think both are 4-1, I believe, off the top of my head. So I think that this is that's going to be another good one for as far as like, hey, we've done maybe some prep. Is this going to be a different look towards some different bomb sites? Maybe some different strats coming out. We'll have to see. But I think definitely what we come to expect when we were looking at this series last night. Yeah,
it feels like for a bit now, with that Mercado being second for the Search and Destroy, you have to win it, right? Like it's
feels that way.
A no nonsense pick now all of a sudden. If you want to try to extend the series, you just don't want to go down 0-2, especially considering the poor track record that the team has been able to put together here on Fortress in particular. But with that in mind, lower round 2 action. You either do or you die here between these two squads. Try to extend into the lower semis, which will be played later on this evening. We jump on into Fortress. Submit, Team War. Brother, let's get it on.
Let's get it on, baby. I like it. Fire. Able to come away with that first kill, and, well, everything starts to light up white right away. But Lau's going to be able to get some work done here as he tries to move in for some of that P1 time. No time going over. Everyone just kind of fighting for map positioning so far as Diamondcon comes away with a nice little 2-piece, tries to get the trophy down, immediately will end up dropping. And Alan, there's still no hill time. Finally, I think a chance for Team War to get in.
Yeah, it was actually a bit peculiar. You saw kind of Diamondcon, he was in front of the hard point trying to get spawn traps in and nearly came away with 3 in a row. But none of his teammates were really there to follow up. So you talked about wanted some speed for DC. Oh, it showed up all right. Even underneath the tires, going to chip away at Johnny. No problem for the kill, but Parasite focused more on rotation. The hard point itself will establish a little bit of rotated problems here for Omit. And with that in mind, the game clock wins the hard point. 7 total seconds are collected, and, well, Team War, they're all primed and ready to go for the second hill.
It's almost like a Bocage P1 or something, right? Where it's like allergic to the hill. Like, we're just trying to move for spawns, trying to make something happen across the map. But it is Team War that are able to do exactly that. But the setup not exactly holding so far. Diamondcon and Gravity both able to find those openings. And now the Flood should be good from the front for Omit. Still a chance for Team War to try to retake from the back. But the gunfights have not been there whatsoever. Gravity now going to see if he can find Lau, and he will be able to do so. So a very nice break coming through for Omid right away.
Yeah, still not in control of the spawns, but a brilliant block, largely just by the positioning on the backside of the hardpoint here for Omid. Now the crossfire setup, going to get tested. Fire walks right on through Diamondcon. Last one left, 1v1 inside the hardpoint. He wins it with 2 HP. Parasite never connects, and that'll be enough for Omid to lock in the scrap time. And would you look at it, over towards New, you've already got Capsule playing alongside Gravity, trying to set things up for Fountain. And based on the kills that have come through, Team War are going to be empty on this rotation early.
Oh, they have to worry about DC coming from behind, so it's a huge kill off screen from Fire. But now the Flood coming in from Team War. It's a clean first kill. Can they actually flood through into the back and flip out the spawns? They have to worry about a repinch, but the spawns might actually be here. 3 players drop, 4 players go down. Team War flood through the gates, and they'll find a very clean break.
And that's the impressiveness of somebody like Fire. I know, again, like you had mentioned, it's kind of been difficult to keep tabs on him, largely because when he was playing in Cold War, it never really felt like he was allowed to play the role that he was made famous for during Modern Warfare, but things looking solid for him here. 20 seconds of hardpoint time, and that 3 spree was enough to almost single-handedly break the hardpoint by himself. Next attempt, though, for Omit. They do not want this 20 seconds to go through freely. They deal with the trophy system, and it's Hixie on the opposite side who will get his double to once again allow Omit some time here on the scrap.
Not too often we see, a hill kind of flip-flop back and forth on a map like Fortress with P3, but we do get a bit of it there as the scrap time is secured. Rotation now in effect, but you take a look off screen. Player 2 right now, Capsule. I mean, he's in a great position, but that is a huge kill that comes through there for Lau to make sure he does not influence any kind of a break from the front for Omid. So now everything slows down for a very quick moment. You have to deal with Parasite, who's playing the stage. He's got multiple members in front of him, but all the 1v1s just going the way of Team War up until Capsule finds a huge kill in the back, but is it going to be enough for a break?
How slippery is Capsule? Difficult gunfight to predict, nonetheless, and then over the top just neutralizes the hardpoint by himself. Johnny on 6 in a row, though, gets the trade, and now an opportunity for Team War, not just to find hardpoint time here, but to get an extra resource. Good prediction on the Diamondcon. That will work out. Cruise missile just before falling, earned up, and as Team War swapped the lead back to their direction. Still a chance to fight for this back 13. Omit trying to commit to it, and they will find the kills needed to lock in once again the scrap for 3 hills in a row.
Another strong hill. It's coming off the back end of Parasite, locking down stage, just making it difficult to kind of influence those spawns, kind of pinch through the side. But as all things are said and done, it is still Omid that are up by about 10. And while DC, he's already posted up in the new hill. He has slowed down a bit. He had a nice little, 8-3 start going for himself. Now trying to see if he can pick something back up, but what a challenge that is from Lau and Hixie. Unfortunate team kill. That's going to give Team War all the control they need to start to set up around Blacksmith.
Yeah, it's not just in Blacksmith either. You've got Parasite working the long route around the back side of this. That allows them a chance to really control the space on possible reach challenges, or so you would think. Hixie just kind of walks in from the back archway, gets a double, and then bounces out to take care of Fire, who thought the Semtex would do the job for him. Maybe the same thing was online for Johnny, but his Semtex a little bit more true. Will get the elimination, and Johnny's double will maybe finally allow Team War to get some scrap time on these hard points. Johnny on 3. He's really lighting things up here through this first rotation as we exit back over to New. It'll be just about dead even game as we consider what's going to happen over towards Stables again.
Yeah, these last 2 hills have been amazing here for Johnny. He'll try to keep the spree going, but Diamondcon takes some shots in the back. Won't be able to finish off the kill. The spawns, though, still close for Omid, as Diamondcon's going to be responsible for really just trying to play his life, shoot over top of his subs, but his subs are just being cut down, aren't they? Couple kills, though, for DC. Nice little snap onto Johnny. Ends the spree, but the spawns now look good for Team War, at least right behind the hard point, so they can maybe start to flood in.
Wow. there are some impressive individual pop-offs here that we've seen so far. Taking a look back over towards the hard point. This, again, the game clock won last time we were here. This time, Amit in a really solid position, already earning a good amount of time here in the middle portion of this hard point. Ward does not like the look of that. Will clear, but do they expect the spawns to be flipped? They don't seem to, but Johnny tracking back, able to get a read that, yeah, Amit has spawned in the back. So Hixie going to hold his life alongside DiamondCon, trying to stop Ward from getting the rotation over to Gallows. 2-for-1 goes the exchange. 1v1. Oh, Hixie right over the top of the Gallows platform. That works out beautifully. Capsule also off the far pinch will allow Gallows to open up in favor of Mid, who's digging into this lead pretty quickly.
My goodness, how big has Hixie been on these last couple hills? Just huge moments, finding 2 to 3 kills, massive 1v1s. It's going to flip out the spawn to the back for Omit. Exactly what you want, and now you just need to try to find the kills with Parasite. He's been able to find 2. Johnny gets the 3rd, and now it's really all up to Capsule. Try to play his life, maybe hit a quick pinch and see if he can come from behind the play here. He's got a quick timing, but what a read from Fire. He's completely on top of it. We'll make sure that Capsule finds no value here. The Seymour still have numbers on the point, but they're starting to slip away. Nixie there again to find the 3rd, and that scrap time should be there for Omit, but now it's a race for the spawns for P3.
Yeah, it should be, but like you mentioned, this is where all the focus is, and Johnny thought he could get there first. Not the case. Long range shots. Good team kill coming through as Capsule, DiamondCon combine. That'll be enough to get them back onto the hard point very comfortably as it opens up. 139, 137. Can Team Moore produce a little bit more of that magic to get them in and try to contest this fountain hard point? Numbers look decent, though, for Amit, and yeah, they've dealt with it relatively cleanly. Even more so, Capsule will kind of bump in the hard point a little bit further. But wait a second, Team Moore all spawned on the bottom archway. I don't think Amit expects this at all. All 4 of them are stacked up here. Hixie falls, and Amit are already on the outside. DiamondCon trying to predict and nearly takes down Lau. But once again, Team Moore do the impossible and break on it.
Man, Team War showing us that it can be done. Sometimes you got to get gifted those close spawns, but it can be done. Another huge moment here for them as it kind of flips back and forth. Omen in there for a second, but now that last 20 seconds should be over to Team War. But I think that's just Omen, starting to push out a little bit too far in the map, trying to take away a lot of space so they can make an easy rotation to the next point. It does end up costing them. Now we'll see if they can start to lock in a setup here at P4.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, just as much a tug of war as you could ever imagine on this map in all of the weirdest of ways. No one has locked in even close to a full 60 anywhere yet. It's just been a lot of 30s and 30s. Parasite with the exit. 10 seconds already done and gone, but Team War trying to posture forward. Lau through both. Doesn't even wait for the regen, and that will be a bit of a folly for him because DiamondCon doesn't just get 1. He takes down the 2nd. Unbelievable, DC. Come on.
I mean, this is what DC does.
I'm telling you, you're telling me that he's this is his first time on this team? Like, you kidding me?
He looks so comfortable, doesn't he, Alan?
Always does.
Oh, my goodness. Can't win that one, but is able to at least just get a couple more seconds in there for Omit after that ridiculous little 3K. Nice little read from Fire, who's been in the right place at the right time. Numerous positions here around these hills. Nice little bounce around the steps, and Fire has a nice little individual moment himself after finding 3 kills in a row. Tack now in his back pocket. Team War still edging out just barely with that lead. Up by about 10. It's felt like that's been the story this entire hard point. We'll see if that continues. Capsule with a good read in the back, and we'll be able to sniff out Parasite.
Okay. Crunch time now, all of a sudden, as Blacksmith, once again, looks a little bit hard. It's hard to read. I mean, everyone's fighting for position for new or trying to get set up for the eventual P2. We're not really getting a lot of time on the hard point. Finally, Team War feel comfortable enough to allow Parasite the opportunity to get on and get over 200 points. Johnny, 4 in a row again for what feels like the 17th time this game. DiamondCon responds with another double of his own, though, and back and forth we go. Back and forth it continues. Team War spawning in the unadvised and ill-positioned spawn location. Will be having a little bit of trouble getting out here, especially with the lockdown of the subs up front.
This is actually huge moment coming through there for Omen, and a huge moment for Capsule as he just rips them apart. Oh my goodness, another 3K. You said it, Alan. It has just been highlight reel after highlight reel, and we're only in map 1, and map 1's not even done. It is 200 points even. Both squads still very much able to take this game, but Team War still battling from the unfavored side. It's a great first kill for Parasite. Now they're going to deal with gravity. No problem whatsoever. 3 players down for Omen.
Shoes on the opposite foot now. Emitter spawning in the terrible position, but the problem about this was Team War once again did not have the awareness that they were flipping the spawns around with that play through the fortress itself. Capsule 1v1 to the hard point. That will be good. 30 seconds of time here. You do not want this to get out of hand. Good prediction from Caps, but Fire, when called upon, provides an answer. Neutralizes the hard point for now. Team War once again looking to get P2 side. Emit bunkered up. Maybe playing a bit too much respect all of a sudden. As the focus towards the hard point starts to swing back around, Hixie! A 3, neutralizes once more. What happens to the spawns?
Yeah.
Team War spawn in the middle of the map here just because of how deep Emit are on either side of the minimap, and Team War are going to win the rotation.
That's tough. You know, Hixie wanted to try to fight for some of that scrap time, but maybe should have reinforced the back to keep numbers on this side of the map. So we'll see if it hurts them. A required break is now going to have to be in for Omit. Fire, great read through the back right side to see if anyone's trying to make their way through, but Omit are starting to get a little bit low on time. We are down to about 20 seconds left. They're going to have to make a push. They're going to have to break.
It's just taking too long. It's this little 2-2 splits is not really working out for them. DiamondCon trying to open up space up top. Gravity red in the middle of the map. Johnny on 5. Feels like every time he's in this position, we're calling out 4+, and that may just be the game-winning play right there. Team War locking things down. DiamondCon shut down from the side entry. Johnny eventually dealt with, but nobody from Emit are going to touch in time, and Team War survive a grueler of a map number 1.
Oh, yeah. 250 to 212. I mean, that could have been like a 250 to 249 very easily if we see Omit kind of lock the spawns down in the back, but so many insane moments. Players know what time it is. It is, you know, the final week of playoffs, and we get a nice little clip of Capsule doing Capsule things, you know, coming outside of the CDL there that last weekend, putting on a nice little show, coming right into Challengers, picking up where he left off. But how about Johnny in that one there? 40 kills. I mean, we weren't on his POV too often, but when we did swap to him, it was like multi-kill, yeah, exactly. Like every single time it felt like.
Dude, I mean, that is just holy Hannah. That is unbelievable. Wow, what a first game. We're in for night today. I hope you brought some extra energy, brother, because we're going to have to inject into this broadcast. My great words. That is just unbelievable stuff. But here's the thing. Like, that is almost the opportunity for Emit on one side to steal away a map. We talked about wanting to get a respawn. This is a map that they have not historically been great on throughout the group stage. DiamondCon did provide some extra life for this team. He was looking solid. He was able to piece up a handful of moments to kind of tilt the favor back to Emit, but right near the end of the game, there were a couple of moments where it felt like Emit just kind of hit the brakes and said, I don't want to move right now because I'm in a good spot, but we also have no information, so what do we do here? And you'll see it through the replays when we get to that point, but as we started things off, I mean, it was just who wants to go on a multi-kill next, because it felt like it was pretty much a buffet line, one after the other for all 8 players in the lobby.
Yeah, some kind of like baton multi-kill thing going on, like passing it to you, you know, everyone just kind of trading it off with one another. Certainly a lot of crazy moments, but yeah, you talk about just kind of the end here where Omit are in the position where, you know, they're in a great spot. They have a lot of time coming off of P5. Hixie hits this little 2-piece, but look at where this kill ends up coming in bottom, right? You now only have one player at the very back who's got to be responsible for holding on to his life, and, you know, Team War do a great job of sniffing him out, taking him down. The spawns by that point have already flipped out, and Omit are forced to just try to flood through the blender in the front. Johnny was obviously just having his way. It's a nice pinch really late into that hard point to make sure they secure the win. So yeah, very nicely done overall coming through here for the Malin, and Team War just having a really good understanding of where to be at the right time and where to use their numbers at the right time as well. 4,500
damage, 40 and 27 for Johnny. Lots of traded kills, I will say. Not the normal values that we're typically seeing. I mean, this was a scrappy battle, but I mean, everybody besides Gravity at one point in time was on a huge streak, and we caught just about all of them. So,
yeah,
crazy scenes. And I don't know, is there anything to be said about kind of the dynamic looking at DiamondCon's participation compared to Gravity? Both had about the similar amount of hill time, so you can't really look at that as a huge W. I mean, Gravity just wasn't able to get things going this game.
Yeah, it's you know, it's always tough. Like, you know, is Gravity trying to fulfill something a little bit different to make up for, you know, DC getting more comfortable for the team? Like, it's kind of hard to really get a look at that after watching just one map, but it definitely did seem like Gravity was at least struggling to find kills, which are obviously necessary when you talk about winning rotations and holding some of the hills that you're set up for. So I think that if Gravity was able to, you know, put up a little bit more participation, maybe we do see, you know, an upset. This map number 1 Omen are able to steal away this hard point, but it's not to be. It's not the case, and obviously it played a pretty big factor as we got a little bit deeper into that hard point there, Al.
even comparing just briefly to low men on the totem pole there, Parasite on the other side was only 23 and 27. Only he had least amount of damage in the lobby, but he was route man. I mean, he was winning those rotations. It felt like over and over again. So
For sure.
big props. But now we go into the Search and Destroy Mercado. Of course, the venue. Both teams hard prefer this map for this Search and Destroy mode. And that means that for Amit, you have to win this map. Just if you want to try to find a way, at least based on the statistics and the numbers and what they're telling us, you've got to get to a map 5 and not do it in reverse sweep fashion. And I would say, better yet, with Hotel being the control, if you could find a way to steal that one away, that would be great news because it's your best control map and it's one of Team War's worst based on overall statistics. So I almost feel like it's not just this map, but you kind of also want to see the Hotel control start to go your way if you're Team Amit.
Yeah, you definitely do, but at least when we talk about the Mercado Search and Destroy, I mean, this is going to be really interesting because Capsule has been that guy that has just been so difficult to deal with, and a lot of it comes down to what he does on this map with the submachine gun in his hands. If you are not dealing with this man, if you are not trading this man, he is going to continuously sprint at you, run through you, and win gunfights. Like, that is how he plays this map, man. He plays with no fear whatsoever, with a lot of confidence, and if you are just not being able to find at least effective trades when he's going for those first bloods, I think that you are going to find yourself in a position where you're not going to have a lot of numbers advantages on the opposite end here. So I think that's kind of the key for me, Alan, because we look at Capsule, I think it's, what, a 1.86 overall that he has in Search and Destroy. So, like, this man has just been cooking when it comes down to this game mode.
Yeah, and the thing is, and this is the peculiar thing, is when you watch that Thieves team play over last weekend, the highlight on Capsule was his Search and Destroy kind of statistics throughout the Elite. However, the thing about it was, in Mercado, it didn't really feel like he had much of a chance to do anything. So it's a bit peculiar, I think, to see the map continue to come through. But we look over, and how about this quick start? Not only are TFL Enterprise up 1-0 in the series, they're a round away from being 2-0 up. And that would give you the assumption that Affiliate Esports has not woken up yet for this matchup.
No, would appear that way. But we'll see if they can maybe work themselves through this little 3v4 as TFL starts to slowly collapse. We're going to get great info here and might be able to finish off that kill. I think he was still tagged up, so Geo not going to be able to have a lot of luck there. And now both players, they're caught in the sight, and it's good luck here. The stun locks them in place. Ghosty finishes off the last two. And TFL Enterprises, I mean, business as usual that it would look like in this series as they're already 2-0 up.
Sure feels that way. My goodness. What was the map 1 score for them? Let's see here. It was... Oh, I got to scroll down. Goodness. Well, we'll find out in a moment. We get into the Search Destroy here in Mercado Search. Lau already kind of in a little bit of trouble. Bomb is dropped over towards the A site, but it looks like for the most part should be recoverable. Diamondcon is sniping. A little double chow comes his direction, nearly connects with the first. And I know we've got a lot to say about Diamondcon picking up the scope for this team. Hixie's also now going to pick up the sniper rifle. Maybe out of midair as it was blown his direction, but Bomb will get planted as a difficult 1v3.
Yeah, it sure is. As the scope, as a chance maybe at finding one, dipping away, but stun kind of gives them all the information they need. Don't really see the start of that round, but Team War doing a good job of making sure the player through the middle of the map, isn't ripping you off the bomb or isn't, nading you off the bomb. You can see DC trying to cook up that nade to maybe stop the player from getting the plant down or at least tagging him up to find the easy kill right after for the exit, but not able to get there in time. Really nice usage of the stuns and tacticals kind of coming out there. Really locked him in. And Johnny, I mean, he's already got 3. I mean, he's looking just as good as he did in the map number 1 here, Alan.
Yeah, sure is. So, let's see what we've got next. How do you move forward, especially knowing that there could be sniper rifles in play on a pretty regular basis? Ixie crosses, tack in hand for him, and it's Gravity who gets the double right through mid-tunnel. Team War were hard stacked trying to contest the bomb plant, but now it's all gone wrong. And Amit gonna get the plant off and keep all of their numbers. 4v2, Parasite try to sneak his way in. Oh boy, yeah, you just don't have the ability of doing that. Trophy System actually soaking up a lot of the damage for Gravity, who's had a great start so far. And Amit will tie us up at 1.
Yeah, this might be like a back and forth kind of offensive affair, I feel like, because both teams obviously very good at this map, and defense, I think, has been the really difficult part of this map to try to figure out when it comes down to how are we setting up. And if you're not getting players inside of Cantina, I mean, it just almost feels like you're hoping for like a pick, create a numbers advantage, and then, if they plant, great, we'll play retake with numbers, try to work out a trades. If not, we'll try to keep Cantina control. But if you can't get that trophy down, you can't stop that player from getting stunned who's rushing in, then yeah, you kind of are almost playing from the back foot, it feels like sometimes on defense.
Yeah, how about this? Team War, quick hit over towards B.
Okay.
No one's home. It's just the cross being watched by Hixie. How many did he see, though? We've got the information off the X-ray that there's multiple, but he may have only seen 1 or 2 at most. Bomb's going to get planted here as Hixie dropped mid-map. The defense is going to be late to this. The nades over the top also not quite connecting. And another 4v multiple, 4v3 this time. Team War set up for their post plant.
Ara's just going to do a little dancing up top in the window. Nice little nade, actually. Might have hit both. But definitely hits gravity. Slows him down. And Diamondcon, well, he's going to die in the process. So 20 seconds left. Capsidal drops, and well, that's just as clean as it gets. But
yeah.
I think that all comes down to Hixie kind of watching the cross. He can get a little bit too far, him going down, and kind of guaranteeing Team War at least that really early plant with that numbers advantage.
Wow. A lot of weird looks so far between these two squads. Mid-focus defenses, and then we've got a hard B hit to get our first successful offense thus far. Definitely peculiar, to say the least. But hey, if it works, I'm not one to complain. Because we love seeing innovation, especially with this map. Maybe long gone are the days of just 8-man A hits. Let's see. May not be the case here, though. Nades over the top looking pretty solid, at least for now. How do you make this next move, though? That's the next question, as the defense is now positioned for this. And Amit have not gotten much, if any, information off their utility. Gravity just takes a wide peek, and Lau will collect first blood. No worries there.
Look at this stack from Team War. I mean, if you want to figure out how to set up on defense, this is certainly one way to do it. Just get all 4 players, like, right behind the planters. One watching from L, watching the cross, protecting from mid. And just have kind of 3 players all posted up, ready for the challenges to come through. So, nice little adjustment from Team War saying, listen, we know you're coming over here. We're going to sit, lay down, wait for the peaks, and the gunfights just go their way.
Man. What an interesting affair this is so far. 3 kills in a row, though, for Fire and Parasite off of these collection of rounds in a row. What's now the onus over to Amit? Like we mentioned, feels like a must-win map for them. And Team War are going to do almost the exact same thing. Hit over towards B. This time the defense is different. Hixie's going to be able to sit here to contest, but he's tagged up very heavily. It just has to hope the nade will land, and boy, does it. Lau over the top does confirm the trade. Gravity here to assist, and it goes to a 2-for-1, favoring Amit's defense. Johnny keeps the play relatively alive towards B, but the hesitation is in mostly the consideration of how do we collect this bomb?
That's the big problem. And how do you plan it from here on out too, right? Because there's so many different just areas that you have to watch out for. As long as Capsidal doesn't get picked on the flank, you likely had a really good chance, but Gravity does find the quick trade. So 1 versus 1. Trying to see if he can take down Johnny, who has just been on fire this entire series up to this point. He might be able to make a quick little rotation over to A. Gravity's going to, of course, scout this out, realize he's not here. We'll see if Johnny can catch him on rotation.
Yeah. Timing could be good. Yeah, first one's for free. Okay. Wow. What a little bounce back 3v4, though, huh? I mean, it's the trades come just quick enough. And in a moment where you think the bomb is just going to be unretrievable, little sneaky plays just keep catching Amit. I will say it, they just look kind of antsy. You know, you've got the numbers, you've got the comfortability. We saw it in the Fortress Hardpoint at the end. Like, you've got the side of the map that you want, but certain things are going unchecked. And now all of a sudden you're down 3, and you're kind of in back-to-back must-win rounds here if you're Amit. You cannot go down 5-2 or even 5-3 in my mind.
And now we're going on board with Capsidal, who looks like they're going to try to do some kind of a late play as well. They're getting a read, of course, the Team War are just heavily stacking A. So they might be able to get across here. Parasite, scope in hand. Do not see this too often. He's going to get a lot of information. Doesn't take any shots just yet, but now Team War are going to start to adjust, start to move over here and see if they can get a good look at B.
Over the middle, Gravity's, you would think would have a look here to stop the defense, but Dave, pardon me, Parasite. Why did I say Dave? I just saw the scope come up and first assumption. Parasite only gets 1 of the 2. Caught with that silence out. Hixie doesn't miss a bullet while hip firing and then turns. Damage connects. 2v2.
25 seconds. Gonna have to try to clear out 10 here. That's the difficulty. Both entry points being watched. DC able to find the first one. Now everything starts to become just about impossible here for Lau, with no time left on the clock. Have to fry both. Hixie challenges out, and well, if you ever wanted to know what the God Gun is, Asnaf looks pretty good, Alan. Looks pretty good after that one.
I'm telling you what, brother. It feels like certain days it's just better than others. Complete placebo things, but telling you, some days we watch stuff with people on Vaznavs, it's just like, damn, okay. But Amit, do what's required, at least the first step. Need to get to 4-3 here. Give yourself a chance to even this thing back up. And more importantly, just have Team War in their own head as far as what do we need to do to counter this? Because so far, there is still a trend saying that Team War have the right answers. Even in that last round, sure they don't win it, but Parasite Scope definitely keeps things tilted in their favor. DiamondCon, tough gunfight. Oh, and the help is right over the top. Fire Lau, both clear off planners. That's exactly the phrase needed. No fear at all.
They just run at you, right? Like, as soon as they get a little info on where you are, like, it's like, okay, let's work it together, get some shots in, and let's just work you out of those positions. I mean, it's just, it's so great to watch with that coordination. Team War just understanding what needs to be done, throw the nades and tacticals, get one player pushing down low, get one watching over you. Like, it's just simple Call of Duty, but when you do it in coordination, it just looks so clean, it looks so strong, and it comes across on the other side like, what do we do? How do we stop this without just completely pulling off a crazy two-piece?
Nobody knows. It's a mystery. It is a mystery. Wow. Crazy scenes, my friend. Crazy scenes. We're back into it once again. How do you get this thing now moving in the right direction? How do you get this thing to trend in the right direction? Have to have it right here, right now, though. First shots will read out. That Fire's trying to play a long flank. That's a brilliant first blood. The only way Team War get back into help Parasite here is through tunnel. So first blood is decent. Bomb planted. Parasite's nade doesn't quite connect over the top capsule. No worries there. And it's just down to this double stack for Team War in the middle. Fire. Good for the opener. Backs away. Tries to set up Lau for the trade, who does get the first, but nothing further. On and on we go.
I think that was just a really good understanding of where Team War probably were off the back end of Fire's flank. You know, that time Team War a lot more focused on trying to work through mid-map and giving Fire the angle to maybe threaten some kind of a push in from behind to really get behind the setup and kind of stop them from getting any security around the bomb. But I think as soon as they realize Fire is in the back of Barber, it's like, okay, we need to hit the go button or we're going to get trapped in Cantina and we're going to slowly let this time tick away. So I really do like at least the aggressive call to make sure that we do the right call in the moment there for Omid, get the bomb down, play out the setup correctly.
And there's still a lot of things here that we'll have to consider on their next offense if they were to see a next offense. But we'll talk more on that when we eventually get there. Lau did catch a piece of gravity, and that's tunnel control now for Team War. This is a free push in towards A. Does the defense have any nades to possibly contest this at range? You almost feel like it'd be mandatory, but look at number 5 in white, Hixie. Trying to get off on the flank, and there are 2 members of Team War watching this if you look towards the minimap. And Hixie's like, nope, not interested. Bomb planted. DiamondCon doesn't see the exit. He's going to come help off the flank here. This is all Amit trying to win this 2v2 at high range over towards top Cantina.
I like this. DC, I think he's trying to get on top to be able to get a different angle, but they're going to leave it open there for a quick second. I don't think they're going to realize how many players are flanking in the back here. They might get some sound cues, but the high ground isn't going to pay off. No, DiamondCon, Hixie, they find the first 2 kills. They're going to hop the bomb. They're going to hop the bomb. Fire's there. Only good for 1. Parasite just seems to try to find the player out the bomb. He takes out DC. Sniper rifle round the corner. Not going to find it. Capsule able to watch over his teammate and make sure Omen is still alive here in map 2.
I got to know, can you wallbang that window with the scope? You surely have to be able to. Think about that. I mean, I trust that Parasite's done his homework. Maybe you can't. But man, what an absolutely bold call from Amit. I mean, Hixie gets the intel. It's a double stack over through Cantina, and they say, well, let's triple chow it then. Like, that is so bold. And Team War doesn't expect that at all, especially when the hit markers come through. As soon as the execute happens, you kind of saw Johnny gets the hit markers and says, I'm good. I'm going to bail off and watch something else. There's no way he chows this. Little does he know that there are 3 total Amit members in the back. And how about this for a round 10 strat? Amit's going to hit over towards B for one of the first times. Parasite checks the cross and sees 2. Needs a little bit of help, though, getting out of mid-map. Bomb not being planted yet. DiamondCon will be the next one up, and oh my goodness, DiamondCon destroys him. Fire also stunned means the bomb can get planted safely. Advantage, Amit.
This is looking good for Omit. Looking good for what could be 4 rounds in a row, but Johnny and Fire, they both find kills. Team War now looking a little bit better. 3 versus 2 on the retake. Still plenty of time to work with. They're going to hop it. Lau's on the bomb. Team War are going to hop it. They're going to try to get to the fuse. 1 more second. Capsule's there to stop it. 2 versus 2 we go. And Capsule gets another. And Johnny, he's fishing. He's looking. He's able to find the first. He gets the read, but Capsule finds 3. And oh man, we're going round 11, baby.
Holy smokes, Capsule is, I mean, he's figured out from the first moment that the defense is trying to hit a retake. They know he's up top. You saw the stun from his POV land pretty much right in his noggin. And for him to get the shake off, jump down, stop the defuse, and get away with his life, then find kill number 2, unreal stuff, and it's 7 in a row for Capsule, who has put away the Vaznev and is now riding the tack the whole way home. What a huge resource now earned. And this is just all about trying to find out where is that trophy system. Can they delete it early so this cruise missile can actually find value? So far, these opening nades have not really connected with too much. Team War may not have put their trophy down yet, so this may not land. Capsule's calling it in, but he may get this thing blocked. And no, he hits the rooftop, and the explosion ordnance takes down 2.
Capsule from what was it, 1 and 6 to it feels like 10 and 6 now. It's been great, but Hixie, what a 1v1. And now it all comes down to Parasite. He has put the sniper away. He doesn't see the player through mid. And that should be an easy call on the cross here from Capsule, looking for kill number 10 to put it away.
He's going to get it. Parasite on the jump through. First shots land. Oh, Capsule! Unbelievable. Some may call it a breakdown, but everyone who wears that green and gray of a mid are saying, nope, that's what we call a caps. Unbelievable play from him. I mean, they were down 4-1.
4-1 to 5-2. 1 more round and you're good. I mean, Team War were looking so solid offensively and defensively, but Omit, they got a Capsule, and Capsule just starts to turn it on. And, you know, I was really going to hit the point during that match that, listen, he has not been too involved. He has not been that same Capsule that drops, you know, a 1.86 in the SnDs that we've seen leading up to this point. But he just completely starts to hit the go button, starts to find all of the kills. Everything starts going his way. I mean, so many incredible moments from that 2v3 post-plant where Caps finds the remaining 3 players to even get us to around 11 is just absurd. But insane moments the whole way through. And Omen, I mean, they're able to come away with a crucial and very critical win if they're going to be able to still win this series in full.
Unreal stuff, man. But a must-win map. They do it in extraordinary fashion. And the series gets tied up at 1 map apiece. We'll send things off to a quick break here before we get into Control. Don't go anywhere. It's North American Challengers League playoffs. We'll be right back. Well, they're friends. We are in the midst of a battle, an absolute war zone. See what I did there, Austin? That's the name of the battle royale that's in COD. But these two squads,
so good.
They're tight, man. I mean, it's about
Very
as close as it could possibly get. Give me your reactions over the first two before we look into the control.
Quick reaction is, what's going on? I don't know. That's all I got based off of the last 2 rounds, man. It's been crazy. It's been fun. It's exactly what we expect when it comes down to playoffs or challengers. But overall, I mean, I think that Team War are going to be looking at that and saying we should be 2-0 up without a doubt. Caps was 1-6. They had a 5-2 lead. Just needed one round to put it away, and there were so many moments where they could have. I mean, the closest one was when Lau is on the bomb. He's defusing it. He was maybe half a second away, if that. Capsule just swoops in again, able to find the 3-piece to get the job done, get to round 11, another 2K in the round 11. Yeah. I mean, it's perfect for Omen. It's exactly what you need to kind of get that motivation flowing again. You have a new player in the roster right now, and so that's the vibes you want to get going into a hotel control.
And it's just, I mean, look, there could be PhD scientists that do the whole study about does momentum affect, sports or in particular esports. I think it does. Mentally, maybe more than anything else. Physical momentum, obviously, they're getting hot, they're getting warm, sure, whatever. But I think mentally, there are those moments, like you mentioned, it's like we feel like we should have won that. We were up big. You have to be able to kind of just reset, recover, and get ready to go, because this is not necessarily as good of a respawn team as Team War is. Great news as far as the control pick is concerned. This is actually, I would say, the preference for a team like Amit, because they've played it a little bit more, and their results are just a little bit better. I mean, marginally so. It's 1-2 overall for Team War, 2-1, or maybe 2-0 overall on this map mode combo for the side of Amit. So, I don't know. We'll see what we get.
We'll see what we get, man. Look at that DC again. I mean, if there's a map where you're going to have a good performance, it's this one here where you can rely on a lot of big 1v1s, right? That's what we come down to when we look at a lot of control maps. There's a lot of individual moments that could really make or break how the zone will end up going over. But let's see what happens. Team War sending 2 up top to bedroom, and well, Omen are completely ready for it. 3 players get shut down on this push over to B. Fire's left to try to make something happen by himself, and it's already a clean wipe here for Omen.
I think Fire's going to be sitting there saying, I just got like 8 hit markers on this guy. Why did he not die? But such is life. Also interesting to note, Hixie rocking a 3rd AR right off the rip for a mid. He's done that a couple of times so far in this series. As Capsule tries to open up space, getting around the initial play over towards A. The timing is not quite there. 2 for 1. The trade favoring Team War, plus the spawns will allow them to stay up top in kitchen. Gravity the only one here to defend. Tested from multiple angles. The first one's cleaned up nicely, but does not expect the quick chow from Fire, and apparently neither did Hixie. Clean stuff from Team War as they're on the zone to stop the clock.
Yeah, you can see Omen, not totally focused on making sure they dedicate too many resources to this A play. They want to make sure they still maintain some of that control to B, but now that they've been able to actually wrap through the back, they might try to threaten something. Diamondcon will be shut down from the side. You have one more player from behind. I don't think he's going to get here in time. The stack should be good. You can at least find exits and maybe still force them to spawn behind kitchen. It's all what Capsule can do right here in this moment.
Oh, he's got a great piece of timing. Team War slightly expected it. Oh my goodness. Capsule. Guys got one heck of a horizontal leap, I'll tell you that much. That was nasty. So now Team War a little bit stuck, and this is that play for Hixie. Get into bedroom control, not just because of the position to help you out by easily defending B, but it will continue to force Team War to spawn out in Narnia, though Capsule may foil that here with this long play in towards kitchen. Team War is still spawning. I mean, the game almost wants to spawn them out of the map, it felt like there for a moment, but it's a 6-life lead in 52 seconds of the clock as Team War will get out of their spawn finally.
Well, 50 seconds, Hixie. Oh, Hixie! He's got one more. He's able to slip away. He turns and almost burns. Oh, Hixie, what was that? Nice little moment there from him. But now a chance for Team War to maybe get together here. They got all of their numbers close by. They still have to worry about one player in from behind here. That's going to be Gravity. Parasite trying to sniff him out. This is really the player you have to eliminate if you're going to have a chance at pushing forward. And, well, Gravity is there for another big 1v1.
Team War, still a chance to get on, though. That's the thing. Oh, it's a big pickup from Johnny as well. Lau on. Going to try to push a little further forward. Have to stack this, though, you think, to get some significant progress done. Reinforcements spawning relatively close here for Team War. Mid are still kind of collecting themselves largely to the middle of the map. First tick of progress gone. Lau still locking things over towards Bar while Parasite's on. Double stack now for the second tick of progress at B. Reinforcing for the offense. Spawning a little bit further out in Capsule. May have made the game-saving play right there. Still yet to be determined. Johnny, though, in a 1v11. You would think pretty much an impossibility, but we've seen some crazy stuff so far today. But this one we'll have to wait a little longer to possibly see.
Alan, did you ever watch Hellboy, like the original Hellboy?
I actually have, yeah.
You know those like monsters where it's like you kill one and like two more spawn up, two more like come back? That's how it feels when I'm watching Omid play defense inside a bedroom. It feels like they've done their job. It's like, okay, we've got Gravity, we got Hixie. Okay, let's start to look towards the zone. And then there's one more player that slips underneath. Like, you can never eliminate them all, it feels like, when you're watching this Omid squad. They're able to just constantly keep presence there, and Team War just are never really safe. Even if they think they are to start to make a push onto the zone. I mean, it's just so satisfying to watch that mini-map, and all these white arrows are just somehow spawning in here, it feels like.
Yeah, it sure does. 2-2 split now for a minute on their offensive look. This will allow an opportunity for Capsule to never touch the zone, and he's through. This is dangerous for Team War, who will be spawning right on top of the B site. Gravity watching the mid-cross. Capsule responsible for trying to get around this, and yeah, Gravity flat out overwhelmed. So now Capsule may have to wait a little longer here, and he's playing for kills. I thought for sure he would try to go like Spa and try to control the backside of possibly B, but instead helps his teammates get through the A zone. On for this first tick of progress, no worries there. Light Fleet also for Mit's offense. It looks like they're going to be satisfied just playing for A.
Start to take away some of the map here as that second tick should go over. They're going to make sure two numbers are still alive and well on the A-point. Capsule waiting for a play, finds that first, and he gets a read on the second. No! Okay, he does die. He can be traded. We find out there as Lau is able to take the Juggernaut down. But just another big individual moment, and Omen are able to exit pretty safely into the middle of the map here. They can start their next push right into B quite quickly.
I think Capsule got the LA Thieves buff, moving from the CDL back to Challengers. It's like, wait a second, this is Challengers. I can run these guys. So far, so good. 13-6. The Team War defense still holding very resoundingly over towards B. Even through it, fire. Yeah, more special plays out of him. The double. Does he get the sound cue that he's about to be challenged by Gravity up close and personal? Doesn't matter. His teammate will give him that call for him. Now up top. That silence reset. Fire. Oh, he's definitely heating things up. 4-0 now all of a sudden for him. Bedroom control threatened by Team War as Amid are spawning towards kitchen. They're going to try to work their way around the back.
Fire, like, realistically saves this play with that first kill because Omid don't get the close spawns at the back of luggage. They actually continue to spawn kitchen, and that's what's forced this play all the way around the back that you're seeing on the minimap here. So you do have a bit of a pinch coming in right now from Omid to try to get onto the zone. It should force some deep spawns for Team War over behind the old zone if they can find eliminations. But the problem is, where are they, Alan? You got to go searching.
Both teams are kind of wondering that right now. Diamond Khan through the middle map. Had a look at a couple, but will only be evenly traded. Capsule still worried about what could possibly be coming through the middle. And there's really not much here at the moment. Team War still waiting. Clock ticking away as they start to try to control this bottom side of bedroom, but it's Capsule up top that's continuing to be an overall nuisance. I mean, goodness gracious, this guy's gone out of control. Now all of a sudden the stack is on for maybe two ticks of progress for free here.
Yeah, the spawns are deep. The spawns are deep, so it's really just on this individual play from Johnny, and he can only get one, and maybe one more chance to come sprinting in, but it's just too easy. That deep spawn, that's all it takes. As soon as you get some of those numbers on the point, the stack like you just did, it just forces you to spawn so far away on the defensive side, and if you don't have somebody going big who's close up in front of the point, it's almost like the zone is just done right there.
Yep, exhibit A of it. We've seen it a handful of times, but more so right there. And it just comes down to the fact that you've got so much pressure from Team War towards bedroom, but like you kind of mentioned at one point in time, is a lot of it was very individual. And it wasn't enough for Amit to be thwarted away from getting on towards B. So now 2-0 up in the control. Team War onto the offense. How do you put together 3 rounds in a row on this map? That's the big question, and well, look at Amit, just confident as you'd like, right through mid. Leaving Johnny by himself. Knew Gravity was coming, but it didn't make a difference. Peels his head right on off, and the defense now take control.
Well, it's a big win on screen. Parasite's had a really slow start to this one. He's got a sub in hand right now. Sitting on 5 kills, but oh, Lau! little drop shot comes in for a double, and wait a second. Spawns are pretty far away right now for Omit. You can get Team War here with numbers very quickly. That should be that second tick of progress and very well could be the zone. Omit's going to have to go big.
Yeah, trophies working out for them. Lau's dealing a lot of damage over towards front desk. Capsutal's not going to be able to do too much from his position. Just waiting to play for eggs since the mid had made the call to chalk. It's not working out all that well because Lau is just having his way in the backside of lobby right now. Amit spawning close, can get reinforcements here, and they very well may catch Lau just in the nick of time because he was about to run rampage to the backside of restaurant. 22 plays 21, but Team War looking good to try to get their way into A.
It's another one of those setups where you have to defend A for a minute 30. Sometimes we see teams do it. You can get set up, you can hold and trade effectively. It's not the easiest to break at times, but so far, looking good for Omit. Johnny wants to break that open, and there's the two-piece. So now things looking much better for Team War. You got one player, Capsutal, who's coming through the middle, but he's cut down. Team War looking to stack.
Yeah, and there it is. All 4 members on. Second tick rapidly going to progress. You have to get kills right here, right now. If you're mid, you cannot wait. You have to go. You have to get the eliminations. Hixie on the way in. Doesn't make a difference. The stack is too strong. Back-to-back offenses. Team War stay alive as they head back over D.
I want to give a lot of credit to Parasite in that round. I know he's not doing the best statistically, but he does like a bit of a slow play. Where you go back to what happened to Team War in round 1, it was like that 4-man flood, aggressively trying to get maybe a tick of progress on B if they can. If not, it's fine. We go back over to A, but that time it's a lot slower. Parasite hits maybe 15, 20 seconds late, wins a huge 1v1, allows the play to come through for Team War to then find the kills, get the stack, and win a critical offensive round. They're not done just yet here, Alan, but now we got to see him post up on defense.
Yeah. Easier said than done, it feels like right here, right now. Lau down low, does not expect Hixie in the close corner, and that could be the floodgates immediately for mid if they can start to find some success off their nades, and sure they do. Johnny, the last one left. Long-range shots decent for the first, but it's still 2 members on, plus 1 more trying to push through in the form of Capsutal. Lau coming through front desk. Trophy System denies his nade. Capsutal just very patient here. Oh my goodness, how patient has been Capsutal. Lau can do nothing. That's going to be likely the B zone unless Johnny can force the 1v1 with Diamondcon. In the corner, DC expects it, and Team War will chalk to set up a defense for 2 minutes and 13 seconds over towards A. Oh, not what you want to see.
Oh, not what you want to see when your backs are already against the wall here. Down by a round, having to win this. 2 minutes on the clock. Capsutal going to try to work through back of kitchen. This is kind of the key area to clear out as Johnny is just taking fire from what feels like every single member back here. Lau will be able to deal with the first one, but he's still got Gravity and Diamondcon in front of him. They are both ARs. He's got a good spot on top of the chandelier, but he doesn't have a full read on where the hit is actually coming from.
Oh, and Amit are just hoping Team War is going to get antsy. And how about this little play? Fire, Parasite. Duo from Modern Warfare 19 when they played on 5-star. Parasite the one vouching for him. Now they're working together right through mid-bricks. And Team War have stayed resilient. Not giving away too much from this particular spot. Fire clearing out rugs, no worries there. Now the dead silence. Don't have to do anything crazy. Still have to kill off a minute 15 seconds. Gravity tries to take the 1v1. Fire still takes down Diamondcon before dropping. That's a significant trade-out spot. And Amit continue just to be kind of stuck right here, waiting for a kill to go their way to get an opportunity to get onto the zone.
All right, down to a minute. So far, so good for Team War. Just need to try to hold off a couple more pushes, and we're going to a round number 5 here, but it could still come through for Omit. Good read from Gravity, 4 in a row. That's 2 players down now for Team War. Here comes the flood for Omit. A couple more players to try to clean off the zone, but Parasite and Fire got to hold strong. Capsutal's going to get red in the back here, and that's 4 members down. Deep spawns over by the old zone. 30 seconds left on the clock.
And Lau can make the play over towards Fridge. This is great news. You just have to get time off the clock. It doesn't matter how many kills you get. As long as you stop this squad. Oh, he gets stunned, though. What a prediction this is from it. They predict the corner beautifully. Now it's on to can you get on. Parasite called upon again. Oh, snaking over to the top of the benches. Works out for 1. The double comes through working with Johnny, but the trades are still here, and a chance for it still to touch. Lau wants to try to make the defense happen right by himself, but it will not work out. Clock stops at 7.6. 8 plays 10. Team War still have some time to set something up. Not a full stack yet, but Amit are getting stronger by the second. Oh, but around the back, wow, maybe a chance to get through. 3-man stack, 6v9. Now it's just down to 1. Fire's got to make a play. Cannot wait for too long. You've got to go. Gets the first on the contest. Trying to wait for a little bit of help, but just not going to get there in time. And Amit will finish the capture and take the control.
Oh, they get it done. The final push after having about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Omit will remain flawless here in Hotel Control. That's going to tally up to 3-0 when it comes down to this map mode combination, but gets a little scary there. I mean, that was a solid hold for Team War. Parasite was able to bring it back a little bit in those last couple rounds, but it just takes one moment, and as soon as you win that last 1v1, I believe that was on to Lau, all of a sudden you can flood through the kitchen, you can get numbers on the point, you can stack that zone. That's exactly what they do to make sure they secure that win.
My goodness, we're just not given a chance to breathe in this matchup right now. Between all 3 of these maps, you could argue could go either way at any moment in time, but my goodness, this Amit Control on the backside of Capsule and a number of their opening rounds to be able to go up 2-0 in the first place. I mean, the guy was just everywhere on the map, and to see him kind of maybe get that little bit of, oh, these are how the CDL teams are playing it, maybe it kind of boosts his ability to try to read timings a bit better, because there's that one little sneaky play that he puts off over towards front desk at B in that last round where he just stays prone until you know for sure the defense is only looking at the front, helps him capture it up, and my goodness, he's had a whale of a series so far, especially in the last 2 maps.
He's looked great, Alan. He's looked so strong, so comfortable. A lot of great moments from the SMGs here, as Hixie even having a nice little play himself, almost able to turn there onto Parasite for another. But, I mean, it's just beautiful when you see these little transitions happen where they just need one little window, one little gunfight, and they just make the flood happen. And it helps when you got little plays like this. Capsule just challenging for the 2, almost getting the 3rd right off spawn. Creates so much room for you to work with in and around these zones on either side of the map. But yeah, just so strong. I mean, it's just really hard to bring too much of analysis outside of a couple like really big moments individually, and Capsule just kind of having his way in a lot of these rounds.
And it just goes to show the trust that this team has, considering that you're playing with, again, a new player, quote unquote. I mean, Diamond Con is very familiar with, I'm sure, all 4 of the players, or maybe all 3 of his teammates in the lobby. Right. It's just one of those things. It's just like the coordination that we're seeing from Amit is next level efficient. And, I mean, you can see it just in the overall kills compared to the non-traded kills, but look how many assists are being tallied across the board. Really on both sides, impressive numbers top to bottom. But it's just one of those things when you start to see that kind of coordination and you kind of look across just outside of the kills and deaths and the damage, which I know a lot of people go to first and foremost, like, look at the amount of objective kills that come out of Amit. Like, that's just, you know, there's so many little things in there that you don't just individually get those kills. Like, those objective kills are all team-based. I don't think there's a single moment that you can really look at and say, this was this one player getting 3 objective kills. Like, no, that's stuff that usually happens in tandem of a full team effort. And that's just great to see for a squad that's, again, just kind of getting it put together with Diamond Con filling in with the move of Dave up top into Florida.
Absolutely. Diamond Con 23-17. Nice game. And Gravity also picking it up a little bit here in the respawns as well, right? I mean, maybe we just have a hot 3-0 if Gravity's kind of playing like he was in this map compared to the map number 1, but he just needed to warm up a little bit. And since that warm up and since that 5-2 comeback, it has looked like a totally different team. As we'll take a look at the map set to see what we have coming up, it will be a second Mercado here in the series. This one, of course, will be the Hardpoint, Alan.
Yeah.
Moment, we talked about them having to be able to potentially find a Hardpoint to close this series out. Well, they have a chance to be able to end the series going into the second Hardpoint now.
Yeah, that's very true. I just still think that, you know, you've got a cushion here because Embassy Search and Destroy, if it gets to 5, is not bad news for you. I mean, they've only played it once, but they 6-0'd you know, when they played it. So obviously something was going very right when they were on that map. In comparison, you look at the Mercado Hardpoint, they only played it once and they got their brakes beat off them, 250 to 100. So, or 150 rather. So, I mean, there's some work that would have to be done here. But again, you know, some of the problems that we kind of, you know, alluded to for a bit, maybe kind of saying like, hey, maybe this team's just not moving fast enough to allow Caps to kind of lead the way and then know that you've got help on the way. Diamond Con's playing with a little bit extra vigor here than you would normally anticipate from someone like Dave. Not to say that one is good or bad. I'm just saying that the tempo is up. And you kind of, at least in my mind, you kind of see that and you think back to kind of like moments when Shotzi's talking about his team, when Abizi and Simp are talking about their team. It's like, we're just moving right now. Like, we're flying across the map. And it feels like Amit is starting to tap into that a little bit here.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I mean, it's not too often that we see some of the moments that were coming out of like Charlie Hicksey, like in the map number 1, where he's like popping 3 pieces. Like usually he's a little bit more reserved, a little bit more sitting on the time. But when he's finding those moments, I think that's when things are obviously really looking up here for this squad. So as much as they got smoked on it the first time around, maybe they've learned. There's obviously probably been a lot of scrim sets since that point in time. Maybe not as many with DC in the equation, but I still feel like these guys got to be feeling on top of the world, because when you're coming into a series like this, you're already in losers. You know there's a sub in, like there's a potential you might just get smoked. But when you're up in the series, it's just a different type of energy that's flowing around the boys, right? You have to imagine so. But Team War, I mean, we've seen some great performances from them so far. Johnny dropped 40 kills in map number 1. I mean, we have to keep kind of talking about him. He was still solid in the last control. I think you need more of Johnny if you're going to be able to send this to a map number 5 and shut these guys down and just make sure that they aren't getting any kind of a snowball going very early on. I think is the key factor.
On the other side, how much, looking into this hard point, do you think there's going to be the ability for Parasite just to run route man and kind of just flip spawns around? Because that was kind of his role, it felt like, through a lot of the Fortress hard point. And it worked out for Team War in the end, but a map that's a little bit tighter, you know, across longer lengths of the map, you start to wonder, like, hey, we need this AR to kind of get aggressive away from the hard point and take away this entire lane by itself. So maybe there's something to be said there for not just Parasite. I don't mean to put a finger right at him, but same situation for Tom. You know, he had a struggle in map number 1, but Gravity's going to have to kind of do the exact same thing on the other side here. So it could be a battle of how these main ARs want to try to treat the map and how they see themselves either moving or not moving to help their team kind of grow influence in one part of the map or the other. Opening first blood, good for Hicksey. As a mitt on the hard point. We've already got, how about this, Austin? More time collected already on P1 here at Mercado than we got in the full first 60 that we had in Fortress. Love to see it.
Oh, you love to see it. How about that stat? Real quick, throwing at you, but we'll see if it continues. P1, sometimes you can rack up a little bit of time, especially if the opposing team kind of starts to focus heavily on the rotation. But Diamond Con going to be now focused on just trying to clear out apparently his teammates. He does unfortunately throw out Capsidal, who was posted up in the hill. Nice and pretty, soaking up time. Now the rotation fight already taking place as Gravity's going to be just about swarmed and overwhelmed. Capsidal's caught throwing a nade, and this is a good moment here for Team War.
Solid for it, but there will be a 50-50 battle here at Cantina. Just comes down to a mitt. How much they want to commit to get to the inner side of the lower floor versus trying to threaten any second floor positioning. Parasite decides to forfeit his second floor and drop down low. And Amit are going to take a chance and move up top. Diamond Con, oh, dealt with. Good long range shots. That's Johnny just off screen. He's number 1 in red, who's locked down the entire push. Amit was trying to overwhelm and try to surround the hard point, but denied. And now they have to kind of set up and try again.
Oh, big win. Try to find a break on the entry. Capsidal there for the first. Parasite starting to linger down low. He's able to find a trade. Now has to get a read from behind, but DC's there. Won't be able to come away with 3, but is able to at least get 2. So already good work being done for as far as Team War on this second hill. Lau starting to really put in the shots here to try to secure this remaining 18 seconds, which should go the way of Team War. But Omit going to give that up and just simply focus on the rotation here to P3.
Yeah, great activity right down the map from Johnny and Lau, both sitting at 10 total engagements already, which is the top of the lobby. Not something we talk about often, but they are getting in the mix and getting into it often. Over towards New, though, we head to 10. Gravity already set up trophies to keep them safe. Team War trying to do the same thing. 3-man hit from the front. Oh, they don't expect a tight corner. Gravity turns that into the double, and the whole play is shut down before it can even begin. Ooh. Oh, goodness, Tom, okay. That's what we're talking about. Get these ARs down some long lanes and have them just wreak some havoc. Good stuff so far. In the opening 20, no worries.
Yeah, that's a huge moment there individually for Gravity. Getting a streak could also be massive when we talk about this map. We've seen just how effective they really can be on a lot of these hard points, but still needs a few more kills before that happens. 25 seconds left here for Team War to try to break on through. Gravity will get pinched up from behind, and how about that little play from Lau? He's able to come away with 2. That is another critical moment to make sure that Team War are still putting in at least a little bit of the time, a little bit of the points on the board with the remaining 20.
Trophy down, Johnny on rotation. Is the only one who's really watching this back alley. Parasite's trying to get there to assist, but he's not in a great position, especially considering that Amit is full forced all the way in. So Parasite retrains his aim towards the back door, trying to help out with fire. And while the trophy doesn't get down in time, fire's double. Allows Team War to not just hold on to the hard point. They've also got spawn still. Fire's going to get here very rapidly, and as Johnny cleaned up the middle of the map, now all of a sudden he can start to move a little bit further forward, and now you've got Team War trying to search out. Where's the Amit spawning? they've got double doors covered, and I think they're going to be happy to kind of go back and watch this and say that we've successfully put a checkpoint together because Amit spawned in the middle of nowhere and now have a tough time getting back to the hill at all.
And the holds have just been really strong for Team War,
Yeah.
and well, you're just seeing why. It's just been no breaks whatsoever. As soon as that first push comes through in the back from Omid, from there on out, it just never really feels like they can get to a position where they have a chance to break. Now they're just fighting for scrap time. They still have to get through Fire, and it's a 1v1 that goes the way of Fire, who's now on 3 in a row himself. So Team War have just been so good on their setups, and Omid are going to have to really start to change how they attempt for these breaks here, Alan, because now we're going to see a 60-point differential in favor of Team War.
The read of the spawns, forcing the hand of Amit. Team War have done a really nice job just kind of controlling the tempo of this game, and more so just controlling the map, forcing Amit to spawn in the worst possible positions or to force them to have to hit from the worst possible positions. And even now on their break attempt, I mean, Amit just do not look comfortable with their setup at all. I mean, Gravity's got an air. He's watching a very tight corners battle, which you would assume a sub would be, and that's exactly why. Someone gets in your face, it's hard to react to it. And Team War, this is just perfection on our screens.
What we called for, it's what we're getting. Breaks, holds, everything. Just falling in place perfectly here for them. And now 150 to 61. Only gonna have to really start to rethink how we're going to stop Team War from being able to find very fast transitions into the hard point, because if you don't hold here, this game starts to hit that 200-point mark. It starts to get a little out of reach. So this really does feel like it could be the map with this moment right here.
Have to have some sort of a push out. You cannot just stay bunkered with 3 men strong inside this hard point. And you may have thought for a moment that Hixie's kill would have maybe allowed him a chance to kind of get around the outside. That's unfortunate. Team kill comes out of the cruise missile, so that's not going to be there to try to break the hard point, but it may not be needed. Wow on 5 HP. Team War have neutralized the hill just by show of force. Long-range shots from Diamondcon keeps Lau a little bit out of arm's range, and that's enough for Caps and Hixie to just kind of swarm through, find the kills, and Amit will successfully hold.
Yeah, huge resurgence. I mean, that was just required. Omid, they do get a little loose there for as far as the, at least initial break. Start to drop, start to lose some numbers, but they break right back in. 20 seconds remaining. Capsidal going to be forced to try to go big alongside one of his teammates as he's just trying to bob and weave, get down low, provide a bit of cover, and Diamondcon and Capsidal have actually been able to defend the hill. So this was, one of the big moments that we asked for. We're going to get it. Omid still down by quite a bit, but at least finally, a positive moment here for them to try to work back into this hard point.
And the string over towards Warehouse is great as well, especially with Hixie watching this side door. If he gets a read on how many are here, that'd be great, but did not expect there to be so many. So only wins the first gunfight, forces Diamondcon to have to put together a response. Trophy system gets down. Team War going to try to use this to force their way in. Help on the way from Capsidal. Hixie also off spawn, cleans things up through mid-map, and that is superb. 5 in a row now for Capsidal and Amit starting to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, take a look at the spawns now. They're going to have to kind of flood through the exact same position, and well, Capsidal is here on 6. There it is. Cruise missile locked in. The Omid boys starting to heat up, and Capsidal specifically is doing exactly that. Kill number 8. Feels like it's in front of him, but Johnny will be able to finally put a stop to the spree. But 174 to 122. Hixie also just trying to reinforce for some of that scrap time. Gets tagged up with a nade, but it's still good for the elimination. So how about that? The back 2 hills here for Omid have been pretty much on point here, Alan. We got ourselves a hard point going back into the reset of the hills.
And that scrap time of 18 seconds may not seem like much, but that is a key amount of time there for Amit, because largely speaking, even though you're not going to be in a great spot to contest this P1 by position, you're still not in a bad spot to gain control of one part of the map or another. Cheeky little spot from Capsidal, working with Gravity to once again keep the hard point neutral, but Team War's numbers survive. 3 for 1, the overall exchange, and now Team War ticking it up closer and closer to 200 points. Read from Parasite, solid. Shots even better. And Team War, very well, could be at a great spot to once again reboost up their lead.
Omid now has to kind of just focus on this rotation, and well, they have to get through Parasite, who has just played his life wonderfully. Good support there from Fire to make sure Hixie does not clean him up. So another streak could be in the cards there for Parasite, but that 1v1 going on to Gravity is now going to cost you quite a bit of time. As the rotation was not in, you didn't really get any P1 time. You're down by 70, so now you need to find a very quick break going into this next hill.
Johnny's got a pretty solid read at this. Crew's called in again. No success on the initial connection. Team War in control for now. Johnny having a little bit of trouble here with the combination of Capsule and Gravity, whose stuns and nades are all landing. While following up, and yeah, the angle still being held. Johnny right back down in 5 in a row, and Team War clean things up, no problems. Looking destined for a map 5. Amit have to have a break right here.
Yeah, it is going to have to be required yet again. And Johnny is posted up. He's like a turret. He's got one of those old turrets from like the Modern Warfare 2 games. He's just mowing them down, man. There's no shot, no chance. It could still all end here. Omit, one final attempt to try to break through. Johnny's on 9. Looking for double digits, but might not even be enough time to get to that point. So clean as it could get as Team War. They are good for the map 4, and that means that we're going to a map 5.
That's something different right there at the end. I mean, 9 in a row. You even saw kind of Lao, Fire, all of them also building towards streaks, but Johnny just, I won't lie. First week this game launched and we got this map, this is where I sat the entire time. It's just easy feeding up that point. 27 and 17, nearly 3,000 damage for Johnny. Well, what a map for him. And just to look kind of on the bottom side, hey, we kind of had made the comparison, like, would Parasite be in a position to get more active and maybe proactively lock down key lanes? Oh, he did way more than that. Finesses his life for what felt like a year and a half. I mean, that's just exactly what you want to see from the longtime vet.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, he also had a lot of just big moments too, like that middle of the map area where he's watching that mid lane and DC's trying to sneak behind him on the RV. Like, I think he read it at least 2 or 3 times. So, you know, DC spending like a good 20 seconds to make that play, and then Parasite is shutting it down. So it really is, you know, earning you a lot of time on P1 and then also shutting down in any kind of an early rotation or back spawn for Omen as well. So yeah, it feels like Parasite had a really good game and kind of required after what was a really slow control there at the last map before this, but able to get back into the mix, able to find a very dominating win in the map 4. We'll take another look here at the scoreboard. You mentioned Johnny. I mean, he dropped 40 in the map 1. He was probably on par for 40 in this one too if it had at least went to that point. There was a little more time.
Yeah, it's actually so true. Holy smokes. 12 objective kills as well for Lao out of the 22 in total that he had. Goodness. That's silly. I mean, it's just, even the thing about it is you look down towards Amit's stats. I mean, yeah, Hixie 19 to 25, only 6 seconds to hardpoint, but like, that's not that bad. Everyone else is just slightly negative or slightly positive. I mean, outside of Johnny's takeover moment, everyone on Team War is kind of at the same stat line. So it just comes down to turning kills into objective focus.
Yeah.
And when you've got someone who can get 2 players nearly who can get to 2 minutes worth of hardpoint time, and you can trust that Johnny can just kind of run circles around, that's great news overall. I mean, he's pulling 3 kills per hill, and all of them are outside the hard point. So just like in your mind, think what that means. Every time a team tries to break, they're essentially, if they try to break it 3 separate times, they're trying to break it 3v4 every time. Like, that's one way to kind of rationalize that statistic, and that does speak volumes, I think, to the comfort that Team War had on the map and staying in the objective overall.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think that there's one thing you're going to really credit Team War for in that map. It really was their holds, right? Like, and I mean, that could come down, you know, again, to Omit, you know, having, you know, Diamondcon in the mix instead of Dave. Like, it isn't their full man squad, but still 3 of the 4 not being able to at least find some of those effective trades really does show you just how tight they were in some of those setups, how effective they were playing off the trades, like you said, Alan. And, well, when you have a player going rogue, it just always loosens up the push also coming into the hard points. So, as clean as it gets there for Team War. And that's exactly what you wanted, exactly what you need, because that means we're going to a map 5 on Embassy Search and Destroy.
Wow. And as much as we continue to kind of build up the narrative that Amit just had to take one of the respawns, this Embassy Search and Destroy is not a guarantee. Their Search and Destroy generally has been their best mode, for sure. But when you look at the Embassy, they've only played it once, and yes, it was a 6-0 when they had played here. Largely speaking, the reason for that victory was Capsule, who had a 9.0 KD, and one of the reasons that his Search and Destroy overall KD in the group stage was as high as it was because of his sole performance on this map overall. Do we expect to pull a 9.0 KD here? Probably not. But it does go to show that he's going to be a problem, and for Team War, you'd have to keep him under your finger.
You gotta shut him down, even when you feel like you did shut him down, right? Because he was 1-6. It's like even that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Like, he still went on that crazy spree at the end to go on to, I think it was double digits. So I mean, yeah, even when you think you got him down, it's not always the case. But overall, I mean, this will be, I think, a really interesting look for as far as, you know, will they be aggressive onto the sites with DC pulling out the scope, kind of battling out what looks to be Parasite with the scope. You know, will that 1v1 kind of start to go the other way this time around here for Team War? Because Parasite was hitting a couple of shots, maybe nothing too flashy, but just kind of doing what was necessary. But DC, he can get flashy. He can look for some of those crazy quick scopes and start to catch you off guard here. So I'm excited to see how that individual battle starts to play out. And Alan, we got the map loading up here for us, man. One of these teams is no longer going to be in playoffs. One will be able to move on. Feels like we should still have both, but it can only be one.
And that one will have a date with Tyler Fellow and his Enterprise for the lower semifinals later on this evening to determine who will be our top three and who will unfortunately have to wait for next season. We'll find out. Parasite, considering where he wants to go. Tack and hand off the rip here. No sniper rifle from opening. Amit looking to get aggressive here on the cut. Straight through Vans. This is an A hit by design, and Fire is just going to say, nah, not today here, friend. But this commitment still has to come through. I mean, Diamondcon and Gravity are still watching at range. And it's just not a well-advised battle, I'll say that much. Diamondcon trapped. Same situation for Gravity, apparently. And it's only a matter of time, you feel like, before Diamondcon gets overwhelmed. And this is good patience here for Lau, making sure there's no backup over towards B. Just wait for your ARs to give you the call, and Team War will have no problem cleaning things up. Decent idea, but ultimately unsuccessful.
Yeah, I feel like it was like a last-second call from Team War to say, like, we should stack this, because Parasite went up the ladder. He started sprinting over to what maybe have been, you know, the AC, or at least watching over that middle lane, and then he just quickly, you know, pulls a 180 and starts to backtrack and say, okay, like, let's stack this with 3 players. So it must have some kind of a read on what Home would like to do, at least for as far as maybe their A look when it comes down to offense. So really nice opening play. Fire and Johnny both getting involved with 2. Now we'll switch it up, see what Team War have in store for us, and it's Lau using the sniper here for this map.
Okay. And I was going to say, I think if you're Amit, like, the success behind that setup, like, in theory and on paper, you would have to assume that you would not double stack ARs at that long-range battle from Vans. You would probably get a scope involved, but not the case. Regardless, we digress. And move into the post-plant situation, 4v4. Lau still watching the tight corner. Everyone else very comfortable up towards admin. And Amit are just slow to move here.
Yeah. Well, it's too slow, but now Gravity and Capsule able to find kills. But you have to deal with Lau up top. Gravity will end up dropping. Quick little bomb check is there. You're going to have to deal with them, and you're going to have to deal with them quickly. But Capsule, 1v1. Fire can't play his life. But can they even get to the bomb and play this? I mean, we'll be able to hop on it, but DC is going to have to rip them off of it. Nice little jump shot. How about it? Lau just lines them both up there for the finisher.
Oh, I couldn't help but cackle. It's just like, oh, you think you've got me? They didn't expect the jump peek. Brilliant stuff, though, from Lau. Like, I think we both kind of had a raised eyebrow when we swapped his POV. He was the one with the scope, but I think we could both feel a little bit more affirmed with the decision that was made.
Yeah.
And now a quick 2-0 up. Not much to shake in your shoes at right now if you're Amit, but we need to see what this default offense is going to look like, because your cheeky curveball towards A was unsuccessful, and now Lau has gotten all the way forward towards Sign. It does look like the offense is aware of this, and yeah, very easy kill. Not a lot of help up top from Parasite, apparently, and that will lead to an opportunity for Amit to get on and maybe even plant. Oh, maybe even more so here is, yeah, that's not good.
No, definitely seen better Semtexes, but Johnny East, oh, I was going to say he was in a good position. Might be able to, no. Alrighty, that's fine one. I was going to say, maybe he doesn't find any, but Gravity not able to finish him off. However, the problem, he's got a sub, and he is trapped on the wrong side of the map here to try to get this defused, and he's got 3 players to come through.
Yeah. Ixie just throwing shoulders, saying if you want to try to throw this little tickle fight at range, I'm here for it. Up top, Diamondcon ready for the chow, no worries. A bit on the board. And it's just kind of, I wonder what happened there. Was Parasite naded out? Was there pre-fire that tagged him up? Because Lau was just on an island without any assistance whatsoever off that aggressive route we saw through Orange.
Yeah, I think he was trying to find the timing to come out of the door, shut the door, then come behind, but Yeah, he definitely gets spotted, or at least the door gets spotted, right? So they know that someone is at least lingering in and around the outside of the site. And then Parasite, unfortunately, nades himself, so he kind of just forces himself out of the power position top AC, whether he had a trophy down or not. Definitely tough scenes. A little bit of a blunder, but that is not a blunder. Lau still electric with the scope, and the stun is also going to lock up Parasite, but no trades have come through, so really big numbers advantage right away for Team War.
And Hixie and Gravity are currently still stuck in the middle of the map. With Lau still sniping, you really can't chow top AC here. So your only option is to hopefully get intel and maybe a little bit of jump peek. Parasite survives, but Hixie delays the plant for now. Gives extra time to Gravity on the other side of the map to try to work through mid. Maybe isolate. You know Parasite's by himself. Shots will connect. Now the bomb is down. Oh, this is absolutely a nightmare for Team War. And what a 2v4 setup this is between Gravity and Hixie. Fire by himself.
Does get the bomb. Time to work with. Maybe just trying to throw a nade to throw them off. But Gravity, he's got a read.
Wow.
He will be there to finish him off. What a 2 versus 4 that is for Omid to make sure that we get ourselves a tie game here at 2 apiece.
And there are so many quick moments that you have to be able to kind of grow awareness. I mean, Gravity and Hixie are stuck. They have nowhere to go from the middle of the map. And as mentioned, because Lau's sniping, you can't go top AC to stop the plant. So your only option is to do what Hixie did, which is just get to the top of orange and jump and see if you see anything. And then him getting enough connections to stop Parasite from planting allows Gravity a little sneak through route, and then Parasite's stuck. That whole setup is just all about Hixie stopping the plant. Because that bomb gets planted, even if Parasite doesn't stay alive, you figure that round is a giveaway, no worries. So, brilliant stuff in the 2v4. Nades down low, right at the shoes of Hixie, not going to land, but Gravity was there to throw a little bit more utility. That is good for the opening first blood. And it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Numbers to omit, looking for 3 in a row.
It is good info, though. You know both players are on either side of the map right now, so you could look to push one side out, try to overwhelm. That bomb will now be picked up from Diamondcon. It looks like B will likely be the target, and you got Gravity. He's going to the top of AC. We're now working through this back alley, so you got a great position. Parasite has the trophy system, so doesn't have the dead silence to kind of cut through mid here, but he might be able to find caps. Just a couple shoulders gonna come through. Now he's forced back.
Yeah, and Gravity in the same breath takes Fire out, who is trying to get there to assist Parasite, I think, to get the kill. Isolated, sure. Easy first blood. No, that capsule still up top in the windows. Comes down. Tries to predict the pre-fire on the door. Sees Caps bailing out once again, but time is now becoming a huge problem with B under threat, and this is not going to allow Parasite enough time to do too much of anything. Decent idea. Maybe a chance to get some kills here. But you figure there's no... Wow, I'm surprised Diamondcon gave him a chance at that gunfight.
I don't think Diamondcon had anywhere to go. Like, I think he, like, moved for a second. We'll see it in the kill cam. I think he wanted to, like, run into orange as soon as Capsule died, but... No, actually, he just holds it. He realizes maybe I just do not have the time to do it. Has to take the gunfight. But yeah, there's a world where Parasite finds it. I think there's maybe 12 seconds, so he gets to the bomb in time. Certainly a good attempt at a 1v3, but the numbers still hold strong. The opening engagements are still good to create that kind of initial 4v2. But Omid, how about it, right? 3 rounds in a row, I believe.
Yep. Lau back to the scope, as he has so far through every offense. Looking for someone through mid. Not going to connect. Has to back up now. Stuns, nades, trying to stop Parasite from planting, but they don't connect. This is a completely concealed bomb plant. Parasite deciding how he wants to get out. Checking for anything through the middle of the map while the defense has a lot of worries here because the post plant has moved to great spots. I mean, it's a 3-man stack over through admin. Everything's being watched. If they pull this off, color me surprised.
What can't they do? Oh, hit marker. Lau looks like he hit his chest. I mean, run that one back real quick. Little question marks coming out. Lau with a nice little ego gel in the back. Knows that Gravity's the last one left alive. No time to do anything. And finally, Team War will be able to get one back. Lau will be able to put that one away with the scope yet again. Ties us all up here at 3. And, well, this aggressive play from Team War continues to at least allow them to get this bomb down very quickly.
And I don't believe Parasite trophied his approach to the bomb site. I want to say that all of those stuns were just too long. So them not connecting are huge. Even if they connect with the trophy system, you have to think defensively. Hey, there's a trophy down. They could be planning. You still check that. But because it doesn't connect on a trophy, and because it doesn't connect on a player with any hit markers, Amit are saying, oh, they're not here yet. We can just wait because the Team War are playing slow. Not so fast. Or maybe that fast. This Parasite was already on.
Well, good nade. Wow, finding a lot of value here in the SnD. 7-3 now, 3 in a row. Diamondcon taking a long-range battle. Tough one to win. First Parasite has got the trophy up there to help protect him. But a little bit of a problem, at least trying to retrieve this bomb now. You're kind of committed to going to B or working through like a long flank here from Diamondcon and winning this one-on-one to maybe pull some of these defensive members away from this B setup. A little bit tricky to work through. We'll see if Capsule can maybe fly through and make a play, though.
He can't, though, because he doesn't have dead silence yet. So he's got to wait another 15 seconds or so. Oh, that kill will help. He should be able to pop it now. No, not even yet earned. So he can't even make the full play through Cafeteria. It's still a good isolation nonetheless. Team War adjusting, knowing that this is a full hit around the back. Good call here as far as the defense is concerned. On Caps. Caught trying to cross. And now the time not going to allow an opportunity, you'd think, for Gravity to collect and plant, but he's going to try to give it a go. It's really his only lifeline. You'll have a 1v1 with Parasite. Not a great look at it, but he just kind of runs up for the plant. Parasite, you check? Sure does. No worries, Team War. Like you mentioned, great opening set, Nate, and from there on out, there's just no way that you allow Amit to get back and collect that bomb.
Yeah, it was... I think it was some kind of, like, problem with the dolphin dive for Caps. I want to say he wanted the dolphin dive that cross, right? He throws a shoulder. He wants to fly across so that he can get towards the bomb, but I don't know if the tags kind of stop the animation or if he just doesn't do the animation correctly. Whatever happens there, it definitely looked like he wanted to do a dolphin dive, and if he does get across, then at least you start to split up the defense again, force him to kind of look both ways at B and at A, but it really did feel like they could play tight in the back of that bridge kind of every round, but Team War start to lose grip of this SnD and then start to bring it back. 4-3 to tally, up by 1.
Oh, Parasite, how is he still alive? Fire just runs right through the utility, works out brilliantly. As everyone is focused on Parasite, and Fire just runs right up and kills 2 members, no worries. And that's going to lead to an A-plant. My goodness, it's just, these offenses from Team War have looked unbelievable. And after 3 rounds in a row for Amit, 2 of them being off the defensive side, man, you need to put something together here to try to threaten this retake.
Shots coming through for Gravity. You got to find a huge opener. And that nade's not going to make it any easier. Shoulder good for Fire. Information will follow. Capsule's going to have to drop down and just find an unbelievable play here. It is really on him to try to make it happen. Parasite says, come into my sights. Great read from down low. Gravity can't follow up with anything. Team War, they are up 5-3. We have seen a similar story to this, Alan, but they are looking a little bit more comfortable this time.
Yeah, I'll say. It's just the amount of issues that Amit have to diagnose in real time are becoming extraordinarily lengthy as far as the list of it is concerned. So what do you call here if you're Amit, who really have not had a great offensive look, like mentioned, except for the one they found in the string of 3 in a row? And they're just going to full send it to B. I mean, this is the definition of full send it to B. Gravity watching the cross, double stack up top, Capsule floating out of mid window. Lau gets the opener, bomb not planted, but Hixie does tally a kill. You could try to extend this play through orange. And they may have to. This is a difficult plant situation, even though you've got help from Caps. And oh, that's a brilliant elimination. Diamondcon at range takes care of Lau. And now the post plant can set up if they want to on one side or the other.
Got everything you'd want right now if you're Omit. It's just all about posting up, trying to win these key gunfights, and you could just see how much dedication Team War are putting into reading the players inside of PD. Johnny's able to find the first, and now it all comes down to Capsule. Has to be the hero. He was the hero in map number 2. A 1v2 is required. He's going to do a quick little bomb check, but his position going to be given away. Semtex to work with 14 seconds left on the clock. Bomb going to start to defuse, but the Semtex falls short. He's got to fly out. He tries to win the gunfight, but Fire says no. Team War, they will find the final round. They'll take it 6-3, and they will eliminate Omit here in playoffs.
That's so tough for Capsule. Multifaceted, mind you, because not only does the Semtex knock it over the ledge, but you could still use this as a little bit of a smoke. And it's just the pre-fire from Fire. Connects just just enough. And I will say this. What a series from Johnny and Lau.
Yeah.
Like, that may be one of the first series from Lau's perspective that I've seen him just like, dude, he's hitting a little different today. This is hitting like early Vanguard Jimbo, where he was just running and gunning and no one was stopping him. That is a great series across the board, but extra kudos, I think, to Lau, who had a great 5 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see him step up in the SnD specifically. I mean, he does lead the overall KDs when it comes down to SnD. I think he's got a 1.20. So, I mean, to see him go big with the sniper rifle in hand, shutting key players down, making sure the ARs are just never really safe with their peaks. I mean, it just makes it more difficult to play. But another look back on the scoreboard, 9-4 for Lau. Johnny was 7-5. Parasite 8-6. Fire 6-5. Everybody gets involved throughout that entire search and destroy. But a lot of key moments happening there from just a select few individuals to solidify some of those rounds for what was 4 rounds in a row there. So no chokes this time around for Team War to get the job done.
Are you at all surprised? I mean, 4 first bloods from Lau, a lot of that with the scope. Are you surprised to not see DiamondCon not even try to counter at any of those rounds? Because for a minute, it just kind of felt like their solution to Lau was, hey, just try not to peek him. But the key word in there was try, because you have to at certain moments, especially if you're going to try to defend that, tennis court bomb site.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a bit puzzled to see, because I think we both kind of expected DiamondCon to sub in and not just fulfill the shoes of Dave in kind of AR form, but also possibly in sniper form. We never got it.
Yeah, I think it's a really fair point. And, the only question I would follow that up with that question is, how much practice has DiamondCon had in SnD lately?
Sure.
I mean, obviously the LG Academy guys have not really been playing. There's nothing really to play for at the moment. So I don't know if it's just like a comfort thing where he just doesn't really feel confident to pull it out right now. It would surprise me, because I feel like he's one of the best snipers that we have. But either way, I mean, it's either Omid or not. Do not want him to pull it out because they have some kind of chemistry with Dave when they were playing with him. They know his strats, they know how to play it, or he just doesn't feel confident in himself. It's the only conclusion I think I can come to.
That's fair. But there's a look back over the series, and it was an absolute barn burner, an absolute slobber knocker between these two squads. I mean, the first 3 maps in particular really could have gone either team's way. Then Team War light things up in the Mercado Hardpoint. Embassy search and destroy. No worries, no how there. A lot of it coming off, again, the first blood supremacy. And they move on. Now a chance to play up against Tyler Felony and his business affairs, his enterprise. But, man, that's just a huge series for both those two teams. And like we continue to mention, it always feels bad to say farewell to teams at this stage, especially North America, because the level of competition is so damn high. And that was absolutely on display for us from start to finish.
Yeah, it really was, man. I mean, I'm sure Cap's still going to be probably like rewinding that final play in his head like over and over and over again all night, because if that Semtex hits, he flies out, he finds the kill. Not enough time to get the defuse for the second player, which is fire, right? Like, it's those little moments that happen, throughout sports, esports, you name it. It's tough, but either way, I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So 6-3. Get the job done. They go up against T-Fel, and I'm hearing that their stock price right now is pretty high, Alan.
Yeah,
after a nice little series win there, 3-1 versus Felion.
Yep, it's a bull market. Is that when you buy? No, bear market is when you buy.
Is that
right?
when you buy? Yeah, sure. I know all about stocks. Yeah.
I don't know.
Sounds right.
I don't know which is you're supposed to sell and which you're supposed to buy in. I forget. But regardless. It's a bear market. I had to Google it. A bear market is a fantastic time to buy. Thank you, Google. Thank you, remote broadcasts. So stock prices are up. Let's stop with this reference. This is so cringe. So that's lower round 3, though. It's going to be unbelievable. That'll be our final match of the evening. But coming up next, we transition to a battle of the CDL Academy teams. Boston Academy, Rocker Academy. Oh boy, and that's going to be a really fun one for us to set up, because both teams have very different success stories right now.
Yeah, that really is it. I mean, you framed it up perfectly. Like, Rocker looking really good when it comes down to at least the hard points. They're looking also really solid in control specifically, but you could say the same for Boston. So that matchup, and I think that map set that we were kind of discussing last night will be interesting for as far as what we get for the third map. But yeah, man, that's going to be a really good one. They've been looking a lot better, and I think a lot of people just did not look at them as a, a very high seed, a very good team coming into playoffs. They have proven a lot of people wrong. Got a lot of clutch wins, a lot of map 5 wins that have been able to kind of build up that confidence, and now they're guaranteed at least top 3.
We'll see how things unfold. We're going to step away for a break. Everything's set up. It's the winners finals coming up next. Don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess. It's not a test. It's not a race. No black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent. Forget your voice. You can rely on them. Hold a grudge. Just stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you're ready. Take a step back from the edge. And take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows like rest of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge and Take a deep breath and dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Hey, you! It's us! And we're back with more North American Challengers Elite. We love that. I would be remiss if I gave you anything less than that. Not that I'm the one who's giving it to you. It's actually him. He's the one who's giving it to us.
Am
so
I?
thank you, Austin.
Wow.
Yeah, you're blessing us with Rocker Academy and Boston Academy. Take me through your headspace. Just give me the breakdown, at least for right now, while we're setting these two teams up.
Well, I think the quick breakdown is that these are obviously, without a doubt, two of the top teams. I mean, Rocker, I think, was still one of my big favorites, and I think you think of what happened in that week number 1 for them where they had to reverse sweep, and since that reverse sweep, they have looked like a totally different beast, and they have just come out swinging, especially in the respawns. Boston, they're your Neslo team. They like the 2-3-5s, but sometimes surprise you with a little bit of a hard point. So that's my little rundown, Alan. I think it's going to be a good one.
Boston, you got to remember, 0-2 in their first day of groups. Had to win out to make it to playoffs. And since then, same results. Wins all across the board. Whether it comes in the searches and the controls or otherwise, it's still happening. I mean, they have literally ninja diffused their way into the winners finals. So there is that to look at. But on the other side for Rocker Academy, these guys, like you mentioned, have gotten just better and better and better to a point where they have now become terrifying, especially when we get to the hard point. We'll talk more about that. Let's get to know these two squads. For Rocker Academy, hey, you know them. You pretty much already at this point either love them or hate them. Not going to just assume what your personal feelings are towards this squad, but hey, 3 out of the 4 back from one of the most consistent teams at the end of the Vanguard year with GodRx, Fame, and Pander, but Real in the mix this year in case you have not seen them yet. He's been a great addition to the team, especially over the course of the last couple of days.
Sure has been. I think that everybody has just individually picked it up without a doubt. I think Fame also had like a 0.98 like coming into playoffs. Now has like a 1.17. So these players are starting to find some big individual moments, but collectively as a squad, they have just been relentless. And that team chemistry, especially from last year, is bleeding into this year with the help of Real. And that's why they've been so damn consistent.
And on top of that, I think we're starting to phase our way out of the GodRx LAN fire, because he's been playing great online this year too, which is something that we've kind of always seen in the past has been some sort of a hindrance. I don't know if he's improved his setup or where he's kind of connecting from, but regardless of whatever it may be, he's been playing with some gusto this year. I'll tell you that much. And hey, the thing about it was, this was the team we kind of always assumed to be a great search squad, but to see them really bonify up their hard point in particular, that's been the biggest reason in my mind that they have become kind of like the LIG Academy of Major 1 right now, where they are dominating everywhere all the time, always.
That's really it, isn't it? Like, they don't really have a clear weakness, which is really difficult to prepare for, because that means that you just got to be perfect through everything. And as much as we've seen Boston kind of take a lot of these SNDs, take a lot of these really clutch controls, I mean, is that something that you're going to be able to specifically rely on? I would say probably no, right? Like, you have to be well-rounded everywhere else, and that's kind of the big struggle point that I see for the other side, where Boston hasn't been as clean, at least within the hard point. So I think that you're going to have to look somewhere between one of those two 2 maps, be able to try to take down this crazy roster, because like you just said, man, like they are so strong in just about every single mode that we have right now in the rotation.
Agreed. Taking a look though on the other side for Boston Academy, of course, everyone's excited to see what Doug's going to do. It's just the case. I know Twitch chat's already saying no Doug, no dub. But Beans, Crep, Shawnee, again, 3 out of the 4, kind of similar to Rocker Academy. Back, but better because they've got Beans. Not to sit there and say that Ghosty was bad, but Beans is great. So that comes with natural improvement. And, you know, hey, here's the thing about both these 2 rosters. You know, you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, if either of these 2 CDL teams suffer or don't play well coming in through Major 2, really any of these 8 players could be options for either 2 teams when it comes to trying to improve their CDL teams.
Without a doubt, or maybe even other teams trying to grab one of these said players as well, right? Like it feels like these are the players that are going to be, without a doubt, kind of within their scope for as far as trying to make a roster move. But Beans is the big one, man. How can you ignore him, especially what he did all of last year? He's come over to North America, and he's doing the same thing and some. Like, he has just been that guy. And everybody knows who Beans is now, right? Like, he got subbed in, you know, back at the very first major, held his own, played decently well, and, you know, that was one of his first showings. So when you can see someone do it on the main stage and then come and do it as well as in challengers consistently over and over and over again, it makes them a top prospect, without a doubt.
You can definitely expect that he's going to be topping the leaderboard at least one map somewhere in this series. But taking a look at each of the teams now and kind of where their group stage and playoff run has kind of allowed them to sit at, and I mean 78% win percentage for Rocker Academy. That is a stupid number considering that they were struggling in day number 1 with the respawn. The improvements, super impressive. Control also never really been a downfall for them. Search and Destroy has been good, not necessarily great. We're on the other side for Boston Academy. Hey, like we talked about, they were also in a pretty dire spot after day number 1 of the group play. Picked up and kind of fixed a lot of things across the board, but in their first day of playoffs, it was the 2-3-5, and those numbers right there reflect that.
Yeah, it definitely does. SnD, that's kind of been their bread and butter off the back end of setting up a lot of big plays for Beans with the scope. Beans with the AR does not matter, but you also have Shawnee, who's been a lot more involved in those SnDs. And then Kremp, I think he picks his moments really well on the map with the sub to be able to hit those pinches, hit those flanks. Be just really annoying to deal with on the opposite end when you're trying to shut him down. But the control, I mean, that one is going to be, I think, where this series could be very well decided, because you look at 86% for Rocker, you look at 71% for Boston. They're both very strong when it comes to that game mode, and I think that map that we also end up getting will also be a little bit interesting as well.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to this potential map set, but looking at some spotlight players and who I think we kind of are both really excited to see, Pander and Beans have just been unstoppable. Pander in particular, I mean, that is impressive for somebody who's notoriously kind of been labeled as more of a main AR. He's been really flexible in the back half of Vanguard, even more so here at the beginning of Modern Warfare 2, and he's stayed consistent across every single mode thanks to it. A huge component towards this Rocker Academy team, and he's going to have to show up in a big way here and try to stop that guy on the other side of the screen.
Without a doubt. Other guy on the other side of the screen, I mean, I don't gotta say it, right? But I will say it anyway. It's Beans with 1.3, 1 in the SnD, 1.22 in the Hardpoint, 1.19 in the Control. Like you can see it. Like, this guy is right there with Pander for as far as the stats, with the kills, and that puts him at a 1.22 overall. Man just slays anything that dare show up on his screen, and some on top of it at times where he goes on those crazy sprees as well, Alan.
Okay, well, let's take a look to see what the series layout is. I think both of us are already going to be looking towards that map number 3, not just because both teams are very good at Control, but we also expected it to be Fortress. It's kind of like the other team's positive and like best map was the other team's veto, so it kind of made sense that we were going to get the Fortress Control. But where's your kind of thought process over the first 3 collectively? Because Embassy, Hardpoint, and Fortress Search and Destroy are not, again, surprises, but they don't really necessarily lead to one team being kind of preferred over the other.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit interesting, I think, when it comes down to at least the other maps, as you mentioned, for the simple fact that, you know, you're not seeing maybe like the strong like Fortress Hardpoint kind of thrown in there that we've seen at times come through for Rocker. You don't see the Mercado in there as well. So I think for the most part, if you're Boston, at least from a statistic standpoint, you've done a good job eliminating some of the flawless maps coming through for Rocker, and you've been able to throw in some of the ones that we maybe haven't seen nearly as much, which could bode well for them as we start to load in here for map number 1 on Embassy Hardpoint.
Here we go. And with this layout, I think if you're, again, looking at this from Boston's perspective, can they steal away one of the hard points? Not respawns, generally speaking, because that map 3 very well may be the determining factor of this series. But for Boston, a positive here would be to take away either this hard point, which I would assume is their pick. Just looking at kind of the history across it. So we'll see. Rocker in the purple, Boston in the white. First blood goes the way of Real, getting really aggressive early, taking away the bottom side of admin. That's going to allow some very significant early time here for Rocker on P1.
Yeah, they'll sit on this hill with a nice little cushion right over top from the ARs, but that's a good little moment that comes through for Sensor, able to take Fame at least off right through the front, and then it's a nice pinch right through the restaurant. So we'll be able to at least eliminate a little bit of that time, make it just a tad bit more difficult to fully collect it. Now we'll start to take a look at what will be an early rotation. Shawnee already laying some of the groundwork. Trophy systems going down, and they're still collecting a little bit of time on P1.
Yeah, not bad at all. It's not super amount of time, but, I mean, you've kept Rocker kind of at bay now the entire way through this first rotation into P2. Got our X changing that. Good text from Real will actually take down Kremp. So Rocker now with numbers and a great zone of control as they're even going to soak up a little bit of the scrap time. Does allow Boston a chance to try to fight this off the cross, though. Kremp picking up where Sensor had left off, but the ARs are watching it. And these are some long-range fights from Rocker. I mean, these are not SMGs that are getting up close. It's just a lot of the ARs locking down these lanes.
Rocker just in a great position, and yeah, I mean, no one's been able to really look at the hill so far. Kremp wants to create space through mid, but Real is there. He was on 4 in a row. Quick trade will follow, as we'll see Godorex on 3 himself, looking for number 4. The Sensor through the stun, able to lock him down, take him out. Rocker in firm position here on top of the P2 hill, and might be able to get the back 25 as well as threaten this rotation early.
What a great start from the subs for Rocker Academy. We talked about Real, who's gotten better and better as kind of this team is also just statistically improved. It's a lot of it been through his ability to get involved and be efficient. 7 and 4 off the opener. A lot of that just kind of following up after the ARs are controlling space. I love it. It's just good discipline. Wait for your ARs to make a call, and then you hit a route, or then you hit a pinch. Something along the nature, and it's worked out super successfully for Rocker. 48-6 the tally. Boston looking for a break.
I mean, you can't lose this rotation if you're Boston. Like, this is not what you want to see, and Pander, one window to the next. That's 5 in a row for him. Godorex was also on a spree, but I don't believe earns that streak. Pander certainly has a chance to be able to do so himself. One more kill needed, and I mean, this lockdown is just terrifying from Boston's BOV.
Yeah, I mean, you've even got Real on another AR if he needs it. Sensor caught mid-map, just trying to create something, and this Boston team is looking cemented. I mean, they're just not finding any routes anywhere. 85-6. Mercy. Real now on rotation, looking to possibly once again just do what he does best and just be a nuisance.
Oh boy. Well, you got to have it here, as we'll typically say it. 6 points on the board through the first 3 hills. Rocker have been as perfect as you'd ever want it. But Real's already in a nice forward position up top, so might be able to make some early moves happen. The streak does come through for Pander. Might help them get a read on the break. Sensor is caught. One more player, and the trade should be there unless Kremp can go big, and Kremp does go big. Tagged up, he's low, looking for kill number 3. Trades will be there. Bean's able to throw himself into the point. It's scrappy, but Boston are still struggling to hang on.
Yeah, this is fine, though. This is exactly what you want, kind of rotating into SMG-heavy hills. You're seeing Kremp, Sensor, even Beans popping over, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Boston, 25 seconds to try to fight for it, but as we go from one sub-hill to another, can they keep this tempo up? Try to get Rocker on their heels a little bit as the streaks you saw earned and also utilized very early on. This is working out. So you wanted a spark plug. How about Kremp? A couple multi-kill lives in a row. Allows Boston a chance to try to see some life in the map.
Yeah, Kremp very well just keeps them in this game off of what was about 40 seconds. So the best moment we've seen so far from Boston. It's just a matter of building off of it and transitioning this into now the kitchen hill. You got a lot of presence out front. Real, 14-6. Able to play his life as well. 3 in a row. Going to shut those doors. It says, come back into my web, and almost able to find yet another, but maybe a moment for Boston. That's a good pinch. It's a good break. They will be able to get numbers in, and now a chance to soak up time.
This feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Hey, Boston just kind of running circles through different entryways, stopping Rocker from amassing too much of a setup in any regard. It's just kind of getting picked apart before they can actually fully commit. So GodRx has to try to do things like this. And, well, again, we talk about how good he's been online. I remember moments from the scouting series or the Breaking Point Next series where he was inside this cafeteria hardpoint with an AR and found like 6 in a row. So he can provide when called upon. And now with that space gained, Real back on his menacing ways. Scrap time earned and successfully so in full by Rocker Academy. We've got a 142-57 game. Boston still need to find a way to claw themselves back in.
Yeah, and I think, you need a little bit more from Beans at the moment. 6 and 13. He hasn't had a lot of help across the board outside of Shawnee, who's kind of been holding his own, but I think you need Beans to really start to find something in the second set of rotations. If Boston are going to mount any kind of a comeback, and, well, Beans, here's the call here through the mic as he starts to put together a couple kills, but still going to need this upward trajectory to go his way, continue to build off of it.
Something about a bear market and a bull market again. Stonks starting to rise maybe a little bit for Boston. If they get killed onto this rotation. Bean's just looking for a gunfight, and, well, he's not technically ever going to see one Pander from behind, but try to double up, and Shawnee saves the day. Impressive double while on its belly inside the first hard point. Leaves Fame as kind of the only route man here for Rocker, and his sensor doesn't get affected by this stun. He should have a free kill in front of him, and so he will. Rocker will get a little bit of the scrap, but numbers looking good for Boston. Pending they could flush out GodRx deep. Sensor doesn't want that gunfight, tries to back away, and very wisely does as he gets the elimination and secures the rotation for Boston.
You didn't see it, but Kremp is also a huge part of this rotation, just kind of playing inside of that office hill, finds a couple kills in a row, and really stops anyone from Rocker getting to the back. And now, that's the Boston we like to see. How about it? 4 in a row. Kremp is just starting to piece them up. 5 in a row now for him, and Boston have hit over 100 points. And they're still looking good for what could be another 30 off of this P2 hill.
Yeah, that's just a lesson learned moment where it's kind of a shame, fool me once, shame on me type situation where you just don't challenge those crosses. Force Rocker to have to break you. And that time, shut down very cleanly. Still 15 seconds of scrap time to be fought for. It looks like Rocker will largely get this in conceded form as Boston's hard focused on rotation and controlling orange. Shawnee does actually neutralize the last remaining Rocker member on the old time, though, so he does kill off a couple extra seconds, and in the meantime, Boston will win rotation in towards servers. Just down to can they control tennis as well, because that's where Rocker is still set up for. Opening engagement looks decent, but Kremp very patient, secures 3 in a row. Just unfortunately doesn't predict the prone challenge from GodRx, and it will be Minnesota to get into the hard point first.
Huge recovery. It was looking really good for Boston winning this rotation, but they find a quick break, and Shawnee off screen. He's starting to put together some sprees, 5 in a row. Would love to earn that missile for some of these future hard points here to set you up for the rotations, the spawns, whatever it might be. But Sensor, another kill in the back, will be able to shut down Fame. So looking solid, but Boston will be taking off of the time as Shawnee's looking for that final kill to earn the streak.
Not quite going to get it. There's too many Rocker members nearby. And Rocker a little bit caught here, trying to make a decision. It looked like from what they may have wanted to try to move a little bit further out of this admin building to try to create a bit more of a perimeter, but instead they hold, which does allow Boston a chance to maybe try to fight to block spawns here in the back. Tough gunfights though, especially as Pander is able to collect a couple, but with one staying alive, I was going to say Shawnee may have done enough there, but just as soon as he falls, that's when Rocker's respawns are coming through and the reinforcement of Rocker Academy is good.
Oh my Fame! How does he survive this? Johnny's finally there to put him down, but so much work, so much damage on the Boston Academy. And now they have a chance to try to break in, but you need Kremp to go big again. And how about it? 2 kills, needs to read the player in the back. It won't happen, and GodRx responds. Now another spree continues here. GodRx looking to see if he can finally earn that missile. 1 away from being able to get it, 21 and 14, and Rocker looking good for what might be 200 points coming through for them.
Yeah, this is tough time to chalk right here if you're Boston, which, again, largely they have. At one point in time, the game was down to about a 30-second game, but now it's back up to nearly a full minute worth of time needed. Fame dancing around the backside of trailer. Gets a win versus Kremp. Provides an opportunity to open up an extra space to use as a hit location. Good read on Shawnee over on the backside of the top awnings. But while he's trying to finesse the long-range gunfights, his teammates from the front have been cut up, and Boston are very comfortable. Doors will open. It's just Fame, though, so far. Sensor top of the table. Works out for the opener. Shuts the door on Godorex, who still works his way in. Gets 6. That's enough for the cruise missile. But still, it's Boston in and around the hard point.
That Boston still holding inside until Pander just moves in and finds 3. And just like that, Boston's setup crumbles. But they are right back out front to try to set up their next attack. But Pander's on 6. Pander has to pick up another weapon. Runs out of bullets. Beans has a good moment himself, but Rocker just with more numbers, more presence inside of the hard point. Sure, they're not going to end it here, but they are close to getting it done going forward.
Yeah, this is tough right here. At a 60-point gap, trying to finesse time. Not just here on Old, but more so making sure that Rocker doesn't amount more time here on the first hard point. You have to play aggressive, I think, if you're Boston, and it looks like they are going to try to get around the back here. Make sure that Rocker do not get a setup to allow them to even chip away at any time at all on this first hill. 3 straight kills come out. Real, the last one left alive. Where do his teammates spawn? Pretty close. Bottom right-hand side for the large part. But Boston were able to at least get the numbers in and around this hill to try to stop Rocker from finding any more time to get closer to 50. Real cut up inside a cafeteria. And yeah, this is fine. You don't have to necessarily earn time yourself. Just stay neutral. But an ill-advised Chow comes out. Kremp kind of offers himself to the fire and gets cut down. And now Rocker can win the game.
Yeah, they certainly can. 10 seconds away from closing this one out. They've done great up to this point. You'd have to go right now if you're Boston, and that gunfight is going to be there for Fame. 4 in the feed. Rocker Academy, they're not going to slip up here in map 1. They'll seal the deal, and they'll win this one 250 to 181.
It's just so difficult. I mean, when Rocker come out the gates with just cool, comprehensive setups where your ARs are just, let them be your first point of contact. And once they get a gunfight or they can get a read, then you tell your subs to go get into the mix. And boy, did they ever. I mean, 28 and 22 from Real. Still over a minute of hard point time for nearly everybody. It just kind of goes to show that that trust from the front to the back line is as seamless as we've ever seen, if not maybe the best we've ever seen so far. Rocker team is looking super, super scary after that map number 1. I'll tell you that much, partner.
Oh, without a doubt. And I mean, it's just like really nice rotations in that map. Like when we talk about nice rotations, that's securing old time and then winning the battles at the new hill, like in a numbers disadvantage. Like when those type of moments are happening on the map, you're just putting up so much time, and Boston's like, well, I guess now we're spawning out and we're forced to break in a hill that we should have initially kind of won. So it really does hurt you, and I think that's what, created at least that initial setback when they had 6 points on the board going into the office hill, and then you're forced to go big, and they only really lock it down because of Kremp's play, right? So I think that it was a really slow start for a lot of the players. We don't typically see that as someone like Beans or Kremp. They started to get there, but it was just a little too late, I think, in my mind, Alan.
And you can see that right here, by the way, for what it's worth. And maybe there is something, and we'll have to kind of go back and relook at it, but when they're winning these rotational gunfights, is it largely because of the ARs at certain rotational hills, like from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, not necessarily getting into the mix? Like, they're putting themselves at great enough length to take these gunfights to where you're kind of almost doing what FaZe did last year on Bakaj, where like one AR watches one lane, one AR watches the other, and then you force all the gunfights into your subs. It almost felt like that at times, where you've got your subs kind of staying safe, playing all the interior locations, and then your ARs are just kind of able to say, all right, well, I got 1 kill, my subs will get care of the rest, I'll just rotate, and they're already set up for a do. It kind of almost felt like that in that opening spree between the first 3 hills.
I agree. Certainly did. It's just an overwhelming amount of pressure from a lot of individuals. Real slows down a little bit at the end, but he was just having a heater, especially in those first set of hard points. And yeah, when you, like you said, when your subs are just finding all these kills, like in really close quarter combat, like it's just creating, perfect gunfights for you. And well, they were piecing them up, looking good. Pander finishes that one 35 and 26, 27.
Jesus, I didn't even
Those
see
35 are non-traded. This man is just completely running over people, and they can't fire back at him.
Yeah, and just on the other side, because I know everyone's going to be looking at Sensor's name at the top. As much as you see 17 and 32 and say that Doug's getting fried, 12 of those kills are non-traded. Like, the problem has always been with the Boston team, both in Vanguard and so far here in Modern Warfare 2, is getting Doug into the hard point. Because once he's there, he's great. He really is great at staying alive in the hill and making sure that he can help his team kind of hold by being the OBJ player. I mean, a minute 41 with a hardpoint time is nearly top in the lobby. The problem is when we continue to talk about things like Rocker Academy at long range, shutting down rotations, it makes life very difficult to anticipate that your entry SMG of Sensor is going to be able to win a hardpoint while also breaking it. So, tough scenes there, I'd say, just kind of for the teams kind of back and forth, not necessarily because of any individual player in my mind. But now we get away from the embassy. We could save that for potentially map 5 later. And we got back-to-back fortresses. We've already talked about the anticipations and the expectations around the fortress control. But the search and destroy paints a little bit of a different picture here, because as much as we continue to talk about Boston being great in the respawn, and particularly Hardpoint, they're 2-0 on this map mode combination, which is not great news for a Boston team that's looking to win both searches.
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of reps when it comes down to Fortress, at least on stream. So it has been one of the maps that has just not really found its way into any of the best of fives they've really been playing up to this point. And you really do have to wonder, you know, are they going to be able to really deal with this Rocker squad that's just going to have 2 solid ARs, and then you have Real that loves to go rogue and picks a lot of great routes when you talk about him pinching an SnD, getting behind the enemy line when they're trying to play retake inside of the site right by the stage. It can be very difficult to deal with him. He's sneaky. Have to find him, have to shut him down, but a must win in my mind for Boston. We'll see if they can try to rebound and get themselves a map win here, Alan.
Yeah, agreed. And who's going to be that X factor? Because very regularly when we look at Boston, it's always off the scope or some sort of play from Beans, but you don't anticipate that will be the case on a map like Fortress. Real playing close. This is a 1-for-1 position. He would be the alarm system towards anything over towards B. Otherwise, he can make the quick jump up the double windows. The rest of Rocker just kind of waiting to see if Boston are going to commit to trying to make a play. And I'm curious to see what Pander's watching here, because if he's just watching that little slit in the cross between the double doors with the sniper rifle, he's the alarm system for the defense towards A. So this is all just read and respond here if you're Rocker.
Well, stun's starting to be thrown in, so they should have an idea that Boston looking to create some waves in and around the site. This Pander's first shot won't connect, trying to see if he can connect with the wall bang. Trophy system now down, so this would signal that they want to try to work for this plant. Shani will find first blood, but Real's sniffing, looking for a kill.
He just has to sit here and wait. No, he's seen the top of the head of Beans, who is sniping, but Pander still tallies the kill. Bomb is not committed to this, by the way. I mean, Minnesota's defense has moved hard set to defending a plant towards A. And with time running out, that may have to be the call. Sensor, oh, you cannot die. If you're Sensor, you cannot die here. Okay, good team shots come through. Now you got isolation through double doors. That's really well read by Boston, knowing that Rocker were kind of stuck out in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I actually really like that. I mean, a lot of times, like, teams are going to throw that trophy system down. They're going to clear out open, and they're going to try to drop the bomb. And as soon as you drop the bomb, it becomes pretty difficult to play retake, especially when you start to lose numbers. But Boston's play is kind of all about baiting Rocker into overcommitting, overextending inside of gate, inside of open, you know, force them to go searching, looking for kills, trying to rip them off of the bomb. And as soon as they start to realize that, hey, listen, they're starting to move up, let's hit this pinch. Sensor wins a big kill up top, and they just collapse beautifully.
Wow, a little bit of mental chess going on in round number 1. Stun opens the door. Sensor looking to follow up. Not going to connect on Goddard X. Opening set nade is what causes first blood, and then Sensor absolutely melts Goddard X down in towards Art. So now Rocker, what do you do here? 2v4. Not a lot of space. Pander's playing backside stairs towards Gallows. And you may have to hope that he gets gifted a peek or something, because Fame's got no routes to run. There's 0 routes you can work with here.
No, but you're going to have to try to peek and see if you can maybe rip Beans off the back of hay. Fly out and try to make a miracle happen. 2v4. Have to play for the plant. Well, Beans will have none of it. As soon as he peeks, he'll be tagged. He'll be forced back, and now you're really limited. Unless Pander can find this snipe, that would have been huge. And now they know exactly where both players are, and you're down to about 30 seconds left.
Missed chance right there for sure. Kremp could just sit here and watch these windows.
It's a new spot.
Yeah, I'll say. Seen a lot of new spots over the last couple of days here at Search. Vance on top of the ventilation hood. Sensor on top of info. And Boston. Whew. Clean start to the round leads to a clean round overall. Go figure.
That's just great, I think, with the opening picks. And there's not too many maps, like, even in Call of Duty history, that feel like this bad when you start to lose numbers, right? Because it's like, okay, do we just go and try to, like, Hail Mary a plant, or do we just try to, you know, fly out through mid and, you know, create some kind of numbers that go your way and then fly to B or something. Like you just don't have too many options, it feels like. And it's a situation where Boston realizes exactly that. We just got to hold. Just got to post up. Johnny's now 5-0.
Okay, first blood for Kremp. That's through the middle of the map. And Minnesota, who are looking to maybe even stack this a little bit harder than they had previously, still don't have any extra room to work with here. This is a very similar look for Boston. It continues to work out for them. Defensive nades on the way in. Fame looking to challenge, just kind of throws some shots over towards the single door archway. And that's not enough. So Sensor's going to get in, and that, okay. A bit surprised that he would take the challenge. I think he expected Fame to be a little bit closer than he was.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those spots where you feel like you want to shoulder it, but maybe he's posted up kind of on that little ledge, and well, Pander pretty much won the round right there because now they know they have to move in for the bomb. Shani, I think you just play for the streak. You try to get this last kill, earn the missile, and I think that's great from this position.
And do you possibly forfeit this round if you're Shani just to try to keep the 5 spree?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Well, he's going to force the gunfight. Had a good look at it, but ultimately a tough one. Doesn't go his way. Rocker get on the board. And man, this is going to be curious. I think if Rocker continue to play this retake defense at A, which by the way, no one's gotten a successful plant yet, so no worse for wear, that mentality.
Sure.
But does Boston get a read and say, hey, we can just get a free plant off here? Like, if we can just get a trophy down as soon as we get on towards Gallows, don't force any gunfights, just have someone watch the angle with an AR, get the bomb planted. It immediately puts the pressure right back to Rocker, who had a hard time breaking through the middle of the map on their first defense.
Yeah, I agree. I would have loved to see them kind of go for the plant, you know, being so wary about a late plant kind of coming through mid. So I'm with you. See if it happens. Sensor, he's been great for some of these opening battles. Not something we see a lot from Doug, but he's got another one in front of him. Needs to find this trade, and he won't be able to find it. 1 HP for Fame. And, well, he is able to find such a massive moment. Switches and flips it back over to Rocker with the numbers. 3v2 now with a minute to play with.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a call that Kremp had jumped into double right there towards boat. But Fame gets the read regardless. Turns it into a brilliant 2 kills. And now a chance to plant at A. Got Rex in the corner. Catches Beats looking the wrong direction. Shawnee predicted. It's just ratty. Ratty as ever, but it works.
I feel like Rocker has just been so patient and so willing to let the play, like, just come right into them. I mean, like, God Rex is, like, only position here is to basically watch the flank and kind of watch bottom secret cross as well as top. I guess the doors are open up top. So he's basically got, like, the whole flank pretty much unlocked for the most part. And they just kind of run right into him. Probably gets a sound cue there from Shawnee close right. But, yeah, it's just really nice. Really well done. Rocker Academy now starting to put together the round, starting to figure out Boston a little bit.
Quick this time for Minnesota. Stunned forward. That's just to get Real into the mix. And, oh, he's taking away the side door. I mean, he's in an untradeable position right now. And it looks like Boston do have awareness that he is playing relatively close. Yeah, nades would give you that assumption. Pre-fire through the door, not going to land. But Boston have no entry here towards A. I mean, there's good help as well for Rocker. As soon as Real gets contact, you've got Fame and GodRx that are nearby to assist. Oh, he gives it up.
Yeah, I don't think he has a trophy on him, so he's just kind of a sit and duck if they decide to nade it or push him, and maybe just find a quick kill. But 0-4 for Real, still looking to get himself on the board. He pops the dead silence. Sensor going to push all the way up and try to drop this bomb. Still, 4 players versus 4 players, but Real comes up behind the back. And, well, that's as easy as it gets. Kremp, the last one left alive, 1v4.
I mean, Real and I need to have a conversation because I need to know what that call is right there. Because most of the utility from Boston had been spent trying to get him out of that close corner in the first place. But he earns dead silence, risks his life by giving up the position and running back to double doors. And you would have to think that Boston calmed that. But no one turns. He just gets a free dead silence through art. And then that long flank that you said that Boston didn't need to worry about, all of a sudden turns into the biggest thorn in their side that we've ever seen. That is very peculiar on both sides. The fact that Real gives up the spot in the first place, and then more so that Boston didn't give a comm that he's out of there.
Now Fame's on 5, so Rocker just starting to piece it together, but Sensor's still good, at least on the initial engagements. Another first blood for Mr. Doug Sensor Martin. And now Boston has been able to create the early numbers advantage here, but Rocker, if they get this bomb down, they're still in a pretty solid spot. But now Kremp's able to find Real, so that makes it a little trickier. Now he should be able to come behind this play, potentially find one more, and yeah, Fame's not even watching, doesn't earn the streak. 1v4 here for Pander.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was them trying to isolate Sensor in that tight corner over through Art Door. But like you mentioned, Pander by himself, I mean, it would have taken another miracle. Wow. What a peculiar search and destroy from like a strategy standpoint. Like flat out, it really feels odd to see these flanks come through in the timings that they do. But it's part of the game, and one that's become a major factor towards the last 2 rounds in particular.
I mean, we got to go on board with Doug here in the opening, man. Like,
Yeah, that double stun setup is nice.
In every single 1v1, it's looking great for him so far. I mean, he's usually not like the one that's heavily involved, but for the most part, Boston have still kind of, been putting beans inside the site while they keep a really heavy focus on top double and bottom art. I have to wonder if that'll continue, but Rocker, they decide to get Real back in, this time at a different spot.
Yeah.
Or it's completely wall bangable, but Boston will see if they decide to work in and we'll be able to sniff him out. If not, Real could go big.
Pander threw the trophy down right on top of him, so he stays safe here. But again, for Boston, you should know that, okay, this trophy system is in the site. There's got to be somebody here. You wouldn't just throw that for fun. Beans scoped, and there it is. The delayed stun will confirm that he is here. Does Beans find the angle? No. Denied right off the bat as Fame through the double door crack is able to get the elimination. That's the sniper off the table, and some headaches now for Boston as they maybe start to consider trying to hit a quick route to B. But this is being watched. Pander's watching this, and GodRx is also kind of watching the top window cross.
Yeah. Sensor is going to have to maybe fish out for info and then hope that his AR behind him just beams Pander. But he doesn't see him on the statue. GodRx doesn't see him. And now they're going to see each other. And Sensor's like, oh, abort mission. Backtrack, get out of there. Shawnee's nade, though.
A big nade.
It connects. Do they know Real's still in here? Real's got to turn. He's got a couple of free kills. There's one. Looking for the second, but Sensor finds the trade. Fame gets the other. Now a 1v2 for Shawnee.
That's just panic right there. You have to know that Real's still nearby, but Shawnee still has a lifeline. Bomb's going to get planted, but no, doesn't get away. GodRx quick on the rotation. No worries. Yeah, it's a number of puzzling things still kind of seem to plague this search. And it's all little things, but man, I'll tell you, it is a bit concerning, I think, for Boston and that little bit of panic to not fully check everything. I know that we obviously have a bright purple outline, so of course we're all looking at GodRx up top of the statue, whereas I'm sure Doug is more worried about what's in those top stables or over through hay. But then when you have to come back, you should still know that Real is a possible issue, and you need to re-clear out the bomb site. So bit of a misstep there, I think, for Boston, and Rocker will enjoy just a brief lead, up 1 for now. And this will be eventually an A hit, but with some focus, try to stop Boston from getting aggressive. And mid, but Kremp, just climbs the window, peels off Real's face.
Wow, Kremp was trying to like work through the timing there. He does a little, peek over the top, see if anyone's in there right away. If not, I'm going to jump in, and then still manages to climb Mantle, find the gunfight. What ridiculous shots there from Kremp, but still pretty solid moment for Rocker Academy. They should be able to drop this bomb, and they do. You got GodRx that could play for info, hit a late pinch, and still disrupt this entire retake here from Boston as well.
Next kill is a big one from either side. Oh, Beans misses the scope just based on the sound that we hear. Fame good for the first. Sensor off of his trade. GodRx, though. Delayed hit will work out nicely. But he's now by himself. This would be a 1v3, and just gets caught with the knife out. Got to respect the idea to change the angle, but Sensor's already on for the hop. And we're going to go tied 4-4. And you start to get to that round 9, 10, and 11 conversation where I think everyone's initial channel predictions start to say, man, I wish I had Boston right now, because they've been icy in round 9 and beyond.
Yeah, they sure have been. Kremp, though. How about this kill? I mean, GodRx, love where his mindset's at to come potentially from the side door or go maybe even all the way around the back. But Kremp, just with the reads, saying, you're not going to stay on that side for long. I know what you're up to.
Yeah.
Is able to make sure that he gets that trade. If not, maybe a different round. Maybe a different round.
Yeah,
but
true.
4-4. Now we'll see what happens here for Boston. With their first initial engagements have still been really good, Alan, but that's not a good stun off the rip.
Same setup, but Sensor still able to take down First Blood. That's unbelievable. I mean, this has been, I mean, from the defensive side or the offensive side, it's been a pretty hard focus for Boston trying to win art. But the defense still not wavered. It's just down to getting the information from Pander, and it looks like Minnesota is starting to second guess the setup just a touch. They do actually take down Sensor. Look to be bottom art door, maybe? So now the bomb is down, has to be retrieved. Cramp in a little bit of trouble. Got Rex. Forces him off, but in the same moment, Beans, Cramp make their move. Kills do come through relatively nicely here for Boston. Last one's up top. Shawnee gets the read, and Boston take the round.
Wow. I mean, Sensor, I think that's at least 3, might be 4 now. First bloods for him, and like these opening engagements, like they're so big because if they go the other way, like if Rocker wins it, like they have then the option to back up and then, you know, continue to play, you know, really safe search and destroy like they've been doing in a lot of these initial rounds where they do create a numbers advantage on defense. But because they're not able to do so, like it just starts to put way more pressure on them. It allows Boston then to hit some of these, you know, crazy little challenges out through double window if they want to. They can hit late through bottom art. Like they just have more options and there's so much to watch for Rocker.
Stun deep, not going to land. Cramp, he gets the read that Pander's back here. And now you can just throw as many nades as you like, but that's not great news. What should have been a free first blood ends up still resulting in a 3v3 with a team nade. And Fame has allowed an opportunity for, man, I thought Riel was going to hit the godlike pinch timing. But Beans shuts it down with the scope. And you start to feel like Beans in a 1v2 may have some magic for us. Hit marker, are you kidding? If he hits that shot. Well, he did hit the shot, but if he hits it a little more clean, I don't know what you want me to say. It's just, that feels bad.
Yeah, maybe he eclipsed the door, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, must have.
Yeah, it's the only way. I mean, he did jump, so maybe he does hit the lower half of his body. Can't say I was watching closely enough to see exactly where the sniper hits, but I mean, I've seen the sniper hit some heads and hit markers, so it's a little wild out there. Beans, I think, feels like he probably gets robbed just a tad bit. What could have been a potential 1v2 to close it, but it's not to be. It's around 11 here, Alan. And, well, it's Boston on defense.
And this is different. They stunned open the art doors, but they're not going to hit it this time. They're going to move aggressive to the bottom side of the map. What a play call. And Kremp even finds first blood. That's brilliant. So now Fame has to respond. He's got a sub in hand. Kremp's going to take down the whole team. 3 for him. Last one left is Rial. He's got nowhere to go. Has Shawnee for free, but so much more to do. Kremp, he wants the ace. And Rial's going to give him a chance at it. For a moment. Able to reset. Dead silence has been earned. Stunned. Here comes the play, and Kremp does take down all 4. What a play call, though, for Boston. You want to talk about search and destroy confidence.
Yes. Absolutely that. Just oozes confidence here. Let's just full hit the back, stun open, bottom art, forced him to look a couple different directions. And I mean, you could just see it, you know, based off of, you know, the players reacting to the gunfights and as they started to lose teammates, like what is happening right now? They were just so late to read Boston's play. Yeah, nobody kind of watching that initial flank because in around 11, you're not expecting them to send a Hail Mary like that. But Boston, like, we're going for it, man. Like we're going for the 4th down, I think it is in football. I'm not a football watcher, but we're just going to send it, right? Like, let's try to get it, see if it happens. And it does. It comes through. They get the SnD, Alan.
They pulled the goalie early, and it worked out.
They pulled the goalie. There we go.
Yeah. There you go, you silly
buddy.
Canadian. Golly. I don't know any curling references, otherwise I'd give you that as well.
No.
Well, man. That is an unbelievable set of cojones on Rocker Academy, for sure. And they get bailed out a little bit because 3 out of the 4 for Rocker have subs in hands. Like, they were looking to go fast over towards the Gallows site, and no one's there with an AR to even pick up on that long flank. So that's a heck of a call. And a lot of these first blood battles that we saw, I mean, how convincing were they on either side or the other? And in the end, it didn't really make much of a difference. A lot of odd man situations that were won on one side or the other. But I will say, Sensor was great. I think he had 3 total first bloods that I saw, plus 2 plants and a defuse. I mean, that means he's getting a lot of first bloods and also surviving through a number of rounds. that's great news as far as your bomb carrier and your objective SMG is concerned.
Yeah, it's good news because we don't typically see Sensor get too involved through, a lot of the modes, but when he's just winning a lot of clutch 1v1s for you, it's massive. And it's not only that, but typically when we do talk about this Boston Academy roster, like, it's about beans. Well, this time it's about the 3 other members here on the Boston Academy squad that are a lot more involved. Beans hits a couple of nice snipes, really deep into the search and destroyer where he starts to pull it out as that curveball. But, you see it. Sensor 7 and 6, Shawnee 8 and 8. Kremp has a huge final round with the ace, finishes 11 and 5. I mean, it's just got to feel really good for Beans to say, okay, my teammates are stepping up for me. That is fantastic. Now I just need to do the same going into these next couple maps.
9 first bloods for Boston through 11 rounds. Yeah, so it, again, just goes to show that even though there are a lot of great openers for Boston, Rocker was fighting all the way through it, no problem, in 3v4s, and just really good looks from them, just not quite enough there in the round 11, just not predicting, and how could you?
Sure.
That absolutely brazen call to hit the long flank. So with that, we get to a 1-1 map count in our winners finals. Still have the remainder of this series, plus also the lower semis to get through this evening, so buckle up there, friends. We've got Challengers Elite to go in extraordinary fashion, you feel like. Fortress Control will be up next. Hydra Hardpoint also confirmed for us. And then an Embassy Search if we need it. I mean, we expected this Fortress Control to be here just based on how the picks and vetoes kind of defaulted for either team. And that leads us to a very unpredictable map number 3 here in essence.
For sure. I mean, we were talking about it last night when, 2 teams have one really strong map that's, opposite of each other, and they got one really strong veto. It just kind of, shapes up to be what was going to be the Fortress. So not a whole lot of play time. Rocker has certainly been willing to play. We've seen them win a lot of clutch offenses, especially leading up to the Elite. They were doing really well, in some of those opens, as well as, kind of in some of the cups as of late. So it's looked great for as far as them. But they haven't played it so much, at least so far here in playoffs and here in the regular season. On the other hand, I think Boston is 2-1 at the moment. But they have played it a little bit. And overall, I mean, you can't really take too much away from that, right, Alvin? Like, it's up in the air. It's Fortress Control at the end of the day as well. So we'll likely see around 5 unless something special happens, maybe in one of those offenses.
It's just always really funny because we've seen this over the course now of the last 3 years, with only 3 maps being in the map 3 pool, that you very regularly get into these situations where most teams have like a preference towards particular maps. But in this instance, this is not necessarily the case. Like, Rocker has been an Asilo team, Boston's been a hotel team, and that's been each other's opposite vetoes. So, like, you don't often get a chance to, see teams play on other maps, just due to the fact that they're always hard vetoing out one or the other. But it's just one of those special circumstances here where, like, you threw rock and we threw paper, so all that's left is scissors. And I don't know, that's not a reference that hits, but I think you get what I'm going with it.
Sure.
And so there's not a lot to really go off of because this is not the priority pick for either of the 2 teams. It just happens to be what's left over when their priority pick gets vetoed out.
Well, if there's someone to watch out for in this mode, this is where Fame was really able to build up his overall KD ratio. 1.36 in control. This guy wins a lot of 1v1s and a lot of clutch 1v1s. And that's what's kind of required when you talk about Fortress, especially on the attack. And that really is everything. How many ticks do you get? How many zones are you able to come away with? You really have to try to make the most of those offensive pushes, even if you only are limited to just a few.
And has Rocker Academy maybe taking a bit of a note from their CDL team and said, hey, if we get to a round 4 situation and we're in offense and we got the kills, let's just not play for eliminations and just do the math. It worked out for Rocker in the CDL matches this last weekend. We'll see if it maybe comes into play again. And yeah, it's just interesting because, a lot of people, I think, look at this map and say, like, we got to find a different option. But we have seen, at least in the challenger scene, more successful offenses, generally speaking. Some of that just due to great playmaking, but I would say largely speaking, it actually more falls to the defense making mistakes where, like, hey, like, maybe I can get an extra step forward and really put the spawn trap in. You don't have to necessarily do that. And I think we were really showcased off of all the perfected rounds that we had from the CDL this last weekend on this map mode combo that, hey, just lock down the lanes. We don't trapped in one corner, like, of their spawn. We could still hold this from the other side of the archways and the double doors. So I think there's something to be said about kind of great individual playmaking and then also some possible poor decision-making on the opposite side, which has led to more offensive success than maybe we saw this last weekend.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair take. I mean, sometimes we do see teams that are on the defensive side like fall into that little panic where they start to get like that kind of P1 spawn, like that little, alcove where they're starting to spawn there, and then they have to worry about players going rogue inside of art. Like, are they pushing through the back? Like, how much control do they have? And when you have to start asking yourself that questions and you have to slow down and start to pre-aim and check a lot of those corners, like that's what allows maybe that stack to potentially come through and the offensive team to be able to make something happen on the unfavored zone, which is very difficult to do. But, there are those small moments when you can start to put it away and start to put them in a bit of a trap themselves. But it all comes off of at least securing the first P1 zone, because that's sometimes, a difficult enough job when you've got players like GodRx and Pander that are very happy to sit top double, top single, not move, trophy system down, come into me, I'm ready, I'm pre-aimed, and I'm just going to gun you.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Also, just kind of for what it's worth, kind of looking across the players here is I think we had a failed load-in situation. Beans has been incredible. We saw him in the player head-to-head, but Kremp has kind of been the next up guy when it comes to control, being kind of a slayer for his team. He holds a 1.1 overall in the mode, which is a great tally, kind of in the midst of being in like the top 5% of Challengers elite players, not just North America, but also globally. So I think that's one player to kind of keep your eye out for. And I think it's just one of those situations that, hey, like we often saw this Boston team last year, and it was like who's going to carry harder? Would it be at that time Volans, or would it be Ghosty? Now that Kremp has changed his name, he's kind of be one of those guys that we want to see kind of continue that pressure and that high level of gameplay. We've heard that Fame's PC has crashed, so that's what is causing the delay. And with that, we're just also going to take just a short break. We'll be back as soon as we're ready to go and load into map number 3. 1-1 affair. Don't go far. More challenges right after this. Welcome back, all you crazy COD fans. We're into it. Map number 3, Fortress Control. Minnesota on the opening attack. Good eliminations to start, and all sensors already pressured. Oh, what a read this is. Maybe he actually gets a chance to deal some significant damage to the second. It allows an opportunity for Boston's defense to recover, and boy, have they. Still one more to deal with. It's Pander over the top. Great team shots coming through. Fame also going to offer a contest. Sensor dancing with the devil a little bit here off the reload, and Shawnee once again there to save the day just before the first tick gets locked.
I mean, that's a great play out of Doug. He survived like 3 different gunfights, found a kill in a 1v2, and was able to buy enough time for Boston to get there to B. Now, the problem is that A is actually going over, and that first tick is already locked in, so Sensor's got more work in front of him, and he's good on the second. He's got teammates now starting to come off spawn, but Rocker are still sitting on top of the A point. I think that final tick could potentially come in, but it would come out the back end of a big individual moment. GodRx loses his teammates, will end up dropping, but still a great moment for Rocker off the rip.
Oh, and Doug, he's got the hot hand right now, trying to get forward into top maps. Does not expect Real to be prone on an off angle. Oh, Real does more than that. Takes a defender over towards this A zone, but the third tick of progress has been fully depleted. Beyond that, it's been reinforced. So now Minnesota kind of have to force their way in, maybe try to spread the defense out by throwing some consideration over towards the B site. Down low, lots of damage. A lot of that actually went into the roof. And that'll be enough for Boston to go 3 for 1. Defense now in the power positions needed.
Yeah, I really feel like GodRx needed to find 2 there to at least allow them to have maps control, but a little bit back to step 1. Real now going to try to work his way through. It is Sensor that's going to be responsible for trying to shut it down or maybe come behind this Rocker play. It's only got about 25 seconds left in the tank, so it's got to unfold soon. Sensor will be shut down at the gate by Fame. And now they even have a little presence going over to B. It's another huge win for Real. So wait a second. Rocker starting to get numbers over by B, and that does loosen up the defense on A.
Stuns and nades have connected, though. Solo cap going on right now for Fame over towards the A site. That's where they're going to try to get their extra 60 seconds. Yeah, and that will work out. B will be depleted. First tick once again missed out on, but an extra minute for Rocker to play with. The lives are low. Possible win condition can be built through that. But Boston, once again, with a good set of kills, can start to move their way forward, and Kremp locks down the bottom side of maps, takes the gunfight back over towards the completed zone. Doesn't work out, but his teammates pick up the pieces, and Boston maintain a 3-life lead.
Yeah, sitting good with the 3 lives. 5 up against 8. That stun just bounces right back like it hit a trampoline. Sensor's still able to hold on to his life. 45 seconds left on the clock. Now down to 3. So would have to open up with some kind of a crazy 2-piece and then push forward. Time playing against you, the lives playing against you. And well, that should about seal it. Andrew, the last one left alive, just trying to play for kills.
Won't even be allowed to do that. But man, that's a heck of an offensive effort from Rocker. In a couple of key moments, I think off the rip, obviously, it's just you win the gunfight, so you can get a little bit of vacancy over towards the more difficult zone to capture, statistically speaking. But then even kind of at the end, you know, Fame kind of wiggles his way. He had an opportunity if he wanted to try to help his teammates at Gals and said, no, I'll just get the extra 60 seconds. Gave his team a chance. And that's after a 3-10 start, mind you. So good on him to at least be able to tally up some of the objective work. And now it's on to Boston. Looking to kind of match by fully capturing that A zone. That would get us into a tick tie through 2 rounds.
See if they can do it. Bean's just laser focused on single, but GodRx not going to give him a peek. He's just trying to watch this cross. And Boston have kind of been cut down. Haven't really been able to make any kind of a move to B. And with that kill right there, that really should seal it, as that's a clean wipe for Rocker. Now into the spawn trap blunder you go here, Boston Academy. As you're already got 30 seconds eliminated, no progress made so far, and you got to flatter your spawn and make a move.
Yep, just about the perfect setup here. Just waiting on Fame to get into a good position. He's going to help out Real, who does have attack in hand. And actually, as Fame drops, that does provide an exit. Kremp, he's actually gotten away here. GodRx wants to chase down the kill, but it's Real who will secure it. And the defense, once again, back into position A. Boston off spawn, looking to make a play over towards the top side archway. And this play through Blacksmith is working out. Beans for the first 2 kills, but once again, you have to be able to threaten not just the archway, but you have to also take GodRx at the top. Otherwise, things like this will happen. 6 in a row, cruise missile, 7's on the way, but Real sneaks it away from him. And at this point, Rocker, you've done your deed. Perfect defense with a 9-life advantage.
Yeah, perfect defense. That's exactly it. GodRx still making it difficult to go down. Boston gonna try to run across. Beans does get a touch. 1 second. They're still fighting against so much right now, but they do have 3 members on the point, so if you find a clean set of kills here, maybe something magical could still happen in this round. Second tick starting to come through. GodRx can't fully challenge. It's a big win for Beans in the back. Kremp, though, turns his attention to the back, and Pander picks his window wisely, able to move in there, clean up 2 very easily. So It's a good moment for Boston, but unable to turn it into the zone, unfortunately.
Yeah. Man, nearly. I don't think they got the second tick of progress there either.
I don't.
It was
so.
close. It was really close. But nearly a lifeline extended to Boston, but now things become a bit more dire. Kind of require you to put together a perfect defense of your own here if you're Boston. 16 and 11 for Beans. He's been the catalyst for pretty much every reposition for the defense, and also on that last offensive round, any possible opening came by way of usually a Beans double kill. This time it's Cramp up top. Beans trying to watch the crossfire, and that's going to work out great. ARs all in the kill feed for the side of Boston. Cramp looking to go forward. Fame will drop in. Yep, Sensors right on in with the SMG to block topside maps.
Yeah, this is a lot better this time. This time, Rocker can't actually get onto A. They don't win those initial battles and now have to battle their way out. It's a little bit delayed. GodRx kind of waiting maybe for another challenge to come through for Sensor, but Sensor's just going to post up. He's going to wait. He's going to get that regen back. So Boston not slipping up as of just yet. 45 seconds now on the clock for Rocker. Another stun going to connect on the Sensor as he's feeling the pressure. Real will move in there for the first kill.
Oh.
Real moves in for the second kill. Rocker now got a little bit of room to work with. Unfortunate teammate onto Real, but you at least got numbers inside of maps.
Yeah, this is just about winning this next set of gunfights from either side. If Rocker take them, you've got a chance to get onto zone. Otherwise, Boston will get right back into those prime positions for defense. And the gunfights go 3 for 1. Minnesota, a chance. Where do you go? Do you go A? Do you go B? Looks like they want to head their way over towards the A zone. Fame on the cross, sees Shawnee at mid-range. That'll be enough for Panda to come through, find the easy kill. Now the stack can come through. First tick of progress is looking pretty likely. Boston, how do you want to challenge this? Because again, if you give away a full zone, your opportunity at possibly winning this map comes by way of a round 5 offense, or maybe even a full capture on both zones in the next attempt. 60 seconds going to get added here. Boston, Denver made the move to try to retake.
They're going to retake through mid.
Oh, they got there.
Also get over to A just in time. Beans takes out Kremp and, a frantic situation to get him off the zone, and then Shiny responds with 2. The Rocker do not get the extra minute. GodRx would have to fly out, try to make something happen quick, and that is not going to happen. What a clutch moment for Boston Academy.
It's just like looking at the minimap, it looked like everyone was too far away. But like you mentioned, the call through the middle of the map, it's in this moment right here that, you win back mid lane. You allow Kremp to kind of go forward and try to challenge out that last member over at the A zone, which it had 2 members stacked on. So the kills were solid and just clean enough to stop the 3rd tick. So a lifeline here for Boston, who, if my math is correct and if our assumptions are correct, they only got 1 tick on B. They would have to get a full zone and 2 ticks to guarantee themselves the round 5 defense.
Certainly a big ask. Or maybe just win the offensive goal. That'll do it.
It's 9 and 8.
Sensor will be cut down right away. Brent, though, does get bottom art, so a chance maybe to play his life. They're going to try to work him, and they will be able to get in there for the trade. It's nice little teamwork coming in. GodRx from behind finishes off that kill. So already 30 seconds eliminated from the clock. Real's in a great position top roof. Sensor might have an idea. It's a tough battle from the low ground, and you can see the Rocker setup still intact.
Yeah, Boston trying to threaten from the other side of the minimap, but no. Beans just holding over towards Hay. Sensor just wants to make sure that this bottom display, this bottom art area is going to work out for him. And it looks good for now. 4 in a row for Real. 22 and 13. Casual. Beans trying to keep up with him is not even able to. I mean, this is Real was pretty much purely a sub. Having it his way.
Oh, he's sending it.
Oh my goodness. And why the heck not? Cruise missile now earned. 24v16. Boston's likely not going to get out here again. And that would mean they have to do what they have not done yet and win a round 5 offense if this holds.
Yeah, it should. It certainly should. Real's on 7. Looking for number 8. 8 will come right to him. Oh, man. Double positive right now in control. And, I mean, it's more impressive in control than Hardpoint because there is just so much more 1v1s. You're not just playing off of, people that are always weak, moving in aggressively, cleaning up a nice little 1-for-2 trade. Like these are a lot of individual gunfights that he is just simply winning. He is sprinting at them, playing with full-on confidence. It is showing on the scoreboard. And like you said, Alan, it is going to have to be a round 5 offense win here for Boston.
well Rocker playing, even more so that they've got a cruise missile to use. But instead of trying to take the route towards B that we see a lot of teams hit, they're instead going to try to stack over towards A and try to get forward in towards this back platform. The problem with this is you've got no mid-map control. You have to react to everything that just comes flying down mid or through windows. And that's why you don't often see a lot of teams just default to hitting over towards A off the rip.
Still not lost just yet, though. They have been able to get one tick. Sensor's still alive, so we can at least watch Kremp's left. Nade's going to be thrown down. Sensor challenges, but I think the nade might have hit him as he runs into it. And now Beans on B, just seeing if he can maybe draw some of that pressure away. And Rocker not even going to dedicate too many defenders into having to worry about that. So they're able to get themselves at least a tick. I think that's the streak. So they need to get the streak out. A little interesting to call it in right then and there. And still got a minute on the clock here for Boston, so still doable.
Yeah, no kills, and that really doesn't kill off the clock either. But negligible in effect, as GodRx will just take care of it himself.
Oh, he's got a streak too.
Yeah, sure does. Cramp on the cross. We'll get there to stall the clock out for a little bit, but he was by himself, and yeah, this is just what we've all come to know about Fortress Control. Maybe a chance here if Sensor can get the bottom art to get over to B, but Shawnee was already on his way. And yeah, Cruise Missile will just be here to confirm it.
Yeah, this is Panda's Cruise Missile, so there's a lot of Cruise Missiles in play. I guess that's why we saw it, as they're just going to pad the stats a little bit. It feels like Boston don't really have too many responses left in the tank. 10 lives remaining, 15 seconds on the clock. GodRx not going to be able to find anything with that, so one final attempt for Boston Academy to try to get to a zone, but they can't even get through mid. You got a big play from Kremp maybe unfolding, but it's also shut down, and now Real going to end it with the 5 spree. 34 and 15 for Real with a sub-machine gun here in Fortress. And that is good enough for the win as Rocker Academy. They're going to pull ahead in the series 2-1.
I didn't count, but I'm going to give you a Maven stat right there. That was 34 kills, and 96.2% of them was with the Vaznev. I don't remember a single time in any of the sprees that we saw him on that he had attack in hand. So that's 29 were non-traded. I mean, someone shoot back. That's unbelievable.
Just having his way with him, man. Like 29? 29 untraded, man. Holy, this guy's just going absolutely just rampant on the map. No one can do anything to maneuver him, get him out of key positions. He was just in maps. It felt like every single time. Then we even saw, in one sequence where he just pushes through to the back spawn, finds a kill, gets out, knows the timing is good, that they're still going to spawn back there, and right back to maps he goes, right? Like, it's like that flow that you find sometimes when you just know you're having. That's one of those maps where Real was just certainly doing that. We'll take a look back at the scoreboard here once again. 34 and 15, but his ARs were also, locking things down, allowing him to do a lot of that work too.
He also got 13 offensive kills too, so it wasn't just him defensively putting on the spawn trap through maps. He was getting it done on the offensive side. That's just impressive on many forms. And I think the thing too is, like, if you were to go back, which many of you I'm sure will not, but if you were to feel so privy to, go back and watch this Rocker Academy team in week number 1, the 4 matches they played, even just the first 2 matches they played. The one piece that you would probably point at and say, is this working, was probably Real. They had Fame that was playing objective SMG, and they were looking at Real to try to be the rogue player, which was not often something that we were ever expecting, because Fame kind of made his name by being kind of the sole, slayer for the side of, the Iron Blood team he played for last year. And Real has changed the role alongside Fame, and it's worked out brilliantly since that first day of games. I mean, unbelievably good for both of their standpoints. For Fame, a lot more success in the kill feed, and then for Real, nice duality of man right there, playing both between the objective and also kind of controlling the map.
Without a doubt. Looking good right now for Rocker, and now they just need one more to advance to that grand final, guaranteed top 2. We're on track to do it. They're going to another respawn. I mean, they've won every single respawn so far here, Alan, but this is where you have to really see something from every member on Boston Academy. We're moving into Hydro. This is where it could very well be decided. Map number 4, Boston Academy, they got to show up now.
And I am a bit surprised that this one made it through the pool, just largely because both teams have gotten smoked on this map in the limited amounts of times that they've played it. I have to imagine that it was probably a call for Boston to not veto it. They probably took care of the Fortress hardpoint. I don't remember. But if that's the case, that must have been on Rocker to say, we'll leave Hydro in, and more than that, we'll pick it. So there must be something up their sleeve here based on just kind of the history. We'll see what they've got for us as the opening hardpoint will be allowed for Boston to get in for early time, plus the kills beyond. GodRx up top also denied at range, which will lead to a bit of a spawn flip situation. Real trying to fight for it, but has to wait for the regen. At least he's neutralized the hardpoint, though.
That's right. Good discipline here, not to push all the way forward. You want to make the big play. You want to get to the back, but you realize that they're going to have at least one more spawn up before you're going to be able to do that. But Real is working Dome so nicely at the moment. Kremp is kind of at the back in the water, but the spawns are now in for Rocker here. So
yeah.
Kremp's got a huge job, but they know that he's missing. Real's there for 5, and he's already one off of a streak.
It's making me look real good with my analysis. Opening 5 spree. Possible opening missile as well to be earned. Pander trying to lock down the bottom side towards Ruins. As the hardpoint sees Real jump in for the early time. And feels almost like Embassy in a way. Need to see something from Boston early, because if they get shut down here, this game could once again be a little bit out of reach, and GodRx in the top of the dome saves Real's life on 1 HP. Split spawn situation for a time. Picked up, but Sensor denies streaks and keeps the play alive. Well finessed here from Doug.
Yeah, it's well done to at least buy a little bit of time. Johnny and Kremp now can look to flood through. Spawn should flip back potentially for Rocker, but with all those kills coming through, actually, they get the favorable side because player 2, Fame, he runs all the way to the other side of the map. So this is just great manipulation of the spawns right now onto Boston Academy, who are sure going to get 15 seconds, but they are so delayed now on this rotation to new.
And they have to get through GodRx, who's playing just outside the bridge. Pistol out. That'll work. Sneaky. And back down we go. It's like a survivor mode of Subnautica right now. We'll talk about that later.
I have no idea. Yeah. I was like, so you weren't up in that. I knew that one. I don't have a clue. Beans is going to be sniffed out, and so his water play is shut down, but Boston at least are still able to get the spawns in the back now, so this is actually a pretty nice moment for them. Let's see if Kremp can try to turn it into a little bit of a nice kill out front. Maybe a couple if you can, but still got no real control. You can just feel how uncomfortable Kremp is from this position. Are they up top? Are they down low? And as soon as he looks low, Real's there to strike.
Yeah.
He is still cooking, by the way. He's 9-1, and he's going to try to go for another spree to see if he can earn that streak again.
Remember that time in our first series where it just felt like every time we were swapping between players, it was like kill streak, kill streak, kill streak? I think we could make our observers' jobs much easier by just defaulting to, do you want to see kills happen? Just swap to Real. 9-1, 8-3 for Fame. Pander, topside rock, sees the rear end of Kremp up top as well. No worries. Pander turns that down to Sensor for the double. And then Shawnee, similar fate to be met. Oh my great heavens. This is just slaughter at the hands of Rocker Academy.
Oh, this is just a slaughter right now. I mean, Real's died once on Hydro. He should get his second death here, and he does. Beans also takes that Sensor while making this push happen. You only got 30 seconds left, so you really feel like this is the final push for this hill. Hill's going to have to come through. They are simply not coming through. Rocker, I mean, they're just posted up where they want to be. These are easy gunfights for them. Easy pickings. Another kill up close for Pander. He's now working on a spree of his own. 4 in a row. Sub in his back pocket. Rocker are up by an absolute boatload.
Yep. Man. And this is just, you know, the second map now that we can look at Boston and say, like, none of the setups have been good. They have yet to really foil Rocker's plans in any way. Maybe there's a chance here as we open up Jenny's. With the read on where the spawns are coming from, not fully there. And it's another one of those situations where it still feels like Boston's just relying on Doug to get into the hard point. Like, even in moments when the numbers aren't terrible, everyone's just looking to Sensor to get into the hill. And sometimes it's just not going to be, you know, it might be the most efficient way by composition, but it's just not always going to be available to you. And I think we just need to see some more commitment to the objective overall here for Boston.
Yeah, it's certainly going to need it. But Real wants to break it open. What a two-piece.
This can't happen.
No, it's just, it's so difficult to trade this man. I mean, with the sub on Hydro, 15-5, leading the lobby with kills, like, it's not easy to do. And he's making it look easy somehow. As he'll go for another route play. Seeing if he can maybe just, again, cut this rotation off from the side, get up close. Fame does a good job of finding 2 Reals there for the third. He'll hop in the hill. Sure, he's got great cover fire in the back. He will get player 7. Beans, I believe he might have spawned back here. He'll try to see if he can maybe influence the spawns a little bit more, but it's just so much work that Boss are going to have to do.
Yeah, 'cause as much as you would like to play for the spawns, you have to play for the hard point. They're down 100 right here. And I think we're starting to see why Rocker let this one through the draft. This 3 AR 1 sub setup is looking exquisite. Trades everywhere. I mean, the non-traded kills are going to be high for Rocker Academy in this final scoreboard. I'll tell you that much right now. Boston in, though, 20 seconds to fight for, and maybe a chance for Kremp to hit a route. Pick up a couple of kills. Maybe you can flip the spawns around here, but again, the laundry list goes on and on and on right now for Boston, and well, they're not going to get through this setup as P2 will be locked in with the favorable spawns to Rocker.
I mean, look at how far they're still spawning away from the next hill that's going to pop here. Yeah. It just feels like it's like 15 seconds, 20 seconds before they'll even get to the point. Real, you got to get through this, man. You got to get through him cleanly. You won't be able to finish off that first initial engagement, but might be able to get the regen. Second attempt, Shawnee's there. It's a moment for Boston, but you still got to get through the defense. You've got to the point. The gunfights need to be here. You're simply just not coming in Fame. Well, he lines up 2 heads, takes 2 more down. 30 seconds left, and it looks like it's all Rocker.
Yeah, and it's just really interesting to watch how Rocker's moving on the minimap when they're in their preferred setup. Like, there's a cool moment in there if you're somebody who's looking to kind of improve your Hydro setups. Just clip it and go back and watch GodRX's route. He pushes deep through bridge to force Boston Academy to spawn bottom left, and then once he starts to feel that the engagements are going to happen at the front, he rotates back to Dome to cut the cross. It's just, there's a lot of just really brilliant map manipulation that not a lot of other Challengers teams are doing right now. And there is a benefit of running 3 ARs when you're trying to pull stuff like that, because it doesn't always have to be GodRX. It doesn't always have to be Pander. Fame could step in there. Like, anyone can step in and fulfill that role. And it's nearly poetry in motion right now for Rocker Academy, whereas for Boston, I mean, you can see in the minimap, like, they're not blocking anything. They're just trying to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, they're just playing a tight setup, hoping they can play off trades, even though trades have not really been a factor. But just trying to hit over 100 points would be great for them. Nice little sequence here. But Fame, 22-11. He's having a hell of a game. Wants to try to break this one open. Trades will be there. One more in the back, and Fame finds 3. That's the hard point open. That's the flip of the spawns. Rocker looking for the win.
Could be the game. Could be our first clubbing as well here on playoffs. We'll see. Boston with numbers trying to flood from the front. And, well, Shawnee Beans do save Sensors' lives, and that's going to be enough for the engagement to go their way. GodRX going to give it one last effort, but the hard point will not turn. So we'll see another hill. Boston will be here first. And I think just as far as considerations for what looks to be an inevitable lower bracket run, you have to put together a setup here. And even still, there's nobody in ruins. There's no one watching over towards Dome. They're once again just trapped.
GodRX to the front will be cut down. Pander's position here at Dome is really everything. You can assist this push and allow Real to kind of, get a little bit more close quarters with that sub. Kremp's got to be there to find him, and Fame
just breaking him down.
Brilliant cover fire over the top. They'll break the setup down again. Rocker Academy should be good here for these final extra seconds, and there it is. Rocker Academy. They just look so clean in the respawns to get the job done in the series. 3-1 victory. Absolutely smoked Boston here in the winners final, and they are guaranteed that grand final.
Yeah, it just, the trends, the patterns, it was as clear as day that this 3 AR setup for Rocker was just either A, locking down setups to a point where Boston never got a look at a hard point, or when it came to how they were setting up for breaks, Boston was giving them 90% of the map to work with. And when you've got 3 ARs watching 3 different crosses, all it takes is someone to tag someone up, find 1 kill, let Real swoop on in, and the setups just crumble in an instant. Unbelievable from the side of Rocker. I don't know how long they've been in the lab studying that map, but I think we can see why they let it through in very convincing form. That was as dominant as we've ever seen in this Challengers Elite stage.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it almost felt a little too easy, right? Like, it's just,
I agree.
It's just a little too easy for the ARs to be in the positions that you're going to genuinely generally kind of know that they're in, but not being able to battle them out of it, not being able to find effective trades on the hard point, like getting time and staying in the time was just such a massive problem. That obviously comes at the back end of spawns, just almost always being in Rocker's favor. Real's opening spree certainly creates, so much damage that it's difficult to control from there on out. He's hitting routes, he's making plays, Fame's just piecing them up, and it just all falls in place yet again. Rocker Academy, man, they are the respawn team at the moment.
Yeah. It really is. I think you and I probably will. We'll probably go back and rewatch to see what exactly this Rocker team is doing right, and I even hesitate to use the word right because it doesn't feel enough perfect. I mean, it's kind of the word I want to use. But it's just their ability to dominate map control. And the thing is, like, here's why I'm so impressed and why I'm so emphatic about saying this. Like, we've seen teams do a great job at manipulating spawns, sure. But it's not just the manipulation of spawns to win rotations. It's even on the setups. How they're trying to move an AR into position to provide that crossfire. To allow GodRX to watch one side of the map by themselves, or Pander to watch one side of the map by themselves, so everyone else can focus on something together. Their focus is so strong on how they're setting up their breaks that even when Boston was trying to put something together as far as an actual setup is concerned, it never really stood a chance. It really was next level, I would say, from Rocker Academy here on a map that, obviously is very much so one that we look towards spawn control in, but that was different. That was more than just spawn control from Rocker Academy.
Yeah, that was just domination. Fame. Look at that. 29 kills, 26 non-traded. Oh, man.
I'm telling you. Let me the numbers across
2
the
minutes.
board.
2 minutes in the hill as well. Like
Yeah.
He is literally doing everything. He's winning huge rotational gunfights. He's winning huge gunfights in the hill with the most objective kills out of anyone else in the lobby. And he's just slaying on out with almost dropping a 30 bomb. On track to do much more than that if the time allowed it. So
And the assists are high. I mean,
yeah, it's just filthy.
Yeah, 17 non-traded to 21. I mean, no one was -5 from total kills to where their non-traded tally was. It was pretty brilliant. Okay, so it's interesting. I think this was probably this. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't really take a look to see what the hardpoint bans were initially. I was more concerned with the picks. But this makes more sense, because Rocker's best hardpoint map has been their Mercado, like by far. I mean, average, they're winning that map by 142 points. They're stupid good at the map. So it makes sense that Boston takes that off the page. And you're probably sitting there and saying, well, there's no way they play Hydro. Last time they played it, they got smoked there. They would never pick that. We should feel good about what this map set is going to look like going into today. But Rocker's curveball, it was effective. I'll say that much.
Without a doubt, yeah. Certainly the prep was there. I mean, 120 points on the board, and a lot of that was just scrap time. So
yeah.
Everything just so good for them, man. I mean, like, as much as even, Embassy gets to like 250 to 181, like even that was like a really big opening at one point in time before we finally saw a solid hold in the office hill. Like this team and their ability to rotate, break, be in the right spot at the right time, play trades effectively, control spawns. Like the list just goes on and on and on with the check marks right next to them. Like, I mean, again, like it's the best respawn team at the moment. And the only team that has really rivaled that so far throughout this entire season has been TFL Enterprises with their record coming into playoffs. But I think since playoffs, Rocker's taken it to a different level.
I mean, the 3-1 versus a great Amit team that we just saw, even playing with the sub. 3-0 versus the strongest group stage team in Aphelion. And then here, outside of the, a little bit of tightness here and there in the search of the control. And Rocker was just as confident and comfortable as we've ever seen in their overall hard point. So they will punch a ticket to the grand finals. And remember that grand finals are one best of 7 here in Challengers to match with what the CDL is doing. No more bracket resets. And, well, down to the lower bracket, as you kind of were already talking about, TFL Enterprises, that will be who we'll see next, as they're going to be taking on Team War to finish off our evening. That is going to be an unbelievable matchup, believe me you. So that's where our coverage will go next. We'll send things off to a break, get those guys ready. We hope you're enjoying your time. We got this last matchup plus one more day worth of Elite Season 1 playoffs. Tomorrow is lower finals and grand finals for EU and NA. So make sure you're following out the channel. We'll be back after the break with our lower semis. Don't go far.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh yeah. No, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my process pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'm against mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
One more match for the evening, and it's primed to be a great one. Lower semifinals action. My old shift. That guy, that's Austin Vision's Neil. You need to know him. He's a great-looking Canadian fellow, I'll tell you what. He knows how to cast some COD. And we've got a good one on our hands here, brother. T-Fell Enterprises. Team War. Woo-wee! These are going to be some spicy maps, tell you that much.
Yeah, without a doubt, you know, Team War coming off of really spicy map number 5, right? Being able to clutch up, ice out, take Omen out. And then on the other end, you have similar story. TFL able to win that one in 4, able to eliminate another great team at Felion. They were great through the regular season, so this is going to shape up to be an absolute barn burner, without a doubt.
I cannot wait for it. Absolutely cannot wait for it. Team War, we saw on broadcast, looked pretty darn solid, honestly. That Omit team was a scary squad, and for them to be able to handle them I mean, that's more than just what the W would normally give you as far as an assumption towards confidence. That was a tough team to beat. Whereas for TFL Enterprises, they're riding a little bit of a different high because they kind of smoked Aphelion Esports, only dropping the control, and they had a little bit of a tight map one, but everything else that we kind of saw either at our look-in or just by the results was very comfortable, and that's not a surprise to us. This TFL Enterprises squad went throughout their entire group stage nearly perfect. That includes map to win-loss ratio there as well. So a lot of expectations, and that came off of a little bit of a surprise. You know, they had not really been performing in the cups leading up to the elite stage, but they came out in their group and dominated. So they're definitely a force to reckon with, to be sure.
For sure. I mean, they are, also up there with Rocker for as far as at least being one of the better hardpoint teams. It's something they've relied on, time and time again. And the fact that they lose the control to Aphelion, I don't think that surprises me too much because they're probably one of the best control teams, at least that we had out of the set left.
Sure.
But overall, I think the fact that they are just as good in hardpoint, and Team War are also pretty solid in hardpoint, should make for some pretty close and tight hardpoints, which is something we absolutely love. So we might get a lot of those kind of coming into this. And overall, I think you look at their SnD, you have players like Yuli, Ghosty, very much willing to match a lot of what we get out of Team War on the other side as well with some of their star players in that game mode too.
Well, we've already saw Team War, but we do need to introduce both teams still. So we'll jump in, just introduce the rosters while we're getting ready for the series layout overall. You've already kind of hinted at a couple of the key players that we're looking forward to for TFL Enterprises. Whereas on the other side, we had expectations for major spotlighted players for Team War, and not that we expected there to be one necessarily high superior player versus others, but we were a little bit kind of treated in a way to some unexpected members. So as soon as we have a chance to see those rosters, we'll see those rosters, and then we'll jump on in and take a look at the series layout and everything. But as you mentioned, here's TFL Enterprises, of course, spearheaded by Fellow himself. I was surprised when they initially were kind of giving us their team information. Not if it's coaching. I did actually not realize that he was coaching this squad, but it definitely makes a lot more sense watching them play now. Ghosty, 2 Real, Yuli, the others that make up this squadron. And I think, the one player we didn't talk about that I still think has a lot of salt in the taste buds of the CDL community is 2 Real, but let me tell you there, friends, this kid is the truth. He's very good. May not be a future superstar at the moment, but he's got high potential and a high ceiling without question.
For sure. He also, played pretty solid when he did go up against some of the pros, back at the Pro-Am. I felt like he had a couple of great showings here and there. But, he got slotted into a pretty difficult spot last year, Florida, to say the least. But alongside him, Ghosty, who is still one of the underrated players, it feels like, in Challengers. But after this season, I hope that conversation is no longer a factor because he has just been on top, especially with his overall KD. You have Fellow, who's just always going to be solid. And then you got Yuli, the SnD mastermind at times, and has also been able to just come alive in a lot of these respawns as well that we've seen out.
Taking a look over at Team War, though, real quickly. I mean, hey, we kind of were surprised initially off this roster because Fire had looked really solid, but Lau, Johnny, Parasite all had key moments in their matchup versus Amit just previously. And the thing too, we look at kind of players. This is not a one-for-one comparison. Just bear with me here, chat. When you look at players kind of like Sensor or Shawnee and then Parasite in the mix, you don't expect them to be the kill leaders in what they're trying to fulfill for their team. But the role that Parasite plays on this squad is a crucial one because when you look at someone who's going to be like the route man in Hardpoint or the objective focused player around things like Control, you don't normally just say like it's going to be this guy or that guy. Parasite fills in that gap really nicely, and he's been a key to why Team War has been so successful over the course of this first season.
Yeah, without a doubt, Parasite's never going to have the most kills, almost in any lobby, you feel like, but he's going to have a lot of the impactful kills, and he's going to be setting up people like Lau, Fire, and Johnny to, get to a more forward position, to get a little bit more comfortable in the hard point. That's kind of what Parasite's been doing this entire year when it comes down to his role. But you have some great players around him that do have the ability to take over. We've seen a lot of that today so far. We probably get a little bit more of it also going into this series too.
We'll take a look at how these two teams have fared so far, where their strengths, where their weaknesses are. You kind of already labeled up. We should be expecting some fireworks in the hard point because for TFL Enterprises, it's been literally next to perfection for them. Their respawn in general has been unbelievable. They're actually a total 12-2 in the mode overall. That is very, very good. On top of that, they hold an average point differential score margin of plus 77. So they're blowing teams out. They're not just winning, they're blowing teams out. Whereas the Search and Destroy Control still favored TFL Enterprises or had them lined up, but after that last series, Team War are definitely not to be slept on, especially as you kind of consider them in that map 3. They were very competitive with Boston, with Omit in that first series.
Yeah, without a doubt. They were very competitive. I mean, they looked great in a lot of what we were seeing out of Johnny, too. Like, he was just putting on some crazy performances, like 40 kills in the Fortress, just completely taking over. Lau right there with them, doing the exact same thing. But I think the good thing, at least looking at the map records, is that, TFL Enterprises, when it comes down to Hardpoint, is that they're really well-rounded when you look at just the overall map set. I think outside of Mercado, that's like the only one they pretty much hard veto. They are good with just about anything else kind of thrown into a best of 5, which makes them really difficult to deal with when you're starting to go through some of those vetoes and starting to set up the best of 5.
Well, it's really easy as well for us to kind of set up some of the star players just based on overall KD. Like mentioned, Fire's been great. Johnny's been great, but this one very well could be determined by these two guys on screen right here. Yuli's Search and Destroy presence has been undeniable. Sure. Globally, 1.28 is an unbelievable KD, but Lau is stepping up in a major way. And that last series we saw from Team War, I would say that he was kind of the major X factor over Amit, and you very well may think he may have to do it twice here if you want to get through TFL Enterprises.
Feels like that could be the case, but yeah. Lau with the sniper rifle, which is not really anything I've seen from even like games past, looked extremely on point. Found a lot of huge picks late into that embassy map number 5 there. So yeah, he was a driving factor for even getting to this series up against TFL Enterprises. But Yuli, you mentioned his SnD presence, man. He has just always been that guy for me. I will touch on it time and time again. There was so many moments through Vanguard where he was dropping 18, sometimes 19 kills in SnD, sometimes even for the loss. But yeah, this guy is the real deal when it comes down to that game mode.
So now we take a look at our maps and modes for this lower semifinal, final match of the evening. It's going to be an Embassy, Mercado, Hotel to get us kicked off, Fortress, Hardpoint, Embassy Search if we need it. I mean, not really too much in terms of overall surprise. I mean, TFL Enterprises did elect to play Hydro in their first matchup versus Aphelion. That went their way. They also played Fortress Hardpoint, so they will get that back. They won that map 250 to 150, whereas on the other side for Team War, some repeat modes. We got a Hardpoint again on Fortress for them, but we also have the Hotel Control also in the mix. Everything else is relatively different, save the Mercado Search and Destroy.
Yeah, exactly. Embassy, I think Hardpoint being first for TFL Enterprises, probably good news. They look really good when it comes down to at least that map. I believe they are still flawless on it, so I'm sure something that they're going to be very happy about, throwing into the mix to be able to get yourself off. Nice start. Sometimes that can always be a really important factor when you look at these best of 5s and these grueler matches down in the lower bracket. So, I mean, good news for them coming into map 1, but we'll see what Team War maybe have in store for us.
Yeah, I think that, again, you look at what Team War has been able to do over the course of their Hardpoint, especially recently. Every map is an option for them, largely speaking, so you really can't look at one over another. I mean, there's just not a lot of results to kind of go off of, generally speaking, but 3 different attempts that Team War have played this map, and they only hold an average score differential of -13 and a 1-2 loss record. So their maps have been close whenever they play this Embassy Hardpoint. That's really all we can take away from that. So we'll see what we get here. Otherwise, for TFL Enterprises, you figure that, hey, you are the Hardpoint team in this North American stage. Would be great to come out, find a W, know that you still got your Fortress Hardpoint yet to come, and for map number 4, it builds you kind of a more clear pathway towards potentially getting into that lower finals. Surprising to say the least that we even have these 2 teams in the lower bracket. For TFL Enterprises, I mean, this would be a full lower bracket run for them. They were upset by Boston in winners round 1, so they have been in the gauntlet for a while now.
Yeah, they have been, and they've just been slowly moving through. I think we have like a map 5 versus Iron Blood that they were able to squeak out 6-3 or something. So yeah, a lot of really intense matches, but sometimes you start to catch fire in a lower bracket like this, as it looks like one of our players did DC. You start to pick up a lot of those wins in the lower bracket. You start to find momentum, you start to fix a lot of those mistakes kind of series by series, and everything starts to slowly fall in place for you. So maybe another scenario of that here, but still got to get through these very tough opponents of Team War that are difficult to put down, man.
Yeah, and now that I'm kind of going back and re-looking at it, this is a very scary statistic. The team KD for TFL across every hardpoint is a 1.16. There is only one map where one player doesn't have above a one. No, I lied to you. There's a couple that very, very, very few maps that every player does not have a 1.0 plus KD. Sure. On this map in particular, the lowest individual KD for just this map is a 1.02. The highest is a 1.45.
Slaying out.
Ew, that is disgusting.
Yeah, they're finding a lot of value on the map, aren't they, Alan? My goodness.
I'll say.
Those are scary statistics. I mean, difficult to deal with from Team War's point of view, because that tells you that, you know, there isn't maybe room for one player to have, you know, a slow map, right? Like you might need everybody to really come out and kind of match that pressure. If everyone's putting up numbers like that and any single player can kind of take over any individual map, I think that puts at least a little bit more priority on all 4 individuals really coming out and playing well for map 1.
That's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up. But if you were to point the spotlight at somebody, it'd be Ghosty 1.45.
Just throwing it up there casually, you know?
On average, they win this map by 100 points. They played it 3 times. 98
yeah, they're looking good,
plus
man.
differential. This team is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I'm telling you, dude, Major 2 is going to be stupid crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little upset that there's not going to be full EU representation from, like, our top 4 squads. But
agreed.
North America is going to be represented in a major way at Boston. It's going to be a stupid, crazy second major for us from the challenger side of things, let alone what's going to happen in the CDL side. And I think I'd be really curious while we're still waiting for this last player to reconnect and get our lobby going here. I mean, the options that some of our bottom CDL teams are going to have when it comes to making moves are literally limitless. Like, last year there were some great options. We were like, you know, people would always ask, like, hey, what do you guys think of, like, the top 5 possible challengers players to get moved in? You couldn't pay me enough money to say 5 players without mentioning another 25 afterwards. There are so many great players and challengers this year. It really is like CDL 2.0 this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now we have just, you know, ex-CDL pros very much in the mix, and we have a lot of, you know, newer, younger talent, like a lot of it kind of also unfolding in EU that we have that are just like 18-year-old, just cracked out phenoms. I mean, you already have, you know, a bunch of academy players that moved on towards the LAG roster, and they're holding their own. They're actually looking pretty solid, right? So it just kind of, you know, reinforces the point on how much talent there really is down here. And yeah, you're going to be looking to, you know, some of these top teams, especially after, you know, another land placement at Boston for you know, who is performing well. And there are players that just perform better on land. Talking about Yuli, he's like one that always comes to mind when I was watching him drop like ridiculous just stat lines that he was just not doing online. Like, he looked like he leveled up like 2 or 3 levels and some when you were watching that guy play on land. So there's just some players that come diffy when they get into that environment.
The French team is the same way. Wobabobs, they looked really good during their run at Raleigh. Brezi's still stupid at the game. Abuza's looking like probably the best player in Challengers right now based on the numbers he's been dropping. I mean, there's just so much wealth of talent that's kind of in this this pit this year. And yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, to see how the standings shake out. Because last year, I think we had, like, again, we would go into a major and we would pick like 3-4 teams that were like, okay, these are the squads to look out for. I mean, the list now, especially with, like, the moves that were made by, like, you know, Phase 1, their performance at Major 1 was unreal. Affiliate Esports had a great showing kind of when they were into the mix at the early stage of the group stage. So what can they do at their second LAN? There's a lot of questions, and just kind of the unexpected is pretty much a guarantee at this point. We are still waiting on this last player to get in. Should be very, very soon, so thanks for sticking with us here. We are a little ahead of schedule as well, which is always great news as far as the logistical side is concerned. Again, this is a reminder, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, lower finals starts off for EU. It'll be lower finals, grand finals for Europe, and then straight on in, we'll be doing the exact same thing with a 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time for North America lower finals and grand finals. Best of 5 lower, best of 7 grand finals. It's one of those things that, you know, I know a lot of people are still like, well, best of 7s doesn't really give any team any particular advantages towards coming out of winner's bracket, but I do think if the teams are doing the right research, there's a lot to be said about making a good picks and bans veto process come through if you're going to be coming out of that winner's bracket with the extra veto in your pocket.
Yeah, I agree for sure. I think that there is still value, obviously, without a doubt. Like, it's not like a one map count or anything like that coming into it, but there is still something, you know, to take away from it overall. And I'm always a big fan of the best of 7 just because like you're forced to then have a wider map pool as well. So the teams that are, you know, really narrowing in on, you know, only ever vetoing like one control map, like you're maybe going to be forced to start, you know, looking at other alternatives when you get into those best of 7 vetoes. So it always gets a little bit more fun when you start to see them start to pick and choose. Like, all right, like, where are we going to throw in now? Like, what is the real hard veto that we got to get out of the way?
And the thing is, we've already seen a couple of different teams go to what we thought was going to be their hard veto today, and they looked great on it. I mean, shout out Rocker on the Hydro. So Podcast is over. You can find us on Spotify. We should try to collect like all of the caster vamping moments across every esport and turn it into like one mass-produced podcast or YouTube video.
Oh, that'd be a banger.
I don't think anyone would watch it, but at least we could promote it. Here we go. Let's get to work. Timor, T-Fell Enterprises, Embassy Hardpoint. Oh, the first set of kills. Clean as ever. T-Fell 3 for 1 on the Hardpoint.
You'll certainly take it. 3 down right away. Everyone gonna have to kind of hold and wait for a second here. Nice little prone shot comes through for Fire, but Ghosty, I mean, he's able to line up 2 more. Backs down after getting tagged up. Fella moves back in, almost able to connect with the hip fire, but trades at least looking decent for T-Fell as you already got to real. Starting to threaten some early moves towards the rotation. Yuli will now be forced to pick it up. Parasite will find another effective trade, but time going the way of T-Fell Enterprises still on P1.
Largely fine, though, I think, here if you're Timor. You've kind of stopped the bleeding early. Not that there was much of it. You put the Band-Aid on, slapped it through. So you've got a little bit of control here, making sure the hardpoint stays neutral, but most importantly, at least some sort of a look over towards P2. But as I say that, timing not great. T-Fell opening up with a couple of the kills. It's 2Real who collects the double. That allows the spawns to move, and it's T-Fell Enterprises all over the parking lot hardpoint.
Fellow, he could still start to move in on a bit of a pinch here. Find an easy pickup behind the point, but a lot of pressure on Yuli to try to come up with some kills. That's a beautiful Semtex over the top there from Fire. So that takes the last remaining player on T-Fell Enterprises out of the hill. Ghosty now, after the hot start, forced to find some heads here in front of the hill itself. With 30 seconds left, T-Fell feel like they're going to have to start to go. They do get blessed with a spawn in the back, so a little bit of splits coming through. We'll see if this gunfight comes through for 2Real, and it does, and now he could disrupt the time or rotate.
Yeah, it's looking like it's just going to be Parasite left to his own devices here. Although, Lau actually right through mid-map. This will allow him a chance to repinch this. Hold on a second. That little bit of health may have allowed an opportunity for War to break for the scrap, but off-screen Fellow gets the double. That will lock things down, and now we look at rotation. Fire making sure the high ground stays towards his name, but Trophy System will make sure that Ghosty also stays in a competitive position. Hardpoint opens. Not fully scrapped to initial, but Timor have done enough to put themselves in a great spot over the top of this third hill.
Love that little off angle there for Fire, too. Just throwing them off a little bit when they go for that initial channel. Surprising them if he can. 2Real trying to make a solo play happen, but not going to be able to find that kill. And now Yuli finally gets inside of Orange.
Whoa.
What a win that is up close. Will be able to break on through. And now T-Fell Enterprises starting to get some presence around the P3 hill. Trophy's going down, but Lau has really just blown open the play with that 2-piece. Needs the regen to come through before he can reach out, however.
Yeah, big bounce back from Lau. I think he had an 0-4 start, now 7-6. Again, just kind of being that flex player for Team War. And it's worked out brilliantly for them in this position of power, not only on ult, but this is what we kind of were mentioning. They're also in a position to fight for new. Help coming from Fire. Johnny trying to pop up the surprise T-Fell Enterprises, but it's not going to work out. So Lau once again called upon, but this time shut down. T-Fell looking solid as they open up the hard point. No problems.
Now 2Real starting to make some early moves up top and might be able to just come behind a play here. And he's got a great read on the Parasite, so now he can drop down low. He can continue to hold up top. You got the setup currently in office here for T-Fell Enterprises, and just no trades, no kills. That's like 4 or 5 consecutive kills in a row, it feels like. Johnny finally able to get one back, but T-Fell Enterprises is going to retake that lead, and now they'll try to break.
Oh, and they run right into Ghosty in the corner. Sees the door just pop right open. He uses it as a little bit of concealment. And this is looking dangerous for possibly the better part of about 40+ seconds for T-Fell, and the kills just keep on coming, and they don't stop coming. I mean, the efficiency margin right now for T-Fell Enterprises, vastly significant to Team War, who at this point I think it's early, but it may be warranted in the same breath to say that they're lucky to be this tight in this game right now.
Sure. But 62-97, and well, this is a hill that you can certainly turn into a money hill, so Team War have a chance to do something in the cafeteria. Fellow going to blow open the first set of doors, try to take out some of these trophies so they can actually start to get some tacticals and lethals in the mix. Lau does a good job of defending 2 up front. Johnny will be red. So Fellow able to find that first one. Lau wants to keep the spree going. Currently on 3. T-Fell Enterprises still don't have all 4 members nearby, but 2Real, what a win that is. Yuli now follows up. Have to get through Parasite. Ghosty is there, and he's not just there for 1, he's there for 2.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised how long that took for TFL Enterprises, considering that they kept the outside of the hard point relatively clear of any possible contestants, but I don't know if it was just they didn't have the right, compositional setup. It felt like they still had 3 ARs for a little bit longer than they wanted, and it just kind of waited for 2Real to get there, and he was a little bit unsuccessful in it. So once again, a bit puzzling considering how clean TFL Enterprises have been kind of controlling the map and winning in the kill feed, that we're going to have about a tie game. So good on Team Moore here, keeping it nice and scrappy. I mean, it's Parasite once more who's been the large kind of hill soaker, so to speak. Minute 15 worth of hard point time at 9 and 12, and credit to his teammates for keeping him up for as long as he has, including that exhibit right there.
Yeah, that was beautiful from Johnny, and now Johnny's feeling the pressure. Yuli, slow to start. Oh, Johnny with the knife!
No way.
He gets there, and he's still alive. I don't think he's going to read the second, but he's got help. We'll see. Ghosty trying to stun him out. Trophy system down, but time is at least going out the way of TFL Enterprises, and Ghosty finally wins that battle. Now some orange starts to pour into that bottom left kill feed. Parasite makes one last desperate move to try to fight for scrap time.
Not ultimately going to work out, but it does kind of set the map into a your corner, our corner type battle as we look over towards new. Nade's trophies being tossed around for TFL Enterprises as Team War are still largely focused on the scrap time. It's just fire in the back. Fellow aware of it, tries to set up his teammate for the kill, but it actually takes a little bit too long. So now Lau is here and Fellow's stuck. Numbers starting to amount here for Team War around the hard point. 2Real, Fellow try to keep it at least somewhat contested, and it works out relatively well. Hard point goes neutral. Spawns are going to be way out though for TFL, and that will lead to numbers for Team War. Kills are also turning up their way, and a chance for Team War to get their biggest lead of the map so far.
Honestly felt like both teams really struggled to get a grip on where everybody was actually attacking from. It was kind of a split back and forth, but in the end, Team War are kind of able to get that fast cut through mid, able to get themselves into the time there, at least for a bit, but TFL Enterprises now move back through. Scrap time should be going over in their favor, but 2Real, what a win that is from Parasite. Nice little step back. We'll be able to find the first rotational kill. Now Ghosty's kind of left open to drive, but could he come up with two? No, we cannot. We'll be shut down. That spree no longer there to continue, as now everyone coming off of the last hill, seeing if they can exit safely and move into the next rotation.
And I like that little push from Lau, just try to feel out where exactly this next hit's going to come from. Even better that he's able to find a kill and damage another, but Yuli, oh, he wants to go quick. Does not have the regen off, may not make a difference, has a read on where the last player in the corner is to the knife. He goes, and that's all he needs. Holy smokes. What a play from Yuli, 4 in a row. 15 and 20, getting his way back into the mix, as also Team Fellow is right in the position to tie this game up, if not take the lead. Yuli by himself, just trying to finesse it. Boy, has he ever. Long-range shots to Parasite, and nearly done did it to him. But the break will come through. It looks like Team War will be giving away the last 20 seconds of scrap.
Yeah, that would have been for missiles, so we'll be able to stop the cruise. Very nicely done. 2Real, this is where he had a lot of huge moments, and man, it feels so annoying just watching this from Team War's POV, where like they are just trying to deal with these subs, and they know they're just kind of individually sitting in the stairwells, individually sitting up top, but the gunfights just are not going their way. It's just creating so much room down low here, and allowing you to soak up time for free in the office point, but 2 more players also dealt with. Now we'll start to see a couple members get close by, but you still don't have a full-on team push just yet, so they still got to wait, and it's a free time for TFL Enterprises. They decide to send it, but it's just so scattered.
Yeah, and a lot of that is just, again, credit to TFL Enterprises. Yuli kind of hits a little pinch back through bathroom, just kind of stalls out Team War a little while longer and makes this hit that much softer. Yeah, this has just been 2 master classes from TFL Enterprises here at Admin. I mean, there just has not been a great look for Team War yet. A lot of it is just because they just can't get in position. Now maybe a chance. Yuli just overwhelmed, but once again, that's just all concession as TFL Enterprises were trying to get over to cafeteria, and Lau beats them there. So a nice double for Lau, and Team War just keeps sticking around. Chance to not just stick around, but also regain the lead. Back and forth we go again.
Yeah, they're getting outslayed, but they are certainly staying in this game with the impactful kills. Nice win. Yuli able to slip through, maybe with the back end of some timing there. Johnny wants to try to make up for it. The stun, though, just locks him in place. Easy gunfight for Yuli, but he's still got more to deal with out front. And now that team kill on the from Fire. should still be okay because you got numbers inside of the restaurant. You still got some great support inside the lobby. So everything looking solid, at least for as far as the setup for Team War. Now you just got to win the gunfights as they attempt to break.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining on the hard point. This is a key 30 towards possible win condition as well. Too Real from the back. Yeah, this is a great pitch setup. Ghosty from the front. Just kind of deterring full focus for Team War on this setup. But now it's kind of, once again, tables turn as Team War have a chance to try to set up a bit of a pinch of their own, but this is actually just a full-on flood from the front. Johnny, Parasite, all working together. Pinstripe goes to kill feed. Last one to stay alive is Ghosty, and we've got ourselves marginal lead as we exit our second rotation. It's going to be about 2:15 to 2:03. T-Fell in the lead.
T-Fell in the lead, but just by 10. As P1 opens, Fellow just making sure his back is covered. Everyone's starting to make some of those early moves. They will want the favored rotation to P2, but there's still a lot of time that you can gain at P1. The kills now starting to come through. There could be an opportunity to start to get on the time. That will be the call, but you got to worry about Parasite. He's starting to attack from behind, and he's got fire with him.
Yeah, this is still, though, again, advantages to T-Fell Enterprises in the lead at the moment. Too Real on 5 in a row before eventually dropping to Fire's double. Has been a key reason why T-Fell Enterprises continue to just enjoy as much space as they've had. 2:19, 2:03, Team War regaining around the old time, but T-Fell Enterprises trying to focus on setting up for new, which they may not have gotten a full read here. Hold on a second, Parasite may be able to sneak behind this, find a free kill, but Ghosty with the read doesn't make a difference. Parasite still wins the kill. Too Real nearby, last one left. Parasite not off the region, will drop. It's by the Semtex of Yulee. Tie game, but it's parking lot hard point initially for T-Fell Enterprises. Team War needing to break.
T-Fell so fast to react a lot of those moments. It's a deep spawn that comes through for Fellow as he tries to cut through mid, but Fire up close somehow snaps on Ghosty, finds his head, takes him out, but just can't push forward just yet. Needs to wait for his teammates to start to collapse through mid and start to collapse through the parking lot, but they all drop. So it's on Fire to try to make a big individual moment. 10 seconds for the win here for T-Fell Enterprises, and well, you can see it starting to slip away. It's just a contest moment here. Too Real will be able to find the elimination. One final moment here for Team War to try to break through, and they get in for a moment.
Wow's in for the double. 20 seconds still to fight for. Trophy System gets credit for the kill, and it's still just T-Fell Enterprises just on the jump right now. Team War just took too long. It was so tough, I think, if you're Fire sitting there. Guys, please, somebody get here. Help me. I'm stuck. I can't do anything but just try to contest. And T-Fell Enterprises, the efficiency that we kind of mentioned in that first rotation of hard points, comes to be their win condition at P2. It was tight for a moment, but in the end, T-Fell Enterprises just too much zone of control around the second hill.
How about this guy on your screen right now? 35-26. I mean, the slaying was certainly there. I mean, you read out the stats, right, Alan? Like how everybody just about has crazy positive KDs when we talk about this T-Fell Enterprises roster, but despite having those said KDs and despite those performances and outslaying Team War did keep it fairly close. It was just finally they were able to get on top of that last rotation at P2, but other than that, they were kind of struggling to really get in there besides the scrap time for as far as what we had seen through the first couple sets. So it's hard to, at times to read those spawns when you have trades going back and forth, and I think that was also the problem where, Fire is waiting for his teammates to get there, but there were some crazy spawns where they were getting behind his teammates and they were just cutting off those reinforcements, never allowing them to really feel like they could give it one final push, it felt like.
And that's also just kind of a byproduct of what the situation called for when we got to that third rotation of hills. Like, Team War bounced out from Cafeteria on the exit to go back over towards that center courtyard. You have to play to control P1, which means that you have to give up playing for the second hard point. That little bit of leader's advantage, allowing T-Fell Enterprises to keep numbers on the rotation to 2, a huge difference maker. But, I mean, pick a player to talk about here, because we could spend a while talking about any of the 8 players in the lobby. It started off with a lot of success from Ghosty. Yulee has got an impressive moment here to kind of single-handedly clear off servers. Lau also then had popped up to kind of be a major force for Team War. Fire was also key to a couple of breaks, but in the end, it just looked like the way the map was trending, how the kind of heat sink was going between both squads, it just felt like the map possession just continued to favor T-Fell Enterprises on the more open hard points more often than not. Team War finding success on Cafeteria just was not fully enough.
No, fortunately it was not, but certainly have to, again, just highlight Ghosty and Too Real. These two, man, they're just cooking anyone that just dare move on their screen. And I also, one thing I love about this team is so everyone just kind of gets involved with the hill time as well, right? Just about everybody has a minute, if not more. True. So like, it's not like it's one collective effort where you kind of look at Boston and the guy that's getting the hill time is Sensor. He's just kind of posting up in there. He's got his trophies down once he's alive. Teammates start to go rogue around the hill. But I feel like when you have a team where just about anybody can fulfill just about any role, it allows, everyone to kind of take turns and, tag team you in, saying, all right, you have the positioning, you make the big play, I'll sit hill. You're coming out spawn, bump me, I'll push up. Like, it's just that understanding that doesn't really have to be communicated. And that's why, 13-2 now in hardpoints.
4,300 damage from 2Real. I mean, no one else is close. Oh my, no one else is close. Like, Ghosty, kind of, but like he's 700 damage down. That is unbelievable. Gaming Pillow is in full effect. Memes aside, dude, I mean, you hit it right, and I just got to step on the soapbox right here. Like, 2Real came off of Toronto win at the major last year, thrown into an impossible situation with Florida. You got to remember, like, people were saying the same things about 2Real at the end of the year. They spent the same amount of energy talking bad about Vivid at the beginning of the year until he moved teams. Then he was instrumental towards the success that Boston had seen.
That's a good point.
It was just a bad situation. Like, you had 3 ARs. It just was not good. Like, there was no way any sub could go into that team and improve it. So, put some respect on 2Real's name. The kid's good, man. It's real good.
He's good. He is very good, man. And, I mean, he's showing it. He's showing it so far. He's been just so electric. He was great on that Decimate roster as well. I mean, it's just a lot of positives when you look at this player as a whole. So, it's been great, but now we look towards the SnDs, at least from here on out, Alan, going into this map number 2. This is where you would maybe hope that Team Moore would be able to find themselves a map number 1 win in this series. But on the other side, I mean, CFL have been, just good, able to match at least, so, the SnD records and are very much willing to go tit for tat with you when it comes down to these rounds and how they play out. And you got a lot of star players in this roster too when it comes down to that game mode.
When you've got a team that nearly goes perfect in their group stage, it's always tough to then look at the comprehensive stats and say, how do we beat these guys? Because the numbers are overwhelming. But I think you take inspiration, as we kind of talked about, from the upset, so to speak, Boston Academy taking down TFL. That was huge. The map 5 affair that we kind of also saw in the losers round 1 matchup. Like, there are things that are shown there where it's like, this is how we beat these guys. And for Iron Blood Gaming in that lower round 1 matchup, to be fair, it was mostly because they were able to steal away the hard points. Those are the first 2 hardpoint losses that TFL Enterprises had. But you look back over toward the matchup versus Boston, and Boston won the 2-3-5. So I think if your Team Moore, it kind of hurts to not come out and find a way to steal out that map number 1, but you still rest your laurels on being able to bounce back right here on the Mercado Search and Destroy to tie up this series.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, they should have had probably another Mercado SnD under their belts. They just kind of let up on the gas. They were up 5-2. Omen were able to come away with 4 rounds in a row with Capsule kind of just, taking over with his 1-6-10 spree. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you should have had that one locked up. Parasite with the scope, I feel like looked at least decent for as far as watching that cross. His job, I think, was very simple for as far as what they were looking to do. And a lot of their defensive looks when it came down to, stopping teams from getting into the site was also extremely on point. Like, you just had like 2 different players laying down, one in the back watching over them with a sniper rifle, and then one player maybe ready to pounce middle tunnel or also sitting planters to help with the team shots. So they were very much calling the bluffs of teams that were looking for those 4-man hits, trying to make something happen on that side.
In particular, you think back to the matchup that you're referring to here with Amit, how dynamic the defense was, because we didn't see 4-man hits into A every single round. Like, the defense had to play a little bit more fluid. We had some looks over towards B. We had some cool defensive stack-ups through tunnel. We saw some flank opportunities from one side or the other. And so I think that, you've created maybe a basis of experience to say, even though we didn't quite come out with the win versus Amit, we saw some cool ideas, and we also utilized some of our cool ideas of our own that we could maybe just put those in the playbook, maybe just clean up one or 2 things. So, looking back over, this Team War squad when they were going through Amit, it sucks to not be able to kind of finish off that map 2 win, but I think you learn a lot about yourself in that map 2 throughout a number of your successes, and maybe even more so in some of your failures.
Yeah, without a doubt. To look back over what was happening, versus that Omid squad when it came down to at least the hard points. This is where we were getting just so much flair out of players like Johnny and Lau that were kind of shut down what we saw at least in the last map just a tad bit, despite still being decently close. But yeah, there's moments like this that very much exist with this team or roster where they can just completely start to find huge moments, take over, go big, shut you down, and then Parasite just kind of always doing a lot of the route plays that we kind of always refer to.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So man, who knows? Will it be some more of that sniper rifle gameplay from Team War from Parasite? Will we see the combination of this Johnny Lau combo, very flexible, possibly be X factors? Kind of hard to say, at least in theory, so to speak. But episode 2 of our podcast on Caster's Vamp is getting published later today. I'm not actually sure what the delay is here. I don't know if there's another DC or if there's something else that was going on. But who knows? Hard to say. What do you got for me, partner? Anything?
You look good. You look good today. I like your hair.
Thank you.
Beard's starting to come in. I love it, dude. You got a little gray t-shirt going on here. It's
a little
looking
bit.
good.
I decided to go with the little V-neck thing here today. I was gonna do the whole dress up thing tomorrow, so.
Well, there we go.
I go casual today.
It'll be a good day tomorrow too.
Oh, tomorrow's gonna be crazy, dude.
Yeah, that'd be nuts. EU is crazy today as well.
It's literally just a precursor to what we're gonna expect to see at the major.
Yeah, pretty much.
Almost like a little watered down. There's something different when the tempers start to flare, people start to yell. I feel the gameplay also just gets elevated when they see that happen.
Yeah, no, it's funny because I was talking to some of the Ultra guys yesterday about that. It's dude, I'm there's been way more trash talk this year than years previous, in challengers, in CDL, and it's yeah, man, no one's holding back anymore. The passion's just flowing. There's also just a lot more players that are in the mix that are kind of trash talking. But you get back to even when we were getting in the pit, it was just you were hearing it on stream and even at times, right? Exceed's not here anymore to kind of throw it out there, but it's just been so passionate, it's been so fun, and like you said, it's just a different environment once we get to those moments and you're side by side, or rather across from each other. It just comes out of you. Something brings it out of you,
Absolutely. And the other really kind of cool thing about this major, in comparison to not necessarily exclusively from last year, but that's going to feel a little bit more important, is the fact that these pro points for the teams that are either going to be relegated out, the bottom 4 teams that didn't make it to playoffs, or the other teams that, again, we haven't had a lot of cups yet this year. We've had 4. So these pro points that could be earned at Boston for the teams that are trying to get into the qualifier for either region is also going to be pretty important as well. Hearing that the current game lobby is set up for Hardpoint, so that we're going to have to remake the lobby, and instead of us sitting here and just dying on air, we're going to go to a break, and we'll come back with Search and Destroy. Don't go far, though, friends. We got more challengers, plenty of it. Be right back. Hopefully. Welcome back, everybody. Search and destroy map number 2. Got TFL Enterprises on the offense automatically and very aggressively making their way to A, but this is a Team War defensive setup that we saw when they were playing up against the mid, trying to get Parasite. Yep, the scope on the cross, and then hopefully these two defenders mid-map can be what kind of stalls out this inevitable plan, it feels like.
That's a good position. Gotta find Lau, and Real might be trying to stretch this. And yeah, he's got the stretch, so Lau not gonna know this bomb is going down. Probably a little puzzled, like, I'm watching it, guys, but he stretched it, and Real gets away, and Yuli and Fellow are still kind of outside this rooftop area here, so this is a really good position to be in here if you're TFL.
Have to get a pick, you would think, from this back alley if you're Team War in this retake. But it's being watched very aggressively. Fellow, yep, that will work. Gets away with his life. Second contestant. Must have heard the sound cue, but the pinch looks like it's actually doing pretty well until Yuli shuts it down. Last one wants his Parasite. Nice try there, Fred. TFL Enterprises stretch their way to a first-round win.
Yeah, I love that because, like, Lau's watching the bomb the whole time that he stretches it, and then Real then crosses back in, and you know that was likely the guy that probably planted. So you're maybe communicating to your teammates that, hey, they might be stacking inside Cantina, or there might be one guy outside, but you're probably not still expecting two, I feel like, in that situation.
Agreed.
And, well, overall, TFL are able to kind of just play with their opponents a little bit, win a couple of key gunfights. Yuli has a big moment, and it's a great opening round.
Okay. And we saw that same Team War setup kind of not work out as intended against the mid as well, but this is also something that we saw them do. Full 4-man hit over towards B this time. When we were watching this versus the mid, Hixie was watching this cross. There is nobody watching this cross, although Fellow gets in and takes down a trailing Johnny, so first blood is good. Lau still is going to stick for the plant, gets him at least a post-plant situation and an abbreviated clock to defend this bomb against, but the problem is you don't have the numbers. Yuli pushing forward gets the first. I don't think he saw Parasite in the corner, but it may not matter.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Parasite would have to find one, get out with his life, or snap to two. And he doesn't have... Oh, he does actually have at least a little bit of a read in the back, but the trade is just about instant. Now fire from the high ground. Gonna have to snap from 1 to 2 and then get a third from behind. So very unlikely that's gonna happen. Yuli's 5-0 to kick this one off as TFL will jump to a very early 2-0 lead.
So you're saying that Yuli's pretty good at search, huh? Okay.
I have heard that. I have heard that.
The numbers, they don't lie. Sometimes they do. But not in this case. No, I mean, Yuli's just been, I mean, even last year, on that Stallions team, he was unbelievable then. It just like, why does it feel like Yuli's left out of the conversation?
I do not know.
You know what I mean?
I try to put him in the conversation because I think he's disgusting. And again, I back up my point I said earlier. Like, he is a different player on LAN as well.
Yeah. Well, we've taken notice here, says everyone watching, including those tuning in with Scump. Appreciate you. Opening set nade will work out, and oh gosh. Team War just frozen. I mean, you get naded off the rip like that, you assume that it's going to be an inevitable A hit behind it, but nope, it was just a distraction nade that leads to a free plant at B, 4v3. Can you set Yuli up for an early streak? That's really the only extra icing on the cake you'll probably get with this round.
Yeah, better patter. Let's get out of here, buddy. Good luck trying to get into 10 here. We'll see what happens, though. Fellow able to find the first one, no problem. Parasite now over the top, will not win his battle, and now good luck, have fun, fire. Trade is there, not even needed, actually. It's clean. It's clean the whole way through, and how about these pushes into the B site here? 3-0 for TFL.
Really laying the lumber on there, eh, bud?
Oh, just give it to him, buddy.
Wow. Okay, so cheeky ideas from Team War. And really all 3 rounds, currently 0 for 3 in those cheeky ideas. This is where, you know, when you look at other tactical FPS titles out there, you just have to get your default going. Like, whatever it is, you have to run a successful default. You have to establish some presence on the map, but they're going to go right back to B again. Once more, nobody watching this from TFL. It didn't hurt them last time, but that was largely because Team War were slow getting everybody into the site. And this time, they are watching this cross. Did they commit to the early plant, though? That's the question. They're going to attempt it. Fellow on 4. Maybe tries to chow this. No, just misses the timing on fire up top. And Team War now up 4v3.
4v3. Yuli, though, just flies at him. There's the
on.
streak. Cruise missile. It's in, but Johnny with a great chow himself. He's able to get 2 back, so Ghosty now has to try to move it in. I think it's Johnny that might have got the 3rd as well, but Timor finally able to get back in. How about this other bomb site that is just so happened to be on the map, and teams are starting to utilize it here, Alan?
You know, the thing is, I really respect it because, I mean, let's be honest. For up until playoffs started, and really up until like the last week of the CDL, it was like just a head bash of we're just gonna throw nades and whoever lands nades will win the round. Like literally, the average round time, it felt like was like 30 seconds on this map. But you have to think at a certain point, teams are going to get good enough and prep hard enough to be like, we don't want to just risk and gamble that our nades will get the trophy, you know, effect better than our opponents. Like, look at this little cheeky route right through mid. Dead silence play. Yuli first blood on the Lao up top. And even though there is a trade, it's still really full bomb control here for the side of TFL Enterprises. And 2Real maybe a little too far aggressive there. Thought he could catch out Parasite. And the overall trades get us to a 2v2.
Johnny just hasn't been a part of it up until now, where he uses the dead silence to kind of cut through mid. Could have threatened the flank maybe too. But we'll likely see Timor probably shift over to middle here. It's a double chow that comes out. Fellow gets shots back onto Fire, who's on 4 in a row. Would love to keep this spree alive, but Fellow's going to pop the dead silence. He's got plenty of time to work with, or he could just stick the bomb plant.
Yeah. It is a tough decision to make, though, especially while you still have dead silence in a play. And this is not where you want to be. You have to hope that you just catch Fire on a rotation, right? Like, he's going to sit there and say, well, he's not planning A, so maybe he'll cross mid and get to B, but Fire is also doing the same thing, saying, I am not moving until you make me move. And this round is going to come to a very anticlimactic finish. Oh, wow, he didn't stick it. Feels bad.
Wow. A big play out of Fire not going in, because he hears them, right? Like, he hears them running to the tunnel. He knows he's running to the bomb, and he just, you know, makes the read. Like, you're probably going to play for the kill here. I'm not going to check. I'm not going to risk it. I'll play retake if I have to. So, yeah, I absolutely love that. And, I mean, I can understand what Fellow is trying to do in a position like that, where he's trying to back up to his spawn. He's trying to get a read. He's trying to find him maybe working through the tunnel or catching him rotating back to check B. But it's risky. It's risky, especially when you use your dead silence to get back to that position.
Another really cheeky look here. Uh-oh, you don't like to see that. And that may just be the end of the round right there.
Shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what do you say? That's just unfortunate.
Yep.
Maybe it's not even glass over there. Oh, that was kind of snappy. A little gross. Definitely going out with a bang, but I'm wondering, like the only reason I guess you'd ever knife there would be to reset your sprint. Maybe with one of those scenarios where you're kind of like body bumping with your teammate. And he's like behind you, it feels like, but the game registers that he's kind of in front of you. Like, that's the only thing that I can think of. But there's definitely no glass to break open, you know, with the knife. So a little bit tough there. And yeah, that kind of chalks the round, unfortunately, right then and there.
You know what's really funny about rounds like that, though, when moments like that happen? I can almost say with 100% certainty that Ghosty will never swipe his knife again for the foreseeable future coming out of spawn. Like, he's just never going to swipe it. It's like, I'm never doing that again. It just can't happen. Quick hit, quick chow, double chow. Actually, Fellow Ghosty working together. Allows Fellow forward, but Yuli, who was supposed to be here to support this, dropped, and this is not a fun gunfight. Yep, that's why. Lao really slippery. But Ghosty follows up, keeps his teammates safe, and now it's just down to Parasite with the scope and a 1v2. Bomb not planted yet, and that may be a lifeline here for Parasite if he can catch this cross.
Yeah, this is actually going to maybe work out for him because they don't decide to stick it. Now they're going to make some moves. You have to know that it's likely going to be mid. And the good news is Parasite also has a Semtex, so he could even maybe force the player off of the bomb. If 2Real decides to kind of jump down and stick it, but the timing here, oh man, it could be so interesting. He's trying to get a read. Are they wrapping back? Are they sticking? Have they pushed through? He gets a little glimpse, I think, of one player, but they're going to start to move back, and now they're going to try to stick the bomb plant.
There's the Semtex. Oh, what a prediction. The Semtex does land because it was stuck and then the pistol's out, but not the firepower needed to win the gunfight. Oh, but boy, were a prophet there for 2.5 seconds there, partner. You called that out perfectly. Just came down to Ghosty. Doesn't miss a bullet.
Yeah, and this is also after like an 0-4 start. Like he just sprints at Parasite, right? Like I feel like that's just the type of player Ghosty is. Like he could be like 0-7, you know, 0 whatever going into like around 11. Like he's still gonna chow you, like without a doubt. So I love that. Don't give him time to react. Don't give him time to maneuver. But certainly a good attempt from Parasite. You think if he holds the scope, maybe he has a chance of that one-shot kill, you know?
I mean, he had a good read on it, too. Like, he got the scope up to that cross, and oh, no, the trophy's not down. TFL Enterprises are going to be stuck here at the front glass at Cantina. Oh, and the door gets blown wide open. Ghosty will actually respond very nicely considering the circumstances. Although he ultimately meets his Baker. Fellow off the regen 1v2. Good look at Parasite, good damage. And he's being pressured. He's actually predicted Lau as well, but could not commit to one gunfight or the other. And Team Moore will keep us tied up this time at 4.
Yeah, they will. Opening engagements, man. It just goes their way off the rip this time, and then Fellow's just kind of trying to play peekaboo up top, and he's just not getting a clean gunfight, right? It's so hard sometimes, especially like in these areas like bushes or planters, you know, fighting top Cantina with that nasty heady. Never really get a clean look, and Fellow would have loved one. Might have had a chance, but not going to happen. 9-4 for him. Yuli still 9-5. I think they still have the streak to work with too here, right? From Yuli.
I think so.
There is still an opportunity to potentially call this in here.
Tons of nades over the top trophy system. Keeps the majority of them at bay. Oh, nice shots from Lau. Pushes off the offender, bottom side Cantina. And maybe this would be the round that you try to call in the cruise. I mean, you've thrown a ton of utility over the top. Semtex gets through. The Team War are working on an early flank from Johnny. And there's the cruise missile. Does this catch him out? Surely it has to, right? Oh, yeah, and it will. So there's going to be the read. This will be used on Parasite. Free first kill. Johnny's still on the flank, but of course his position revealed means that he cannot really make any further steps forward. You're looking at the double stack from the front. Lau, Fire have to find something. It's not going to work out. Fire by himself. Flat out overwhelmed, and great execution off the cruise missile from TFL.
Yeah, even though 2Real finishes the kill, it's just the information. It forces everyone to scatter, and you can no longer kind of watch over the bomb. So as soon as they're calling in that cruise, and the call's also made to jump on the bomb, get it down, and when you're working the flank, it's just one of those bomb sites where it's really difficult to do because you're fighting from potential low ground if they're on that back heady. So you never really feel confident to just actually push all the way through, especially when Johnny has attack like that. If he has a sub, like maybe he hugs the wall close right and then gets up close, but it is really hard to make that play happen when kills aren't happening from the front.
Here we go. 8-man play over towards A. And Yuli's actually swapped off the bomb squad to recover from the stun a little bit faster. Do you expect him to be up here so quickly? No, you don't. What a play that is from Yuli. And what a little perk swap that is as well, mind you. Not done yet. Yuli for 3. Wow, last one left. No way, no how. And Yuli just takes over the map, and TFL Enterprises ride that to a 6-4 win.
Oh, I love that from Yuli, man. He's even got the manners to shut the door before he runs up top, you know? It's like, hold up, let me close this real quick. Make sure they don't know that I'm in the building, but is he ever in the building? My goodness. Nice play from Yuli. Finishes 13-5. Heck of a way to end that and put TFL up 2-0.
I mean, 13-5 is impressive, but we don't often see 2 double-digit kills that are double positive plus on the same team. 10-5 from Fellow as well. Incredible stuff from the two of them. Not to completely dismiss the rest of the team, because overall, the looks that TFL Enterprises gave us were great responses, reactions, and just premeditated setups to what Team War was trying to put together. Great utilization on the cruise missile. The score streak usage flawless. The breakdowns, once again, very polished, and TFL Enterprises are looking just as good as we've ever seen them throughout the group stage so far. 2-0 up. But yeah, man, you can take the moment to really continue to sing the praises of Yuli, because he definitely is not someone that we talk about all that often comparatively to whether, and maybe it's just a byproduct of like somebody who's new, like brand new 18. It's just like, so we got to talk about him. He's new and he's frying. Or it's like some major personality that just falls off the CDL. So like we have to kind of evaluate that. And Yuli kind of found himself into between those two combos up until right now, because I see you, brother. Ulysses, we're going to be talking about you like crazy mode right now.
Yes, we are, man. He is the real deal. He's so fun to watch. He's flashy. He just goes big at the right times. And yeah, it's great to watch him individually. But huge moment for him. And we'll take another little look at this here once again, where you can see it, the fireworks going off, stuns and nades coming over the top. Yuli finds the timing to get through off the back end of making sure the stun doesn't lock him down too long.
Yeah.
He shuts the door to make sure they have no idea that he's in the building. And then once he finds his first one, he finesses the next two perfectly.
And again, it's a call to swap the perk off Bomb Squad to make sure you can shake off that stun faster. So, I mean, it's a great read. It's a risk, right? Like, who's to say the Semtex doesn't hit first? Like, because if that hits, you're done. You're gone. So it's a bold call, but it works out brilliantly. 13 and 5, 1,300 damage, 10 of those kills non-traded. First bloods for Fellow, or the near majority of his total eliminations. He gets 4. And in a game that was 6-4, you could say the first bloods dictated the overall scoreboard as well, considering that the first bloods mimic that tally on the board itself. You know what's really funny, and I kind of had this moment, and I was waiting for a moment to bring it up, but I saw it there in that last playthrough. Do you get the feeling that like Mercado Surge kind of reminds you a little bit of St. Petro Surge in a way? Where you've got like the one bomb set that everyone just kind of throws nades at each other and just runs at each other, and that was like the entire map for the first 3 months of the year, and then people were like, well, okay, we're sick of this, let's try to go to the weird bomb site that's hard to get to and even harder to hold sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like dig deep, right? Because I'm trying to think about St. Petro now, like how it plays back and forth. But I mean, I can definitely see like that comparison without a doubt. But I do feel like there's almost always like one map in the rotation that we get into like at every COD, where it's just like that bomb that you're talking about, it's just not touched, like you said, for the first 3 months until teams are like, yeah, exactly. Checkmate's a great example. Like no one ever looked at that because you just couldn't cross your bottom plane, right? It was just never an option.
Yeah.
But you know, you start to get there, even if it's not like 100% polished or perfect. Like there are ways to do it. But I think the most difficult part of at least that map and getting the bomb down inside of 10 is the fact that there's just so many different entry points that you have to watch for. So you got to do it snappy, right? Like there's no time to kind of sit around, wait to 30 seconds, and then plan, because you're just kind of a sitting duck at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. There's something about it. I was looking through it, and I was just like, this kind of reminds, like you could watch with a sniper rifle through the cross and just count numbers. You know, you can take shots. You can do it with an AR.
Sure.
Things like that. 2.3 combined KD for Fellow and Yuli in map number 2, as now TFL Enterprises are up 2-0 in the series. Oh my. And they're looking pretty darn dominant. Couple of moments for Team War in both the opening maps, but it still just kind of feels like the trend of the map continues to tilt in favor of TFL Enterprises. Whether that's map control, winning rotation at hardpoint, or just kind of outplanning, outthinking your opponents in the search and destroy. A couple of the key gunfights allowing them to kind of gain space on both the modes, not just one or the other. That is something that you have to start to turn around into your favor if you're Team War, because this is a dangerous hardpoint team, but it's also a dangerous control team. And looking at the map mode combinations, which, I mean, again, for TFL Enterprises, they've played just about everything. So it's kind of hard to put them on a bad map, so to speak, simply due to the fact that, hey, they've played all 3 maps and they've got pretty significant wins on all 3 maps that come with control. Yeah,
I mean, that's certainly a big factor coming in, and it's hard to regain. I think still, you know, being down 0-2 like this, Team War obviously have a lot. I mean, you got one of the, you know, longest vets, you know, in Call of Duty, at least on the team, to try to get them back up. But TFL are certainly coming a little different. As much as they have a really close map number 1, like they were out slaying. And I think the biggest factor that we kind of keep coming back to is that, you know, every single player can just kind of all tag team each other and have a big map. And I mean, when they have a big map, like they have a big map, like T-Real drops like 35 kills, 34 kills in map 1, 13 kills for Yuli, right? So like, it's difficult to shut down. You might be shutting down one player, but the next one's ready to pick it up. And I think that's just like the, I don't know, the beautiful thing, I think, when you look at this TFL roster.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, we'll hopefully get the series layout up. It's a hotel control, if I'm not mistaken. So that would mean that overall, you take a look at kind of the win-loss records for both these two teams. 1 and 3 are Team War on the map, whereas for TFL Enterprises, they are 3 and 3 on the map. So not really significant favor towards one side or the other. But I got to kind of look back at the series that they had already played so far today. And for TFL Enterprises, they did drop this map to Affiliate Esports. It was a 3-2 affair, though. Whereas from Team War's perspective, they had that 3-1 versus Amit, where Capsule was just denying everybody any entry anywhere. So,
yeah, there was certainly that. Making it difficult. But we'll see if they can do it, man. Reverse sweep. I mean, I'm here for it. I'll gas you, Timor. Let's come together with a big map 1 and see if you can build off of it from there. Because if you get to another SnD, I mean, anything can happen. That last SnD was very close. So I think that's, you know, where you just have to start, see if they can start to do it. But just do not let these guys just start to, like, come out with a really fast wipe, you know, shut you down, put you in, like, a little bit of a, you know, bad spawn blender right away, then have to kind of fight from the back foot, you know, create an advantage and create some kind of a lead and allow, you know, the pressure to kind of fall onto T-Fel to have to respond and to be a little bit more proactive. I think that's what you got to look at.
Indeed the case. So that's what's coming up next. We will not be hopefully waiting for too long. Map 3, 2-0 up, T-Fel Enterprises. We'll see you at the backside of the break. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. We are in it. Hotel Control. T-Fel Enterprise is currently up 2-0. Potential to win the series. Keep on moving along. And, well, how about this opener? Pretty much full kills going their way, only dropping one in the process. Playing around the backside of Far. Parasite last one left. And 2Real will shut down the play. Timor empty on their first go.
Empty, but look at the spawns. They actually kind of come through inside of luggage, so you can just restart this entire push back over to B. You got great presence through mid, where Fire can now start to kind of impact this middle arch area, and that's a huge win on a Ghosty. So now they have to worry about Lobby, is he can just pinch this play, and no one looks at Lobby, so Fire just gets the freest two-piece ever. 5 in a row for him, and yeah, B's gone.
Yeah, sure is. And, well, the quick transition to A is not out of the realm of possibility. Fire on 5, but shut down as Ghosty will finally put him out of his long-winded streak. And now a chance to control Kitchen, force them to spawn all the way backside over towards roofs. And there's a good little crossfire setup here. You've got 2Real watching on one crossover towards this back archway. Ghosty just trying to be a nuisance up top. That stun will hurt. Not truly affect him all the way. 2Real, good for the first. Pretty solid read here at Bricks that there's one more nearby. But doesn't quite expect it to be as close as he was. So Fire is able to trade. We stay 20v20, minute 22 in the clock.
All right, but it's still decent. Still decent here. Ghosty got a great spot with the AR. He can kind of cut this cross if he needs to, and he's got someone behind him who's to be able to find kind of all the kills up close. That's Yuli, but Fire's going to be taken out, so this push that was starting to unfold through Connector has kind of been shut down, and you still have not been able to break into Kitchen, so this is beautiful so far. Ghosty's now on 6. He's just earned the streak. Yuli's still very much alive in the Kitchen. He stopped shooting for a second, but he's still able to get one, and now Team War finally got Kitchen control.
Yeah, one bullet away from trying to get the full transfer over. New Parasite was behind him, but had to finish his food first. Fire once more on the pinch. Fire doubles, nearly triples down, but it's Ghosty once again to save the day. 9-3 for him, as we have just a battle of heavyweights right now between the two. Ghosty trying to recontrol Ruggs, shut down by Johnny, so the play for Team War is still alive, even more so now that they have some numbers. If Johnny can find this kill on transition, maybe there's a chance to start to stack, and sure does. 3 in a row. Last one left alive defensively on the backside is Yuli, but Ghosty gets over towards the front kind of liaison area here, and that actually neutralizes a number of members for Team War. It gives an opportunity for T-Fel to get back on, even though the first take of progress is on the way.
Yeah, the flood's a little bit easier now from the offensive side. Very quick spawns, but streak from Ghosty comes in. It does not connect, and now Ghosty's not a part of this play, so Fellow has to try to go big alongside Yuli, who's got a sub in the back. Still got time to burn, but second tick looks like it's well on the way now. 6 up against 6. Won't even come down to the lives if the stack holds. One final attempt. T-Fel need to break, need to contest, need to touch. There's a moment where they get in, but they're not able to find the kills. And Team War, they're good for the first offense.
Yeah, that's just, it's really tight, and I get the call. I mean, because that, if you're going to use a cruise missile to successfully defend, that's like no better zone than right there, because you know everyone's going to be heading over the top of these booths, but it's just tall of an ask because, like you mentioned, he's just not a part of the play. And honestly speaking, I think you go back and you watch that in like 75% speed and you realize that, yeah, T-Fel Enterprises, as soon as that, you know, cruise missile touches down, that's your go call for everyone to hit at the same time. It was a little too individual, I think, for our liking, seeing one shell here, one shell there, and the focus for Team War on the zone just too good. Lau on 5, a big reason for it, as he's going to try to just immediately get forward, but no, not quite able to get through 2 Real, and T-Fel Enterprises are following up with more kills behind this. They could get on to B really rapidly as well.
Yeah, this is basically a repeat of what happened, except reverse roles, reverse teams, as Tick 1 is good. Team War, they are here. We have middle map presence now starting to come in, and this is a beautiful retake. Ghosty will fall. It is still 2 ticks of progress, though, so I still feel like it's a positive. You're going to take it, by all means, if you're T-Fel. And now they already have a quick little transition over to A where they'll get an early touch.
And more than that, actually, you've got Yuli pushing through to try to block off Chandelier. And they could go back. They could go back to B here through mid-map. I mean, T-Fel Enterprises have a lot of control. And Yuli at the front desk. Well, must be after 11 a.m. because he's checking everyone out right now. Yep. Yep. That's B. I mean, Parasite's no way. That's B gone. And Team War, they're not in a position to stop A either. This is not good.
Yeah, they have to like kind of panic move over to A, but look who's got the cross. It's Yuli. What a win from Johnny. Surreal. I mean, he's just got to get as many as he possibly can. If he can get 2, great. Almost snaps on him. But now you got to just kind of, you know, take a pause here for T-Fel. You got 1:40 on the clock. You've already gotten a tick a day. You just need one good push, and you're up by 5 lives.
Yep. No reason to do anything wild or off the hinges here. Good eliminations for Team War. I mean, they're all focused. I mean, they're pretty much stacked right on top of each other, either in archways, at bricks, or in rugs. So you have to respond to these quick trades that are likely going to come through. 2 Real backing up, trying to see if he can control over through this backside, over through rugs, and he's not even needed. Fellow gets the job done. Parasite trying to challenge, but Fellow turns the attention the opposite direction at the exact wrong time. Second tick of progress, though, does get locked into the effort, and still a 1 life advantage for T-Fel with still 1:10 on the clock.
Just 1 tick. Kitchen control, going to be needed. Last kind of go around. Team War weren't really dedicating too many members into Kitchen. They weren't sure how many players were attacking on the flank, but now they have presence there, so that is a great look for as far as at least being able to block that close spawn. But 2 players off screen trying to make something happen in the back. Meanwhile, Ghosty on screen is trying to make a kill happen through mid. He is shut down. Players in the back also shut down. Team War, they're holding.
This is a really solid setup for them as well. I mean, you've got a desperate play kind of from Fellow. He's sniffing things out through Chandelier. The rest of Team Fellow Enterprise is looking to regain, but it has to be very slow, very dictated, because they've got no mid-map control whatsoever. And now time's becoming a bit of a problem. And Fellow's not moving. He's waiting for his teammates to get kills to catch him off the cross, but none are there. So now Fellow has to be the one to go. He luckily avoids the stun just to check to see if he's on the flank, but 15 seconds, he's going to have to be the one to open space and likely be the one to touch. And it's not looking good.
Oh, he's not looking good at all, Alan. He's got no help. He's got no one to help him. He's like, guys, I got the pinch. I got the flank, but the flank means absolutely nothing when nobody can make anything happen off a spawn. Wow, what a hold from Team War, and just a lot of like really small moments that happen throughout like the back end of that defensive hold. Like Parasite laying down behind just kind of, you know, one of those counters inside of Kitchen where he just doesn't peek right away once he hears that initial push come through the back door. He's just waiting for them to feel that, you know, safety and the security of, all right, no one's in here, we can move forward, and then boom, then he pops up, finds an easy two-piece, and just continues to hold on to that presence inside of Kitchen. I think the biggest problem is T-Fel could never really get that Kitchen spawn.
Yeah, it's more so off the fact that, you know, before that all happens, none of the gunfights mid-map work out at all while Fellow's going on that long route, so he's kind of stuck. Like, he's hoping his teammates are going to be able to get elimination so he can find some more kills off spawn, but it's just a play that takes 45 seconds too long. Parasite trying to dive on in as Team War still keep their initial focuses towards B. Once more, though, it's T-Fel Enterprises in control off the kills, trying to regain not just over through the B zone, but even establishing Fellow over towards A would mean that Team War is going to be kind of caught between two different headaches here, trying to find a way to stop this clock early.
Oh, stun. Will hit too real, but still able to find the gunfight right before it connects. Big gunfight out of Fellow. It has been a little slow to start. Lau is there for very effective trade, but they have to worry about the play in the back. Parasite's there to read it. Yuli, though, still close by. Another big gunfight for Lau, as everything's looking good now for Team War on the A zone. That should be the extra minute as Johnny finds another one through mid. Huge gunfight starting to come through here for the Team War boys as they can now start their transition to B.
Oh, and Parasite wins another gunfight on Yuli deep in towards the T-Fel spawn. So where does he even spawn right here? Oh, he spawns inside a spa, which Johnny's watching. I mean, this is just great awareness from Team War. They could take their time here, try to just pick them apart as they come off spawn. Make sure you've got guaranteed numbers. Ghosty up top to 9, and Team War are on the zone. This could be a very quick 3-0 in this hotel control unless the kills through mid-map can start to work their way in. T-Fel, he falls. Too real, nothing there. Second tick of progress lock. The stack is in with 2 members. It's just the Semtex to try to clear. Finally, some kills start to come through, but Parasite's still alive. 1v1, possibly to 3-0. Fellow on the corner. Vet v Vet, and it's going to be Fellow who takes the initial win, but the quick follow-up is here. Wow, on the backside, doubles up, and that will likely be the round. Sure will be. Unbelievable control from Team War.
Well, that's one way to bounce back into the series. It is not going to be a clean sweep here. Not today. At least not for T-Fel. Clean sweep of the control, however. Oh my goodness. This was just... It just snowballed so quickly, didn't it? Like the round number 1, super tight, kind of closed down to a couple final moments. A good chance in round number 2 for T-Fel to do the same thing after getting a very quick response onto that B zone, but they could just never convert. They could never break, and ultimately could never really hold as we started the transition back to their defensive rounds as well. And Lau with a just incredible moment there at the end to find that 3K and close it out too.
He's been so good, man. He really has been. And it just reminds me, because we said these exact same things in Season 1 of Challengers Elite last year. And it kind of feels like another situation where you just kind of get cursed by the org that picks you up, right? Like, you know, you look at that Paris team last year, and I know there was a lot of opinions on Jimbo's performance, but the thing about it was, like, he was trying to play aggressive. He was trying to play the speed that Vanguard needs to be played at, and really no one was trying to go with him. So kind of like a similar situation where you've got Too Real on one side, now Lau on the other. You've got players now working with you, and you can see how good these guys are individually when they're in a system that actually seems to function on all fronts. Couple of game-saving plays, and of course at the end there's your, you know, punch ticket to the finish line. Just 3 straight kills to make sure you get over the hurdle and get 3-0 the control.
Yeah, this was also like a moment where, you know, Fire should never be able to find that 2-piece either.
True.
Like, finds a kill mid, and then like that comp should be there. One player should at least be watching, but You can maybe start to see a little bit of autopilot potentially coming through late in the night. You're up 2-0. You've been gunning these kids, just looking to put it away. And, well, Team War, he got some fight left in him, that's for sure. As they start gunning these kids on the other side and just start making it look easy. What a 3K it is in the end for Lau. Just a big individual moment to make sure there's no defensive setup that's going to come right after a nice clearance and a nice break. But, man, oh, man. We get some more of that Team Morale going into the next respawn.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy, we're going the distance here.
I'm telling you, that's absolute facts. Fire 17, 14, 14 non-traded, 11 assists. I mean, holy smokes. 9 objective kills for Lau. Throw a highlighter on those because that is some unbelievable tallies in a team effort that saw just about everybody on the same stat line. I mean, 19 and 11, 17 and 14, 19 and 17, 19 and 12. Mid 2K damage nearly for everybody. Well, low 2K damage for everybody. But in a quick 3-0 fashion, that game time was 8 minutes and 33 seconds. It was a very
Quick.
That was 2 offensive wins as well, mind you. Like,
True.
jeez.
Impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff, but we'll take a look at what we have coming up for you guys. We're moving into a Fortress Hardpoint, where if you thought the subs were, kind of on with a lot of big moments that we just saw in the hotel, well, this is another map where you can get very much involved, look to take over, and this is also a map that we saw Team War take a little bit earlier on in the day, and Johnny had his big 40 bomb.
Yeah, they're still now that improves their overall record to 3-0 on the map overall. Johnny is, a problem, as we learned with the sub on this map. He was just everywhere all the time, all at once. So that's got to be something that T-Fellow have to immediately bounce back, just kind of shrug off the quick hotel loss, and then get into the mix on a map that they're also pretty good at. And here we go. Players are getting into lobbies without issue. We love to see that, because we would need to start thinking of titles for our individual episodes of these Caster Vamp podcasts we've been putting out in this series. But man, I'm telling you, you're absolutely right. I mean, if Team War can come out, do exactly what they just did, play with that level of aggression, that level of kind of flying at T-Fel with success, I don't know. Could be in for a 5th.
We'll see. We will see. But right away, well, it's looking a lot like at least the initial opening engagements there for map 1. A little bit of orange pouring in. 3-for-1 initial trade. As Fellow's going to get a great read there on the Parasite. We'll find him no problem. Lau is kind of focused on a player still out front, so doesn't turn to deal with Fellow. And that means that free P1 time is here, and a little bit of a spawn flip comes in as well for T-Fel Enterprises.
And so outside of the slaying that we also noted on here for Team War, something to keep an eye on is how often Parasite can successfully rotate. He was the route man for his squad, locking down hardpoint time at the initial when needed, but also looking to try to open up space to get around and try to control spawns. Okay, great moment of kind of executing right here off of that. 2 kills, allows Lau a free opportunity to get around the back while still soaking up scrap time. And Johnny's double through mid, cuts off the cross. Just one to find, it's Fellow, and this is absolutely perfect from Team War, transitioning scrap to do between 1 and 2.
Yeah, what a big moment that is to cut through mid, kind of find some of these big kills in the back, and flip the spawns right back out as soon as T-Fel maybe thought they had some security. Johnny, still from behind. Clean shots from Fellow, though. Just down that spree. Puts himself on a bit of a spree of his own, and now we'll see Parasite try to hold the line, who's doing a great job of it so far, but True Real able to move in from the side, cleans them up. Good read on to Johnny in the back, and that will be a nice break coming through for T-Fel right away.
Yeah, really good stuff. And it really does start with T-Fel's opening little double right through mid-map, that little snapper up top. Brilliant. Oh, what help that is from Fellow as well. Parasite, the last one to take down. Fellow responds to all of the help he got with the final kill needed as T-Fel already focused on rotation. Yuli tried to block things out, playing the double box stack while everyone else kind of watches their lane. Scrap time forfeited to Team War, but T-Fel with the setup that they want with double trophies down here at Fountain.
Remember, Team War were really good at breaking this hardpoint last time we were watching them. Just found a lot of moments to push through gate, flood through, get the player off time, let it go neutral. But double trophy system certainly coming in clutch right now. As Fellow now just looking to peek out, but he will be punished. Johnny with a good shot, almost able to turn that into 2. Parasite now has a gap, but won't be able to deal with the rest of the respawners. But take a look at the spawns. Spawns are now out. True Real realizes he's got to do a hell of a lot in the back here to see if he can try to hold on to the spawn. But Team War are in. They've been able to break, and they have the close spawn.
I mean, it's the exact same way they broke last time we were here. The full focus from the front. Someone spawns low. You kind of keep the focus. You tally the numbers. Are we trading efficiently? And then as soon as everyone spawns up on top of you on the bottom side of the map, you just full flood around the back. That leads to your full break. And more so, just all starts with the fact that you block spawns because of that little route that's hit. It's great stuff from Team War. And with fire on 5, a chance to once again try to stretch over, put some significant pressure over towards Cannon. Doesn't quite work out as intended, but the battle is still raging on as we open up the hill for 4. And there are more Team War members here immediately than there are TFL Enterprise players, but that could also very quickly change, especially with Ghosty on the flank, hitting the pitch, trying to wrap things up, but no, it's Team War clean on the exchange. They get into the hill first.
Wow, they get the back 30, and then they get the initial kind of break right away, it feels like, as well. TFL Enterprises starting to find some difficulties, at least securing and locking down some of the hard points. Team War keeping it mixy, everyone getting involved. Exactly what we called for, exactly what we're getting as Lau. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
Lau just moves in and just cleans up everybody. Breaks open the hill for 3 in a row. Clean shots onto 2 reel. Outside of the stage, just absolutely beaming. Yuli, though, gives him a taste of his own medicine as he's able to move in for 2, but fires on for scrap time.
Man, and with some of these streaks that we've seen from Lau and Johnny at TFL Enterprise, it's weird to say, lucky to not see any cruise missiles earned up in those sprees, because both of them were on 5, if not 6. 1 kill or some hard point time away from possibly getting into a cruise missile. But once again, the rotation from scrap to new, just polished for Team War. They will be neutralized and taken off the hard point in the first 20, but I mean, they're making TFL Enterprises scramble. And the only thing I could say is scramble they have, at least so far.
That's absolutely the correct word. They don't want to throw out loss or anything, but you can just see it's frantic. It's very just difficult to try to adjust to and read. And it's good on Team War to be able to rack up quite a bit of time, but all things considered, it has been a much better hill this time here for TFL Enterprises. They've been able to get at least a little bit of that initial time, and a lot of it has now gone to the game clock as the spawns at the back will now flip. Team War are kind of caught in that back P3 area. Ghosty's looking for that final kill to try to earn that cruise missile. He has been pretty on point here so far. Just needs 1 more to try to earn the streak.
There it is. Well done. Clean kills as well for TFL Enterprises. It's not just the streak earned. They have Team War pinned back over towards Fountain. Fellow starting to possibly threaten towards streaks as he gets on to 3 in a row. First 20 seconds uncontested to TFL. Onto the hard point, and it continues to be that way. I mean, Team War look like they're stuck trying to break through a control setup. I mean, this is just domination right now from TFL Enterprises. 2 real just happy to be here, essentially. Getting a couple of tags while he soaks up the hard point, letting his teammates do all the cleanup. Yuli trying to work his way back in. Still running the sub. Fellow also trying to hear it and help out the cross. Johnny, last one left, and TFL Enterprises will let him live while off spawn they focus on trying to move their way over towards Gallows.
Ghosty's on 10 right now. He's on 10 in a row, and he's just been kind of backtracking, making sure the spawns have not flipped. He's just been, doing the correct play. We'll see if he can maybe build this up as he finds number 11. TFL Enterprises down by about 50 going into that 5th hill, have now been able to take the lead by 30. Everything has completely changed and turned around. But what can Ghosty get up to? Johnny's in front of him. There's number 12. He's got more members to deal with. Can he set for another 13 in a row for Ghosty? Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable. Just that word alone says everything. The Team War, even in the face of that, still a chance to try to break back through. This is key time here. This back 30 is super crucial for either side. Either it's a tie game or it starts to become almost impossible to come back, you start to feel like. And Team War are clean on the rotation. You do not want to give up this back 20. Do they get a read here from Fire that TFL Enterprises are going to rotate through P1? It sure seems that way, but as Fire drops, now all of a sudden Team War are kind of predictable. You know they're going to be on the other side of the archway. Johnny keeps his life, help on the way, but everything's a 50-50. Staircase to staircase. Team War come through, taking out the majority of the scrap time on their break at 2, and more importantly, they win the rotation to Fountain, a chance for them to get back into the lead.
Big fan of that call. Give up P2 time, guarantee P3 rotation. And now it's up to TFL Enterprises to show us, what they have in store for as far as a break to get into the back. Lau just kind of playing peekaboo, in and out he goes, but really able to get the best of him. Shuts down the 3 spree. Now, chance to try to get through the front. This fellow's able to find a clean kill on the Johnny. Call the streak is good. The kills are even better. Streak not even needed. It's just there for information. And the spawns have flipped out. T-Felt, they get the back spawn and they're on the time.
And how key is that gunfight went from Yuli mid-map when they were kind of finessing in the bottom side of that Relics maps area. You lose that gunfight, this hit becomes so much weaker, and then you have to get kills with that cruise missile. So 5 in a row for Yuli, turning, finding Lau on ult. This is not insignificant time, by the way. We saw this in the opening map. This is how Team War stayed in the embassy, picking up 10 seconds there, 12 seconds there, and then trying to find a way to break. Sometimes successful, sometimes not so much, but at least here, you got about 10 seconds of scrap, and you've kept T-Fel off of this new hard point. Kills starting to come through. Team War trying to work their way around the back. The spawns, I was about to say, maybe start to get blocked, but that elimination will surely see T-Fel Enterprises spawning favorably.
Fire's just waiting for this moment to try to break open this hill. Clear just about everything, but can't clear the hill itself. Too real. Be good inside the objective.
Does he do it again?
Lau is now there, trying to look around for the remaining players, but the kills are too clean. T-Fel Enterprises able to find 3 down. The stack is in. Be able to get themselves numbers just all in around Art, and they're starting to build this lead up. This is great scrap time for them, and Kosi's on another spree.
Yep, sure is. Number 6 comes through and nearly gets the lineup onto Parasite. But once again, Team War, they give away a resource. Another kill streak earned, but they find a little bit of scrap time. And now they're actually winning rotation through the middle of the map as they make their way over to Blacksmith. So now they're actually going to get some initial time here. Once again, it just continues to be pieced together in the weirdest of ways for Team War. Neutral goes the hard point. No information on spawns yet, but as soon as teammates start to spawn up, Team War know that, yep, we've got the favorable side. Ghost is going to have to call in the cruise missile. There was a trophy system that was down. Did it stay up through the opening utility off this respawn? Parasite backs away, stays alive. Now it's down to finding the kills, but funneled into the interiors. T-Fel Enterprises win the lanes, take the majority of gunfights, and they'll neutralize the time.
Oh, that gunfight off screen there again for Yuli. It's just so important because, look, it's drawing members back to deal with him. 2 members from Team War are going to come back to try to find this trade onto Yuli. And Yuli's good for another.
No way.
Won't be able to turn. He's weakened up, so it's an easy trade there for Fire, but he just draws so much pressure away from the scrap time that it allows T-Fel to flood through the front. Too Real finds a great opening 2 kills. Start to make this rotation happen. T-Fel up by 20, but Ghosty already threatening the spawns.
Should be good for the initial 15 here, you would think. Pending that, Lau can just stay alive. Every second is a good second. Here comes Yuli's streak. Parasite's not here. He's your usual trophy system player, so Lau will drop. Johnny Parasite making sure nobody can cross, but the kills are still coming through. Parasite last one left alive. Yuli on 1 HP wins the gunfight. 191-202. T-Fel Enterprises, though, in the zone, and Team War spawning out. Have to find a way to get here quick.
That's exactly it. You have to focus P1 before you can worry about the spawns in the back, and they're starting to flood through. A couple key kills are there. Parasite knows he has to put on the boots and just end it, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Parasite now trying to see if he can play his life. It's not going to happen. T-Fel Enterprises are good for the break. The scrap time is theirs, and Team War, they are caught in the back.
Comes down to 1 break attempt. You have to work your way across, flip the spawns around. Keeping the hardpoint neutral would be great, but Too Real cuts down the rotation. He in turn will drop. Team War have to rotate through. Nades being thrown immediately in towards the top side of the map at the moment. Fire trying to cut through mid. No, but it's Yuli who shuts it down, just down to Lau. Could he be heroic once again? Ghosty in the back, denied. Lau stays alive.
Oh.
Johnny gets another one. 228 is where it stops, but Team War have flipped the hill, and also with it, the spawns, at least for now.
What a win on the Parasite, though. So Too Real now can threaten the back. There's so much to focus on, but Parasite spawns in still. So he can still cover the back push, and everyone else just needs to focus on the front. The kills are clean. The kills are there. And now it's a scary moment here for the side of T-Fel Enterprises.
Oh.
They are spawning across the map, and Team War, they are running to the new hill on rotation.
It's going to be a 4v3 on rotation here. Fire up top. Yuli down low. Johnny gets the first. An instant trade comes through. Gonna use this to try to control over towards Art. Lau has to stay alive. You cannot drop the Ghosty right here. Hardpoint's gonna open up, and it's gonna be a 238 to 228 game. But look at the spawns. They're not in yet for Team War. You have to win the gunfights. Lau, though, on 5.
Oh,
maybe saves the day again. Too Real up top. He's gonna continue to try to block things up. He turns and finds a kill.
Whoa.
Team War, they spawn in towards the bottom, but they're not gonna get enough opportunity to let T-Fel back in. And Lau stays alive for long enough. 250, 228. Let's go to map 5.
Oh, we are going to map 5, and it just happened in the most unbelievable way. I mean, I was going to hit the point and say, listen, there's only 38 seconds left on P2. If you want to really be safe, send somebody to the new hill really early. But you could, really feel TFL Enterprises wanting to put so much priority on that remaining P2 time because they could still end it. But the hold just held. I mean, it was there the whole time for Team War. They did not lose the battles. And then as soon as TFL lost that kind of final wave of gunfights with about 25 seconds left, that was when that uh-oh moment kind of set in and like, okay, we do not have the spawns to contest this 50-50.
The hold do be doing. The hold be held. That's true. Wow. It's just so many moments in there, kind of like the embassy, where it's just like, how is Team War still in this game? Because it feels like TFL Enterprises is controlling everything they need to. But it really does come down to the simple fact that you still get great rotations out of players like Parasite. Wow, how many single moments did he have where he individually broke open hardpoints?
Yeah.
And then when called upon, he's got to just keep his life at new. He's the last remaining Team War member. If he has a shot thrown his direction by 2Real and drops, this outcome could be reversed, no problem. But you'll see it in the end. This is a 4v3 situation. And watch how the spawn still works. The second hardpoint is still active right now. So the spawns are not going to be on the right side of the map yet. This is so much pressure towards Fire and Lao. And just as the hardpoint opens up, it's this moment where it's just like, oh, don't peek. But that kill could have been instrumental. 2Real never gets a look at him. And from there, it's just too much finesse from TFL trying to work for the spawns, forgetting maybe about the clock a little bit. But, I mean, 2Real had to do everything, and he nearly did for a moment.
He did. Like, it looked like he literally turned on two people. I mean, he snaps on the guy in the back, and then he's able to turn onto somebody inside of maps, too. But, like you said, just it's all him. He's stunned up. He's weak. You can't make it to the hill in time. But, wow. What a comeback for Team War. Like, that is a game that was looking like it was kind of locked up by the positioning of Team War, kind of caught in the back of P3, having a really difficult time just to get out onto the map to even get a look at P1 and then think about a rotation to P2. Like, it just did not look like it was even in the cards, but hey, they do it, man. They break through. We go to a map 5. Oh boy, Alan. Oh boy.
But the gloves were already off, but they're even more off now. They've sent them to the cleaners.
Took the wrap off too, you know, like the protects, like those are off. It's just fists now.
It's just fists. So what would need to be a reverse sweep from Team War? We're off the rails. It's an embassy search and destroy. What do the numbers say, Mason? What are the numbers? What do they mean?
Mason, what are the numbers?
Team War 1-1 on the map. TFL 1-0 on the map. It was a 6-1 win. So, not much to say. Outside of the fact that one of the wins for Team War comes at the backside of Lao, and more Lao.
Yeah, he's been giving us a lot of great plays tonight, man. A lot of great plays, and you know, it's just one of those spots where you had a clean sweep into the 3-0. You had a lot of big moments from him individually there. You had a great comeback now on the map 4, and like it's just like everything's just aligning here for you to make this reverse sweep happen going into the SnD and make it to losers finals for top 3, man. It's aligning, but you still have to get it done. And I think there's a couple members that we have to talk about on the other side, Alan, that have been good this entire series. Yuli comes to mind. Fellow had a great map number 2 as well. Like, he dropped 13 kills in that map 2, and he also had a great map there in map number 4. You need those two to make sure they come alive, and you just got to make sure that, like, you're just not coming into this one too frantic like we were kind of seeing throughout some of those rotations throughout that hard point.
Yeah, both teams are also 1-1 in game 5s, as you see there. T-Fells is showing up, but I believe it's also the same statistic for Team War. So, wherever you take out of that, all of you numbers peoples out there, I know how you guys are. It's just, there is something about this series where, you know, we framed up Yuli and Lao at the beginning of the series, say one of these two guys is likely going to be the reason that one of these two teams wins. And Lao has been living up to the hype without question, because we set up for this immediate series. The same can be said for Yuli. Do you take your focus to somebody different besides those two to possibly come through, or is it just going to be those two just swinging at each other to possibly determine the outcome of this one?
Yeah, I mean, It's tough. Like, I feel like those are the members that kind of stand out based off what we've seen today. But like, I think in a game mode that's, you know, SnD and also being like a map 5, like maybe Ghosty goes off the rails, right? Or maybe on the opposite end, like maybe Parasite starts to find a lot of those big initial engagements to then set up players like Johnny, who's also, you know, a really big SnD player himself, right? Like came up in the scene as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of individuals I think that you can pick. I think Lau and Yuli are just the two that come to mind just because they have been the top performers or they've had the biggest clutch plays on the day so far.
It's very easy to point it up, but yeah, no, I'm glad that you give Johnny a shout here because I remember the exact moment that I looked at Johnny when he was playing for UYU last year at the beginning of the season. And it was a Gavutu.
Yes,
and
I remember this.
Dude,
yes.
We were sitting here like, I don't
Going
care
to the league.
what
it's gonna happen.
Dude, we were both like, this kid is better at respawn than he is in search. Like,
That's true as well.
He was destroying teams, destroying them. He was on the same team as Scrap back then too. Fun fact.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that was, dude. I think it was a Gavutu Control, if I'm not mistaken. It was just like, dude, this kid's disgusting.
He was like running laps in circles. It was
unreal.
gross.
Here we go. Opening set nades for Tifa over the top, trying to stop any initial play towards B. But yeah, say Parasite's trying to force his way forward. I believe he did get tagged by a stun. That's enough to confirm the kill. It's tough to make a call like that if you're Team War when there's no trophies earned. Trying to gut check something over towards B. It just got red.
Yeah, this is something that we saw a lot from Team War when we were watching them, at least originally versus Omen in Map 5, right? It was this fast rush play. Lau watches that AC cross, and then you try to get that bomb down and play for post plant. But great read, great aggression. Round number 1 with no trophies being active, stuns and nades even more lethal. Now with the 2v4, Fire would kind of need to find this kill on the 2-reel to really make this possible by any means. And he's also kind of stunned up, locked down, and isn't really in too good of a spot.
He's getting a little bit of help for a moment there. Lau is trying to assist on the cross. Ghosty is trying to pull out the sniper rifle. Important to note, because I'm pretty sure Lau was sniping that round. So, you know, also, just for those that have been here since the beginning of the day, beginning of the evening, we talked about, like, hey, Lau was unchecked when he was running the sniper rifle on this map. That already seems to not be a case with Ghosty pulling out the old boomstick.
Without a doubt. Yuli with a great couple openers there as well. Flying out of orange doors, taking the heady, and making sure everyone's cut down on the cross with the back end of stuns and nades, I believe, coming over the top, locking them in place. So, TFL good for round number 1. No one's on the board just yet for Team War. Flawless opening round. Certainly what you like to see for the team on the receiving end of a potential reverse sweep. Yeah. Off to a very solid start, but basically a similar play. Parasite's kind of just waiting inside of orange, waiting for those doors to potentially open, but there is a chance for a plant, and they're going to get it down.
Oh, they see the doors crack as well, so Yuli will know that there is contestants in and around orange. Fellow, good read. That takes care of one player in the middle of the map, but the nades, the shots are landing, and we get to a 2v2 after everything's all said and done. Fellow with the quick reposition, worried about the flank. They know that Fire is lurking somewhere. They just don't know exactly where. Double confirmation that Parasite is indeed still up top at AC. And a lot of this post plant right now just relies on Ghosty seeing the bomb and hitting a shot. Oh,
beautiful.
And ever does he connect. Fire now last one up really for his squad. Ghosty stuck in the corner. Fellow there to help. That is beautiful from TFL.
Yeah, we don't actually see like that position kind of played too often, right? And that's why Fire goes to the top of PD, because one, he knows Fellow was just up here, but this is the clutch spot. Like, this is where you're looking outside of the window, you're playing your life, you can use the heady, you can back up. There's just so many different ways that you can play it. But Fellow is just like, man, I'm just going to watch your flank. I'm going to listen down low for a push to come through the doors, and you just watch the bomb with the scope from across the map. So I really like that idea of the post plant rather than playing up top, and obviously it works out beautifully here for them. 2-0 up early.
Okay. Does Lau have to hit a shot?
Oh, what happened again?
Not twice in the same match! Oh, no! No way! At least he gets his own trades?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was going to say, like, if he dies there, then it's even worse, but he at least gets one. So it's like, all right, I got him. It's still alive, and he could still maybe go big in the round, but you still don't really like the position too much unless they get a bomb down cleanly. So they're going to give this up. Player 7 here, Yuli's going to work all the way around the back and slowly, get to parking lot, but how do they decide to play this? Does Lau get inside? looks like they're just gonna kind of stack on top of each other.
Tough read here, especially with the numbers coming as rapidly as they are. Is there any other utility, though? Oh, and Lau gets a key first win. Parasite's still safe up here. He hasn't been seen by anybody. Ghosty down low, scouted out. Shots go back and forth. Here comes the challenge up top. And no, it's not going to work out. This is now all of a sudden great news for Team War, who still have Lau down low, just finessing his life. Parasite deals with Yuli. Ghosty's trying to confirm a kill, but he can't get there. And Team War hold the 2v3 post play.
Wow. I'm really surprised that worked out. I'm not going to lie. I saw 3 players all pushing through the parking lot, and I was like, oh, man, like, they're playing for, you know, the defensive hold to come through the backside, and it's just not happening that way for the defensive end. They're all coming through mid, all wrapping around the back, but they're just able to play their lives quite nicely, and I think of the huge play is the first kill that comes through from Lau. The stun connects onto him. They get the info, but whoever kind of peeks just doesn't actually see him laying down where he was. And
yeah.
Once that engagement kind of comes in, everything just starts to make it a little bit easier there in the 2v2.
It's crazy how things work. It's one of those situations where, like, TFL Enterprises are full clearing. They don't see anything, so they know everyone is, but same situation for Team War. No one's challenged us. We know where they're coming from as the opening engagement here in round 4 comes very rapidly. Bomb has been dropped just outside of B. So advantage to the defenders, not only by numbers, but also just over the after the overall positioning is said and done. English is hard. And you have to look towards Ghosty, likely to hit a shot here, or Fellow to hit her out. They did it before, but this is different circumstance completely.
Yeah, certainly is. Like, if Fire peaks mid, which he has no reason to, like, that's maybe your opening, but I'm very happy with what I would have in place right now if I'm Team War. Parasite just peeking up and down, seeing if someone decides to challenge him, and yeah, someone's going to have to make a solo play here, preferably with dead silence, but 30 seconds left. Bomb's still caught in an awkward spot. You're in the 3v2.
Yeah, it's just no one's going to give up an angle here. Can you find a weapon to pick up? Yeah, Ghosty's got the sub now at least. It fires in a long read. Yep, this is a round sealer, as they say. Yep. 2-2 we go. Just the opening flurry. We've seen this a couple of different times now for Team Wars. Like, they kind of prefer to, it feels like, to play for those first 30-second exchanges. And it's worked out for them in the last 2 at least.
Yeah, I mean, when you have, like, these maps, like, even thinking back to, like Octane, way back in Ghost and stuff like this, like, when you have a cut right through the middle of the map where you can clearly see if someone's crossing or not, and then you stop all the players that have crossed to your side, like, well, you know that they're still on theirs. Like, if there's 2 players left, they're still stuck inside of PD as long as we have the cross, which Fire had the entire time. So, I mean, it feels like it dumbs it down so much for you once you stop those players from being able to make any kind of an aggressive play. Fire, how about this for an aggressive play? Finds Yuli, that forces one player to go all the way back. He's still got support from Fellow, who's now giving up the high ground here. See if he can try to come away with anything. Nope, he also give up the angle. So 3 versus 3, and you have a chance for a plant. Yeah, they're going to stick it.
How does Two-Real play this from this position? It looks like he's just going to hold. Kill noise, create doubt. Not going to work out.
Way.
Fire gets the read in the door opening up. And Team War looking good for possibly 3 rounds in a row. Fellow has to make a chow. Turned into a free kill. It's Parasite that's the next one up. And he does see just barely the top of him, but it doesn't matter. Shots just are not good enough. And once again, we go back to prone watching angles in which this sniper rifle is just not going to be the weapon you want. Wow. Okay. Team War have just completely flipped the script in 3 rounds straight. Like, just it's not just because they've won the 3 rounds, it's how they've won them in my mind.
Yeah, no, that 3v2 where everything kind of kicks off, like, that's everything. Like, that's a potential 3-0 up if Fellow kind of jumps on top of the van, sees him, kills him, boom, 3v1. Like, it's a totally different story with the back-to-back clutch. I'm with you. But these last 3 rounds, man, they've been clean, and they've been doing a really good job of avoiding Ghosty, right? Like, that's also a huge part of it. Like, he had a great opening kind of first initial round. He had a great clutch at the back right here where he is. And, you know, since then, they've just made sure he has not really been finding picks with that scope.
And on top of that, I don't think we've seen Lau with the scope since that kind of early setup was kind of right as well. Yeah, he's been on the Faznet for the majority of rounds. This is bold. Surely that's been seen. Yeah, here comes the reset. Get up top, see if we can get nades down low. You know that Lau's nearby. There's the Semtex. Does not land. Lau stays safe, and even more so as he kind of continues to hug the wall. And T-Fall, they're stuck right here. Their only route is possibly through bathrooms, but that's being watched by Fire. They don't really have a lot of room to work off of. This feels like they're just waiting for Ghosty to hit a shot, and no one's peeking him.
And Parasite's just not giving him that angle, right? Like, he's just watching from the top, it looks like. But there's the move. Too Real flies out. And we'll be able to deal with Lau. Ghosty almost catches Parasite in the back. Not going to happen. And now the bomb goes down. Good kill on a Parasite. Finally, Ghosty gets involved. And that's going to create the 4v2.
Have to get the isolation on Too Real here, but may not be allowed to if Ghosty hits the shot. Okay, so that's how you get back into the mix of things. And I will say, a little cute moment right there. Fellow pre-fires the top side of AC while that little dash down starts to come through for Too Real, or Yuli, whichever it was that made that play out the window to get the kill onto Lau. That's really clever because, I mean, you don't have an angle at it if you're Ghosty from down there. So Fellow takes the shots, keeps Parasite at bay, allows the window chow. A great way to successfully convert first blood, if you ask me.
Without a doubt. I was looking dire there, not going to lie, but
I'll say.
Able to still make it happen. T-Fell Enterprises now trying to combine
sniping
for a couple rounds in a row. As we'll see Yuli go back to one of the plays we saw a little bit earlier. Parasite tries to cross, immediately eliminated. Good shot there from Ghosty, but Johnny finally on the board. He's able to find himself a kill. Lau with the scope, looking for heads, but won't connect.
Man, how do you go about collecting this bomb? Do you trust that Lau? I mean, the thing is, like, if you get Lau into the mix here, you lose his ability to snipe the crosses if he goes to make the play for the bomb. Johnny's going to take a couple of shots. Not sure if he knows that Yuli's that close or if it was just shots for shots' sake. But T-Fell Enterprises start to make their move. Ghosty catches Johnny trying to climb the ladder. And it's just down to Lau. Sniper rifle, AR combo, I believe. Yep. And not a lot of time either. This is a tough 1v3.
Oh, yeah. Player in just about every different direction as well. And that will be the cleanup. I mean, it's just so many of these rounds have just been determined off of what happens on this immediate push, right? Like, if it's challenged and they lose the battles, like, you're just put in that position where it's like a 4v2 or a 3v2, and then you have to retrieve the bomb, you have to plant the bomb, and you have to worry about so many different routes that could be taken into PD and the flank up top. Is he going to peek me? There's just so much to worry about. Oh. Player 5 was looking at the wall in the back and parking lot. I wasn't sure if it was just a glitch on the minimap, but might have had a disconnect.
Maybe. We will have to find out. At the moment, none of the teams are saying anything in their match chat, so don't know if it was just a simple disconnect there right before we got in the round or what exactly it was. And yep, there it is. Ghosty just submitted a picture of the application and stopped working. So with that, I imagine we're going to be here for probably a minute while the admins kind of figure out what exactly we do as far as score is concerned. Otherwise, it's just a lobby restart. We got a good one here, though. I mean, it's a tense one for sure. You can definitely feel the weight of it kind of starting to seep in as we get deeper and deeper into the map. We're going to step away for just a brief break while the players kind of get themselves reset up. We'll come back with the continuation of map number 5 right after this. Welcome back. We are jumping back into progress. It is a 4-3 score tally in favor of TFL Enterprises after the small lobby reset. And immediately onto the offense. It's actually Parasite sniping. Taking it away from Lau for now. And does work out for first blood for Team War. And more importantly, I don't know how you get Lau out of this position with as much help as nearby. It feels required, I'll say that much. And, well, Lau's going to see an elbow. That's enough for him to make the go call. He's going to take away the space at Shredder.
Wow.
Unbelievable challenge.
Yeah. That's just pure confidence right there. Jumps in, chases him down. Parasite will drop. Yuli almost has a chance to actually come away with 2, but just doesn't have enough ammo in the clip, I feel like, to really commit to it. But Lau finding Ghosty should mean that we'll likely have even 4-4 tally unless Yuli can really do something special. Pull out an ace with this round right back in.
Yeah. That would be one heck of a way to do it. It's the first. Clock is your issue for him, but at least he does have the bomb to play with. If he wins this gunfight over here onto fire, could lead to a possible plant. Oh! Centering was good. Centering was good. Wow. Fire doesn't miss a shot. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way.
If he finds this, though, it's time to plant, and there's no trade that's going to come in right away. So, nice little attempts, and, well, there it is, 4-4. Just really great open. Parasite bringing out the scope. You know, we haven't really seen that the entire time. Lau has maybe brought it out here and there, but he has not really kept it out consistently like we kind of saw in that last series versus Omet. But Parasite making it work out. Lau with a couple. This round right back in, and now into technical round 9 here. Stuns start to come over the top. And not an aggressive push like we saw from Parasite, but a nice move from Lau onto Yuli, and that should be the drop of the bomb.
Yeah, that's out the window, full force. Parasite, usually the bomb carrier, but this time pulls out the AR, allowing Lau just to go to work, and boy, has he. 4-1 for him, still controlling orange. Fellow up top is getting naded, and we're about to get a 4-5 tally favoring Team War unless Fellow can pull this off. It's a very, 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 very difficult 1v3. And Parasite's just playing with them. Although Fire gets melted. He doesn't know where Lau is. Still gets the read. One more! He gets the turn, and nearly it was perfect. Oh.
That would have been one of the craziest clutches of Modern Warfare 2. If he turns and snaps on Parasite, he gets a bullet, man. Fellow, I feel like, is not credited enough for how straight he shoots and how great he is at reacting in some of those tight moments, but it's not enough. And, well, more importantly, Team War are now up 5-4.
Yep.
One more round here needed to be able to put this away and pull off the reverse sweep.
In incredible fashion, mind you, as well. And look at this hit. T-Fell.
Sending it.
Yep, they sure are. Off the cross, lots of damage, but Yuli still gets... How does he get first blood there? Lau looked like he was good for at least one. All the focus was pretty split for TFL Enterprises. Johnny in the back. Nope. I don't know what happened with the knife right there, but it doesn't make a difference. Fire has to try to clutch up. If he can find this kill, that would be instrumental towards trying to work their way back in, but Semtex will push him off. 2Real still drops, though. 2v2 we go. Ghosty in the clutch position. He's going to have some problems, though. Here comes number 6 in Fire. Just a play around the back. Parasite still looking for it. Sniper v sniper battle, and Ghosty takes the win. Just down to Fire. Rapidly around the back. Gets a lot of Ghosty, but Dan's out of there. And with it, also goes the hopes of Fire trying to clutch this one up. How about around 11, map 5 there, brother?
Yeah, we're going around 11, baby. We're going there to see who makes it through to the losers final. Guarantee yourself top 3 or finish here in top 4. Team War battled back. They've got all the way to this final map. It'd be a heartbreaker if they just can't close the final round. You could say the exact same for TFL being 2-0 up. Hoping to get this one done a lot sooner. But they're still in it. They still fight, and they get us at least to the round 11 itself. And we'll have to wait for that round 11.
Okay. They have to determine who's got what sides, it feels like. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
That's gotta be so tough, right? Like to take yourself out of a map 5 twice like that. Like I know they have to do it, but I'm just thinking from like a player point of view, dialing in, dialing out, and then going back into a final round that determines whether or not you're still alive in playoffs, man. It's crazy.
Thick, it's tense. My goodness. And the thing is, like, this is super crucially important, not just to overall things like prize pool money, but locking in confidence for your team going into the next major. There's got to be at least some sort of conversation with that, considering the recent move with Dave has kind of shook everything up. You know, what's going to happen with now Diamond Con, what's going to happen with Brack. There are obviously major options for things to come. Everyone wants to be in the best position possible, and guaranteeing yourself an extra week worth of Challengers Elite prep, super huge, because otherwise you're just playing Cup 5 and then you're at the major. So I don't know. It's one of those things that it does go a little bit deeper than just the round itself and just the placements itself. The ability to extend your Challengers Elite to another day is honestly just great news overall towards your ability to kind of get polished for Cup 5 in the major itself. So lots of things to kind of keep in mind, because these are, I mean, guaranteed 2 of your top 4 teams in North America, possibly 2 of your top 4 teams in Challengers, period, right now, just based on how they've gone essentially blow for blow with one another.
Yeah, it's been so close, man. These two have just... They've put on a show. It's been a long show, but they've put on a show. It's been really interesting to see this one go from a 2-0. TFL kind of just like smacking them, making it look, you know, not necessarily easy, but just finding the clutch moments and finding just a lot of really big plays, especially at the end of the map 1. They clutch up 6-4 map 2, and then it's just like a total turnaround, right? Like where Timor just battled back with a 3-0, and then a pretty nice moment to get us to the map 5 after what looked like a potential closeout for TFL. So it's been a mix of emotions. I feel like it's probably the best way I would say that, going through a roller coaster this series.
The kills are being tallied right now to make sure that we have the sides 100% correct for this round 11. And it looks like, based on the tally currently, that Ghosty and TFL Enterprises are claiming that they have defense. So with that in mind, I don't know if we have a chance to possibly look back at the series layout really quickly, just to kind of, you know, give you a recap briefly on everything that's happened thus far until this map number 5. And it started off, even though the first 2 maps were tight, I think we both still walk away with the reaction that it was controlled by TFL Enterprises. That drastically changed when we got to the Hotel map 3, and maybe even further than that, the Fortress Hardpoint at the end. Just great resiliency from Team War to kind of win key rotations, stay in, find key scrap time, keep themselves in the mix, and then eventually turn the tides at the end. How fitting it would still see that we get to another Search and Destroy, and it goes the distance on this one as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. It's crazy. Crazy to look at this series layout and think of what could have been, what could have been a closeout for TFL, but not to be. Team War feels like oftentimes they do battle from the back foot. You know, they go down sometimes in those map 1s. They have to bring it back. It's just like a position that they're in, and they just somehow clutch up in a lot of those scenarios, which is just difficult to ask for time and time again, but they somehow manage to deliver more often than not, but have to do it at least one more time, one final round. And I mean, it's interesting too, because you get to kind of, as you figure out what side you're on, you get to do a little bit of prep on, okay, this is what we could do, this is how we can catch them off guard. Like, do you go for something safe? Do you go for something risky? I'm always for the risk, but I'm obviously not playing, and I'm not, I don't have this amount of pressure and money, you know, on my mind.
The other thing that I'm kind of curious on for these two teams, because this is a very extended time to be thinking about what you do on round 11, do you get in your own head, like, well, this worked a couple rounds before, maybe we run this again, or do you just trust your best play? Because there could be a very great depth of conversation that's happening right now on both those two team speaks of, what do we do? What do you guys want to do? What if we did this? Are there many ideas being thrown around? Or is there just someone who says, we're running this? No questions asked. It's the play. Everyone's on board for it, because the last thing you need is any sort of creeping doubt going into this very important round 11.
Well, here's the thing too, right? There's no trophies or dead silence. So, like,
that's a big point.
Defense is actually so important, because we've seen in so many of these rounds this initial rush. Like, if you can at least get the stuns over the top to get you the information and stop them from getting to the bomb, like things could be all said and done right then and there. So maybe, like, you hold off and wait for the stuns and nades, right? Like,
it's just, the thing about it is, we haven't seen Team War really do that ever if they end up starting on offense. You know, even in the opener of this one, it was a full flood back to try to get into tennis for the plan. It was just opening set hits for T-Fel over the top through mid. That is, gosh, you are an agent of chaos right now saying those words.
Just
no
throwing
trophies, no dead silence.
Yeah.
Man. Unless they, I mean, because you can't give them a free round for everyone to earn it, right? Because that would also be a little bit broken. So
yeah, because some people wouldn't have had it, would have used it round previous. So like, it's just got to be no trophies.
And here we go. It's the same set, Nate. This is the same play from Timor, but they back away. Okay. And this will give T-Fel a great look over the B side, but is it a trap? It sure is. Lau gets first blood. He's tagged up very heavily. Ghosty on the corner. He's been seen, but he still secures the shot through a pixel of a crevice. Unreal. We go 3v3. No bomb, though, for Timor.
Turiel was also there just in case, so the trade probably would have came in, but he's going to back all the way up and make sure there's no late rotation, but he could also make the play and seal the entire series. This position from Turiel is just so massive. He's got a player to his right. They're both going to walk side by side. He doesn't see the player laying down.
Wait, he did not see Johnny?
He doesn't see him laying down.
No way, he didn't see him. His eyes must have been going up the staircase. Oh, that. And he may have been heard right then, too, to be honest. Dead silence not earned yet. He's trying to get around the back. The play second guesses it. Oh, my goodness. Turiel definitely sees Johnny now. Bomb needs to be picked up. Kill comes through. Reset in the dead silence. And T-Fel hold a steep advantage. Parasite with the bomb. Ah, Turiel shut down in the corner, though. And they don't have time for a plant. They're trying to play for kills. It's a catastrophe. It's a complete breakdown. No chance to get the kill, and that's how it ends?
I don't know what to say, Alan. I actually don't know what to say. That is the most bizarre round 11, I suppose, that we have, where you think Turiel sees Johnny. They make one last desperation play. Turiel's behind them, so they think we can't play B, so we rotate to A. And there's just no time. There's no time.
Oh, God. I felt a part of my soul leave my body watching that round. Oh, my gosh. That's how it ends. In the most unfathomable circumstance I've ever seen. How does Turiel not see Johnny here? I mean, like, I get it. He's bright white on our screen. Literally, all of us are looking right at him. But how does he not see his legs right there? I mean, it has to be the fact that his eyes are moving left. I mean, just check the staircase. It has to
that
be.
Or he's on 60 FOV. Like, it's one of the two. I actually have no idea how Turiel does not see him, man.
Hope it's not the latter.
No, I hope not either. You'll only be seeing the truck right now. That's it.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, they get there, right? They get there. He sees him on the cross, so, like, still works out. But, like, look at this play. Like, it's all happening with 20 seconds left, and they have to get the bomb, and then, of course, this kill comes through. So, like, they know, like, B is just not safe. But, like, you have to trust in Fire watching over you, finding this kill. The Parasite obviously does the backtrack and realizes very quickly, I can't get there. Oh my God.
I still cannot. I'm
like
still
right?
lost,
like,
dude. I'm still at a loss.
Wow.
And they told us that Challengers isn't entertaining. No one's ever said that, by the way. If everyone's ever watched Challengers, it's always entertaining. And, well, that was of the most incredible situations. Wow. That's unbelievable. I still do not have the words. But that's the circumstances. That's how it ends. It's a map 5 round 11 affair that you've never seen before. I can guarantee that with full certification. And T-Fel Enterprises will move into a top 3 position. This is an interesting one because I was hesitating. I wanted to see who was going to win this matchup because they're going to be matched up against Boston Academy. You either have Ghosty versus his former team, in which he always goes out and says, Shift, you know what happens when I get dropped? I father my old team. Or it would have been Johnny versus Censor. Either of those would have been enthralling.
Yeah, I'm here for any of those storylines, honestly.
But we're gonna get Ghosty versus former team. for the lower finals tomorrow. Thoughts?
More of today into tomorrow. Those are my thoughts. Lots of this. Lots of game fives. Lots of close matches. Lots of comebacks. I'm here for that all day. That's what I want, Alan. That's my thoughts.
Fair enough. Oh, golly. And then you've got Rocker Academy in the grand finals to await one of the two of those two. Unbelievable stuff, man. Cannot wait to see it. Here's how the winners bracket had shaken up. The winners finals today. Rocker, untouchable. I mean, they just look so good right now. It's going to take a lot to take down that team in my mind, especially considering how dominant their wins were in their map wins particularly. So that's who's winning the grand finals. It'll be a best of 7, of course, happening right after the lower finals, but our broadcast has been going on for long enough today. We're going to get a quick outro tomorrow, 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time, Europe. Lower finals. That'll be what's kicked off right here on twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your family, tell the dog, show up. We're ready to see it. It's going to be a heck of a day worth of content, challenge your seed. Vision's final thoughts.
Man, Call of Duty is always a surprise. It's always fun. You never know what you're going to get, man, sometimes. But, I mean, today was obviously a lot of fun. And, I mean, tomorrow is obviously going to be great. Playing for seeding, playing for money, playing for PO points. It is such an important day for so many of these young amateurs. So I'm excited to see how it all plays out, man.
Spotlight's up for grabs in both regions. Who will grab it with both fists full, and who will fall just a touch short? We'll find out. We say farewell for now, friends. Catch you tomorrow, 2:00 Eastern. Till that point, keep holding it down. Bye-bye.